Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Third-person POV. The room erupted in blinding light as Malim's attack seemed to strike Rimuru directly. Everyone held their breath, tension thick in the air. To the onlookers, it seemed unthinkable that anyone could survive such a devastating strike from Malim, the destroyer herself. But as the light gradually faded, a silhouette emerged, taking shape within the dissipating smoke. When the haze cleared, it was not Rimuru who stood there but a tall, muscular figure with wild blonde hair standing unscathed. He bore only minor traces of the impact, which left the crowd stunned in disbelief. Rimuru's POV. This is it. I'm for sure dead. There's no way in hell I'm tanking an attack from Malim. My hands instinctively moved, trying desperately to shield my body. An explosion rocked the entire room, and I thought for sure I was disintegrating into ashes. It felt like an earthquake. Ah! What the hell? It hurts. It hurts. An all too familiar voice shouted in agony. I blinked, my vision still adjusting, as I glanced up to see the source of the pained cries. The towering figure before me was clutching the back of his head, his face showing discomfort. What the hell? How did Veldora get here? Everything hit me like a truck. Veldora wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to stay back and protect Tempest. I had no idea he could just pop up like this without a formal summoning. However, thinking back, I may have given him too much leeway. There's just no way this guy could sit still for that long. I let out a sigh of mixed relief and annoyance. But I'll give him credit where it's due. He took the full force of Malim's attack, and that saved my life. For now, I'll let the complaints slide. Oi, old man. I called, raising my voice to snap him out of his theatrics. What are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay behind and protect Tempest. My tone was stern, even if my relief was hard to hide. I made my instructions pretty straightforward, so how he showed up unannounced was more than a little concerning. But Veldora, ever the dramatist, brushed my words aside with an exaggerated wipe of his eyes. Rimuru, how could you leave me hanging like that? He asked, his voice thick with mock sorrow. I raised an eyebrow, baffled. What are you talking about? I questioned. He promptly leaned in, grinning, and held up a manga book. It was the latest volume I'd recreated for his entertainment. As expected. This wasn't about an emergency or sensing that I was in danger. No, it was about his next reading fix. This. Where's the next volume, Rimuru? In the name of the mighty storm dragon, I demand you give it to me now. He shouted, pointing at the cover with a look of indignant outrage. I couldn't help but shake my head. So much for heroics. Just when I thought he might have shown up out of concern, he just wanted the next part of his story. But hey, he's here now, and I might as well make the best of it. If he's eager for manga, maybe I can have him keep Malim distracted. It'd give me the chance I need to deal with Clayman's underlings. I'll give you the next volume. I replied quickly. If you do me a favor first. I added. Veldora tilted his head, curious. What favor? He asked. Keep Malim busy for me. I said, pointing over his shoulder. Veldora turned, and Malim appeared frozen in equal parts shock and confusion at his sudden appearance. Whether she was astonished by his arrival or by the fact that he withstood her attack was hard to say. Malim. Veldora mused, his expression softening with recognition. Oh. My eldest brother's only child. I never thought I'd meet her here. She sure hasn't grown up at all. He commented, nodding firmly. Very well, leave her to me. He affirmed. Wait, did he just say Malim is his niece? So, Veldora has siblings. I pushed my curiosity aside. Now was not the time to unravel that bombshell. By the way, Malim's under Clayman's control right now, so go easy on her, okay? I informed him. Before he could respond, I dashed off, leaving him to handle Malim. Now that Veldora was dealing with her, I could turn my focus on Clayman and his cronies. His sudden arrival might have been unplanned, but for once, his chaos was a blessing in disguise. Thank you, sworn brother. Velzard's POV. I lay stretched out on my bed, flipping through one of the many books Rain had brought me from her journeys to various human nations. The pages were worn, probably scavenged from some old library, but it added a charm I couldn't resist. There is little to do around here. Maybe I should have accepted Guy's invitation to attend that Demon Lord meeting. He seemed unusually excited for this Walpurgis, although knowing him, it was likely for the drama rather than the topics themselves. The last time I went, they spent hours debating pointless subjects, like naming their exclusive club. If I remember correctly, they didn't even settle on a name. Humans eventually coined the term, the 10 Great Demon Lords, and they just rolled with it. Honestly, they can be rather amusing. Just as I let myself drift into a rare moment of relaxation, a powerful spike of Masayyuki shattered the quiet. The aura was unmistakable. It was intense, formidable, and carefully restrained, with the telltale signature of a true dragon. I mused, feeling a smile tug at my lips as I sat up. Only one person could be wielding such a potent aura. For long time no see, little brother. Veldora's come a long way with controlling his aura. There was a time when I could recognize his presence instantly. But now, it took me a moment to identify him. I suppose those 300 years he spent in unlimited imprisonment have done him some good. Maybe he's even reflected on his behavior in there. An elder sister could only hope. Things were finally getting interesting again. I decided to visit Walpurgis and see what chaos Veldora was stirring up. With a thought, I teleported directly into the meeting chamber using spatial transfer, appearing beside Guy, who was lounging casually in his seat. Instantly, the sounds of explosions and fierce impacts filled the air, catching my attention. I glanced toward the center, where a barrier enclosed an ongoing battle. There, locked in a brutal clash, was Malim herself, my fiery niece. I arrived right in the middle of an unexpected family reunion. Since I'd cloaked my aura, the demon lords and their attendants had yet to notice my arrival. But Guy, ever sharp, sensed me immediately. "Oh. Now, that's a surprise," he remarked, his voice casual yet laced with intrigue. "I thought you weren't interested in Walpurgis, Velzard," he said. I met his gaze with a faint, icy smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. I simply sensed my little brother's presence here and decided to join in. Or is that a problem, Guy? My tone was sweet yet held a dangerous edge. Not at all, he replied quickly, a nervous smile slipping onto his face before diverting. Your little brother's having a fine time playing with Malim over there. He nodded toward the barrier, and a giggle slipped past my lips as I watched him try to keep his composure. I never tire of rattling him like this. It's become one of my favorite pastimes. I can see that, I replied, feigning mild interest as I turned my attention back to the sparring duo. I'll watch for now and see how this unfolds, I said. Guy gave a subtle nod before focusing on the fight again. Observing Veldora in action, I immediately saw how much he had grown. No longer was he simply relying on raw Masayyuki output or brute force. His movements were precise, his strikes measured, and he was far from the reckless brawler I remembered. Each motion harmonized with his immense power, and his attacks flowed with a level of finesse I hadn't expected. Impressive. To say he's improved would be an understatement. As he is now, he might even give Velgrind a serious challenge and perhaps even outmatch her if he fights in earnest. Say, I murmured, leaning a little closer to Guy. Don't you think Veldora has improved tremendously since we last saw him? My voice held genuine curiosity, though I was sure Guy had already noticed. Guy nodded, a glint of acknowledgement flashing in his crimson eyes. Indeed. He's gotten surprisingly skilled. I doubt we could handle him as easily as we once did, he admitted honestly. I'd have to agree. I wonder if he can move within the suspended world now. I pondered aloud, letting my thoughts drift to the limitless potential my little brother was unlocking right before our eyes. As Malim and Veldora's clash continued, I leaned back, intrigued by what this newfound strength of his might mean for all of us. Guy and I have always defeated Veldora easily due to time stop, an ability that ensures victory if the opponent can't move in a world where time itself halts. And despite embodying acceleration, even my little sister, Velgrind, can't break free from frozen time. To control that level of temporal power is to stand on a level above mere speed, something even she cannot rival. If Veldora can move within stop time, he'll undoubtedly surpass her. Ha ha ha. I hadn't thought about that. Shall we test it out? Guy asked, a mischievous glint in his eye. His half-joking tone belied the genuine curiosity he shared with me. I could sense he wanted to see Veldora's growth as much as I did. Smirking, I replied. If you don't mind, I certainly will. The grin on my face shifted, taking on a more sinister edge. Go right ahead, he encouraged with a wave of his hand. Though I hardly needed his permission, his approval gave me an extra thrill. I activated time stop, using space-time domination from my ultimate skill, Lord of Patience, Gabriel. The world lost all color as the very gears of time stilled. A deathly quiet settled around us as everyone froze mid-motion, and the intense battle raging inside the barrier halted completely. To my knowledge, only Guy, de Gruel, and I can move within this suspended world. Now, little brother, let's see what you're truly capable of. What the dash? Guy, did you activate time stop? De Grul's voice cut through the silence, surprised as he recognized the change. Being one of the few able to move, he stood from his seat, his heavy footsteps echoing as he approached us. How rude. He hasn't even noticed I'm here yet. Nah. Guy answered with a smirk, casting a sly glance in my direction. But you could work on your perception. He told him. De Grul followed his gaze, his eyes finally landing on me. A look of confusion crossed his face. Pardon me, he said, scratching the back of his head. But who might you be? I didn't know there was another here who could stop time. He admitted. I suppose I should introduce myself. I inclined my head, my tone light yet carrying an undeniable weight. I am Velzard, the Frost Dragon. A pleasure to meet you, de Grul-san. With a graceful, elegant bow, I released a fraction of my dragon spirit haki, just enough to let him feel the depth of my presence. De Grul's face shifted to one of shock, his posture stiffening as he quickly returned the bow, now far more respectful. Velzard-sama. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. He greeted back, clearly flustered. Pardon my impudence. I didn't sense your presence earlier. He apologized, his tone respectful. Scaring others with my aura never gets old. Guy, however, simply sighed, shaking his head at my antics. Did you really have to do that? He asked, exasperated. Oh, come now, Guy. It's just a bit of fun. I flashed him a light smile before addressing de Grul, my voice softening. And there's no need to be so formal with me, de Grul-san. I assured him. He relaxed visibly, letting out a breath. Thank you, Velzard-sama. If I may ask, why did you activate time stop? He asked, his curiosity evident. Because. I replied, my gaze shifting to Veldora, now frozen mid-motion within the barrier. We're about to witness something remarkable. I told him. Veldora-san. De Grul echoed, his attention following mine. Now that you mention it, he's vastly improved since I last sparred with him. Do you think he might actually be able to move within the suspended world? He asked, and I nodded, a flicker of excitement beneath my composed expression. It's only a theory. Guy added with a shrug. But it doesn't hurt to test. He continued. I see. De Grul's eyes gleamed with intrigue. I never used time stop in our spars, so this will be something new to witness. He commented. The three of us stood, anticipation building, as we watched for any sign of movement from Veldora. Though he remained frozen, I sensed a subtle shift, a latent awareness. It was a signal that he was perceiving the suspended world. Moments passed, and then, to my delight, Veldora began to move. Incredible. He's come so far. That bastard actually did it. Guy's eyes lit with disbelief, his voice filled with genuine excitement. He can move. That puts him officially above Velgrind, at least for now. He announced confidently. Indeed, Guy was right. Veldora's growth had propelled him beyond my little sister's power. Being able to move within the suspended world wasn't just an improvement. No, it was a transformation that marked his place as a true dragon in a league of his own. Quahahaha. I'm not sure what just happened, but I just did something cool. Veldora's proud declaration echoed through the room, his voice brimming with excitement. Fufufu, to see him so overjoyed is simply adorable. He scanned the room, his eyes soon landing on me. For a moment, his confidence wavered, and his body froze before trembling intensely. Velzard nay. What brings you here? He stammered, his usual bravado replaced by a nervous edge. Sigh. His fear of me is understandable, though it stings a little. Keeping my tone light, I replied. Don't mind me, Veldora-kun. I'm just here to watch. I gave him a warm smile, letting him know he had nothing to worry about. Seeing my smile, he visibly relaxed. Despite his apprehension, I'm proud of Veldora's growth. He's matured, if only a little. He's also becoming more formidable and more fitting of a true dragon. Yet, deep down, he's still the same Veldora, as spirited and unpredictable as ever. I see. He murmured, glancing around. So, this is the suspended world you've always talked about. He pondered. The awe on his face as he observed the frozen room was priceless. This was, after all, his first encounter with stop time. I nodded approvingly. And I'm incredibly proud of you for managing to move within it. Even Velgrind hasn't reached that level yet. Do you also possess an ultimate skill? I asked, curious about his sudden leap in power. Veldora's eyes lit up, and with a wide grin, he burst into laughter. Quahaha. Of course I do. My ultimate skill is, Lord of Investigation, Faust. His booming voice shook the room with confidence as if he'd been waiting for this moment to show off. Interesting. So, you wield an ultimate skill as well. Guy said, nodding enthusiastically. That makes sense, considering you can move in the suspended world. He added. Guy's words held weight. He's always regarded ultimate skill wielders highly, as they stood at the apex, capable of bending nature's laws. Still, much depends on the skill's user and their proficiency with its power. Well then. I chuckled. I suppose it's time to lift, time stop, and let you get back to your playtime with Malim. With my question answered, I was ready to release the suspension. Keeping time stopped consumes substantial energy, so it's best used sparingly. Wait a moment, Velzard nay. Veldora called out, surprising me. Could you hold it just a little longer? I feel we're about to see something even more interesting. He declared. Something more interesting? What could he be planning? His tone held a rare seriousness, and it piqued my curiosity. Era. What are you up to, Veldora-kun? I asked, studying him intently. I'm not the only one who's gonna be able to move in the suspended world. He turned, pointing at a maiden with striking platinum blue hair. Does he think that person can move, too? Fufufu coming here was absolutely worth it. Today has been one surprise after another. For real. I knew he was capable, but for you to say he can move in time stop is impressive. Guy remarked, clearly intrigued. This Rimuru person is more fascinating than I thought. His gaze sharpened as he studied Rimuru, newfound interest glinting in his eyes. DeGrul chuckled, breaking the tension with a smirk. It seems the ability to move and stop time won't be so rare soon enough. He commented, earning a light chuckle from Guy and Veldora. The four of us waited in eager silence, watching as Rimuru slowly began to perceive the suspended world. His adaptability was uncanny, especially for a newly awakened demon lord. It wouldn't be long before he took the next step. And just as I anticipated, not even a minute later, Rimuru began to move. Incredible. Veldora's hunch was spot on. Just who is this person? Without missing a beat, Veldora flew straight over and slapped Rimuru on the back. Sigh. Where are your manners, little brother? Quahaha. I knew you could do it, Rimuru. As expected of my sworn brother. Veldora declared proudly, his laughter filling the room. Sworn brother. It looks like Veldora and Rimuru share quite a bond. I never would have expected my little brother to call anyone that. Ow. What was that for, old man? Rimuru yelped, rubbing his back and shooting Veldora with an irritated look. Something unexpected happened, that's all. But hey, we can both move and stop time now. Thank you, Velzard nay. Veldora grinned, turning to me in gratitude. I offered him a small, approving smile. You have a sister? Rimuru asked, his head tilted as he finally noticed me. His gaze turned in my direction, curiosity evident in his expression. To catch him off guard, I teleported to the other side of the room, just at the edge of the barrier where he and Veldora stood. Era, you certainly are an interesting one. I wasn't expecting you to be able to move and stop time. I said, offering him an honest nod of approval. Ah. Rimuru jumped, clearly startled. When'd you get there? Geez, are you really just out here scaring new people? You know, you could at least introduce yourself first. He groaned, stepping back to regain his composure. His reaction was adorable, I must say. Fair enough. I smiled, introducing myself with a light bow. My name is Velzard, the Frost Dragon, and I am the eldest of the 3 living true dragons. It's a pleasure to meet you, Demon Lord Rimuru. Rimuru's POV. Eldest. Living true dragons. I recently learned Veldora has an older brother, according to what he said earlier, but apparently, he's got even more siblings. He mentioned having an elder brother, but the woman before me introduced herself as Veldora's elder sister. That only raised more questions. If true dragons were as powerful as Veldora kept telling me, it may be time to ask Raphael for a more complete answer. Raphael-sensei, what exactly are true dragons? Answer. True dragons are the highest existence in all of creation. They are nigh invincible avatars representing the forces of nature and serve as the pillars of creation itself. Whoa. So they're at the absolute top of this world's hierarchy. Heh. I really lucked out to have Veldora on my side. Wait. Velzard mentioned being the eldest living true dragon, right? Does that mean there were more of them in the past? Indeed. There are 4 true dragons in existence. The first is the Star King Dragon, Veldonava, the eldest and the strongest of them all, responsible for creating the multiverse. The second eldest and currently strongest of the living true dragons is Velzard, the Frost Dragon, who stands before you. Following her is Velgrind, the Scorched Dragon, residing in the east. And last among them is the youngest, the Storm Dragon, Veldora. As for why Velzard said living true dragons, it is because Veldonava perished long ago and has not yet resurrected. Hold on. Veldora's elder brother, who is also Malim's father, is the creator of the multiverse. That explains a lot about Malim. Her ridiculous strength and confidence are because she's literally the child of the creator. And Veldora? Well, his playful personality now makes perfect sense. He's the youngest, after all. Since Veldonava's gone, Velzard technically becomes the eldest living sibling. Which reminds me. Raphael, are all true dragon siblings? Answer. They are not related by blood, as true dragons are spiritual beings. However, they consider each other siblings. I see. Good to know, Raphael-sensei. Thanks again. You are welcome, Master. Also, Velzard mentioned something about stopping time. Is that what happened earlier when I suddenly lost all sensation? And, how am I able to move and stop time now? Affirmative. When Velzard activated time stop, Master momentarily lost all sensation and the ability to move. However, I remained unaffected and began analyzing the phenomenon. Upon further investigation, I observed that certain beings can interact with something known as information particles. These particles are key to existing and functioning within stop time. While observing these particles is relatively simple, direct interaction is complex. Certain forms of skill manipulation involve limited interactions with these particles, but true mastery requires a far greater level of control. Stopping time is such a broken ability. It's fine in manga or anime, but how do you fight against something like that in real life? Fortunately, a solution came through observing Veldora. He was eventually able to manipulate his own information particles, allowing him to move and stop time. After studying his approach, I adapted it and successfully evolved you, Master, into a digital life form. You are now a being capable of manipulating and interacting with information at a fundamental level. Amazing. Once again, you remind me of how incredible you are, partner. Ha ha ha. Sometimes, I think you might be way too good for me. Not at all. I exist solely for you, Master. Her response filled me with a warm feeling, and I couldn't help but smile. Raphael has done so much for me. I don't know how far I would have come without her help. Sure, she's technically a part of me, but I can't help seeing her as an individual with her own thoughts. Maybe I should give her a name someday. Well, that can wait for later. I should pay attention now since I'm probably spacing out again. Fufufu, you seem to be lost in thought, Rimuru-san. Velzard pointed out, her tone teasing. I let out a small sigh. Yep, I definitely spaced out again. Ah, sorry about that, Velzard-san. Just thinking about something Veldora mentioned earlier. I rubbed the back of my head, a bit embarrassed. Oh. Would you mind sharing? She asked, curious, while Veldora immediately tensed beside me. What are you talking about, Rimuru? He cut in quickly, looking at me nervously. Was he afraid of his sister? Just that thing you mentioned earlier about Malim being your older brother's daughter and that Velzard-san here is your elder sister. I didn't know you had siblings. I replied casually with a shrug. Is that so? Veldora muttered, relaxing a bit but still looking like he'd just dodged a bullet. I guess I never brought it up before. He admitted, his voice sheepish. You should have told your friend more about your family, Veldora-kun. Velzard added playfully, making him tense up again. Well, Rimuru never asked. I mean, I just got unsealed recently, and before that, I was mostly in his subspace. He scratched his head awkwardly, clearly flustered. So Rimuru is the one who helped you break the seal, then? Velzard asked, her gaze shifting to me with an expectant look. Yes. Veldora's face brightened as he jumped in, his chest puffed out in pride. It took 2 years to break the seal, much faster than we thought. Rimuru originally estimated it would take at least a century. Thanks to his evolution, though, the time was drastically reduced. He explained, his tone filled with enthusiasm. Velzard's expression softened with a satisfied smile, and she turned to me with an approving nod. Thank you, Rimuru-san. I was concerned that Veldora-kun's release might lead to another incident. But it seems he's matured during his time with you. I can rest assured, knowing you'll keep a close eye on him from here on out. Her tone held genuine gratitude. Ehehe. No problem, Velzard-san. And yes, you don't need to worry about Veldora. Under my watch, there won't be any rampaging. I assured her, feeling flustered as I scratched the back of my head. With a nod of approval, Velzard stepped back from the barrier, raising her right fist into the air. I've taken enough of your time. I'll let you both get back to your battle. Good luck, you two. She opened her hand, and with that motion, all colors flooded back into the world as time resumed. Velzard waved at us one last time before vanishing in a flash, reappearing at one of the doorways. Seeing her effortless control over time and space reinforced just how powerful she really is. She is definitely not someone I'd want as an enemy. Once time resumed, the rest of the room remained oblivious to what had happened, with only a select few even capable of noticing the gap. Scanning the room, I spotted Malim looking confused, her eyes darting around. From her perspective, it probably looked like Veldora had just teleported to my side. Then again, knowing her, she might even be able to move and stop time and is just pretending not to. Setting that thought aside, I had more pressing matters to attend to. Moving beside Veldora, I placed a hand on his shoulder. Keep distracting Malim, Veldora. I've got some other nuisances to deal with. My tone turned serious, signaling that I meant business. Quahaha. You got it, Rimuru. Just don't forget your promise. He thrust his fist out, and I met it with a solid fist bump before we both went our separate ways. Third-person POV. Veldora and Malim continued their sparring session, their supposed serious exchange devolving as Malim let go of any pretense of restraint and started having fun. Meanwhile, Rimuru busied himself with other matters, including lifting the curse that Clayman had placed on the nine-head fox. Elsewhere, Beretta made quick work of Clayman's doll, reducing it to rubble without breaking a sweat. Cheyenne decisively overpowered Clayman in her usual flair, exposing him as all bark and no bite. The room quieted as Malim, her eyes alight with mischief, revealed that she had never been under Clayman's control in the first place. The revelation left the spectators stunned, with Rimuru among the most surprised. Adding to the shock, Carrion emerged from hiding perfectly fine and alive. The barrage of surprises left Clayman reeling, his fragile composure crumbling as he lashed out in desperate threats to those he felt had wronged him. But his bravado quickly crumbled as Cheyenne silenced him with brutal efficiency, dismembering his body and leaving his still-living form helpless and broken on the ground. With the show over, Guy dispelled the barrier around the chamber, allowing it to shrink back to its original size. The demon lords gathered around Clayman's dismembered body, discussing the events that had transpired with a casual indifference. Their attendants and Velzard, now standing by the doorway, remained silent observers. Because Velzard concealed her aura entirely, her presence went unnoticed by anyone who hadn't already sensed her arrival. As the demon lords spoke among themselves, a sudden burst of magicule surged from Clayman's shattered body. In a final, desperate act, he forced himself to awaken into a true demon lord, pushing his strength to the level of what it initially was. Instinctively, everyone stepped back, but they still regarded him with little more than mild interest, sensing he posed no real threat. At that moment, Rimuru stepped forward and offered to finish him off, both to cement his place among the demon lords and end the matter cleanly. With silent agreement from the other demon lords, he erected a barrier identical to the one Guy had used, trapping Clayman and himself inside. The ensuing battle was hardly a clash of equals. Despite his newfound strength, Clayman was no more than an ant trying to overcome a human. Ultimately, he refused to reveal the names of those he had been working with, meeting his end at Rimuru's hands. With a cold finality, Rimuru activated his ultimate skill, Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebub, devouring Clayman entirely. His defeat marked Rimuru's official ascension to Demon Lord status, and the display of power earned him the respect of the others present. With Clayman dealt with, Walpurgis proceeded without further disruption. From this point on, the world would see three significant shifts in power. First, Demon Lords Carrion and Fry chose to step down from their positions, offering to become Malim's subordinates. Their decision surprised Malim but also reflected the evolving alliances among the Demon Lords. The second shift came with the Great Jura Forest officially becoming part of Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest's domain, a vast territory with the mighty storm dragon, Veldora, serving as its guardian deity. Finally, with only 8 Demon Lords now seated on the council, the name, the 10 Great Demon Lords, no longer fit. After some convincing from Guy Crimson, Rimuru reluctantly agreed to bestow the council with a new title. From that night onward, the Demon Lord Council would be known as Octagram, the 8-star Demon Lords. The members of Octagram, along with their titles, were as follows. Guy Crimson, Lord of Darkness. Malim Nava, Destroyer. Ramirez, Labyrinth Fairy. DeGruel, Earthquake. Luminous Valentine, Queen of Nightmares. Dino, Sleeping Ruler. Leon Cromwell, Platinum Devil. Rimuru Tempest, Soul Devourer. Rimuru himself chose the title, Soul Devourer, acknowledging his unique ability to consume and assimilate powers, a quality that earned the approval of his fellow demon lords. With these changes solidified, the Walpurgis meeting officially concluded. As the gathering dispersed, Luminous Valentine and Leon Cromwell opted to leave immediately, uninterested in the upcoming banquet. The others, however, remained, ready to enjoy the post-meeting feast. Velzard's POV. The meeting had ended, yet I lingered on the sidelines, observing the aftermath. I don't regret coming here in the slightest, as this gathering has proven to be far more intriguing than I expected. Not only did I reunite with my little brother, Veldora, and witness his recent growth, but I also encountered the newly seated demon lord, Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru is an unusual existence, even by our standards. He gained the ability to move in the suspended world shortly after Veldora did, which is an impressive feat worthy of admiration. Not only did he help Veldora escape his seal, but he also contributed to his growth, forming a bond so close that Veldora now calls him his sworn brother. I'm considering accompanying them back to their nation. There's little for me to do on the ice continent, and something tells me that Rimuru's actions will set off a cascade of events, each more significant than the last. It feels as if the balance of this world is teetering on the edge, and I'd rather be there when it shifts. It's been ages since I felt such a thrill. Rimuru Tempest, I want to be part of whatever you're planning for this world. Before making any final decisions, though, I should consult Guy. He may not object to my choice, but it's only fair to get his opinion. After all, long ago, my elder brother entrusted me with watching over Guy since he serves as the world's mediator. I've kept my promise through the millennia, ensuring he fulfilled his role. We've made our home in a ruined castle on the northern continent, transforming it into our base of operations. The land was barren, devoid of life, so I released my aura freely, and over time, it froze the entire castle and, eventually, the whole continent. The Frost Palace and the Ice Continent are resilient. My long absence won't thaw the place. But even if some of the ice should melt, I could easily return, and it would restore itself in no time. With my decision all but made, I walked over to Guy, who was still idly watching the remaining demon lords converse over trivial matters. Guy, I have a question, I said, resting my hand on his shoulder to get his attention. Oh. What is it? He asked, turning to face me, his expression curious. I've decided to accompany Rimuru Tempest and Veldora to their nation. I wanted to hear your thoughts or see if you'd oppose my decision, though I doubt you could do much even if you did. I stated, my tone as steady as ever. Guy raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise crossing his face before he regained his usual composure, chuckling. Ha ha ha. Did that slime really catch your interest? Or is this about keeping Veldora in check? He asked, his tone light. As expected, he wasn't particularly fazed, though I could tell he was genuinely curious. A bit of both. I replied with a faint smile. Are you against the idea? I asked, my voice softening. Not at all. You do as you please. But what about the Ice Continent and the Frost Palace? Without your steady aura, wouldn't all the ice eventually melt? He asked casually, though I knew he'd grown attached to the frozen landscape surrounding us. Don't worry, Guy. It would take centuries for even a drop to thaw. And if it does, I can return whenever you'd like to freeze it over again. I assured him confidently. Then there's no problem. He said, nodding in approval. You should go talk to those two, though. Let them know. He added, inclining his head toward Rimuru and Veldora. Nodding back, I made my way to where they stood. Rimuru's expression shifted to surprise as I approached, while Veldora only looked puzzled. Oh, Velzard-san. What brings you here? And, thanks again for letting us experience stop time. Rimuru greeted me, bowing slightly, gratitude evident in his eyes. Eh? Well, that's a surprise. I hadn't expected him to be so respectful. I replied to his thanks with a small smile and a nod. MHM. Thanks to you, Rimuru and I have become even stronger. Veldora declared, his voice booming, clearly pleased. Some things never change, Veldora. Then may I ask a favor in return for my help? I asked, keeping my tone casual yet graceful. Rimuru blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard. It's an honor to be asked a favor from the White Ice Dragon herself. Though I'm not sure if I have much to offer, Velzard-san. Still, whatever it is, I'll do my best. He replied earnestly, his expression bright yet determined. So humble. Perhaps too humble. Don't sell yourself short, Rimuru-san. Being able to move in stop time is no small feat, not even the other true dragon or Malim can do that yet. I said honestly. Humility is a fine trait and certainly better than arrogance, but one should also never underestimate their own strength. Is that so? I'm honored to hear such praise from you, Velzard-san. So, what is it you'd like? He asked, his curiosity piqued. I'd like to accompany you both back home. I intend to stay in your nation for a while. Is that all right with you, Rimuru-san, Veldora-kun? I asked, my tone polite yet light-hearted. Eh? What? Veldora's POV. Oi. She can't be serious right now. Velzard's actually coming back to Tempest with us. All right, calm down, Veldora. You're the almighty storm dragon. This is nothing. She's probably just curious about Rimuru, that's all. Her attitude toward me isn't quite what it used to be, so I have nothing to worry about. Era. Is there a problem, Veldora-kun? Velzard asked with that unmistakably terrifying smile of hers. Crap. Think, salvage this, quick. And not at all, Velzard nay. I was just a bit surprised, that's all. I replied, doing my best to sound confident, and she laughed lightly in response. Phew. Crisis averted. That should be more than all right. We'd love to have you in Tempest, Velzard-san. Rimuru said, his voice brimming with excitement. Fufufu, then I'll be in your care, Rimuru-san. Velzard replied graciously, extending her hand. Ha ha ha. Don't you mean we'll be in your care, Velzard-san? But I'll do my best to ensure you feel at home. Rimuru teased. Still as modest as ever, I see. Nonetheless, thank you for accepting my sudden and selfish request. She said, giving a light bow. While they talked, I noticed Ranga and Cheyenne waiting by the dimensional door, looking rather pleased with themselves. Curious, I strode over to see what they were so happy about. As expected of my master, he managed to win the favor of the Frost Dragon herself. Ranga said proudly, tail swishing with excitement. Indeed. With Rimuru-sama's power and 2 true dragons on our side, our strength is boundless. Cheyenne declared confidently. Quahaha. Tempest was already invincible with Rimuru and me around. With Velzard nay here, too, any enemy would be hopelessly outmatched. I can only pity those fools who dared to oppose us. I boasted, feeling my own excitement bubble up. Oh. Veldora-sama. Yes, indeed. Our nation's strength will be unmatched now. And thank you for shielding Master earlier. I'm not sure he'd have been able to withstand that powerful blow from Malim-sama. Ranga added gratefully, and Cheyenne nodded in agreement. Of course, I protect my sworn brother. I declared loud and proud, even though, technically, that wasn't the real reason I showed up. After a while, Rimuru and Velzard nay walked over to us. All right, everyone. Let's head back home. We've got a special guest to welcome. Rimuru announced enthusiastically. Yes. Ranga and Cheyenne responded in unison. With that, the Walpurgis meeting was officially over. The food and drinks they served were incredible. Hopefully, we'll have more feasts like that back in Tempest. I'm sure there'll be some kind of celebration, maybe for Rimuru's new status as a demon lord or even for Velzard's arrival. After stepping through the dimensional gate, we found ourselves on a hill overlooking Rimuru City, the heart of Tempest. Even though I'd only been away briefly, the sight of the landscape took my breath away. Its serenity and beauty were as refreshing as ever. I stood there momentarily, letting the sunlight warm my scales, inhaling the crisp, clean air. I glanced over at Velzard, watching as she took in the view. Her expression was one of quiet awe as her gaze roamed over the lush green grasslands, the clear blue sky above, and the distant mountain ranges skirting the great Jura forest. And there, nestled in the middle of it all, was the bustling city Rimuru had built, as vibrant and full of life as ever. This is incredible. I've seen similar landscapes before, but I'd nearly forgotten how breathtaking this world can be. Velzard murmured, her voice soft. I've been at the Frost Palace for so long now. As comfortable as it is, I don't see anything like this there. She added. Welcome to Tempest, Velzard-san. Rimuru said cheerfully, and she turned to him and smiled, nodding in response. He glanced at Cheyenne and Ranga, then back at Velzard, as if already thinking of ways to make her feel at home. All right, everyone. Let's go and give my people a triumphant return. Rimuru declared with a buoyant spirit. Yes. Rimuru-sama/master. Cheyenne and Ranga responded in perfect unison, their excitement palpable. Yash. Rimuru exclaimed, his enthusiasm clear as day. With a simple snap of his fingers, he activated spatial transfer, teleporting us to the heart of the city. As soon as we arrived, the citizens, sensing our presence, turned their attention toward us, their faces lighting up with joy. The sight brought an immediate smile to my sister's face, though her confusion was evident as the crowd surged forward. Welcome back, Rimuru-sama and Veldora-sama. The chorus of voices rang out, echoing through the air as they knelt in respect, creating a sea of reverent bows. Velzard blinked in surprise at the heartfelt reception while Rimuru surveyed his people, satisfaction radiating from him like warm sunlight. In the distance, I spotted Diablo and Rigard making their way toward us, Rigard's hurried strides reminiscent of a child racing toward their long-awaited gift. Diablo followed with his usual calm demeanor. Rimuru-sama. Congratulations on becoming a demon lord. Rigard exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he skidded to a stop before us and knelt. The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers swelling like a tide as Diablo reached us, kneeling beside Rigard. Kufufu. It is good to see you again, master. Congratulations on your ascension and earning your rightful spot as a demon lord. Diablo praised earnestly, his words genuine, yet they stirred a hint of confusion in Rimuru. Eh? Diablo. Rigard. How'd you guys know what happened in Walpurgis? And aren't you supposed to be on a mission, Diablo? Did you come back because of some setbacks? Rimuru asked, his brow furrowing in bewilderment. Rest assured, master. There have been no setbacks. The mission is now more or less accomplished. Everything is being taken care of as we speak. Diablo assured confidently, alleviating some of Rimuru's confusion. Rimuru straightened, bowing his head slightly in gratitude, causing Velzard to glance at Demon. A look of mild surprise crossed her features as she took in Diablo's presence. With a smug expression, Velzard turned to Rimuru. You really are fascinating, Rimuru-san. To think you have someone like him serving you. And to top it off, you even gave him a name. You're just full of surprises. She teased, her voice light and playful, leaving Rimuru both confused and a little embarrassed. Diablo noticed Velzard for the first time, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, though he quickly masked it with formality. I certainly wasn't expecting your arrival here. It's an honor to meet you, Velzard-sama. He said, bowing respectfully. I believe this is our first meeting, Noir-san. Or rather, Diablo-san. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard plenty about you from a certain someone. She responded, her tone light. Indeed. My great master has bestowed upon me the beautiful name Diablo. I believe this certain someone is Guy Crimson, correct? He replied, already knowing the answer. Yes. You two go way back. I sometimes forget that the primordials are older than me. Fufufu, you all have quite the reputation. She teased, amusement dancing in her eyes. Our power is nothing compared to the formidable true dragons, especially the strongest one currently alive. Diablo stated humbly. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Guy has fought me to a draw multiple times, you know. Neither of us fought seriously, so I don't know which one of us stands definitively above the other. From what he mentioned, you've also battled him to a draw multiple times before, correct? She inquired. That is true, but that was before Guy incarnated into the material world. We stood roughly on equal footing, battling several times in the underworld. He pursued strength while I explored other interests, which gradually widened the gap between us. Perhaps I could still give him a good fight today and maybe even close that power gap, but that's a discussion for another time. He answered honestly, and Velzard nodded in understanding. She turned her gaze to Rimuru, who wore a look of deep contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts. Is he conversing with his skill, perhaps? As Diablo and Velzard delved deeper into their exchange, the citizens resumed their activities, and Rigard hurried back to the Capitol building. Rimuru's POV. I'm so lost right now. Diablo and Velzard know each other, but this is their first meeting. My mind is swimming with questions. What on earth is a primordial? Diablo and Guy are primordials and old rivals, which means Diablo is incredibly strong. Stronger than I ever realized. I need to gather more information on these primordials. Raphael-sensei, what are the primordials? Answer. Primordials are the oldest and strongest of the demon race, existing since the dawn of time. 7 colors represent them, and all other demons fall into one of these 7 lineages. In order, they are Rouge, the red primordial. Blanc, the white primordial. Noir, the black primordial. Vert, the green primordial. Jaune, the yellow primordial. Violet, the purple primordial. Blue, the blue primordial. Master has already met 4 of the 7 primordials. Diablo is Noir, Guy Crimson is Rouge, and his 2 maids, Rain and Misery, are Blue and Vert. Even more big shots. I really have a terrible habit of skimming through important information. But this only adds to my confusion about why Diablo is serving me. For someone of his caliber, he seems too enthusiastic about supporting a newly awakened demon lord. But I can sense his intentions are pure, so I have no reason to worry. In fact, this could mean that Tempest is more secure than ever, which is reassuring. Speaking of Diablo, I should clarify his mission later, so I'll call for a meeting with my subordinates. It'll also be an excellent opportunity to introduce Velzard to my team. Everyone, can you hear me? I asked my executives through a thought communication channel. Yes, we can hear you, Rimuru-sama. Benimaru replied promptly. Good. We're going to hold a meeting shortly, so please gather in the meeting hall. I requested. Understood. Welcome back, Rimuru-sama. Sui responded. We're on it. And it's great to have you back, Rimuru-sama. Shuna added. Indeed. Congratulations on officially being recognized as a demon lord, Rimuru-sama. Hakuru congratulated me, and the others echoed their praise. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I replied gratefully before terminating the communication. Rimuru-san. Velzard called softly, waving her hand in front of me. Why yes. Sorry about that. I was sending a message to my executives. I called them to discuss my new position as a demon lord and your stay in Tempest. I replied, scratching the back of my head, embarrassment creeping in. Fufufu, I thought you were lost in thought again. You seem aloof at times, you know. She teased. Hee. It's a bad habit of mine. I admitted meekly, eliciting a giggle from Velzard. Embarrassment aside, I recalled what Raphael told me about the primordials and felt compelled to question Diablo. Anyway, about what you two were discussing. Diablo, I need to ask why you, of all people, are serving me. I asked, curiosity edging my voice. The revelation of Diablo's strength and unwavering commitment to me was baffling. Velzard looked amused at my question. Diablo paused, a puzzled expression flitting across his features before he regained his composure. Because I believe Master will reveal the truth of this world to me. I sense immeasurable potential within you, Rimuru-sama. That potential will elevate you to the pinnacle of power. He proclaimed, confidence ringing in his tone. He sure is an oddball. Just as Guy told me, but he is right. I'm sure Veldora noticed it long ago. Your potential is immense, and you've barely explored the tip of the iceberg. That's one of the reasons I wanted to stay here, to witness your development, Rimuru-san. Velzard teased, poking my cheek playfully, leaving me startled. What the hell is she doing? My cheeks flushed, and I instinctively backed away, which only caused Velzard to chuckle. What are you doing, Velzard-san? And what the hell are you on about, Diablo? I exclaimed, now overwhelmed with confusion and embarrassment thanks to Velzard's teasing. You'll understand in due time, Rimuru-san. By the way, I must admit, you are surprisingly cute when you fluster like this. Velzard said with a sly smile on her face. Hey, come on. I protested, my voice squeaking in protest as my face felt like it was on fire. As I gathered my composure, I felt my determination solidifying within me. I can't let these distractions deter me from my path. Anyway, thank you for your support, both of you. I'll do my best to prove your faith in me isn't misplaced. I declared, resolve surging through me. Just know that my intentions to serve you are pure, Master. I will do my best to fulfill any task you hand me. Diablo assured, his voice steady and reassuring. I let out a resigned sigh, feeling the weight of expectation settle on my shoulders. I'll be expecting more from you now, then. With your capabilities, almost any task should be doable, I assume. Also, stop with the master thing. Rimuru is fine. I said, trying to lighten the mood. Very well, Rimuru-sama. He affirmed, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, and I nodded in response. Turning to Velzard, a question that had lingered in my mind since her arrival bubbled to the surface. Velzard-san, what else will you be doing besides staying here in Tempest? I can't exactly ask you to work here, you know. However, I'd like to give you a role of sorts. Perhaps it could be similar to Veldora, the guardian deity. I suggested, my heart racing slightly at the thought of her involvement. She paused, resting her chin on her hand as she contemplated. Let's see here. I think Veldora should remain the sole guardian deity of the forest. It's been that way for millennia, and I believe it should stay that way. How about I become your supervisor, Rimuru-kun? She proposed casually, catching me off guard. Are you sure, Velzard-san? I don't think I deserve to have someone of your stature as my supervisor. I responded honestly, my voice tinged with disbelief. Having someone as powerful as her guide me would be a boon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be too much to ask of her. Stop being so modest. As I said, your potential is untapped and immeasurable. Having someone to guide you will help you reach your true potential. She explained, her voice warm and encouraging. I see. Well, if you insist, I'll gladly accept. I conceded, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. Her smile widened in response. That's the spirit. You'll do wonders in the future, not that you haven't already. But you'll go on to do even more, Rimuru-kun. She declared with enthusiasm, extending her arm toward me for a handshake. Then I'll be in your care, Velzard-san. I replied gratefully, shaking her hand. It wasn't the first time I'd held her hand, but I noticed how incredibly soft it was this time. Being this close allowed me to appreciate her beauty more fully. Her sparkling blue eyes radiated serenity and elegance, reminiscent of the deep ocean. Her hair flowed down like fresh snow, cascading with an ethereal grace. It wouldn't be too far off to call her a goddess. Are you all right, Rimuru-san? You've been holding my hand for quite some time now, you know. She teased, pulling me back to reality. Shoot. I was so lost in my thoughts that I spaced out again while still holding her hand. I quickly retracted my hand, my face burning with embarrassment. Sorry about that, Velzard-san. I got lost in thought again. I apologized profusely, wishing I could vanish into thin air. That's something we should work on. As your soon-to-be supervisor, I'll ensure you won't be spacing out too much in the future. She teased, a playful glint in her eye. Why yes, Velzard-san. I replied, somewhat nervously. Sigh. Velzard's endless teasing will be my demise one day. Rimuru-sama, we're here at the meeting hall now. Benimaru chimed in through thought communication. Right. We'll be heading over now. I replied quickly, eager to escape the lingering embarrassment. All right. Velzard-san, Veldora, Ranga, Cheyenne, let's go to the meeting hall now. I'm sure everyone is already there. I urged, hoping to change the subject. Everyone nodded in agreement, though Velzard noticed my flustered state and giggled softly to herself. I'm so getting back at her later for all this teasing. We entered the Capitol building and made our way to the meeting hall. My executives were already gathered inside, and as we entered, they simultaneously stood up and bowed in respect. I glanced around the room at my loyal subordinates, a sense of pride swelling within me. Velzard sat at one end of the long table while I settled at the opposite end, flanked by Diablo and Cheyenne, with Veldora sprawled comfortably on the couch nearby. My executives exchanged curious glances at Velzard, their expressions a mix of respect and intrigue, but they remained silent, allowing me to guide the meeting. All right, thank you all for attending this sudden meeting. I have 2 things I'd like to discuss with everyone. I began, pausing to gauge their attention. After a brief nod from them, I continued. First, as you all know, I recently declared myself a demon lord and was invited to Walpurgis. After defeating Clayman, I have become an official member of the Demon Lord Council. I announced with confidence, and the room erupted into applause, their cheers invigorating me. Once the applause subsided, I continued. Also, the entirety of the Great Jura Forest is now my territory, meaning that all the nations, small villages, and gatherings of intelligent monsters within the forest are under my jurisdiction. I informed them. The shock and astonishment rippled through the room, the gravity of my words sinking in. Truly. Then that is great, Rimuru-sama. Rigard exclaimed, his excitement evident. Oh. Our territory is now bigger than ever. Our access to resources will be even greater. Hakuru remarked with a grin. So that would mean all the chiefs of the various monster tribes and villages, as well as the leaders of human nations residing within the borders of the Jura Forest, would need to have an audience with you. Shuna pointed out, her tone contemplative as she absorbed the implications. I nodded, my mind racing with the possibilities and responsibilities ahead. Yeah, but we'll discuss that more another time. An event that major would mean holding a massive festival in Tempest, so heavy preparation is needed. I replied casually, and everyone nodded in agreement. Now, onto my next announcement. We'll be having a new member here in Tempest, someone important. She'll hold a position equal to or even greater than mine, so treat her with the same respect you show me. I requested, casting a subtle smirk at Velzard, which didn't go unnoticed. She smirked back at me, a playful glint in her eyes as if daring me to elaborate. My subordinates exchanged surprised glances, not expecting me to declare someone equal to or above me in rank, and eagerly leaned in, waiting for me to continue. After a brief pause, I stood straight and locked eyes with Velzard. Ahem. Would you like to introduce yourself, Miss Supervisor-san? I asked teasingly, extending my hand toward her. Velzard stood up elegantly, her demeanor effortlessly commanding attention. She regarded me with a cheeky grin, clearly enjoying the moment. Nice try, Rimuru-san. But you'll have to try harder than that. She replied playfully, a soft giggle escaping her lips. Damn it. I'll get you next time, Velzard. Our light-hearted exchange caught the attention of everyone in the room, igniting their curiosity about her identity and our relationship. Heh. I don't back down easily, so I'll get you eventually. Anyway, everyone's eagerly awaiting your introduction. I said, signaling her to take the stage. Very well. She said calmly, her voice suddenly imbued with an air of authority. The room temperature dropped abruptly, and I could feel the atmosphere shift. Velzard unleashed a small fraction of her aura, and the air in the meeting hall trembled in response. Everyone tensed up as the sheer force of her presence bore down on us, creating a palpable pressure that weighed heavily on our spirits. Holy shit. To say her aura is terrifying would be a massive understatement, and this is only a tiny fraction of it. Greetings, everyone. My name is Velzard, the Frost Dragon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Rimuru's POV. The surge of aura lasted only briefly, but the pressure it exerted was overwhelming. The sudden drop in temperature was so extreme that the water vapor in the air froze almost instantly, creating delicate frost patterns that shimmered in the air. My subordinates were in a state of shock. Some teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, desperately trying to recover. Veldora, on the other hand, looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Velzard's demeanor shifted dramatically as she concealed her aura, flashing a carefree smile as if nothing had transpired. The stark contrast of her earlier power and her current nonchalance sent a ripple of confusion through the room. Instinctively, everyone present except those who had met her earlier prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies reacting to her formidable presence. Velzard-sama. My executives exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with a mix of awe and trepidation. Fufufu, sorry about that, everyone. I only intended to give you all a light scare, but that might have been a bit much. Velzard said politely as she drew her aura back in, her playful tone belying the true nature of her power. Slowly, the room began to return to normal as everyone cautiously rose to their feet, still shaken by the experience. I sighed audibly at Velzard's antics, which caught her attention, earning me a sly smirk before she sat down with an air of satisfaction. That was definitely more than just a light scare. But what could I do about it? As the tension in the room eased and my subordinates regained their composure, I continued with the meeting. As I mentioned earlier, we will have a new member joining the Tempest executives. Yes, Velzard-san is that new member. From now on, she will be my supervisor, so I expect you all to treat her with the same level of respect you show me. Though, honestly, I doubt I need to tell you that. I added, casually shrugging as I glanced around at their reactions. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and amazement, followed by nods of agreement. We gladly welcome you to our ranks, Velzard-sama. With your guidance, Rimuru-sama will grow exponentially faster and soon reach the pinnacle of power. Diablo proclaimed with a respectful bow, his eyes glinting with admiration. Velzard smiled at him, clearly pleased. Indeed, we are truly honored to have you here in Tempest, Velzard-sama. Benimaru added, bowing slightly as the rest of my executives nodded in agreement. Question. Rimuru, where exactly will my sister be staying? Veldora suddenly chimed in, drawing everyone's attention. We could construct a domain for Velzard-sama on the outskirts of the city. It might take some time, depending on the size of the structure. I can temporarily pause other construction projects to have more orcs focus on it. Geld suggested, clearly trying to be accommodating. That was a good idea, especially considering her status. But I had something else in mind. It'd be nice to have the top 3 individuals of Tempest living under one roof for the time being. Not a bad idea. However, instead of building a whole new structure, how about we expand my personal home and have her live there for now? I proposed, gauging the reactions. Veldora's expression transformed as though I had just dropped a bombshell while my subordinates sank into deep thought. Velzard, however, wore the most mischievous grin and giggled audibly, drawing everyone's attention. Shit. She's about to say something outrageous. Era. Aren't you skipping quite a few steps here, Rimuru-san? Already wanting me to live with you despite having just met. How bold. Though I wouldn't mind, you know. She teased, her laughter ringing out like chimes in the tense atmosphere. This woman. I really didn't word that right. Heat rushed to my face as I realized how my words could be interpreted. My subordinates turned to me, amusement dancing in their eyes. A few chuckled or stifled their laughter, while others barely contained their mirth. Veldora, however, looked horrified. That's not what I meant. I didn't phrase that properly. Let me clarify. Currently, the only ones living in my home are Veldora and me. It's not a big place, barely enough for 2 since I'm quite a minimalist. Given that the 2 top brasses of Tempest live together, I thought it only logical for you to join us. Plus, it's a good way for you to keep tabs on Veldora if you'd like, and it means you could supervise me more easily. I explained quickly, desperate to clear up any misunderstandings. Fufufu, you're always fun to tease. I accept. And Veldora-kun, I hope you behave yourself. She said with a sly smile, her playful tone cutting through the lingering tension. Why yes. Velzard-ni. Veldora affirmed, his voice slightly strained. Well, that's settled then. I declared loudly, clapping my hands together to signal a fresh start. Everyone nodded in approval, but then Shuna raised her hand. Inclining my head, I gave her the stage. Should we announce Velzard-sama's move to Tempest publicly? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Her question lingered in the air, prompting deep contemplation among my subordinates. Good question. There are pros and cons to making such an announcement. If we publicize this, other nations will surely catch wind of it, and the news will spread like wildfire. But that might not be a bad thing. What do you all think? I asked, inviting my executives' opinions. After a few moments of silence, Benimaru finally spoke up. Letting the world know that not only Veldora-sama but also Velzard-sama is residing in Tempest would serve as an effective deterrent for those considering making enemies of us. It would give us time to bolster our forces even further. Benimaru said, his expression thoughtful. I agree, Benimaru-dano. On top of that, the Western Holy Church is already incredibly hostile towards Veldora-sama, and I'm sure they're catching on about his revival. With Velzard-sama in Tempest, I'm sure that would halt any of their attempts to mess with us. Kaijin pointed out. I turned to Velzard, my concern evident. Will you be alright with that, Velzard-san? Announcing your move to Tempest could attract attention, and foreigners or spies might catch wind of it. I informed her. Velzard remained calm and composed, a confident smile playing on her lips. I have no problem with it. It's about time I let those puny humans know of my presence. While I'm sure that everyone in the world already knows who I am, I don't quite have the reputation that Veldora has. She replied smugly. Everyone nodded in agreement, though Veldora scratched his head awkwardly at the mention of his name. Great. We'll announce it later this afternoon. Rigard, Shuna, Geld, the three of you will gather the citizens for the announcement. I instructed them, trying to maintain a steady tone. Understood, Rimuru-sama. They replied in unison. Third-person POV. The meeting concluded, and everyone filed out to resume their duties. Rimuru and Veldora led Velzard on a tour of Tempest, showcasing the various facilities and commodities our city had to offer. She concealed her aura as they walked, allowing herself to blend in. The awe in her eyes was apparent. She marveled at Tempest's rapid advancement, especially since the nation had only been established 2 years ago. The revelation that this vibrant city had once been a mere goblin village seemed to astonish her most. During the tour, they sampled an array of dishes and desserts, each more delightful than the last. Velzard savored every bite, her delight infectious. Rimuru learned that Velzard rarely ventured into human nations or explored their cultures and cuisines while residing in the Frost Palace. Most of the food she had tasted before came from rain or misery after their various adventures. While those meals hadn't been bad, they paled in comparison to the culinary delights she experienced in Tempest. As they strolled through the city, their conversation meandered through trivial matters, and Velzard never missed an opportunity to tease Rimuru. Occasionally, she engaged in light-hearted banter with her brother, Veldora, who watched with a mix of amusement and bemusement, taking mental notes of his sister's playful antics as he plotted his escape from their company. Their final stop on the tour was the famed hot springs of Tempest. However, with the announcement looming, they decided to save that for later. Unexpectedly, Velzard turned to Rimuru with a request that took him off guard. Would you accompany me to the hot springs? She asked, her tone playful. His cheeks flushed at the sudden invitation, and a flurry of scenarios filled his mind. Velzard's teasing only intensified his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Veldora seized the opportunity to escape, retreating to find a quiet place to read his manga, eager to avoid his sister's presence. The moment arrived for the announcement. Citizens gathered in front of the stage in the city square, their faces alight with curiosity and anticipation, while the executives stood behind the stage, awaiting Rimuru's entrance. Not long after, Rimuru and Velzard appeared, stepping into the sunlight. As Rimuru approached the podium, Velzard stood proudly beside him. Her presence next to their king drew the crowd's attention, and some even recognized her from her earlier tour of the city. Rimuru's POV. I took a deep breath, gazing at my citizens before turning to my executives behind me. The crowd was silent, all eyes on Velzard, who stood next to me with an air of confidence. Eager anticipation buzzed in the air as I prepared to deliver my announcement. I would like to thank everyone for attending this sudden announcement. As you may know, I recently declared myself a Demon Lord. After defeating Clayman, I am now an official member of the Demon Lord Council. I declared proudly. The crowd erupted in applause, congratulations ringing out in waves. I felt a surge of pride as I looked around at my citizens, their excitement palpable. Once the applause settled, I continued. Naturally, this means I will have my own territory. The entirety of the Great Jura Forest will now fall under my rule. I exclaimed. This revelation ignited a new wave of excitement among the citizens. The Great Jura Forest was vast, home to many species and nations, brimming with precious resources. The prospect of having control over such a significant territory meant that our nation could prosper like never before. However, that isn't why I called you all here today. I gathered you to formally introduce a new member of the Tempest executives. She holds a position of great importance, arguably equal to mine, and I expect you all to show her the same level of respect that you show me. I declared, my tone firm. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they absorbed the news of a new executive, especially one of such high standing. Curious glances darted toward the woman beside me, many already suspecting who I was talking about. I turned to Velzard, giving her a nod to signal that it was her turn to speak. Taking a deep breath, I stepped back. Everyone, I'll let the person in question introduce herself, I said, giving the stage to Velzard. She took a few steps away from the podium, placing herself at the center of the stage. An almost palpable tension filled the air as her gaze swept over the crowd. The once bustling square fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on her. Velzard closed her eyes, a slight smirk playing at her lips as she began releasing a fraction of her aura, which she called Dragon Spirit Haki. In the open space, she let loose more energy than she had during the meeting, but even then, she carefully moderated it to avoid causing harm or unnecessary damage. The pressure from her aura intensified, chilling the air and causing the very ground beneath their feet to tremble. The citizens, feeling her overwhelming pressure, instinctively fell to their knees. The executives behind us struggled to maintain their composure, swaying slightly under the immense force of her aura. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, radiating an air of divine authority that captivated everyone present. Greetings, dear citizens of Tempest. It is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Velzard, the Frost Dragon. From this day forward, I will reside in this nation and serve as the personal supervisor of your lord, Rimuru Tempest. She declared, her voice calm yet assertive, resonating through the square. Each word she spoke carried the weight of her true might, solidifying her status as a force to be reckoned with among the gathered crowd. Velzard-sama. We are honored to be in your presence. The citizens exclaimed, their voices filled with awe and respect. Satisfied with their enthusiastic reception, Velzard reigned in her aura, dissipating the pressure that had chilled the air and allowing the temperature to return to normal. This display of power served as a stark reminder of her terrifying strength and the respect it commanded. I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and pride wash over me. Seriously. I'm lucky to have two true dragons on my side. Despite my recent evolution into a true demon lord, Veldora was still levels above me in power, and his sister was even more formidable. I can't quite grasp what Velzard and even Diablo see in me. They talk about untapped potential and immeasurable power but never explain further. If they're right, then with Raphael's guidance and Velzard's support, I'm confident I can unleash whatever potential they see in me. A smile crept onto my face at the thought, mixed with a twinge of sympathy for those who would oppose us. Sigh. I'm really starting to embrace this demon lord role. As the crowd began to recover from the shock of Velzard's introduction, Rimuru cleared his throat, ready to address them once more. That concludes all the announcements I wanted to make. Once again, I would like to thank you all for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Glory to Tempest. I proclaimed, my voice rising above the crowd. Glory to Tempest and Rimuru-sama. The citizens responded thunderously, erupting into applause that echoed through the square. Third-person POV. With the announcement concluded, life in Tempest began to resume its rhythm. Velzard's debut became the hot topic of conversation, her presence igniting excitement among the citizens. They reveled in the thought of having a second true dragon residing in their nation. Meanwhile, the news was met with a different enthusiasm elsewhere. Foreigners who had caught wind of the announcement were starting to panic. Some had come to explore the vibrant city, while others had been gathering intelligence on the monster nation. The realization of Velzard's allegiance to Tempest, coming on the heels of Rimuru's ascension and Veldora's revival, was more than they had bargained for. Humanity had long viewed the storm dragon as a harbinger of chaos and destruction, and his very existence was synonymous with calamity. Veldora's past rampages, which had obliterated entire civilizations, only deepened this dread. Now, the revelation of a being even more formidable than him sent waves of despair through those who opposed them. While Velzard's reputation was not as notorious as her brother's, she was still the subject of countless tales. There are legends whispered of her unmatched power, a force that could shape continents and shake the stars themselves. For many, she was considered the strongest being in existence, second only to the Star King Dragon, Veldora. Spies and foreign diplomats hastily returned to their homelands, desperate to relay the world-shattering news. The balance of power that had existed for so long was on the verge of being upended. Early evening descended upon Tempest, and the city came alive with its vibrant nightlife. Beautiful lights illuminated the streets, and various stalls began to open, each offering delightful treats and wares. Rimuru and Velzard, his newly appointed supervisor, approached the famous hot springs. As promised, he accompanied her to one of the most beloved destinations in Tempest, ready to share a moment of relaxation after the whirlwind of announcements. Velzard's POV. I must say, the nightlife here is even more enchanting than I anticipated. The vibrant energy enveloped us as Rimuru and I walked through the city. The lively atmosphere was a stark contrast to what I had been led to believe. From what Misery and Rain had told me, people usually settled down to sleep or work during the evening, leaving the streets quiet and still. However, the streets were alive with laughter, music, and the tantalizing sense of street food. It was as if the city thrived under the moonlight, and I was drawn into the excitement of it all. Rimuru and I continued chatting, our conversation flowing easily as we bounced between trivial matters, seeking to know one another better. His personality is utterly fascinating to me. When one thinks of a demon lord, images of a tyrant who delights in chaos and wields power with an iron fist often come to mind. Yet Rimuru embodies the opposite. Despite his immense power, his demeanor is friendly, welcoming, and surprisingly warm. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at the entrance of the hot springs. The lobby buzzed with activity, patrons coming and going, goblinas flitting about, assisting guests with cheerful efficiency. I turned to look at Rimuru, only to find him appearing apprehensive and shy. Fufufu, how adorable. Are you sure you want to bathe in the hot spring with me? He asked meekly, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Of course, Rimuru-kun. As your supervisor, I know this is a requirement and cannot be compromised. I replied matter-of-factly, my amusement bubbling beneath the surface. I had also taken to calling him Rimuru-kun. It felt cuter, and it suited our growing rapport. He sighed, crossing his arms in a defiant gesture. If you keep insisting, I guess I've got no choice. However, I'll be going in my slime form. He told me. I seized the opportunity to tease him again, a grin spreading across my face. Era Rimuru-kun. Is there a problem with you bathing in your human form? Or are you perhaps trying to avoid certain things from happening? I prodded, my voice playful. His face flushed crimson, a delightful sight that made me giggle. That's not it, Velzard. He retorted loudly, the flustered response only fueling my amusement. Then what is it, Rimuru-kun? I pressed, leaning closer, my teasing relentless. He looked as if he might faint, the hint of defeat written across his features. Sigh. Your teasing will actually be my end, Velzard-san. If you keep it up, I might fall for you or something. A beautiful woman such as yourself constantly teasing me is not good for my non-existent heart. He lamented, clutching his chest dramatically. Fall for me? That's an intriguing thought. Is that a challenge? I questioned, playfully tilting my head. Whatever, Velzard-san. Let's go in now. He said dismissively, attempting to brush aside my provocation. Satisfied with my small victory, I let out a soft giggle, the atmosphere around us crackling with our playful banter. We entered the mixed-gender bathing area, and to my surprise, it was empty. The high temperature and steam filled the space, creating a cozy yet slightly stifling environment. Despite my aversion to high heat, the ambience was inviting, offering a perfect escape from the world outside. The cute little slime floaties bobbed in the water, adding to the charm. Rimuru transformed into his slime form, hopping into the water with a gentle splash. I followed suit, using magic to remove my clothes before stepping into the warm water. As I sank into the soothing embrace of the spring, I felt an unexpected sense of relaxation wash over me despite the heat. This was my first experience in a hot spring, and I relished every moment of it. I noticed Rimuru floating a distance away, seemingly trying to avoid getting close to me. Fufufu, how amusing. Though he was technically genderless now, Rimuru identified as male, a remnant of his past. He had shared this with me during our earlier tour around Tempest, and I found it fascinating. To my knowledge, reincarnation into a different species had never occurred before. Humans from other worlds have always remained human. Rimuru was a unique exception, a testament to the strength of his soul, one strong enough to possibly host an ultimate skill. His self-identification as a male didn't bother me at all. I found sharing a bath with him to be delightful. He was adorable, and his attempts to evade my teasing were an easy win in my book. During our earlier conversations, I understood why his people held him in such high regard. Kind and benevolent rulers like Rimuru were rare in this world, where greed often overshadowed the well-being of others. I stood gracefully, water cascading off my skin, droplets glistening in the soft light. With purpose, I walked toward Rimuru, who had yet to notice me. Once I got close, I gently picked him up from the water, pressing him against me. His body was warm and slightly squishy, and as he turned to face me, I was met with his wide and adorable eyes. I wasn't sure if they were eyes in the traditional sense, but they held a captivating depth that drew me in. Aren't you just adorable, Rimuru-kun? I teased, patting him lightly. EHHH. VV Velzard-san. Rimuru's POV. Ah. What is she doing? Crap. Did she realize I was purposefully keeping my distance from her? I was trying to avoid this exact situation. If I still had my son right now, he would have risen all the way to the moon. Velzard strolled to the edge of the hot spring and eased herself into the water, leaning back and relaxing while still holding me against her chest. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Cheyenne had often done the same. But this is different. She began to hum a tune I didn't recognize, swaying gently from side to side. Slowly, I regained my composure and surrendered to her whims. This moment felt peaceful, one I wished could last forever. If I were in my human form and had my son with me, I'd probably be dying of a nosebleed right about now. Minutes later, Velzard stopped humming and gazed at the star-filled night sky. The atmosphere here is delightful. I'm not usually a fan of high temperatures, but I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time, Rimuru-kun. She said softly. I'm glad you like it. When I accepted your request during Walpurgis, I worried whether Tempest would meet your standards or not. I replied honestly. Even if Tempest had turned out differently, I would still have stayed. My main reasons for being here are to monitor your growth and ensure Veldora is behaving himself. The other wonderful things I've encountered here are just bonuses. She explained, a playful glint in her eyes. I see, that's good then. I replied sheepishly. We remained in this position for a while until suddenly, Velzard's eyes began to glow. Her blue eyes shifted to a brilliant yellow, similar to mine. I felt a surge of magical energy radiating from her, but oddly, it was soothing. Hey, Rimuru, could you pick a star in the sky? She asked unexpectedly. Eh? What do you mean, Velzard-san? I replied, confused. Up there, pick a random star. She said, pointing towards the heavens. I looked up and saw thousands of stars, each one unique in color and size. Some were luminous and large with shades of blue or white, while others were dim and small. After scanning the sky for a moment, I spotted a particularly large and bright blue star that caught my interest. That one. I said, pointing at it with a slime appendage. Velzard's gaze followed my finger, and she nodded. All right then. Watch this, Rimuru. She raised her hand toward the sky, her palm open and inviting. I watched, bewildered by what she was about to do. Then, without warning, she closed her hand into a fist. For a moment, nothing happened, but then I witnessed something incredible. Velzard's hand began to glow brightly, and the surge of magicals emanating from her intensified. The light was so brilliant that I had to look away. A few seconds later, the light faded, and I turned to the night sky, my heart racing at what I saw. What the hell? The star I had chosen had simply vanished from the night sky. It was as if it had never existed at all. Did she perform some kind of magic? Or did she just destroy the whole damn star like that? Velzard lowered her hand to my level, revealing a tiny glowing mass. It resembled a snowflake, although its brightness made it hard to distinguish. What did you do, Velzard-san? Where'd the star go? I questioned, my voice laced with worry. I just converted the energy from that star into a condensed form. Its thermal and light energy turned into this object. I didn't destroy the star, but it'll just take a long time for it to reappear in the sky. She explained, shrugging as if it were a mundane task. Just like that. I thought she had obliterated an entire star. I wouldn't have been surprised if she could. She condensed light years worth of heat and light energy into this tiny form. Her calm demeanor and cheerful mood almost made me forget how terrifying she truly was. That's impressive. I have no words. You truly are incredible, Velzard-san. I praised her, my admiration genuine. She giggled in response and began to pat me with her other hand gently. What will you do with it, Velzard-san? I asked, my eyes glued to the glowing object in her palm. I want to give this to you. Since you have a subspace, you could store it there and use it as a source of magicals if you ever need to recover. Consider it a gift from me to you. She said earnestly, her soft smile warming my heart. Are you sure? I asked meekly. She nodded, her smile unwavering. All right then. Beelzebub. I commanded quietly. Following my order, a dark purple shroud enveloped the object. Less than a second later, it had vanished. Raphael-sensei, how much magicals does this thing contain? The object contains a high amount of condensed magicals. A rough estimate shows this object has around 10 times your current capacity. Just as Velzard explained earlier, Master can use it to recover your magicals if you ever run low. 10 times. That's ridiculous. Perhaps that's expected, considering all that heat and energy originated from a star that was likely dozens of light years away. I basically have a battery with me now, ready to recharge myself whenever needed. Begin analyzing the object, Raphael-sensei. I'm sure there's something interesting we can gain from it. I doubt I'll be running low on magicals anytime soon, but don't use it all up just yet. It might come in handy later. Understood, Master. So you have that ultimate skill, Rimuru? Velzard asked suddenly, her tone curious. Crap. I slipped up. Why yeah. Beelzebub is one of my most useful skills. I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. Velzard's eyes lit up with intrigue. What do you mean by one of? Are you saying you have more, Rimuru? She pressed, a teasing smile tugging at her lips. Shit. I hadn't meant to reveal that. Her gaze felt like it was penetrating my very being. Well. I guess you could say that. I've never had to talk about my skills before since no one's ever asked. Not even my subordinates know about them, and I prefer to keep that information private. I explained, trying to maintain some semblance of composure. That's understandable. But now that I'm asking you directly, what will you say? She challenged, a playful glint in her eyes. Panic surged through me as I considered my response. The only one who knew about my skills to any extent was Veldora. He had mentioned that a skill capable of speech was unheard of, making Raphael a truly unique case. While I typically shied away from sharing such information, I realized this situation called for trust. It was a delicate exchange between allies. I recommend making a trade offer, Master. In exchange for information on your skills, Velzard must divulge details about hers, particularly her ability of time stop. Raphael's suggestion was intriguing. It was expected of her opportunistic nature. If I could analyze and replicate time stop, it would greatly benefit me and enhance my capabilities. As expected of you, partner. Thank you. You're welcome, Master. Ahem. I'll tell you about my skills, but in exchange, you must tell me about yours. I'm particularly curious about your ability to stop time. I proposed, watching Velzard's smile broaden. Fufufu, if that's what you want in return, then that is no problem. She replied earnestly. You see, I possess 4 ultimate skills. I said, pausing to gauge her reaction, and her eyes widened in disbelief. If she were drinking something right now, she would have spat it all out. She tightened her grip around me, pulling me closer as her face moved tantalizingly near mine. Is this heaven right now? F4. She stammered, astonishment lacing her voice. Why yeah. Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebub, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael, Lord of Vows, Uriel, and Lord of Storms, Veldora. That's quite the arsenal, possessing 2 of the 7 Virtue series skills, 1 from the Sin series, and an entirely special one too. She marveled, clearly taken aback. Well then, what about you, Velzard-san? I prompted, genuinely curious. It took her a moment to regain her composure. After straightening herself, she began. I possess the ultimate skill, Lord of Patience, Gabriel. Like Uriel and Raphael, it belongs to the Virtue series of skills. With this ultimate skill and my nature as a true dragon, I can stop time for a short duration. If you wish to replicate time stop, you would need to acquire the sub-skills, temporal manipulation, or space-time domination. I see. I'll take note of that. I replied, and her smile softened in response. My decision to move here is turning out to be even better now. I'm sure you'll do many more interesting things in the future, Rimuru-kun. She said, her tone brightening the mood. Our conversation flowed freely as we lingered in the hot spring late into the night. Velzard cradled me gently in her arms, her warmth enveloping me. I reluctantly admitted to enjoying the closeness, much to her delight. However, the light-heartedness faded when Velzard's expression shifted to one of somber reflection. Concerned, I probed about her sudden mood change, and she began to share the struggles of her relationships, particularly with her family, Veldora and Malim. She spoke of her past attempts to educate her little brother, recalling the times she'd had to send him to oblivion whenever he misbehaved. Her tone grew heavy as she connected the dots, realizing that Veldora's destructive rampages began not long after the death of their eldest brother. As she opened up, my heart ached. The Veldora I knew was tame, certainly not destructive. But hearing about his past made me see him in a new light. The innocent fun he had in Tempest now felt shadowed by the pain he had endured. I couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for him. The thought of him, still so young and lost in grief, was almost unbearable. I reached out, placing a comforting appendage against Velzard's arm. I'm sorry. I whispered, my heart heavy with understanding. It sounds like you both had to endure so much. I added. Her gaze met mine, and at that moment, I could see the depth of her regret. Like a domino effect, one painful realization after another struck Velzard, and each thought heavier than the last. The truth clawed at her heart, and it was that she hadn't moved past her elder brother's death. The weight of his loss settled upon her like a winter's chill, breaking her resolve. After he died, she resigned herself to isolation in the Frost Palace. What had once been a refuge slowly morphed into a prison, where the outside world faded from her memory. She rarely left, and over time, she began to feel like a shadow of her former self, becoming colder and more distant from the warmth of companionship. As she shared her deepest regret, her voice trembled. I wasn't there for Malim. She confessed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The pain of that admission cut through the air like a sharp blade. Her voice wavered as she recounted the tragedy of her family. Her parents, they died at the hands of greedy, foolish humans. They didn't just take her parents away. They killed her pet dragon, a gift from her father. All of it broke Malim. She lost control, and I wasn't around to comfort her. Velzard's breath hitched, her hands clenched into fists as the memories flooded. I could only imagine the horrific destruction the world faced. Flashes of devastation, Malim engulfed in rage, annihilating everything in her path, entire civilizations reduced to dust. Guy and Ramaris managed to calm her down, but I was still hiding away, too swallowed up in my own grief. She whispered, her voice cracking under the weight of her sorrow. As the reality of her isolation and regret set in, Velzard began to sob softly. She turned away, burying her face in her hands, the dam of her emotions finally breaking. Seeing her in this state sparked an ache deep within me, a sensation I could barely comprehend despite not possessing a physical heart. Without thinking, I returned to my human form, scooted closer, and wrapped my arms around her, embracing her gently. Her sobs deepened, and she sank into my chest, letting out all the pent-up emotions she had held inside for so long. I remained silent, offering my presence as a sanctuary while she released the turmoil that had burdened her for years. We stayed like that for several minutes, enveloped in the silence of the hot spring, the steam swirling around us like a protective shroud. Eventually, Velzard pulled back, her eyes red-rimmed but soft. She washed her face with water, the gentle splashes sounding like whispers in the night. Looking up at the sky, she exhaled deeply before turning her gaze to me, a soft smile breaking through the remnants of her sorrow. "I'm sorry you had to see me like that, Rimuru-kun," she said, her voice light yet laced with lingering sadness. "Don't be, Velzard-san. It's good to let it out sometimes, you know. Was that your first time opening up to someone like that?" I asked gently, my heart aching for her. She nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "I won't pretend to have all the answers to your problems. After all, I'm just a mere human at heart who got reincarnated as a slime. It's impossible for me to compare my short life to the long existence of a true dragon, filled with countless experiences. But you should talk to Malim and Veldora and open up to them like you did with me. It might be difficult, but I'm confident they will understand and forgive you," I suggested wholeheartedly. Her expression shifted, a flicker of hope igniting within her as she considered my words. "Why you really think they'll forgive me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you can have that conversation where you both share your feelings and understand each other's perspectives, then I believe they will," I reassured her. "Besides, I'm sure Veldora doesn't harbor any hatred. He's just, respectfully afraid of you," I joked, attempting to lighten the mood. The quip drew a light chuckle from Velzard, lifting her mood visibly. She leaned her head against my shoulder, and I felt a warmth spread through me, a connection forged in shared vulnerability. "Is it all right if I do this, Rimuru-kun?" she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I felt a familiar heat rise to my cheeks. "It's fine, Velzard-san," I replied shyly, my heart racing. "Thank you for the advice, Rimuru-kun." She thanked me, her voice remaining low. "Fufufu, it seems our roles have reversed. I'm supposed to supervise you, yet here you are guiding me," she joked, a hint of gratitude in her tone. "No need to thank me, Velzard-san. You're already helping me a lot, and I know you'll continue supporting my growth," I responded, trying to keep the mood light. "I guess you're right. I've decided to have that conversation with Veldora-kun tomorrow. As for Malim, I'm unsure if showing up at her domain unannounced is appropriate," she admitted, a hint of uncertainty creeping back into her voice. About that. Malim often visits Tempest. You might get your chance soon," I said, watching the light of hope return to her eyes. "That's good to know. Anyway, it's getting late. Let's head to your home." "Well, I suppose it's our home now since I'll be living there too," she teased quietly, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Yeah, we've spent enough time here. It's nice to unwind and relax, and this place is perfect," I replied, my heart lighter now that she seemed more at ease. As we stepped out of the water, I quickly turned away, acutely aware of my predicament. Her teasing was relentless, and I nearly succumbed to a metaphorical nosebleed as she embraced me from behind. Our bare skin touched, sending my heart racing once more. We quickly got changed and began our walk home, the city draped in the gentle embrace of night. The atmosphere was peaceful, a serene silence enveloping us, punctuated only by the chirping of crickets and the soft echo of our footsteps. The world around us felt tranquil, almost dreamlike. Arriving at our destination, I was thoroughly pleased. My home had been renovated. It now had 2 floors, and the area was larger than before. The bottom floor housed a living room, a kitchen, and a mini library brimming with manga. The second floor held our rooms, each designed to reflect our personalities. Entering the house, we were greeted by the sight of Veldora sprawled comfortably on the couch in the living room, engrossed in a volume of Jujutsu Kaisen. The soft glow of the reading lamp illuminated his features, casting playful shadows across the room. "Yo, Veldora. We're back," I called out, a grin spreading across my face as I stepped further inside. "Good evening, Veldora-kun," Velzard added, her tone warm yet light, the lingering traces of her earlier sadness still fading. "Oh, good evening, you too," he replied absent-mindedly, his attention shifting back to the pages of his manga. I couldn't help but sigh, watching him for a moment. This guy could hardly tear himself away from his manga, even for us. Though, I couldn't blame him. Jujutsu Kaisen was quite the page-turner. With the late hour creeping in, Velzard and I exchanged a knowing glance and headed up the stairs together. "Good night, Rimuru-kun," she said softly as we reached the top. "Good night, Velzard-san," I replied, feeling a warmth in my chest as I watched her head toward her room. Once inside my room, I shut the lights off, plunging the space into darkness. I jumped onto my bed, sinking into the familiar comfort of my sheets, mentally exhausted from the day's whirlwind of events. Lying on my back, I stared at the ceiling, letting my mind wander through the memories of the day. So much had happened in such a short time. During the Walpurgis meeting, I had gained the ability to move within time stop, a gift from Raphael that felt both exhilarating and daunting. Velzard's decision to move to Tempest was another seismic shift. It filled me with a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation. I also learned about Diablo's origins as a primordial demon, a revelation that underscored my ally's power. And, of course, Velzard made her official debut in our realm, a moment that would surely be etched into Tempest's history. As I replayed the day's events in my mind, I couldn't help but smile at the thought of our time spent touring the city, sharing laughter and stories, and ultimately finding solace in the hot springs. Too many significant moments had unfolded during our time there, and I knew this night would become a cherished memory, a cornerstone in the ever-expanding story of my life. With those thoughts swirling in my head, I activated sleep mode, allowing my mind to quiet and my body to relax. The weariness washed over me, and soon, I drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Third-person POV. Business in Tempest was gradually returning to normal after a few tumultuous days. The dust from the chaos that had erupted from Malim's devastating display of power was beginning to settle. As the news spread that the war had officially been declared over, merchants cautiously began to trickle back, drawn by the promise of opportunity in a country that had emerged from conflict. The influx of lycanthropes from Eurasania, seeking refuge after their capital was obliterated, further revitalized the economy. With more labor available, construction projects sprang up across the territory, breathing new life into the landscape of Tempest. Yet, amidst this backdrop of renewal and growth, an undercurrent of tension simmered within a particular household. In the quiet corners of their home, Velzard found herself grappling with the turmoil that had been simmering beneath the surface since the day they lost their eldest brother, Veldora. With encouragement from Rimuru, she finally mustered the courage to approach Veldora, her younger sibling, to seek a heartfelt one-on-one conversation. It was a chance to bridge the gap that had widened between them. Nervous yet eager, Veldora accepted her request, his heart racing at the prospect of finally confronting the tangled emotions they both harbored. Velzard, feeling the weight of anticipation, placed a soundproof barrier around their home, ensuring their conversation remained private. The air felt charged with unspoken words and raw emotions within this intimate space. As they began to converse, Veldora took a deep breath and revealed his side of the story. He spoke of the anger that had consumed him in the wake of their brother's death. It was a rage directed at humanity that had spiraled out of control. He recounted how he had vented his frustration by decimating human nations, a choice born from the confusion and helplessness of his youth. With each word, it became clear that he had long since regretted those actions, burdened by the knowledge of the pain he had inflicted. To his surprise, Velzard offered him comfort instead of condemnation, her understanding shining through the dark clouds of guilt that had loomed over him for so long. She then shared her own feelings, explaining how, despite her anger towards humanity, she had never wanted to destroy their elder brother's creations. The realization struck her hard. Her initial reaction had been fueled by rage and a sense of betrayal. In her fury, she had thought of punishing Veldora when he was merely a child acting out of grief, just like her. Velzard's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes brimming with tears. She openly admitted to cursing herself for the way she had treated him, for allowing her pain to manifest in the form of punishment against someone who shared her sorrow. Unable to meet his gaze, she felt the weight of shame pressing down on her. In that moment of vulnerability, something unexpected happened. Instead of shying away or harboring resentment, Veldora embraced her gently, enveloping her in a warmth she hadn't anticipated. "I've always been terrified of you, Velzard," he admitted, his voice soft yet steady. "But I never hated you. I understand why you treated me the way you did. I forgive you." His words were a balm to her wounded heart, offering the possibility of healing and reconciliation. Rimuru observed their exchange from a distance, his heart swelling with hope. Although he couldn't hear the words being spoken, he sensed the emotional weight of their conversation and the gradual shift in their dynamic. He watched as the siblings appeared to find common ground, a beautiful reconciliation unfolding before his eyes. Satisfied, he vowed to assist Velzard in reconnecting with Malim, eager to support his friends in healing the bonds that had been frayed by grief and time. Rimuru's POV. "Man, I'm really glad those two finally had a heart-to-heart conversation. I'd been worried about how Velzard and Veldora would get along living in the same house, but it looks like they've smoothed things over. Now that they've reconnected, I'm sure only good things will come from it." With that pressing concern behind me, I teleported to the sealed cave, the very spot where Veldora had been imprisoned when I first met him. The memories flooded back, and a wave of nostalgia washed over me. My most recent visit had been right after my Demon Lord evolution when I'd unsealed Veldora. The place felt oddly unchanged, as if time itself had been halted within these cavernous walls. You might be wondering why I was here now. Raphael had recently made a startling discovery while analyzing the object Velzard had given me. She called it a frost star remnant, and she was eager to test a theory involving releasing a tenth of the energy stored within it, but I wanted to ensure everything was safe. The last thing I wanted was to cause harm to anyone in the vicinity. Holding my palm up, I summoned the remnant, its cold light shimmering brilliantly in the dim cave. It was much smaller than the original since it represented only a tenth of its full power. Even so, it pulsated with energy that resonated with my own, a tangible reminder of the might it contained. Raphael-sensei, are you sure this will be safe? I couldn't hide my unease. Positive. I've run the calculations numerous times and concluded that this frost star remnant holds the key to evolving Master further. You still haven't explained what this thing even is. Apologies for that. I will explain it now. The closest thing I could compare this remnant to is a Demon Lord seed. Possessing a Demon Lord seed is the initial requirement one must fulfill to evolve into a true Demon Lord. This remnant is similar in that aspect. The major difference is that an individual must satisfy two specific conditions to become compatible with it. So it's like a multi-layer quality check system, then. I have to meet specific conditions to become compatible with it. Afterward, I can qualify for another evolution. That is correct. That seems convoluted. What are the two conditions? And have I satisfied both of them? I felt hope and anticipation building within me. The first condition requires the individual to have an established soul corridor with a true dragon. Master has already satisfied this thanks to your soul corridor with Veldora. The second is to possess incredibly high analytical and computational capabilities. Doesn't that mean I've satisfied both conditions already? I'm afraid only partially so. After appraising the star remnant, I concluded that my analytical and computational capabilities aren't enough to satisfy the second condition. I apologize for my incompetence, Master. Oi. Don't say that, Raphael-sensei. Your analytical and computational capabilities are unmatched. It's probably impossible to satisfy both conditions since there's no way you weren't deemed good enough. I call complete bullshit. The thought of Raphael doubting herself was outrageous. It was something I wouldn't stand for. It's not entirely impossible, as I did manage to find an alternative way to achieve compatibility with it. Instead of assimilating the whole fragment at once, separating it into 10 equal parts would make the process possible, albeit much slower. For real. You never cease to amaze me, partner. Even when faced with an impossibility, you find your way around it. I'm truly thankful to have you with me. I am grateful for your praise, Master. As a wave of nostalgia washed over me, I remembered a promise I had made earlier. Right. I just remembered something. I promised to give you a name, didn't I? I gathered my thoughts, pondering on the perfect name to grant her. You've been with me since I reincarnated into this world. You've guided me through my journey and helped me face impossible odds. Out of everyone I hold dear, you're the most deserving of a name and a special one at that. From this day onward, you shall now be known as Seal, my eternal partner, and the one who makes my path clear like the sky and the heavens above. At that moment, I felt a massive shift occur within my soul. A surge of power coursed through me, overwhelming yet exhilarating, as I sensed the birth of a new entity within my very being. Well, it wasn't a new entity, strictly speaking. Instead, it was as if Raphael's ego had transcended its original bounds. The outpouring of energy lasted only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. When the sensation subsided, I searched the depths of my soul, eager to witness the change I had just initiated. And there she was. Seal, the newly evolved ego radiating an aura of divinity and wisdom. I am Seal, a Manas, or a theosophical core, and the unifier of all skills. I exist within the soul of my master, Rimuru-sama, and I will do my best to support you from now on. It will be my pleasure to work with you. Rimuru's POV. Seal's transformation had been astounding. Her presence now exuded a serene divinity that radiated wisdom and a complete understanding of the world around her. She felt ethereal like the clear sky stretching endlessly. Heh. I bet she has more than enough analytical power to satisfy that stupid second condition now. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. The idea that Raphael had ever been anything less than perfect in analysis was beyond absurd. Those conditions had better be worth all this fuss, and this Frost Star remnant better live up to its promise. I look forward to working with you, Seal. Likewise, Master. Just call me Rimuru, Seal. Remember, we're partners. No need for formalities. Why yes. I'll do my best, our Rimuru-sama. Her nervousness almost made me laugh. Partner felt right. Seal had been with me from the start, guiding me through impossible odds, and there was no one more deserving of my trust. Now then, about that remnant. Have I met the second condition already? Yes. Now that I am a Manus, my analytical and computational capabilities have increased 100-fold. You can now assimilate with the entire remnant instead of splitting it. Begin assimilation, yes/no. Seriously, still asking? Yes. The moment I confirmed, a rush of chilling energy surged through me, cold beyond anything I'd felt before. Even with natural CS nullification, the frost bit through, threatening to turn me into an ice sculpture. As I thought I might shatter from it, warmth and energy replaced the freezing sensation, and an incredible sense of power radiated through me. Seal, what just happened? I feel amazing. You have successfully assimilated with the Frost Star Remnant, obtaining a true dragon egg. Under the right conditions, it will now be possible for you to evolve into a true dragon. What? A true dragon? The revelation hit me like a lightning bolt. So this was what Diablo and Velzard had hinted at when they mentioned my potential. I felt an uncontrollable grin spreading across my face. A true dragon. They're the pinnacle of existence in this world. Additionally, because the Frost Star Remnant retained Velzard's attributes, you now possess the ultimate skill, Lord of Frost, Velzard. It functions similarly to Lord of Storms, Veldora, but with Velzard's traits. Nice. Wait, does that mean I can restore Velzard just like I can with Veldora? No. The sub-skill, Frost Dragon Restoration, requires a soul corridor with Velzard, which is currently unavailable. However, you can summon her to your location with Frost Dragon Release. Additionally, you can now wield Frost Magic. Even without restoration, that's incredibly useful. Having 5 ultimate skills. Is my soul handling that okay? Yes, though possessing 5 ultimate skills is taxing on your soul. Merging or adjusting some skills could ease the burden. I request access to manage your skills for optimal efficiency. Grant access, yes/no. Yeah, go for it. It made sense. If merging skills would keep me at full strength, I'd happily hand over that task to Seal. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. I will begin the optimization now. In the meantime, I recommend experimenting with Frost Magic and Storm Magic. Alright then. Good luck, partner. With Seal diving into her work, I decided to experiment with Frost Magic and Storm Magic, as she suggested. These abilities had immense potential, yet I'd barely scratched the surface of their power, and it was time to get familiar with them. Starting with Frost Magic, I sent a blast of pure, condensed ice toward the cave wall, chilling it to absolute zero. Even with minimum Magicule output, the blast gouged a deep crater into the solid rock, with debris flying off in all directions. The scattered fragments seemed almost frozen mid-flight, moving in slow motion like time had been trapped in frost. My eyes widened as I realized this magic could decelerate movement. To test it further, I hurled a rock with decent force and activated Frost Magic when it left my hand. The rock's momentum plummeted, and it moved only a few millimeters per second through the air as if frozen in time. So this was Frost Magic. It could drastically decelerate anything it affected, and the implications were thrilling. It was a versatile and terrifying power that could turn the tide in countless ways. Switching to Storm Magic, I drew on its destructive aspect, releasing a concentrated lightning bolt with a heavy input of Magicules. Instead of merely cracking the wall, the bolt blasted through, carving a deep tunnel and leaving molten rock in its wake. The sheer heat had turned the stone to magma instantly. Just imagining the devastation it could cause made me shudder. Suddenly, a wickedly effective idea sprang to mind. By freezing a target's movement with Frost Magic, and following up with a high-output strike of Storm Magic, I created a lethal combo. With no room to dodge, even true demon lords might struggle to withstand an attack like that. Satisfied, I walked over to the edge of the underground lake and sat down, gazing into the water's reflection. Greetings, Rimuru-sama. I've completed the modification of your skills. Would you like to hear about it? Seal's voice echoed in my mind, her tone calm yet enthusiastic. I stood up abruptly, ready to ingest the new information regarding my current abilities. Oh. Excellent work, Seal. Absolutely. Let's hear it. Currently, you possess only 2 ultimate skills. But fear not, as both hold powers beyond comprehension. The first is the ultimate evolution of Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebub, now transformed into God of the Void, Azathoth. This skill was created by merging Beelzebub with Lord of Storms, Veldora, Lord of Frost, Velzard, and part of Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. As I am now detached from Raphael, it is merely a hollow shell, so there is no cause for concern. The magnitude of it all started to sink in. Azathoth is the end-all be-all of the Lovecraftian mythos, embodying the void itself. Seal had taken everything I'd acquired and fused it into something so unfathomably powerful that it was named after such a deity. If it matched the name, then it wasn't merely strong. No, it was on a level where strength didn't even apply. I could feel the latent energy stirring within like a slumbering storm. The second skill is an advanced form of Lord of Vows, Uriel, created by combining the remainder of Raphael and your other consolidated skills. It is now known as God of Harvest, Shub-Niggurath. This skill emphasizes growth, creation, and preservation, all intensified by the powers once held by Uriel. That concludes the breakdown of your new skills. I was left speechless. My 2 skills now carry the name God. The very idea was surreal. Ultimate skills usually bore the title of Lord, yet these transcended even that. Lovecraftian names, symbols of unimaginable power. Seal might have just given me weapons that could reshape reality itself. My fingers itched to test them and see what these skills could do. Unfortunately, I had other matters to tend to. I'd love to put these to the test, but I'll have to wait until the opportunity presents itself. Understandable, Rimuru-sama. In addition, your Masayyuki capacity has increased threefold thanks to obtaining a true dragon egg. Threefold. The remnant had left a permanent boost to my reserves. This was better than just a one-time charge. It was like an endless well of energy to draw from. Say, in terms of raw Masayyuki quantity, how close am I now to a true dragon? Based on my calculations, you currently possess just under a third of Velzard's Masayyuki count. Keep in mind, however, that in battle, Masayyuki reserves are but one factor. Skill quality and the user's experience hold far more weight. A third of Velzard's pool, huh? I can't even imagine the kind of power she possesses. But if I've reached even that much, this is amazing. Thanks, partner. You're very welcome, Rimuru-sama. With a satisfied grin, I activated my teleportation and returned to Tempest. Within seconds, I found myself in my living room. And, as usual, Veldora was sprawled out on the couch with a manga, looking more like a lazy house cat than the mighty storm dragon. Sigh. So much for the fearsome storm dragon. Leaving him to his reading, I moved to the mini-library. To my surprise, Velzard sat gracefully with a steaming cup of tea and a manga balanced elegantly in her hands. She looked utterly absorbed yet completely poised. Seriously? Her too? I couldn't help but shake my head with a defeated sigh. At the sound, Velzard glanced up, noticing my presence immediately. Oi, Velzard-san. I never thought of you as someone who'd get into reading manga. I said, disbelief clear in my tone. Era. Welcome back, Rimuru-kun. How have you been? She greeted me with a bright smile. Rimuru-kun. Wait, where did that nickname come from? A new nickname already. Alright, fine. To answer your question, I'm doing great, actually, feeling better than ever. I replied with a grin. Velzard set her manga down and slowly strolled toward me, her expression unreadable but her eyes glinting with something mischievous. That's wonderful. She said, stopping just inches away. You were gone for quite some time, you know. Fufufu, I missed you, a lot, Rimuru-kun. Her tone turned playfully seductive as she reached out, lightly holding my chin. Oi, oi. What is she doing? What were you talking about? I was gone for an hour. I stammered, feeling heat rush to my face. She chuckled, her face now just a breath away from mine. An agonizingly long hour, to be precise. I even had to start reading manga just to pass the time. She continued. Did she pick up this kind of teasing from romance manga or something? Feeling cornered and with my pulse racing, I took a deep breath and decided to go for a daring move. Before I could second-guess myself, I reached out, gently reversing our positions and pressing her back against the nearby bookshelf. Her eyes widened in surprise, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. Seems like you've been having quite a lot of fun teasing me lately. I murmured, my voice low and as steady as I could make it. Actually, ever since you moved here, you haven't missed a single chance. But you know what? I don't mind it. In fact, I leaned in just slightly. I think I enjoy it a little too much. So I hope you don't mind if I get back at you. Just a bit. I said, my voice reaching a level of seductiveness I never knew it could. Velzard looked flushed and momentarily speechless. With my right hand, I reached up to softly hold her chin, letting my fingers trail slowly down the side of her neck, hovering just above her collarbone. My hand slid down to her waist, and I gently pulled her a little closer, keeping my gaze locked on hers. Rimuru-kun. She stammered, her face now the color of a ripe tomato. Yes, Velzard-chan. I replied, leaning in with a sly smile. You know, you're pretty cute when you're flustered like this. It's usually me on the receiving end of all the teasing, so this change of pace is refreshing, don't you think? I added, letting my voice drop to a playful whisper as I brushed my lips close to hers, close enough to feel the faint warmth of her breath. Her eyes fluttered closed, and I saw her brace herself as if waiting for something more. But that's where I pulled back, letting her go as I stepped back. It was tempting to lean in just a bit closer and steal the upper hand, but that would probably push it. Velzard's eyes snapped open, her stunned expression quickly melting into a pout as she crossed her arms and looked away with an indignant huff. I couldn't help but chuckle, watching her flustered like this. I guess this is why she enjoys teasing me so much. She really is cute like this. Leaving her to cool down, I walked out of the library and past the living room, where Veldora was still thoroughly engrossed in his manga. At least he didn't see any of that, since having him witness that exchange would have been painfully awkward. I went outside, expanded my wings, and took off toward the Capitol building, a satisfied grin still lingering on my face. Flashback to a few minutes ago. Veldora's POV. I just finished volume 25 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and oh boy. Things are really heating up. That cliffhanger left me buzzing for the big showdown between Gojo and Sukuna in the next volume. I can't wait. With renewed energy, I hopped up from the couch and strolled over to the library to snag the next volume. But the moment I cracked open the door, I saw something that made my brain short-circuit. What the fuck? I froze, barely holding the door open as I took in the scene unfolding on the other side. Rimuru and Velzard were, well, let's just say they were closer than usual, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what was happening. Velzard had a sly, almost predatory look in her eyes as she reached up to hold Rimuru's chin. In contrast, Rimuru looked like he was about to combust from sheer embarrassment. This was just like one of those romance mangas my sister had been devouring lately. She's taken her sacred text knowledge and brought it to life. Quahaha. Oh, how will you wriggle out of this one, sworn brother? I squinted, trying to catch some of their conversation, but honestly, I didn't need to hear a word. Their body language was telling me everything. Velzard's got that teasing look down to an art form. Rimuru was clearly cornered, but wait. He suddenly took a deep breath and reversed their positions, pinning my sister against the bookshelf. Ho! So, the tables have turned. Now it was Rimuru's turn to play the seducer. He held her chin just like she had his, and bam. Velzard's face turned a shade of red I didn't even know was possible of her. She was practically steaming. And then, in classic romance manga style, he pulled her closer, leaned in as if he was going to kiss her, and then just let her go. The classic bait and switch. Very well done, sworn brother, very well done. Velzard looked, wait, was that disappointment? Oi, oi. Don't tell me she actually wanted him to kiss her. This whole thing was straight out of the teasing rival becomes something more playbook. 1 minute, they're just exchanging jabs, and it's full-blown romance territory in the next. It's practically fate. Deciding I'd seen enough, I tiptoed away from the door and back to the living room. If either of them realized I'd witnessed all that, I'd be in for a world of hurt. I value my life way too much to risk it on this particular scene. Velzard's POV. I was back in my room, sitting on my bed, huddled in the corner with my arms wrapped tightly around my legs, swaying slightly as if that might shake off the embarrassment. What just happened? My face burned like a furnace, and I buried it in my arms, trying to hide away from the memory. Rimuru. Teasing you is my job, not the other way around. Yet, for some reason, I didn't hate it. In fact, I liked it. Is this how he feels every time I tease him? I placed my hand on my chest, feeling the wild rhythm of my heart. What have you done to me? Minutes ticked by as I calmed myself, lying back to stare at the ceiling, the memory still flickering behind my closed eyelids. But as the initial shock faded, something else came into focus. Rimuru, he had changed. Beneath all that flustering, I had sensed his magical signature shifting. It felt different, like the whisper of something powerful yet unrefined. He's actually done it, huh? He's accomplished something even my elder brother thought was impossible. Rimuru figured out the Star Remnant's purpose all on his own without me saying a word. Rimuru can evolve into a true dragon if he follows the right path. I know the steps to achieve it, but, no. It will mean more if he discovers them himself. And when he does, Veldora and I will be there to guide him. He'll be the first ever to ascend to the ultimate species. With a renewed smile, I left my room and headed downstairs. Veldora was sprawled on the couch, engrossed in his manga with a tub of ice cream in his hand. His utter obliviousness would be amusing if I weren't still feeling the lingering heat in my cheeks. I gave him a tap on the shoulder to catch his attention. Oh, Velzard nay. What's up? He mumbled, reluctantly lowering his manga, and I crossed my arms. Veldora-kun, have you noticed anything different about Rimuru-kun? I asked, my curiosity lacing every word. Veldora paused, scratching his head in thought. It was faint, but yeah, there's something there. Kind of like a true dragon factor, but just a weaker version. He surmised, and I smiled at his observation. Close. Rimuru now possesses a true dragon egg, something no one else has ever attained. I explained calmly with a smile. Veldora's eyes widened, his mouth dropping open like a shocked character from his manga. What? How? When? He asked in succession, unable to contain his disbelief. I stifled a laugh at his reaction. A few days ago, I gave him a star remnant infused with my attributes. I never told him what to do with it, but I trusted he'd figure it out. I said, and Veldora looked aghast. So you're saying all I had to do was give him a star remnant? No. It should have been me, his sworn brother, who did it. He groaned dramatically, throwing himself back against the couch in defeat. Fufufu too slow, Veldora-kun. Better luck next time. I teased, savoring my small victory. He sighed, looking at me with a mixture of curiosity and excitement. So, what now? Will he be able to evolve into a true dragon soon? He asked, and I nodded. That's why I came to you. Rimuru-kun will be able to evolve under the right conditions. I already know some of what he'll need, but I'd prefer he figures it out for himself. When he does, that's where we come in. Assisting him will require our support, and having the two of us there will make the process far easier. I explained. An eager grin spread across Veldora's face, and I could practically see the flames of excitement in his eyes. Oh ho. So we'll get to assist in his evolution. Quahaha. Very well, Velzard. He said with an exaggerated flourish. I chuckled at his enthusiasm and gave him an approving nod before returning to my room. Rimuru's POV. I landed gracefully in front of the capital and retracted my wings. As I entered the building and headed to my office, my thoughts drifted back to the true dragon egg I possessed. Seal had mentioned that I could evolve into a true dragon under the right conditions, which suggested I was nearing my growth ceiling. The realization that I was almost at my maximum potential somewhat bummed me out. But who knows? There may be room for growth after evolving into a true dragon. Seal, did my subordinates grow stronger after I obtained the true dragon egg? Yes. While your subordinates didn't evolve into a higher stage, they have surpassed the hard limits of their species. In particular, Apito, Benimaru, Diablo, Gabaru, Geld, Ranga, Cheyenne, Shuna, Sui, and Zijin have all become significantly stronger than what their races would typically allow. Evolving into a true dragon would enable them to reach their next stage of evolution. Amazing. How strong are they now? Diablo is currently on par with an awakened demon lord despite not having reached his final evolutionary stage. The others are equal to or slightly stronger than the former demon lords Carrion and Fry. Seriously. Just what in the world did I create? I now had demon lord level individuals as subordinates. And they can still get stronger. I honestly felt bad for the nations planning to oppose Tempest. At this rate, I might not even need to lift a finger to handle the opposition. A grin spread across my face as I embraced my status as a demon lord. By the way, what are the conditions for me to evolve into a true dragon? To reconstruct your composition and evolve, you need to consume the full force of a dragon spirit haki, and then devour a true dragon to gain their true dragon factor for analysis. Hold on, devour. Won't they be completely destroyed if I do so? No. The true dragon will be absorbed into the imaginary space of Azathoth for analysis. Afterwards, they can be safely released. Additionally, it is impossible to kill a true dragon completely. If one happens to be destroyed, it will simply resurrect after some time with all its memories intact. I see. That's good to know. I could ask either Veldora or Velzard to assist me in my evolution. I recommend asking both of them. Velzard's Dragon Spirit Haki is incredibly potent and has unique properties I wish to analyze. Veldora's True Dragon Factor is optimal since he has the largest Magicule capacity among the current True Dragons. So, I'll be asking both of them. Got it. Thanks again, Seal. No problem, Rimuru-sama. I eventually reached my office and entered. Sitting at my desk, I glanced at the paperwork awaiting my attention, which, thankfully, wasn't much. Diablo entered the room before I could dive into it, holding a scroll and a box. The scroll detailed the official, signed peace treaty between Tempest and Falmouth. The box contained 1,500 stellar gold coins as war reparations. Diablo began explaining the recent events in detail. King Edmalus had stepped down from the throne, as per our conditions. His brother, Edward, was declared the new king of Falmouth. The nobles had shifted all responsibility onto the royal family, leading to an impending civil war between them and the royalists. Everything was falling perfectly into place according to Diablo's master plan. The civil war would clear a path for Yum to take the throne of Falmouth. Once he became king, Tempest could establish friendly relations with their kingdom and nullify the remaining loan they owed. Man, Diablo was terrifying. He was exceptionally powerful, reliable, and cunning. I was delighted he was on my side. I thanked Diablo, who bowed gracefully before leaving my office. Looking back at the pile of papers, I sighed and reluctantly started going through them. Flashback to a few days after Walpurgis. Third-person POV. Within the kingdom of Falmouth, inside a meeting hall, the king and his nobles were in turmoil as they discussed the three options presented to them by Diablo. The tension in the room was palpable. They had only a week to decide, and the weight of their impending fate pressed heavily upon them. Each of the options laid before them spelled disaster for Falmouth. The first option was to become a vassal state of Tempest, an unthinkable proposition for the prideful nobles who would never accept such a blow to their honor. The second option required them to pay war reparations of a staggering 10,000 stellar gold coins, alongside the demand for King Admalis to step down from his throne. The final option, continuing the war, was an absolute non-starter, given the dire state of the nation's army. Chaos reigned in the room. Nobles pointed fingers at one another, each deflecting responsibility while the king bore the weight of their collective anxiety. While they agreed that the first option was out of the question, the debate over the remaining choices only intensified. Some favored option 2, seeing it as the safest route, while others foolishly advocated for war, claiming the reparations were exorbitant. Suddenly, two knights burst into the room, their faces pale with urgency. One knight held a scroll in his trembling hands. "Please forgive our intrusion. The guild has just made an important announcement," one knight said, breathless. "Can't you see we're having a crucial discussion here?" A noble shouted, irritation flaring. "We understand. But you must hear this announcement. The situation is extremely dire." The other knight pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. "Silence. Everyone, let them speak," the king commanded, his tone brooking no argument. The knight unfurled the scroll and began to read its contents, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. "The chancellor of the great Jura forest and the leader of the monster nation has just declared himself a demon lord," he announced, pausing for effect. The nobles, initially relieved, did not fully comprehend the implications of the news. Ha! Their ruler has made a foolish decision. The other demon lords won't tolerate such disrespect. I'm sure one of them will eliminate him, one noble declared optimistically. Most nobles nodded in agreement, exchanging similar remarks about Rimuru's so-called mistake. But their misplaced confidence quickly dissipated as the knight continued. Following his declaration, the marionette master, Demon Lord Clayman, challenged him to a battle but was defeated. This means Rimuru Tempest now holds his position in their council. Afterwards, the Beastmaster, Carrion, and Sky Queen, Fry, renounced their titles and joined the ranks of the destroyer, Milim Nava. With only 8 of them remaining, they are now known as the Octogram, the 8-star Demon Lords. He added. As the weight of this revelation sank in, the room fell silent for a heartbeat before chaos erupted again. Panic gripped those present as they struggled to comprehend what they had just heard. Oi, oi. You can't be serious. That Clayman lost to the new self-proclaimed Demon Lord. One noble exclaimed, horror dawning on his face. The gravity of the situation settled heavily on the gathered nobles. They began to realize the true ramifications of making an enemy out of Tempest. Regret seeped into their minds as the realization washed over them, and they were in far deeper trouble than they had ever imagined. But then, the knight's expression shifted to one of true and utter despair as he hesitated over the last part of the announcement. There's one more announcement," he uttered anxiously, his voice wavering as he struggled to maintain his composure. The sight of his pallid face sent a ripple of unease through the gathered nobles, and the tension in the room thickened, nearly suffocating. All eyes were on him, breath held in anticipation, as the atmosphere grew heavy with dread. Whispers of uncertainty spread through the ranks of nobles, and the knight felt the weight of their gazes pressing down on him like a mountain. "Please, just say it," one noble urged, but his plea only heightened the knight's anxiety. Sweat beaded on the knight's brow as he fought against the rising panic, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the scroll. After the conclusion of Walpurgis, a new individual joined Tempest and became one of the higher-ups. There was a big public announcement that day, debuting the new member of their nation. The individual in question, is none other than the Frost Dragon, Velzard, he announced, his voice laced with despair. As the knight finally managed to blurt out the name, he gasped, his breath catching in his throat. The words hung in the air like a noose tightening around their necks, and it felt like time had stopped. Silence enveloped the room, stretching into eternity. No one dared to speak. The collective gasp of shock had morphed into a haunting stillness. The nobles stood frozen, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. They felt fear, disbelief, and a deep, gnawing dread. Panic began to rise as the implications of Velzard's allegiance sank in. Some nobles felt hopeless, instinctively dropping to whispered prayers, clutching at their insignia as if it could protect them from the coming storm. Others were in utter disbelief, their minds racing with thoughts of escape and plans to defect from Falmouth in a desperate bid for survival. Amid this turmoil, one noble's hands trembled so violently that his cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. The sound echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention back to the grim reality they faced. After what felt like an eternity, the king finally shook off his stupor and managed to gather the scattered threads of his authority. He cleared his throat, his voice low but firm. "Everyone, we need to focus. We must resume our meeting and decide our course of action," he announced, attempting to keep his tone authoritative. But even as he spoke, the weight of Velzard's name lingered, a dark shadow over their future, intensifying the dread that had already taken root in their hearts. Flashback to the evening after Walpurgis. Perched atop the sacred mountain in the holy empire of Lubliu stood the inner sanctum of God. The leader of the 10 great saints, Hinata Sakaguchi, entered the hallowed halls, having just completed her daily patrol around the city. Today, she was meeting with her master, the Queen of Nightmares, Demon Lord Luminous Valentine. As Hinata stepped inside the church, she was greeted by the Holy Emperor of Lubliu's, Louis Valentine. Curiosity piqued, she inquired about his twin brother, Roy Valentine, only to learn that Roy had been killed on the night of Walpurgis by the very intruder she had scared off. A wave of distress washed over Hinata, and the thought of having let the perpetrator escape weighed heavily on her conscience. However, Louis urged her not to dwell on it too much. After a brief wait, the air shifted as their rule, Luminous Valentine, the Queen of Nightmares, finally returned. Louis promptly updated Luminous on the tragic news of Roy's death. Her expression darkened as she realized she had not been present during his final moments. Had she been nearby, she could have revived him. Luminous wasted no time in sharing the notable events that had unfolded during the Walpurgis meeting. Firstly, there had been a name change from the 10 great demon lords to Octagram. Next, Carrion and Fry had stepped down from their positions. Most alarmingly, there was the rise of the soul devourer, Rimuru Tempest. Luminous frustration bubbled over as she recounted the appearance of the storm dragon, Veldora, whose presence only infuriated her further. With a serious tone, Luminous warned Hinata not to meddle with Demon Lord Rimuru. He was now on a completely different level, especially with Veldora at his side. Yet, ever stubborn and persistent, Hinata boldly declared her intention to defeat the storm dragon, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from her master. Luminous firmly informed Hinata about Rimuru's desire to coexist with humanity, emphasizing his non-violent nature and the necessity of leaving him alone at all costs. The Vampire Queen then instructed Hinata to relay this message to the rest of the 10 great saints, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Back to the present. Hinata stood before her fellow saints, relaying the latest directive from Luminous. As she began to speak, their initial excitement crackled in the air. Each of them imagined the glory of storming into Tempest and unleashing chaos upon the Demon Lord's realm. However, Hinata quickly quelled their enthusiasm. "Our God has commanded us not to engage with Rimuru Tempest. He must be left alone," Hinata announced, and the reaction was immediate and visceral. Outrage echoed in the tent as disbelief spread among the saints. "Are you serious, Hinata? This is outrageous," Lytus exclaimed, incredulous. "Have you lost your mind?" Grigori questioned, eyes wide with skepticism. Hinata felt the tension rise as she defended the order. Rimuru's power has grown significantly, and the storm dragon stands at his side now, she asserted, but her words seemed to bounce off the walls, failing to penetrate the stubborn arrogance of her comrades. Though shaken slightly by the mention of the storm dragon, their confidence remained misplaced. They were largely ignorant of the might of a true demon lord, let alone a true dragon. "So, we need to act before he becomes too powerful," Ser shouted defiantly. Hinata relayed Luminous' message about Rimuru's desire for coexistence with humanity, but skepticism lingered. Just then, a messenger burst into the tent, his pale face revealing a fear that sent a shiver through the room. "Pardon the intrusion. There's something I'd like to share with you all," he stammered, his voice barely masking the tremor of dread. The saints exchanged confused glances, their skepticism momentarily overshadowed by the palpable anxiety radiating from the men. They urged him to continue. "There's a rumor spreading about a new member joining the higher-ups of Tempest. At first, I didn't believe it as I thought it was too absurd. But I kept hearing it, and after some investigation, I managed to get my hands on this," he said before pulling out a crystal ball from his bag and placing it on the table. "Why, you won't believe me if I just tell you, it's better if you see for yourselves." His hands trembled as he activated the recording. The tension in the room thickened as all eyes fixed on the crystal ball, its glow illuminating their worried faces. The recording began to play, showing the perspective of an audience member within a crowd. A figure was standing majestically at the podium, his platinum blue hair waving gracefully in the wind. At first, they didn't recognize him, but the realization struck like lightning as the scene continued. Rimuru Tempest appeared before them, exuding an aura of divinity and authority that left them momentarily breathless. Is that? Fritz murmured in disbelief, taken aback by the unexpected visage of the demon lord. Rimuru's presence commanded attention, and the saints had their gazes fixed on the ball. However, that isn't why I called you all here today. I gathered you to formally introduce a new member of the Tempest executives. She holds a position of great importance, arguably equal to mine, and I expect you all to show her the same level of respect that you show me. His voice rang out from the device. As the saints listened, their curiosity piqued, the camera shifted to reveal a woman with long white hair stepping gracefully to the center of the stage. Her presence was unsettlingly unassuming, almost frail, causing the saints to exchange puzzled glances. Is that the person everyone was talking about in those rumors? Bacchus asked incredulously. Seriously? She looks so weak. Ser commented bluntly, eliciting nods of agreement. Hinata's annoyance flared. Silence. You're all being foolish. The video isn't finished yet. She scolded them. Before they could respond, the scene continued. The woman closed her eyes, and a surge of energy flooded the room, emanating from the crystal ball. The aura was palpable, powerful enough to make their skin prickle. A collective shiver swept through them as they felt the overwhelming pressure of her presence, even from a recording. The audience in the video dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by the woman's presence as she spoke. Greetings, dear citizens of Tempest. It is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Velzard, the Frost Dragon. From this day forward, I will reside in this nation and serve as the personal supervisor of your lord, Rimuru Tempest. Her voice was smooth, yet it carried a level of power and authority that couldn't be matched. The recording concluded, leaving the room steeped in silence. Cold sweat trickled down the faces of the saints, their expressions frozen in shock. Usually so composed, Hinata found herself speechless, understanding the gravity of the situation now more than ever. Luminous warning echoed in her mind. They were not to interfere with Tempest in any way, but this revelation transformed their dilemma. Going against a true demon lord was already a foolhardy endeavor, but the Frost Dragon. That was an entirely different level of madness. Humanity feared Veldora as the incarnation of chaos and destruction, yet Velzard's presence promised something even more terrifying. This news would shatter the foundations of their society and alter the course of history itself. The dormant true dragon had made her first significant move in millennia, ensuring that the world would take notice. In the eyes of the Western nations, Tempest had become a far more formidable threat than the Eastern Empire. Hinata's POV. The silence in the room was deafening, pressing down on us like a heavy blanket. The words of the Frost Dragon echoed in my mind, relentless and unsettling. If Rimuru Tempest had indeed evolved into a true demon lord, my chances of defeating him again were slim to none. The very thought sent a chill through me, tightening my chest. And as if that weren't enough, the Storm Dragon stood at his side, a being whose existence transcended our understanding. Now, the supposed strongest of the true dragons had just declared her allegiance to Tempest, aligning herself with an already formidable nation. The implications of this shift were staggering, and I felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on my shoulders. Everyone. I called out abruptly, trying to break the tension. Why yes, Hinata-sama. Lyta stammered, her voice still shaky from the video. The unease was palpable among the saints, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. I've decided to go to Tempest in a few days and personally apologize to Rimuru Tempest. I declared, my tone nonchalant as if discussing the weather. The response was immediate and chaotic. Oi oi. You can't be serious, Hinata-sama. Fritz's voice rose an octave, his eyes wide with incredulity. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Glenda interjected angrily, her fists clenched at her sides as if she were preparing to defend against some unseen threat. Have you gone mad? Ser's loud outburst pierced through the room, adding to the cacophony of voices. I raised my hand, demanding silence. The uproar subsided, though the air still crackled with tension. Relax. From what our god said, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest is a non-violent individual who only wishes to coexist with humanity and use his immense power to create a peaceful life for himself and his people. I explained, trying to inject some reason into the chaos. Yet, my words barely settled over them like a thin mist. I could see the doubt lingering in their eyes. Yeah, he might be a pacifist, sure. But you literally tried to kill him. Grigori shot back, his voice filled with disbelief and concern. Such a great idea. Go to the territory of the dude you tried and failed to kill. Ser added sarcastically, his emphasis on my failure biting deep. I felt my temper flare. Shut up, brat. There's no way in hell you could have done better. I snapped back, feeling the frustration bubbling to the surface. He merely rolled his eyes in response, dismissing my indignation with a wave of his hand. I swear to God. Despite the chaos, I knew that I had to maintain my resolve. It took a considerable amount of convincing to get the Saints on board with my plan, but eventually, we agreed to approach Tempest with no hostility whatsoever. My primary goal was clear. I needed to apologize directly to Rimuru. Just as the meeting began to stabilize, a sudden commotion announced the arrival of the Holy Emperor, Pope Louis Valentine. The other saints looked at one another in astonishment as he entered the tent, his presence commanding attention. To my surprise, he voiced his support for my decision to apologize. I agree with your course of action, Hinata. It is essential that we mend this relationship before it gets worse, he declared, and the shock among the saints was palpable. With that unexpected endorsement, our journey to Tempest was set in motion, a path fraught with uncertainty yet necessary. As we prepared for the trip, a mix of anticipation and dread settled in my stomach. Would Rimuru accept my apology, or would I be met with hostility? The stakes had never felt higher, and I steeled myself for the challenges that lay ahead. Third-person POV. As the 10 great saints departed for the nation of monsters, the atmosphere among the 7 celestial sages was anything but calm. Panic had taken hold of the group, and they scrambled frantically, their meticulously crafted plans in shambles before they had even begun. The sages had originally schemed to deliver a falsified recording of a message supposedly from Rimuru Tempest, requesting an audience with Hinata. They envisioned a dramatic misunderstanding that would lead to Hinata confronting the demon lord. They hoped that this encounter would end in either her demise at his hands or a severe weakening that would leave her vulnerable to their assault. It was a gamble they were willing to take, and one they believed would pay off handsomely. The sages exchanged nervous glances, their minds racing with the realization that they could no longer provoke Hinata into a reckless confrontation with Rimuru. The dread settled in their hearts like a stone, heavy and unyielding. Their window of opportunity was closing fast, and they were left with little recourse but to watch the unfolding events with growing anxiety. A few days had passed, and back in Tempest, the nation was thriving like never before. The air was charged with optimism, and the economy was booming. Trade routes had expanded significantly, connecting them to neighboring realms and bringing prosperity that had once seemed like a distant dream. Agriculture flourished, industries thrived, and technological advancements occurred at an unprecedented pace. Infrastructure projects were completed rapidly, transforming the landscape into a beacon of modernity and progress. But the most remarkable development of all was the influence of Rimuru's acquisition of a true dragon egg. This extraordinary gift not only bolstered his own power but also invigorated his people, enabling them to grow and evolve, even without reaching higher evolutionary stages. The citizens of Tempest were thriving in ways they never thought possible, their spirits lifted by the promise of a brighter future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Rimuru finished his work for the day. He stepped outside, taking a moment to breathe in the vibrant nightlife that enveloped the city. Laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. At his side was Velzard, his beautiful supervisor, who had become an integral part of Tempest. The two wandered through the streets, enjoying the lively ambience. But unbeknownst to them, rumors began to swirl among the citizens of Tempest, fueled by the undeniable chemistry they displayed during their outings. Whispers of a romantic relationship between Rimuru and Velzard spread like wildfire, igniting the imaginations of those around them. They, of course, remained blissfully unaware of the gossip, continuing their usual adventures around the city, their bond deepening with each passing day. The contrast between the thriving country and the desperate state of the Western nations couldn't have been more stark. While Tempest flourished under the leadership of Rimuru, the West found itself tangled in a web of its own making, its ambitions thwarted, and its plans dashed against the rocks of reality. Rimuru's POV. Man, it sure is nice to wind down every once in a while. I'm soaking in the steaming hot spring with Velzard after a long day of work. The warmth envelopes me, the gentle steam rising like soft whispers in the air, creating an atmosphere of relaxation that feels like a well-deserved reward. I'm still amazed at how good of a supervisor she is. Velzard had helped me craft the recording I sent to Hinata, ensuring I worded everything just right to avoid any potential misunderstandings. The only way that could happen is if the video in the crystal ball was tampered with. By the way, if you were wondering, I'm using my human form this time. After sharing countless baths, I've grown quite comfortable being in this form around her, much to her delight. This is the life I've been missing out on. Velzard exclaimed, her voice light and cheerful as she stretched her arms high, exposing her, well, let's just say assets. I quickly averted my gaze, cheeks warming at the sight, desperately trying not to be labeled a pervert. Era, you seem rather flustered, Rimuru-kun. It's okay if you look, you know. She teased, her tone sultry and playful as if she were deliberately trying to toy with my composure. This woman. I turned to face her, but she was already upon me, wrapping her arms around my arm and squeezing it snugly between her soft curves. I felt the warmth radiating from her body, skin glistening with water droplets that sparkled in the dim light. For a moment, I was captivated by the incredible sight before me, my eyes inadvertently wandering. Shit. Rimuru, control your horny thoughts. What are you doing, Velzard? I asked, attempting to maintain my best calm voice, though embarrassment crept into my tone. We had dropped the honorifics. She said she preferred a more casual interaction, but now I regretted that decision. Fufufu, whatever do you mean, Rimuru-kun? You can't lie and tell me that you don't like this. She replied playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I swear to God. Okay, I won't lie. It feels nice, incredible, even. But I am not admitting that out loud. She's doing this because she wants me to tease her back, and sooner or later, this playful banter will escalate into something much more serious. Sigh. You know what? There's a saying that goes, fight fire with fire. I pulled my arm away from Velzard and shifted my position, planting myself directly in front of her. Confusion flashed across her face the moment I did, followed by a hint of flustered surprise. I seized the opportunity, cupping the side of her face with one hand while my other pressed gently against her shoulder, guiding her back against the warm rock that formed the edge of the spring. Velzard's cheeks turned a vibrant shade of crimson, and the steam rising around us could have easily been mistaken for the heat emanating from her. My, Velz-chan. You've become one extremely naughty dragon lately, haven't you? Have you forgotten that you're my supervisor? Last I checked, they weren't supposed to do something like this. I whispered as seductively as I could manage, leaning in closer to her. I parted her hair to the side, my breath hitching as I began nibbling gently on her ear. Eep. She yelped, squirming lightly in place. Instead of pushing me away, she wrapped her arms around my waist, pulling me closer as if inviting me to continue. Shit. I took it too far. I've awoken this succubus dragon. In a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation, I activated thought acceleration to the maximum, ramping up my thought processing speed by 10 million. My mind raced through a barrage of ideas, each more ridiculous than the last, as I searched for a way to salvage this moment before it spiraled out of control. Just as I was about to completely lose myself, a loud voice echoed through my mind, cutting through the haze of desire. Oi. Rimuru. Where are you? I need the next volume of Jujutsu Kaisen now. I looked everywhere in the library and couldn't find it. Veldora interrupted through thought communication, and his urgency was evident even in my thoughts. If you told past me that I would be thankful for Veldora interrupting me in the future, I would have laughed in your face. But he really came in clutch. Thank you so much, sworn brother. This was my perfect opportunity to escape, but it could throw Veldora under the bus. I'm sure he'll be fine, but if not, I'll make it up to him in the future. Yes, Veldora. Perfect timing. I'll be there shortly. Hold on. I replied hastily, the urgency in my voice barely masking my relief. Oh. You're usually annoyed when I interrupt you like this. What happened, Rimuru? He asked, confusion tinging his tone. Nothing much. You just came in clutch. I'll be there in a few minutes. I lied, hoping he couldn't hear the slight tremor in my voice. Quahaha. I'm glad I could help. Now come on. He insisted, his booming laughter echoing in my mind. Heading there now. I said before closing the channel, a wave of gratitude washing over me for his timing. Reluctantly, I stopped nibbling on Velzard's ear and slowly backed away. She had closed her eyes, waiting in anticipation for my next move. After a few seconds of silence, she opened them, confusion and a hint of longing mingling in her gaze, which was absolutely adorable. No. I will not fall for it, not yet. He. Sorry, I went a bit too far there, Velzard. It's getting late now, and Veldora just called me for something urgent. I said softly, trying to keep my tone light. Velzard's expression shifted, and she looked down, a slight frown tugging at her lips. The sight struck me like an arrow to the chest. Damn it. Not wanting to see her like this, I moved closer, cupping her cheek with my hand. Fufufu, we can always continue this another time if you'd like, Velz-chan. I teased, attempting to imitate her signature laugh, hoping to lift her spirits. Her eyes brightened momentarily at my words, ready to chuckle, but then she remembered she was supposed to be upset and turned away, pouting cutely. Heh. It was hard to resist that charm. I leaned in closer, pressing my lips against her cheek in a gentle peck. Her face flushed a deep crimson, a delightful sight that made my heart race. Standing up, I left the warm water, granting her space to breathe. Let's go home, Velz-chan. Today's been hectic, and we both deserve some rest. I said while manifesting my clothes back onto my body, feeling the fabric settle comfortably against my skin. Velzard followed suit, rising from the spring in her full glory, still naked. I couldn't help but watch as the water dripped off her smooth, flawless skin, her hair cascading down in wet strands that somehow managed to look perfect. Realizing I was eyeing her up and down, she immediately dried herself, manifesting her clothes with a pout on her face. Humph. The audacity to ogle at me like that after what you just did. You've got quite the nerve, Rimuru-kun. she said, attempting to sound annoyed, though I could see the corners of her mouth twitching in amusement. And only I'm allowed to do that, I declared boldly, a smirk spreading across my face. Velzard's eyes widened in shock, her cheeks reddening for what felt like the umpteenth time that night. With a huff, she quickly ran up to me, wrapping her arm around mine in a surprising gesture. We exited the hot spring and walked back home as the night air turned cooler, the clock edging closer to midnight. It seemed I was winning more of my teasing battles against Velzard, but in all seriousness, I wasn't entirely sure how I truly felt about her, and I suspected she might be in the same boat. We had been growing closer since she moved to Tempest and became my supervisor. She had guided me immensely in my development as a ruler and a combatant. We enjoyed each other's company outside of work, exploring the city. In both of my lives, I had never experienced love. I wasn't even sure what it felt like. Sure, I had crushes and admired people from afar, but any attempts at confessing my feelings had fizzled out before they ever really began. My relationship with Velzard was peculiar yet enjoyable. Despite her quirky and sometimes intimidating personality, she was someone I could connect with on a deeper level. We had transitioned from mere acquaintances to close friends, and I found comfort in that progression. I needed to sort out my feelings and figure out if this was just a fleeting excitement for my first real encounter or if I genuinely held deeper feelings for her. And I hoped Velzard would do the same. Her teasing had begun as playful banter but gradually evolved into something more substantial. Despite being millennia old, she seemed inexperienced in matters of romantic love or relationships, which was likely new territory for her as well. Sorting through her thoughts and feelings would be necessary for both of us in the future. Regardless of where our relationship would head from here, I was sure it would only grow more interesting with each passing day. Name, Rimuru Tempest. EP, 25,705,899, plus 507,245 with jet black sword. Race, Demon Slime. Blessing, Crest of the Storm. Titles, Demon Lord, King of Tempest, Soul Devourer, True Demon Lord. Magic, Aspectual Magic, Dark Magic, Elemental Magic, Engraving Magic, Holy Magic, Illusion Magic, Physics Magic, Summoning Magic, True Dragon Magic, Storm Frost. Manus, Seal. Intrinsic Skills, Demon Lord's Haki, Universal Perception, Universal Shapeshift. Ultimate Skills, God of the Void, Azathoth, Imaginary Collapse, Imaginary Space, Multidimensional Barrier, Soul Gluttony, Spacetime Domination, True Dragon Nucleation, Storm Frost, True Dragon Release, Storm Frost. God of Harvest, Shub Nigurath, Skill Creation, Skill Duplication, Skill Gifting, Skill Nullification, Skill Storage. Tolerances, Abnormal Condition Nullification, Holy Demonic Attack Resistance, Natural Elements Nullification, Pain Nullification, Physical Attack Nullification, Spiritual Attack Resistance. Hinata's POV. It took over a week, but we finally crossed Tempest's borders. To my surprise, the journey had been uneventful and peaceful. Not a single violent monster had crossed our path, and the roads were surprisingly well maintained. From the intel I'd received, Tempest was a nation of monsters. Still, the extent of its development was far beyond what I had expected. It had become a bustling hub for merchants from the east and west, and its infrastructure was impeccable. I must say, I wasn't expecting their roads to be this clean and safe. Fritz remarked, his voice genuine and surprised. The others nodded, murmuring their agreement, their eyes scanning the landscape. I'm surprised, too, I said, adjusting my stance. But considering Rimuru is a reincarnated otherworlder, his knowledge of infrastructure is likely quite advanced. I informed them. I still can't fathom the idea of being reincarnated as a slime. No limbs, no shape, nothing. How does he even manage a human form? Ser pondered aloud, his voice filled with curiosity. I raised an eyebrow but answered calmly. It must have been difficult at first. But with how powerful he's become, it's likely no longer a problem. I explained with a casual shrug. As we walked, the road stretched ahead, and the city's distant silhouette grew more apparent. After about half an hour, we reached Tempest's entrance. I noted the shimmering magic barrier surrounding the entire city, though we weren't sure of its specific function. Still, we proceeded without hesitation, curiosity driving us forward. Security was surprisingly light. After a quick check, we passed through the barrier, entering Tempest's capital without any issues. And then we were greeted by a sight nearly leaving us all speechless. To say we were shocked would be an understatement. The information we'd gathered about Tempest didn't even begin to compare to what lay before us. The streets were vibrant, the atmosphere lively. Monsters of every shape and size coexisted peacefully, living out their daily lives without fear. Humans wandered the streets as well, trading goods and exchanging pleasantries. It was like there was a palpable sense of harmony in the air. This was no primitive monster settlement. Tempest was a thriving, modern city that could easily rival the most prosperous human nations. The other saints stared wide-eyed at the sights around them, It was as if they had all been transported into a different world entirely, one that defied all expectations. Even I, who had been briefed on Tempest's rise, couldn't suppress my awe. The streets gleamed with cleanliness, the buildings well-crafted, and the people moved with purpose and ease. And then, my attention was caught by something that made my heart skip a beat. I spotted several restaurants along the street, each serving food that immediately reminded me of my homeland. Without thinking, I began walking toward a Japanese-themed restaurant, eager to try the cuisine I had been missing for so long. "Oi, Hinata-sama. Where are you going?" Arnaud's voice called out from behind me, his tone laced with confusion as he noticed I had wandered off. I didn't respond. The craving was too intense. I continued on my path, and soon enough, the others followed suit, albeit with hesitant steps. Once inside, I was greeted by the mouth-watering scent of food. It was rich and savory, a compelling reminder of the flavors I had left behind in my world. "Whoa, this food smells amazing," Fritz exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked around. "Right. Hinata-sama, we should eat here." Light's voice bubbled with excitement. I simply nodded, my mouth watering in anticipation. We approached the counter, ordered our food, and settled at a large table. The service was prompt, and the staff were polite beyond measure as they delivered our food with a warm smile. But the true magic, however, lay in the food itself. It was divine. The others dug in, their expressions shifting to sheer bliss, and I was no different. Each bite was like a small piece of heaven, bursting with flavors I hadn't tasted in so long. I savored each morsel, enjoying the rare treat of food from my world. Once the meal was finished, we reluctantly left the restaurant. Tempest was so vast, the city so sprawling, that we found ourselves utterly lost in the maze of streets. We asked a passerby for directions to the Capitol building and followed their guidance. As we walked, the others chattered aimlessly, discussing trivial matters. Still, I remained largely silent, too absorbed in the city's overwhelming beauty to focus on their conversation. The sense of awe hadn't quite worn off. After a few minutes, we spotted a red-haired Kijin ahead of us, who appeared to be patrolling. He wore a sword at his side, exuding a quiet yet palpable aura of power that immediately set my senses on edge. The others may not have noticed, but I felt it immediately. It was the faint tingle of a dangerous presence. He was no ordinary soldier. The Kijin noticed us almost immediately, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly in surprise before he began walking toward us with measured steps. The air around us seemed to thrum with tension as he approached, though none of us dared show it. When he was a few meters away, he stopped, eyeing us with mild confusion. "Well, this is unexpected," the Kijin remarked, his tone thoughtful. "You guys came earlier than expected." He told us, and we exchanged looks of bewilderment, none of us understanding what he meant. "I guess it's fine." He shrugged. "I'll go inform Rimuru-sama of your arrival," he said, turning around to leave, but I stopped him. Wait. What are you talking about? Was Rimuru-san expecting us?" I asked, the confusion apparent in my voice. He stopped, turning to face us again. "Rimuru-sama requested your arrival. In fact, he even sent a crystal ball to deliver his message to you directly, Hinata-san," he said as he struck a thinking pose, his brow furrowed in mild confusion. "You didn't get it?" he asked, and the others exchanged confused looks. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. A message from Rimuru? A crystal ball? That didn't make sense. We hadn't received anything. If what he was saying was true, someone must have intercepted it before it could reach us. But why? What could possibly motivate someone to do that? Just then, it clicked in my mind. The 7 celestial sages. Those damn bastards have been trying to bring me down at every turn. I wouldn't be surprised if they were behind this. "My apologies, Kijin-san," I began, bowing respectfully. "But we never actually received the message you're referring to. Someone must have stolen the crystal ball before it could reach us. We came here of our own accord to speak with Demon Lord Rimuru," I explained. My peers exchanged confused glances while the Kijin appeared deep in thought. That is possible. It would explain why you're here earlier than expected," he mused, stroking his chin. "Also, the name's Benimaru, and I'm the commander-in-chief of the Tempest military." He introduced himself with a proud, dignified air. Our eyes widened in shock. To think someone of such high standing would be roaming the city so casually. "Ha ha ha. I'm also not a Kijin, though I can see how you'd mistake me," he added with a chuckle. "Eh. Pardon us, then. We could have sworn you were a Kijin, Benimaru-dano. From what we knew, Kijins lived here," Ser said, his surprise evident. "Heh. That was true just over a month ago, but not anymore. The Kijins in Tempest have evolved into Onis," he stated bluntly. "What? Onis?" we all exclaimed in unison. No wonder I felt such intense pressure radiating from him despite his concealed aura. He's a fucking Oni. My battle instincts were on high alert, screaming danger in all directions. And I was right. Onis are thought to be mythical beings, the root of the ogre and Kijin races. They're pure spiritual lifeforms with an immense amount of magicules, rivaling even demon lord seeds. I'll go inform Rimuru-sama ahead. You all can follow me to the capital, he said, waving off our stunned state with casual indifference. We shared a brief look before nodding in agreement, still reeling from the revelation. Benimaru led the way, and we followed him to the capital. As we approached the building, its scale became even more impressive. Up close, it was even more awe-inspiring, with a design that spoke of grandeur and power. Upon entering, our amazement only grew. The interior was vast, beautifully decorated, and meticulously maintained. Monsters, primarily hobgoblins mixed with other species, diligently did their work, creating a harmonious buzz of activity. Please wait here. Benimaru requested politely, gesturing toward the comfortable lobby couches. We nodded, took a seat, and briefly settled into the quiet. The soft cushions of the couch were surprisingly comfortable. Benimaru ascended a grand staircase and disappeared into a hallway, leaving us in a somewhat awkward silence. Our group was still processing what we'd just learned about this nation. After a few minutes, I broke the silence. So, what are your thoughts? About this nation, I mean. I asked, my tone filled with genuine curiosity. They mulled it over, thinking carefully before speaking up. This place is incredible, I won't lie. Fritz said honestly. While it's not as advanced as Ingracia or Lublius, the fact that it's barely 2 years old and already this developed is ridiculous. He continued. We nodded in agreement, and Lytus added. Aside from their absurd development speed, the people here seem genuinely happy. They're living good lives. She remarked. But what really caught my attention is how strong everyone is. Sarah pointed out loudly. I'm sure you all noticed it too. Every single monster here has a name, and they've all undergone a higher evolution. He added, unable to contain his disbelief. That's definitely true. I said, leaning forward. You all sensed it, right? That Oni we met is no joke. From a single glance, I could tell I'd struggle to fight him, and I'm not even sure I'd win. I admitted, albeit reluctantly. They were stunned that I was praising a monster, but none spoke up after having sensed Benimaru's strength firsthand. Yo. Sorry I couldn't greet you all more formally. Didn't expect such an early arrival. A cheerful voice suddenly greeted us. We whipped our heads around, startled, as our eyes landed on a beautiful maiden with long platinum blue hair. It took us a moment to realize who the person was. But there he was, standing with all the majesty of a true demon lord. It was Rimuru Tempest. He had hidden his presence so well we hadn't even noticed him until now. When he came into view, the pressure in the air thickened with his sheer presence. Without thinking, we all stood up and bowed deeply in respect. We are honored to be in your presence, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest. We said in unison, our voices laced with awe. Ha ha ha. No need to be so formal with me. Rimuru chuckled, waving us off casually. Raise your heads, everyone. I technically invited you all, but I guess the message never made it to you. He continued. We all exhaled in relief, grateful for his easygoing nature. The crystal ball you sent was likely stolen by a third party on its way to us, Rimuru-san. I explained, and he nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Don't worry. One of my subordinates is already looking into it. He said, his tone reassuring. Just then, a distortion in space appeared beside Rimuru, and we all tensed instinctively. The distortion vanished almost immediately, and a beautiful woman with long white hair styled in twin tails stepped out. Her aura exuded an air of serenity and grace as she landed gracefully on the ground. Era, your guests have arrived earlier than expected, Rimuru-kun. The woman said softly. Ah, yes. Welcome back, Velzard. He replied happily. The Velzard-sama. We all exclaimed in unison, dropping to our knees instinctively, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the woman who had just appeared before us. Hello, visitors. Welcome to Tempest. I hope you all have a pleasant stay here. She greeted us with a light and graceful bow. Oi, Velz-chan. That's supposed to be my line. Rimuru said dryly. But you didn't, Rimuru-kun. As the de facto second-in-command and your supervisor, I had to greet your guests. She teased playfully, and Rimuru sighed in response. I couldn't help but observe the two's interactions. From what we had gathered from the recordings, Velzard was Rimuru's supervisor, but their relationship clearly went beyond simple formalities. Most people would kneel before the mightiest of the true dragons alive. Velzard's status alone commanded that much respect. Yet here was Rimuru, as casual as possible, joking with her and even using nicknames. The sight was utterly surreal. Could they possibly be involved in a romantic relationship? If that were true, then the world would turn upside down. I shook the thought from my head, focusing back on the matter at hand. Standing up, I joined the other saints, still processing the reality of the situation. Anyway, if you're wondering why I requested you to come here, it's to have a peace talk. But seeing as you all came here of your own accord, you must have your reasons, correct? Rimuru asked calmly. His statement about the peace talk caught us off guard. Luminous had been right about Rimuru's pacifism. Indeed. Truthfully, I came here to apologize to you, Rimuru-san. After reflecting on my actions during your visit to Ingracia, I realized I was acting rashly. I am not seeking your forgiveness, only offering my sincerest apology. I'm sorry, Rimuru-san. I said, bowing deeply in respect. My comrades kept their mouths shut, and Rimuru looked at me with a surprised expression. For a moment, the world fell silent. The lack of sound was nearly suffocating, but I held on. Eventually, Rimuru began. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Your actions and the results that followed really did tick me off. Just thinking about it brings back some awful memories. He admitted, his tone laced with a bit of malice. The others gulped in response, but we all stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. However, if it weren't for that happening, I doubt I would have evolved and become a demon lord. In a roundabout way, you ended up helping me. Ha ha ha. His demeanor shifted quickly, his previous irritation giving way to lightheartedness. We were still tense, waiting for what he would say next. I'm also not one to hold grudges. You probably already know, but I was once human, too. It might go against your expectations, but I forgive you. He said brightly, smiling at me. A collective sigh of relief escaped our lips. But then, Rimuru raised his hand, halting our relief mid-sigh. But I will only forgive you if you fulfill one favor. He said, his playful smirk returning. My comrades looked at me nervously, but I nodded in confirmation. They were terrified at what might come next. I would be happy to oblige, Rimuru-san. I said humbly, and Rimuru's grin widened at my response. Then I'd like to challenge you to a duel. One-on-one. He declared boldly, and we all stared at him, shocked. A duel. His request left us speechless. Don't worry, it won't be a battle to the death. But I'd like it if we both gave it our all. I've been eager to rematch you since we first fought under those totally unfair conditions. Humph. Rimuru explained with a pout, clearly still hung up on the magic barrier that had interfered during our first fight. Fufufu Rimuru-kun is a sore loser. Velzard teased him, clearly enjoying the moment. Shut up. Rimuru snapped back, but Velzard only giggled in response. Ha. In all honesty, if we faced off today, the roles would definitely reverse. I'd be the one at a major disadvantage. I said half-jokingly, still trying to lighten the mood. I wouldn't be so sure. Rimuru replied, his gaze sharpening. Judging from your strength, you're on par with one of my strongest subordinates. I believe you've met Benimaru-kun already. He surmised. We nodded in acknowledgement. Even at a glance, I could see that Benimaru's strength was no joke. If it's a duel you want, I'll gladly give you one. But please hold back. I might not make it out alive. I joked dryly. Yash. Then it's settled. Let's do it now. After that, we'll give you guys a tour around Tempest. Rimuru exclaimed excitedly. Wait, what? I asked, taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves outside the city. It was as if we had been teleported instantly. My allies were left disoriented, some falling to the ground. We stood in a large, open area far away from the civilian population. Let me know when you're ready. Rimuru called out cheerfully. Geez. You could have given us a warning, you know. I replied, scratching my head in exasperation. Rimuru only smiled in response, his casual demeanor masking the underlying intensity of the situation. There was no going back now. Unsheathing my rapier, Moonlight, I equipped my holy armaments and assumed a fighting stance. I decided to go all out from the start, as there would be no room for hesitation in this duel. My opponent was leagues beyond me in strength, and I couldn't afford to cut corners. With the power of a complete saint temporarily coursing through me, I focused my senses, sharpening every fiber of my being. Velzard teleported herself and my comrades around 100 meters away, leaving us alone on the battlefield. With a snap of her fingers, a barrier composed of innumerable tiny ice crystals sprang up around me and Rimuru. The atmosphere shifted as the temperature dropped. Just one look at the barrier told me everything I needed to know. This barrier was nigh impenetrable, showcasing the unyielding power of a true dragon. Rimuru, however, remained unmoved. He stood idle, watching me, waiting. The air thickened with tension as I steeled my resolve, preparing for what I knew would be an uphill battle. Taking a deep breath, I dashed forward, my rapier aimed at his neck with all the speed I could muster. My thrust was swift and precise, yet he hadn't even moved. Clang. The air snapped with a deafening crack as our swords collided with unimaginable force. My blade was mere inches from his neck when he drew his sword and blocked my attack effortlessly in the span of a single heartbeat. The shock of it rattled me to my core. Seeing his devious grin widen, I immediately leaped back, widening the distance between us. What the hell was that? I was elevated to the level of a true demon lord, yet I was still too slow. My blade should have struck him. It should have been a clean hit. But there was no way. He was toying with me, and the realization made my stomach churn. Rimuru, however, did something I didn't expect. Still standing, he sheathed his sword. The brief moment was enough for me to hesitate, and he was directly in front of me in the blink of an eye. My instincts screamed as his fist rocketed toward me at a speed I couldn't process in time. I only had a split second to react. In a desperate attempt to mitigate the attack, I raised Moonlight to block his punch. The impact sent me flying backward, crashing through the air and skidding across the ground for several dozen meters. My arms felt like they had shattered, the force of his strike more than enough to break bones if I weren't so hardened by my evolution and years of experience. He really just punched a legend-grade weapon like it was nothing. What a monster. At this point, this wasn't a duel anymore. This was him having fun, and I was nothing more than his plaything. Regaining my footing, I focused, activating my unique skills, Usurper, and Mathematician, in tandem. I poured my will into analyzing his skills and immediately initiated Seize. Yes, he was stronger, but if I could forcibly take control of his abilities, there was a chance. Then came the crushing reality. Blocked. My heart sank. The same way Luminous Valentine had blocked Usurper, Rimuru had done the same, and I was sure his power far surpassed hers. His growth was unreal. In just 2 short years, he had gone from a mere slime to something that made even a true demon lord look like a child. He chuckled lightly, his voice relaxed and casual. Heh. I see what you tried to do there, Hinata-san. That's quite an impressive skill you've got. Unfortunately for you, I have a similar skill but much more terrifying. He said, his tone calm and almost sympathetic. I didn't even feel surprised anymore. Of course, he does. Of course, he has something even more frightening. Despite everything, I lunged at him again, desperate to overwhelm him with a barrage of slashes and thrusts. Every strike I made, he parried without so much as a flinch. It was like fighting a wall of unshakable stone. TCH. Still ineffective, huh? I needed to rethink my strategy. Moving back, I switched tactics, focusing on long-range magic instead. Fueled by holy magic, my spells screamed through the air toward him, but they seemed to dissipate before they even reached his form, like he was untouchable. My breath quickened. This fight was slipping out of my control. He was toying with me, and I had no way to gain the upper hand. I could feel my stamina draining away. Humans have limits. But monsters, especially ones like Rimuru, didn't tire. I could have outlasted him if the gap between our strengths wasn't this massive. But that was no longer an option. I had only one choice now. Gritting my teeth, I took a moment to prepare my trump card. I imbued Moonlight with disintegration and reinforced it with holy magic. My rapier began to glow brightly with a light so intense it seemed to distort the air around it. This was it, my most devastating attack. Melt Slash, my final resort. There would be no second chances. Without warning, I dashed toward him, moving faster than I'd ever moved in my life. My body was propelled by sheer willpower, pushing through every ounce of fatigue. Moonlight turned into a streak of light as I cut through the air, aiming directly for his heart. It was meant to tear apart everything in its path, to melt through his defenses with divine power. But Rimuru remained still, his calm demeanor unwavering. Rimuru's POV. So, she's resorted to using a trump card, eh? It's a solid plan, honestly. That attack of hers looks like it could even damage Veldora, albeit not very much. I stood still, waiting for her to get closer. From my perspective, she was moving painfully slowly. The effects of thought acceleration were kicking in at almost maximum output, and her movements were like slow motion to me. Seal, will I be in danger if that hits me? No. While it will deal damage if it hits, it won't be enough to injure you significantly. So I could literally just stand here and take it with minimal consequences. Yes. That's reassuring. But since I have the opportunity, why not conduct a little experiment? I've been meaning to test how frost magic fares defensively. Velzard has been teaching me how to better control the magnitude of its effects, and her tutelage has been invaluable. Just thinking about it now is making me blush a bit. I'm getting distracted again. It's time to end this. With a grin, I raised my hand, ready to call upon my ability. Cease all motion, Velzard, I ordered. Instantly, my skill activated, and everything around me slowed to a crawl. Hinata's momentum vanished as if it were sucked into nothingness. The power of cease motion, an application of the decelerative nature of Lord of Frost, Velzard, washed over her. Before it could even make contact with anything, her sword shattered into pieces as if it had tried to pierce an invisible, indestructible wall. Hinata's face twisted in shock, and I saw the desperation in her eyes for a fleeting moment. Thankfully, she remained unharmed since I focused solely on neutralizing her sword's explosive momentum and energy. Now completely still, Hinata slowly sank to her knees, defeated. The fight was over. It is my loss, Rimuru-san. You are truly a monster. I went all out from the start yet couldn't even land a hit. She admitted, her voice full of both awe and resignation. You fought extremely well regardless. And if had landed, it would have actually damaged me. I simply activated an experimental defensive technique. It turned out quite well. I replied casually. She looked at me wide-eyed, still trying to process what had happened. How do you know the name of the attack? She asked, her voice laced with surprise. He. I may or may not have analyzed it before I dispelled it. I said vaguely, grinning all the while. You analyzed it? Ha. You're really terrifying, you know that. She said, her tone laced with a nervous chuckle. I couldn't help but laugh along with her, amused by her reaction. I extended a hand to help her up, and she took it gratefully after a moment. With our sparring session over, Velzard's barrier faded, allowing the spectators to approach us. I could see Hinata's group, some breathing sighs of relief, others visibly shaken. I didn't blame them, though. I would probably be the same if I saw my leader being so effortlessly toyed with. The group closed in on us, and Velzard was the first to speak. Her tone was full of genuine praise. Spectacular performance, Rimuru-kun. You've become quite adept at using my magic. That move you showed off earlier is almost as good as my snow crystal. She praised, her voice filled with delight. I chuckled awkwardly and scratched the back of my head. I could feel the weight of her words, but I wouldn't let it go to my head. Surely you're kidding, Velzard. That barrier is ridiculous, and not even Veldora can get through it. I replied humbly. But you are bound to get stronger, Rimuru-kun. She added earnestly, her gaze full of expectation. The mood shifted slightly when Fritz spoke up, his voice nervous but impressed. Man, that was terrifying. You really are the real deal, Rimuru-san. He said. His group nodded in agreement, though there was a hint of wariness in their eyes. I could sense the tension. They were in awe but also realized how far beyond them I was. Oh, right. Hinata, here you go. Sorry about your rapier earlier. I said, suddenly remembering the weapon she had lost. Manifesting a perfect replica of her rapier, I handed it over to her. The others, except for Velzard, stared in wide-eyed shock. Did you recreate my rapier? Just like that? She asked, disbelief evident in her voice as she took the weapon from me. I simply nodded and shrugged as though it were nothing. How? Her companions gasped in unison. Nothing escapes my analysis around here. I declared proudly, flashing a wide grin. Terrifying. They muttered, their voices hollow with amazement. I laughed at their reaction before continuing. Since you're all here, how about we tour you guys around Tempest? You can see the sights and relax after our little spar. I suggested. They seemed to brighten at the offer, their curiosity piqued. A tour sounded far less stressful than a battle with me. With a thought, I activated spatial transfer and teleported us back to Tempest's Central Plaza. The transition was seamless, but some were still a little dazed, likely not used to the rapid changes in space. Welcome to Tempest. I greeted, my grin widening as I looked around at the new faces, still processing the scale of what had just happened. Seeing our business had concluded, Velzard excused herself with a gentle smile. After a quick wave, she vanished from thin air, teleporting back to our home. Her departure left a quiet sense of finality to our meeting. The evening had settled in, and the sun was beginning to dip below the skyline, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. It was the perfect time for a tour of Tempest, especially with the city's vibrant nightlife just beginning to stir. The food here is amazing, she remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. I had no idea Tempest had such hidden gems. She added, and I nodded, feeling a deep sense of pride. Tempest has flourished in ways I never imagined. I'm glad you enjoyed it, I replied. I led them through the bustling streets, showcasing the rapidly expanding city. The sights and sounds were mesmerizing. Shops lined the streets, some offering rare goods, others more mundane but equally crucial for daily life. Hinata and her companions marveled at everything, their expressions shifting between awe and disbelief. To them, Tempest's progress seemed almost unreal. But to me, it was a testament to the hard work of the people I had brought together. By the time the sun had fully set, the city had transformed into a wonderland of lights and colors. Fluorescent city lights bathed the streets in a soft glow while various food and craft stalls sprang to life. The air was thick with the warm scent of cooked food and the distant sounds of music and laughter. It was the perfect environment to unwind, and Hinata's group was visibly taken aback by how beautiful the city was at night. "This place is incredible," Fritz murmured, his tone filled with admiration. "I've never seen anything like it," he added. I could see the excitement in their eyes, a mix of wonder and curiosity as they took in the sights. Their minds were struggling to process Tempest's rapid advancement in such a short time. They were still getting used to the idea of the city. As the night wore on, I offered them the option of staying at one of the city's finest inns. The suggestion was met with hesitation at first. But as the night grew deeper and the fatigue of travel and battle settled in, they gratefully accepted. Tempest was a place of comfort but also a place that demanded respect, and I could see that they had begun to realize that. Once we arrived at the inn, I led them inside, but before they could settle into their rooms, I found a quiet moment to speak with Hinata about my real favor. I caught her just before she entered her room, gently pulling her aside with a nod toward the lobby. "Could we speak for a moment?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. She followed me without question, her curiosity piqued. We sat in the inn's cozy lobby, the faint light from the fireplace flickering softly. The scent of herbal tea filled the air, and with a thought, I summoned 2 cups of tea from my imaginary space and placed them on the coffee table between us. I gestured for her to help herself, and she gratefully took her cup. "What did you want to ask me, Rimuru-san?" Hinata's voice was calm, but I could hear the slight edge of anticipation beneath it. She hadn't expected this private conversation. I took a moment, taking a slow sip from my own cup before setting it down. Then, without hesitation, I met her gaze. "It's about the favor I wanted to ask from you, which isn't actually the fight we had. But before that, I'd like to ask something." I told her, and she nodded, urging me to continue. "Tell me, Hinata-san." I began, my tone steady, though the weight of my following words pressed down on me. "Do you, by any chance, work for Demon Lord Luminous Valentine?" I asked. Hinata's eyes widened, her expression shifting from calm to surprise in an instant. But in the span of a heartbeat, she regained her composure, her gaze sharpening as she considered the question. "I'm assuming she revealed herself at Walpurgis, then," she said, nodding slightly. "Well, not exactly revealed herself, more like she got exposed by another demon lord who blew her cover," I added, recalling Malim's absolute blunder at Walpurgis. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a flash of amusement in Hinata's eyes as though she was trying to suppress a laugh. She quickly masked it, her expression returning to its usual calmness. "Yes, I do work under her," she confirmed. I couldn't help but smile wryly. "Would you mind telling me why you're asking this, Rimuru-san?" she pressed, her voice a little more curious. I paused, collecting my thoughts. "And what does it have to do with your favor?" she added. The moment felt heavier now, the atmosphere more serious. I took a breath and looked her directly in the eyes. "You see," I began slowly. "I want you to tell her I wish to discuss a potential peace treaty between Tempest and Lublius. So, can you deliver my message, Hinata Sakaguchi?" Rimuru's POV. I took a casual sip of tea from my cup, sitting with my legs crossed and my posture relaxed. As I waited for Hinata's response, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Call it a hunch, but I had a gut feeling she was somehow connected to my fellow demon lord, Luminous Valentine. I had no proof, but luckily, my intuition was correct. Hinata, on the other hand, looked genuinely surprised. She seemed to be contemplating something deeply as if my request had taken her off guard. After a brief moment, she finally spoke, her voice slightly strained, as though she was still processing what I'd asked. Sorry for spacing out there. I'm still surprised you knew." She apologized, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "No need to apologize," I said with a nonchalant shrug. "I just had a good hunch." "No big deal," I explained. She seemed to relax at my easygoing response, though there was still a glimmer of unease in her eyes. After a short pause, she gave me a slight nod. "I see. Well, if that's the favor you're asking for, I can send the message directly. When would you like to meet?" she asked, her tone more composed now, though I could tell the matter was still on her mind. "Whenever she's free, I'm not in a rush," I replied with a smile. "Thanks, Hinata-san. I appreciate it." I thanked her. With the matter settled, we both stood up. She gave me a respectful bow before walking off toward her room in the inn, and I headed out. I wasn't in a hurry but decided to warp back home. A moment later, I found myself in the familiar living room of my home. I looked around and immediately spotted Veldora sprawled out on the couch, a manga in hand. Typical. He didn't even notice me enter. Sigh. I decided not to disturb him, heading upstairs instead. As I reached the door to my room, I noticed something unusual. Lying on my bed, on her stomach, was Velzard, seemingly absorbed in a romance manga. Really? What was going on with dragons and reading manga? Had Velzard learned to tease me from these books, or was this just part of her nature? And what in the world was she doing in my room? She instantly noticed me and placed the book aside before gracefully standing up, flashing a warm smile. "Era, good evening, Rimuru." She greeted me, her voice laced with a subtle, teasing undertone. I froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Good evening, Vels-chan. What are you doing in my room?" I asked, my voice betraying a little nervousness. Velzard's smile deepened into something more mischievous. "I just thought I'd check it out. Your room is very comfortable, you know. You wouldn't mind if I slept here, right?" she asked, her tone playfully teasing. What the hell? Did she really just ask me that? In an instant, my face flushed bright red, and Velzard let out a soft giggle, clearly enjoying my reaction. Her teasing had been steadily escalating, but this was on another level entirely. What? I mean. I wouldn't mind. Wait, no. I sputtered, my mind racing to retract my words as I waved my hands frantically. Great. Way to go, me. You're making things way worse. Velzard leaned closer, her expression playfully smug. Era. Which is it, Rimuru? Do you mind, or do you not? She pressed further, and I panicked. What the hell should I say? Why in the world did she want to sleep with me tonight? Okay, deep breath. Maybe it's not that bad. It's just one night, right? Just sleeping. No big deal. Fine, but just this one night. I managed, though my face was still burning up. Velzard's eyes sparkled as she gave me a teasing smile. We shall see, Rimuru. She said smugly. I could only shake my head, feeling utterly helpless as I followed her lead. We dimmed the lights and settled into bed, lying side by side. The room was enveloped in a comfortable silence, and I focused on the steady rhythm of our breathing. Rimuru. Velzard began softly, breaking the silence. This is quite peaceful. She said, her voice soft, and I nodded. Yeah, it really is. I replied. We turned to face each other, both lying on our sides now. The room was dark, but I could still make out her face, her features somehow even more ethereal in the shadows. I couldn't help but admire her beauty, feeling my heart beat a little faster as I stared at her. But when I looked up, I noticed that Velzard, too, seemed a little flushed. Her appearance in the dim light was almost endearing, and her beauty was absolutely captivating. So, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, her grin returning. Would you like it if I slept with you like this every night? She asked, her tone genuine. This woman. Could she be any more bold? I'll think about it. Anyway, we should sleep now. It's getting late. Good night, Vels-chan. I mumbled, my voice as soft as I could make it. Velzard giggled in response, her laughter light and teasing. Good night, Rimuru. She mumbled back. And then, just when I thought I might finally escape this insane situation, she leaned closer and kissed my forehead, a soft, lingering gesture. My entire body went stiff as I tried to process what just happened. My face was probably glowing like a lantern as I buried it into my pillow, too flustered to look up. Velzard's giggles only made it worse, though there was a sweetness in her laughter that melted away some of the awkwardness. As the minutes passed, my heart gradually slowed, and my face stopped burning. Eventually, I managed to drift off to sleep, though the image of Velzard's teasing grin would linger in my mind for a long time. Third-person POV. The sun had risen the next day, casting a golden light over the rolling hills of Tempest. The air was crisp, and the skies were clear. It was a perfect morning to bid farewell. The 10 great saints, their mission completed, were now preparing to depart. Their brief but eventful stay in Tempest had been an eye-opening experience. They had taken the opportunity to explore the vibrant nation, sampling local delicacies and marveling at the variety of goods Tempest offered. It was a far cry from the rigid, monolithic life they were accustomed to back in Lublius. Rimuru, ever the gracious host, had offered to warp them back to their homeland. The saints, with a collective nod, humbly declined. They valued the journey as a way to reflect on their experiences and clear their minds after the tense and surprising revelations they had encountered. After some final pleasantries and goodbyes, the group set off toward Lublius, the winding path ahead of them now stretching out peacefully beneath the golden morning sun. The journey was much quieter than their arrival. The days passed with little incident. For the saints, each step away from Tempest brought them back to the reality of their mission, but it also rekindled the conflicts simmering within them. The decree from the church had been drummed into them for years. It was a simple doctrine, clear and absolute. Humanity and monsters were enemies by nature. But Tempest had upended that notion. The creatures there, led by Rimuru, were not the bloodthirsty beasts their church had taught them to fear. They were intelligent, capable, and, most surprisingly, kind. Each of the saints wrestled with this dissonance in their own way. Some had grown disillusioned with the teachings of their church. In contrast, others held on to their duty, though with increasing difficulty. Their leader, Hinata, however, had already made peace with the truth. As the one who bore the most significant responsibility for their actions, she understood more than most that the church's doctrine was not as absolute as it appeared. After all, she knew the truth about their so-called god, a demon lord playing a much more significant role in shaping the world than they could have imagined. As they journeyed onward, the sacred mountain of Lublius came into view. Their destination was nearing, but Hinata's mind was elsewhere. She could feel the weight of her next task pressing on her. Her steps quickened as they reached the gates of the capital. Without hesitation, she went to the holy church that loomed over the city like a silent sentinel. Her heart beat a little faster as she ascended the steps to the church's massive entrance. Even now, the sight of the sacred ground still held power over her. Inside, it was as majestic as ever, but Hinata was not here for reflection or prayer. She had a task to complete. After a brief exchange with Lewis, who welcomed her back, Hinata made her way deeper into the heart of the church. Past the quiet corridors and ornate chambers, she reached the inner sanctum. The air was thick with a sense of solemnity, but it was here, within the sanctum's cool stone walls, that she would deliver the message Rimuru had asked her to carry. She paused momentarily before pushing open the heavy door, her mind steeling itself for the meeting ahead. Inside, luminous Valentine lay comfortably on a plush couch, her ever-present calmness belying the intensity of her position. The demon lord was a picture of tranquility, her heterochromatic eyes gleaming in the dim light. She looked up as Hinata entered, a small smile tugging at her lips. Luminous POV. The monotony of the church was stifling. Sitting here, waiting, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration. It had been days since Hinata had left to visit Tempest, and while the saints were busy doing their duty, I was left here to endure the silence and the dull routine. The usual distractions had long since lost their charm, and anticipating Hinata's return was the only thing keeping me grounded. When I thought about her, the longing stirred something profound within me. It was a mixture of impatience and desire. I crossed my legs on the couch, letting my hand wander as I daydreamed about her presence. She'd be back soon enough, and I'd make sure she understood how much I missed her. MMHM, I moaned softly as my fingers gently rubbed my sacred area through my dress. Suddenly, the door creaked open, cutting through my thoughts. I let out an exasperated groan. At first, I thought it might be Lewis or Gunther, but a glance told me otherwise. My heart skipped a beat as I saw Hinata step inside, her usual composed demeanor softening as she caught sight of me. She looked stunning, of course. Her casual outfit was a sharp contrast to her usual uniform, the soft fabric of her camisole clinging to her figure and the jeans accentuating the length of her legs. I couldn't help but admire her. My gaze darkened, hunger rising as I stood from the couch, eager to close the distance. Good to see you back, Hinata-chan. I greeted her, my voice low and sultry as I crossed the room. The familiar hum between us vibrated, a tangible current that made the very air sing. I pulled her close, her body fitting against mine as if we were two halves of the same soul. The scent of her skin filled my senses like a potent aphrodisiac. This embrace wasn't gentle. It was a claim, a possessive tightening that spoke volumes. Her breath hitched, a fragile sound against the quiet. I tilted her chin, not with force, but with an undeniable command, my lips ghosting against the delicate skin of her neck. I could feel the frantic hum of her pulse. The urge to taste, to mark her with my teeth, clawed at me. But I restrained myself. These moments, this subtle dance of power and submission, were the heart of our shared world. I missed you. I murmured, the words a low rumble, each syllable a brush against her skin, carrying more weight than their simple meaning implied. When it came, her voice was a fragile whisper. The usual stoicism she wore like armor crumbled in my presence. Luminous-sama. She breathed, her voice a subtle plea, a confession, a surrender. A smirk played on my lips, a predator savoring the chase. It was intoxicating, the way she tried to hide her own needs, the tremor in her voice betraying her. I slid my hand down her back, my fingers tracing the curve of her spine, igniting a fire that pulsed between us. My touch was possessive, yes, but also a promise of something deeper, something exquisitely forbidden. She would understand. You've been away too long, Hinata-chan. I purred, my tone a silken caress. Left to me to my own devices. And we know how that ends, don't we? I let my voice deepen. Her breath caught in her throat, and a silent struggle waged within her, her body pulling back yet yearning to stay. We were bound by an invisible thread woven with power and desire, a complex tapestry of need and submission. My affection had long since twisted into something darker, a heady mix of ownership, longing, and an almost painful need for a response. It was a potent brew, and she knew its effect on both of us. Don't resist, Hinata. I whispered, my fingers dancing along her jawline, the lightest of touches that ignited a wildfire. I know you'll relish this as much as I do. I said. Her lips parted, a silent protest forming, then vanishing as her gaze dropped to the floor. The blush creeping up her neck was a flag of surrender. Each small rebellion was a victory. I could see the battle in her eyes. Duty versus desire, loyalty colliding with raw need. She was my devoted protector but also flesh and blood, susceptible to the same hunger. Come here. I commanded, the words soft yet laced with an authority that left no room for debate. She hesitated momentarily, her body betraying her inner conflict, before she yielded and moved closer with a hesitant grace. She settled beside me, the intensity of her gaze locking with mine. I positioned myself, leaning over her, taking ownership of the space, turning it into a canvas of intimacy and control. There was no need to rush, not with Hinata. She was more than just a tool. She was a mirror reflecting my own desires, a partner in this dance we both craved. Our relationship was twisted, beautiful, dangerous, yet undeniably intoxicating. I leaned in, my lips brushing against her ear, sending shivers of longing down her spine. I've missed you more than words can say. I breathed, the warmth of my breath a subtle torment. Now, let me show you just how much. I said. I slipped my middle and index fingers into her mouth, and her eyes widened, glazed with a mixture of shock and desperate yearning. Yes, that's it. Savor this. I watched, hungry for her response. Then, feeling her surrender, I began unbuttoning her jeans, my hand slipping beneath the fabric of her underwear. The heat radiating from her was palpable. She was already slick, wet with anticipation. My tongue darted out, tracing my lips as I drew back, my gaze fixed on her, a silent, hungry appraisal. Hinata-chan, strip for me. I commanded, my voice a velvet-wrapped fist. El Luminous-sama. She whispered, her cheeks burning a bright red. Come now, Hinata-chan, I'm waiting. My voice softened, becoming seductive. With hesitant movements, she obeyed. Her camisole fell, landing on the floor with a soft whisper, revealing the graceful curve of her breasts. Then the jeans followed, revealing her long, pale legs, bathed in soft light. Standing before me now, she was a half-naked goddess, vulnerable and exquisite, only her bra and underwear protecting her from my gaze. Her eyes fluttered shut, and embarrassment and a strange longing warred within her. Her skin was flushed, and her body was a canvas waiting for my touch. Now then, Hinata-chan. I purred, my voice a low, rumbling invitation as I gestured for her to come closer. She was a study in contrasts, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes but a deeper current of desire pulling her forward. She moved hesitantly, a captivating blend of resistance and surrender, before finally settling beside me. The moment she was in place, I moved, claiming her body, pinning her beneath me with a swiftness that stole her breath. I tugged at the fabric of her bra, the material giving way easily, revealing the pale, delicate curves of her breasts. She flinched, her arm rising to cover her eyes, a futile attempt to hide the flush of shame and desire that colored her skin. Ignoring her futile protests, I lowered my head, my mouth latching onto her nipple, sucking greedily, and igniting a wildfire of sensation. A deep moan ripped from her throat, involuntary, a surrender to the pleasure I was inflicting. On Luminous-sama. MMHNK keep going. She gasped, her voice laced with a raw, undeniable need, her body arching beneath me as if she were a marionette controlled by my touch. Incredible. The way she opened herself to me, her inhibitions crumbling beneath my touch, was intoxicating. I moved from sucking to nibbling, teasing her nipple with my teeth, letting the sharp sensations jolt her senses. My unique skill, lust, was now a potent force, amplifying the pleasure that was already consuming her, sending her spiraling into a whirlwind of ecstasy. Her moans echoed through the empty church, each sound a testament to my power over her, a symphony of surrender that only fueled my desire. I lifted my head, our faces inches apart, our eyes locking in a fierce, hungry gaze. There was a raw, animalistic need reflected in her pupils, a mirroring of the desire that burned within me. I closed the distance, our lips colliding in a kiss of all teeth and tongues, a primal dance of possession. Our moans mingled, a desperate, guttural symphony as we devoured each other's mouths. While our lips remained locked in battle, I slid my hand between her legs, 2 fingers slipping into her slick heat. I began to thrust, mimicking the rhythm of the kiss, the intensity of my touch making her gasp against my mouth. MMHN. MMHN FFUCK. She cried out, the word escaping her lips like a desperate plea, a raw, uninhibited expression of the pleasure I was giving her. She bucked against me, a symphony of tremors rippling through her as she reached her peak. Her love juices slicked my fingers, a fragrant, intoxicating nectar. I withdrew my fingers, bringing them to my lips, savoring every drop of her essence, the taste of a potent aphrodisiac. Hinata watched me, her eyes glazed with a mixture of lust and adoration, her gaze following my every move like a devoted puppy. Then, I took those same fingers and shoved them into her mouth, demanding that she taste herself, giving herself a tang of what she had just felt. She closed her eyes, her tongue wrapping around my fingers, licking and sucking with a fervor that sent shivers down my spine. I could feel my control fraying, my own desires threatening to consume me completely. Yes. That's it, Hinata-chan. Good girl. I praised, my words a lustful whisper. I added my other 2 fingers to her waiting heat, now attacking both her mouths in an intoxicating blend of sensuality. While my left hand was relentlessly thrusting inside her, bringing her closer to the brink once more, she continued to suck and lick my other fingers, her moans muffled by the intimacy. I was reaching my limit, my body vibrating with the need to release. I pulled my fingers from her mouth, moving them down, and began to pleasure myself with my own hand. Our moans blended together, creating an intoxicating chorus that echoed through the vast space. We reached our climax simultaneously, our bodies trembling as we soared together. I emptied myself all over her luscious form, my juices splattering across her breasts, her stomach, and even a little on her face, each drop a testament to the intensity of our union. She gasped, her body shuddering and her breath coming in ragged pants. I withdrew my fingers, licking them clean of her essence, savoring the final taste of her surrender. I rolled off her, the adrenaline slowly ebbing as I sat up, resting against the plush of the couch. Hinata, her body still throbbing, slowly sat up. Her skin was flushed, and her eyes struggled to meet my gaze. I gently cupped her face in my hands, my touch both tender and possessive. What a good girl you are, Hinata-chan. We'll have to do that again soon, okay? I asked cheerfully, my voice smooth as silk. She nodded, a soft, meek surrender in her gaze. Satisfied, I released her, giving her space to recover, to let the memory of what we had just shared settle within her soul. After a moment, I remembered the message she had come to deliver, the reason this encounter had begun. Reclining my head back onto the couch, I broke the silence. Anyway, I believe you wanted to tell me something. You now have my permission to speak. I began, my voice deliberately soft, letting the lingering effects of our earlier encounter hang in the air between us. Hinata paused momentarily, her breath still unsteady, but she composed herself before speaking. Why yes, your fellow demon lord, Rimuru Tempest, are requested to have an audience with you. He wished to discuss a peace treaty between Lublius and his nation. Her words were spoken with a hint of shyness, and I could see the faint flush still coloring her cheeks. It seemed my little indulgence had left its mark on her, and I couldn't help but feel pleased. I hummed, shifting into a thoughtful pose as I considered the offer. A peace treaty with Rimuru, the very thought intrigued me. Despite the Church's decree, which painted monsters as humanity's enemies, the reality of Rimuru's power was undeniable. His victory over Clayman confirmed what I had initially suspected. Beyond that, the fact that he kept the damn storm dragon in check was perhaps the most significant detail. As much as the presence of that lizard in Tempest irked me, knowing that his sister was nearby gave me a sense of reassurance. I had no doubt she'd keep Veldora in line. The exchange of technology, knowledge, and culture between our nations could only be a boon. A treaty with Tempest would benefit Lublius immensely. Sure. When does Rimuru want to meet up? I asked, my voice still casual, though my mind was already running through the possibilities. Hinata hesitated for just a beat, clearly not expecting such a swift response from me, but soon regained her composure. He said he's not in a rush, so whenever you're free is the best time. She answered, her tone still tentative. How considerate of him. All right, then. We'll leave in 3 days. I'd like you to inform Louis since he'll be accompanying us. I said, giving a warm but firm nod. Hinata's face shifted to one of confusion and surprise. I'll be going as well. But. I just visited Tempest recently. It'll be strange to return so soon. She muttered, her discomfort palpable. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips as I watched her flustered reaction. Of course, Hinata-chan. What would I do without my right-hand woman? I teased, cupping her face in my hands, unable to resist the playful affection. Her eyes widened at the sudden contact, and I could feel her pulse quicken. The way she reacted only made me want to tease her further. Fine, Lumina-sama. I'll go with you. She replied, her voice trembling slightly. Good girl. I purred, my hands trailing down her neck. Now come here, you naughty saint. I teased, my tone becoming seductive once more. I leaned in close, my lips grazing her ear, before capturing her lips in a deep kiss. The heat of the moment sparked once again as our tongues danced, and I reveled in how she responded to me, her hesitation long forgotten. The kiss deepened, and for a few minutes, time seemed to blur. The sound of her soft moans only fueled my desire, the air thick with tension and longing. When we finally parted, Hinata was flushed, her lips swollen from the kiss. She was panting, and I could see the remnants of her earlier embarrassment lingering, but there was something else in her eyes now. It was subtle, but the look of longing was unmistakable. El Luminous-sama. She whispered, her voice low and filled with an almost desperate sweetness. I'd like to have more fun with you, I said, my tone playful. But I know you have important things to do. Don't forget to inform Lewis about the meeting when you leave, all right? I told her, my voice softening with each word. Hinata nodded quickly, still blushing, but her words were shy. All right away, Luminous-sama, she affirmed. I snapped my fingers, and the moment was gone. The spell I had cast to clean us both worked instantly, the last traces of our encounter evaporating into nothingness. Hinata quickly gathered her clothes, her movements a little more hurried than usual. My eyes lingered on the curve of her back and the smoothness of her legs as I watched her dress. It was such a shame that it was over so soon. But there would be more opportunities, I was sure of it. As she finished dressing, I gave her a playful smile. Don't take too long, all right? I said. She hesitated but gave me a final, shy smile. I won't, Luminous-sama, she affirmed. With a soft sigh, I watched her leave the room. As the door closed behind her, I allowed myself a moment to bask in the satisfaction of the moment. It wasn't quite enough, but it was certainly enjoyable. Sinking back onto the couch, I closed my eyes, my thoughts drifting to the events ahead. A peace treaty with Rimuru, and more moments like this one with Hinata. The future was looking promising indeed. Rimuru's POV. It had been a week since Hinata and her team had left Tempest, and the day was just beginning to settle into its rhythm. I found myself sifting through a list of proposed projects for the country, trying to decide which ones to approve or deny. Velzard stood beside me, occasionally offering her thoughts or suggestions, making the process smoother. Honestly, Velzard was starting to feel more like my secretary than Cheyenne or Diablo. But then again, Diablo was terrifyingly competent at his job, so much so that Cheyenne seemed to be slipping into the background. As I glanced over the construction proposals, my mind began to wander. A thought suddenly struck me, and an idea blossomed. The Colosseum. I'd visited it during my past life, and the sheer scale and history of the structure had always left an impression. It was a feat of engineering that still stood the test of time. Tempest had already adopted some Roman-inspired aqueducts, so why not take it a step further? The Colosseum could serve many purposes. It could hold tournaments and large gatherings for public speeches and even act as a battleground for training or sparring matches. Velzard. I've got it, I exclaimed, my excitement practically bubbling over. She glanced at me with curiosity, sensing the change in my demeanor. Era, you seem excited. What's going through your mind? She asked, a teasing note to her voice. There's this incredible structure from my previous world I want to rebuild here in Tempest. The Great Colosseum, I said, practically beaming with enthusiasm. She tilted her head, intrigued but clearly confused. Colosseum. I'm afraid I don't know what that is. Could you show me what it looks like? She requested. Sure thing, I replied, grinning as I projected an image of my visit to Rome into her mind. Her eyes widened as she took in the grandeur of the ancient structure. That's incredible. And the scale is massive, she murmured, unable to hide her astonishment. I know, right? I exclaimed. Just imagine what we could do with a structure like that. Tournaments, public announcements to the people, and even a great battleground for sparring practices. I elaborated, my enthusiasm rising with each word. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she grinned. That does sound incredibly exciting. I definitely approve of this project, she said. I couldn't help but grin back at her. Her approval meant a lot, and it was all the confirmation I needed. Yo, Geld-san. I sent a thought communication, feeling a rush of inspiration. Ah, Rimuru-sama. It's good to hear from you. What's on your mind? Came his calm voice. I've got an idea for a new project, but before I go into it, are you busy right now? I asked. Not at all. The progress of the new construction workers has been excellent, especially since Velzard-sama announced her stay here. Her presence seems to have given them the push they needed. Geld replied, his tone light and humorous. Ha ha ha. I guess that's true. Anyway, since you're free, could you come to the capital? Also, bring Kaijin and the other dwarves along. I'd like their input on something, I requested. Understood, Rimuru-sama. We'll be there shortly, he affirmed. Third-person POV. Rimuru gathered his brightest subordinates in engineering and architectural design to discuss his ambitious project of building a massive stadium in Tempest. The structure's scale was awe-inspiring, but the team quickly realized that with only a few ongoing construction projects, they had more than enough workforce to dedicate to this new endeavor. Despite the colossal size of the project, the construction would progress faster than expected. As they worked on the initial blueprints, it became clear that to support such a massive structure, they would need to excavate a substantial portion of the ground to create a solid, artificial foundation. Luckily, Rimuru's ultimate skill, God of the Void, Azathoth, made this task trivial. Carving out vast chunks of earth was as effortless as breathing, and the project's logistical challenges were resolved. The team was ready to begin with the finalization of the blueprint and the groundwork laid out. Construction was set to start soon, bringing Rimuru's vision to life. Meanwhile, Kaijin was surprised when Rimuru offered him a skill. At first, Kaijin humbly declined, but Rimuru insisted, emphasizing that it would only enhance the quality of life in Tempest. Grateful for the gesture, Kaijin reluctantly accepted. The skill bestowed upon him was Engineer, a unique skill created through Rimuru's skill creation from Shub-Niggurath. The skill came with 4 sub-skills. All of Creation. Design Integrity, helps the user analyze a structure to optimize its integrity while maintaining the intended design. Enhanced Calculation, enables the user to perform lightning-fast numerical calculations and perfect recall of mathematical formulas. Thought Acceleration. Although Engineer was a far cry from Great Sage, it was still instrumental in its own right. It lacked the ego of higher-tier skills, focusing instead on design and manual calculations, making it a perfect fit for Kaijin. He was deeply thankful to Rimuru for the gift. With the meeting concluded, Rimuru and Velzard headed home. Since Velzard had stopped sleeping in her own room, it had been converted into a second library tailored to her preferences for manga. Veldora, naturally, was upset about this. To appease him, Rimuru transformed the original library into a manga haven for Veldora, much to his delight. That evening, Rimuru and Velzard relaxed in his room, a tranquil moment for the pair. On a whim, Rimuru decided to read manga with her, an act that made Velzard genuinely happy. They spent the rest of the evening immersed in a romantic comedy series called Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Velzard found the plot captivating, while Rimuru couldn't help but see parallels to his own relationship with her. The series told the story of two people who clearly liked each other but were too proud to confess their feelings. It was hard not to think of the unspoken tension between him and Velzard. By the time they finished the volume, the clock was nearing midnight. With a yawn, they said their goodnight and drifted off to sleep. Luminous, Hinata, and Lewis began their journey to Tempest the following day. Luminous had initially considered teleporting directly to their destination but ultimately decided to travel by carriage instead. Her companions were confused but chose not to question their master's decision. The journey was peaceful, far quieter than they had anticipated. Both Luminous and Lewis were surprised at the pristine condition of the roads and the noticeable lack of aggressive monsters. For Hinata, who had visited Tempest before, none of this was new. However, she was still impressed by how well-maintained everything was. The trip took over a week, and they finally arrived at the entrance to Tempest. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking. The city was vibrant and alive with activity, and its citizens radiated happiness and peace. It was a far cry from the chaos they were accustomed to. Hinata led them to the Capitol building, where Rimuru awaited their arrival. She hoped he would offer them a tour of the city, allowing her to relive her incredible experiences during her previous visit and further immerse herself in Tempest's extraordinary commodities. Luminous POV. I had heard of Tempest's rapid growth, but seeing it with my own eyes was another matter entirely. I knew that Rimuru was a powerful individual and Tempest was an advancing nation, but the scale and quality of life here surpassed anything I could have anticipated. While not yet at the technological level of places like Lublius or Ingracia, Tempest citizens lived in an environment of peace and prosperity that far outstripped both. But what really blew my mind was the monsters. Every single one of them is named. I knew Rimuru was powerful, but this was ridiculous. Hinata also mentioned that she dueled Rimuru during her visit just over a week ago. But calling it a duel felt almost wrong, as it seemed more like he was toying with her. I was initially shocked, but considering Rimuru's status as a true demon lord, her crushing defeat made perfect sense. Hinata even confessed, albeit reluctantly, that she wasn't sure I could win against him in a fair fight. I was slightly offended by that, but I held my tongue. I had witnessed his strength firsthand and knew better than to underestimate him. The move he used to absorb all of Clayman's attacks and then devour Clayman himself. That was undoubtedly the work of an ultimate skill. Just thinking about it made me bitter. Despite my evolution into a true demon lord in the thousands of years I've lived, I still hadn't acquired one. And yet, Rimuru, who'd only been around for 2 years, had already reached the pinnacle of skills. I couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of envy at his rapid ascent. But jealousy aside, I respected him deeply. After all, he was a demon lord. He might have lofty ideals, but unlike many others, he had the power to back them up. Lost in thought, I barely noticed that we had arrived at the capital. The building that greeted us was magnificent and imposing in structure yet elegant and welcoming. A goblina opened the door with a respectful bow, ushering us inside. Lewis and I were struck by its interior design. It was unlike anything we'd seen before. It was grand yet functional, stylish yet practical. The architecture spoke of a nation that was both thriving and thoughtful in its design choices. We found 3 figures waiting for us in the lobby, clearly anticipating our arrival. The center figure, of course, was Rimuru Tempest, my fellow demon lord. To his left was the red-haired Oni Hinata had mentioned. On his right stood a striking woman with long white hair styled in twin tails. We stopped a few meters away, and to my surprise, Hinata bowed deeply. "It's good to meet you again, Rimuru-san, Benimaru-san, and Velzard-sama." She greeted, her voice calm and respectful. I was taken aback, and Lewis, standing beside me, was visibly shocked. "The Velzard-sama." Lewis gasped in surprise and, perhaps, a little horror. The woman beside Rimuru laughed softly, her voice carrying a note of amusement. "That would be me," she said, her tone soft but majestic. Instinctively, Lewis and I both bowed low, acknowledging her presence. "It is an honor to be in your presence, Velzard-sama," we said in unison. Velzard smiled, nodding in approval of our show of respect. That was nerve-wracking. Despite her serene demeanor, Velzard radiated an undeniable aura of majesty and power. I hadn't sensed it at first. To be honest, I thought she might have been just another human. But now, standing before her, I realized how foolish that assumption had been. The way she carried herself, her quiet elegance and the sheer force of her presence were unmistakable. TCH. Rimuru is lucky to have such a beautiful woman by his side. But I knew better than to voice that sentiment aloud. Rimuru, in his typical cheerful manner, broke the tension. "Ha ha ha. Your reputation is really terrifying, Velz-chan. Anyway, how have you been, Hinata-san and Luminous-san? And nice to meet you, new person." Rimuru greeted with a wide grin. "I've been doing all right, Rimuru-san. Thanks for asking." Hinata replied, offering a polite, light bow. Rimuru then turned his attention to Lewis, who had stepped forward. "Pardon me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Louis Valentine, Holy Emperor of Lublius. It's an honor to meet you, Rimuru-san." Lewis said, his tone respectful but firm as he extended a hand for a handshake. "Oh. Nice to meet you, Lewis-san." Rimuru replied, shaking his hand firmly. He then turned his attention to me, smiling warmly. "I'm doing quite well, thanks. Although I was rather surprised, you requested me to be here," I remarked earnestly, a hint of curiosity in my voice. Rimuru chuckled softly at my comment. "Well, I wanted to discuss a potential peace treaty and perhaps even diplomatic ties between our two nations, but this isn't really the place for such talks." He looked around, gesturing to the spacious lobby. "I agree. Let's take our guests to the meeting hall, Rimuru-sama," the Oni suggested. "All right then, everyone, let's go. Luminous-san, it's time to talk business. Bet you guys weren't expecting the first lemon of this FIC to be between Hinata and Luminous, eh? Well, too bad. Mwahaha. And yes, I did say first. Did you think I would write a Rimuru x Velzard FIC and not have a lemon of them in it? Preposterous. It is bound to happen. Anyway, thanks for your continued support and appreciation. It really keeps me going. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. Once we settled into my office, everyone took their places with me behind my desk, Velzard and Benimaru flanking me, while Luminous, Lewis, and Hinata sat before us. Shuna arrived with freshly brewed tea and an assortment of delicate snacks. As we each took a sip, I noticed Luminous and Lewis perk up in delight. "This tea is exceptional, Rimuru-san," Luminous praised, a smile breaking over her usually composed face. Lewis gave a firm nod of agreement. "Indeed, Luminous-sama," he affirmed. "Thanks Shuna for that," I replied proudly, gesturing to her. "She's the best tea brewer in all of Tempest," I informed them. Setting our cups down, we turned to the main topic. Luminous looked up, expression calm but curious. "So, Rimuru-san, you wanted to discuss establishing diplomatic relations with Lublius?" she prompted, tilting her head slightly. "Yes. I believe Tempest and Lublius could benefit greatly from cultural and technological exchanges. What are your thoughts on the matter?" I asked. A grin spread across her face. "Haha. It seems we're on the same wavelength. That was exactly what I hoped to explore when I heard from Hinata," she replied. Her enthusiasm mirrored mine, making me feel we were on the right track. "Great. I responded. There's just one concern lingering on my mind. I paused, and Luminous immediately picked up on it. The Western Church's decree, isn't it? The one labeling monsters as enemies of humanity. She asked, and I nodded. Right. It's complicated. Changing it might stir some trouble. I hesitated, but she dismissed the notion with a wave of her hand. While the decree does complicate things, my word is final within the Western Holy Church. I could easily proclaim that the monsters in Tempest pose no threat. There will be some resistance, but ultimately, the nations will fall in line. She declared. Her confidence was unmistakable, and both Lewis and Hinata nodded in agreement. Relieved, I chuckled, slightly embarrassed. Maybe I was overthinking things. I murmured, my voice soft and low. Fufufu, honestly, you worry too much, Rimuru. Velzard chimed in teasingly, and I shot her a sidelong look. Hey, I don't want to push coexistence on people by force. I'd like it to come naturally. I replied, a bit annoyed, making her smirk. Shaking my head, I returned my focus to Luminous. Since we're on the same page, shall we make it official? I asked. With pleasure. She extended her hand, and I shook it warmly. All right then. I said, taking out a formal-looking scroll from a box under my desk. Let's put this on record. I continued. Clearing my throat, I began. This treaty officially recognizes the diplomatic relations between the Jura Tempest Federation and the Holy Empire of Lublius. This alliance and partnership include peace between the two nations, the ability to engage in economic trade, assistance in times of crisis, and an exchange of technology and culture. This treaty shall remain indefinitely, except for unforeseen circumstances. May peace and prosperity grace both nations. I read aloud, making sure each point was clear. I placed the scroll on the desk for everyone to see. After she reviewed it, Luminous nodded approvingly. We each signed the bottom, formally declaring our alliance. Rolling up the document, I placed it in a box and created a duplicate, handing one to her. It's a pleasure working with you, Luminous-san. I said, extending my hand again. Luminous laughed, her tone light-hearted. Drop the honorifics, Rimuru. We're both demon lords, aren't we? She said, her tone carefree, and I grinned. Fair enough. And you can drop the formalities, too. I told her. With the business concluded, I noticed a glint of excitement in Hinata's eyes. Would you all be interested in a tour around Tempest later? I asked, and Luminous exchanged a quick glance with Lewis and then nodded. That would be lovely. She replied, and Lewis gave a respectful bow. We'd be grateful for it, Rimuru-san. He followed. All right then. I announced, practically bouncing in my seat. We'll start the tour right after I finish a spar with a certain someone. I said, my tone ambiguous yet excited. Everyone's attention snapped to me, curiosity piqued. Era. Who are you planning to spar with, Rimuru? Velzard asked, arching an eyebrow. I grinned, raising a finger in the air with a flare. He. None other than the storm dragon himself, Veldora. I declared with confidence, savoring the collective gasp that followed. Luminous looked as though she might choke on her tea. The storm dragon. You're actually going to spar with him? She yelled, unable to contain her shock. Velzard tilted her head, her gaze shifting to me thoughtfully. Era, so my little brother agreed to spar with you? She asked, and I nodded, practically buzzing with energy. Yep. He didn't hesitate for a second. It's going to be legendary. I exclaimed. Luminous, Hinata, and Lewis stared at me in pure disbelief, jaws hanging. Rimuru. Luminous stammered. I don't doubt your strength. In fact, it pains me to admit that you've surpassed me. But Veldora is a true dragon. Us true demon lords can hardly compare to them unless we're talking about Guy or Malim. She informed me, a slight hint of worry lacing her words. Velzard chuckled softly, amusement flashing in her eyes. Don't underestimate Rimuru, Luminous-san. While he may not be at the power of a true dragon, he's also far beyond your average true demon lord. I think he has a few tricks up his sleeve. She said, her voice reassuring. I see. Hinata murmured, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. If I may, I have a question. She continued, and I nodded, gesturing for her to go on. She swallowed before asking. Between you and the storm dragon, who would win? She asked, her curiosity evident. I couldn't help the sly grin that spread across my face. This was the perfect setup. Looking her dead in the eyes, I replied with mock seriousness. Well, if he got serious, he might give me a bit of trouble. I paused, letting the tension hang. But would you lose? She pressed, and I smirked, leaning back. Nah. I'd win. I declared confidently. With that, I finally got to utter the famous quote. Their stunned silence was priceless. Luminous and Lewis blinked, seemingly lost for words, while Benimaru chuckled with a knowing smirk. Velzard gave my shoulder a gentle pat, a glint of amusement in her gaze. You seem confident, Rimuru-kun. Remember, while Veldora is no match for me, he is still a true dragon. You think you can take him? She questioned, her gaze fixed on me. I chuckled, clenching my fists. Let's just say I've got a solid 60 to 70% chance of winning. And besides, it's not a fight to the death. It's just a friendly spar. You're all welcome to watch if you're curious. I announced, and Benimaru's eyes lit up. Can we really watch, Rimuru-sama? He asked. Of course. Spread the word to the other executives. Velzard will set up a barrier to contain the fight while you all watch safely from outside. I said, cracking my knuckles and barely containing my excitement. I couldn't help but smirk at the curious, slightly worried looks from Luminous and her companions. This is going to be fun. After a quick nod, Benimaru excused himself to inform the others, and once everyone was ready, I teleported us to an open field just outside the city. The breeze was crisp, the sky clear as I stretched my arms, sending Veldora a mental ping through thought communication. Soon, my executives gathered around us. Benimaru, Diablo, Gabaru, Gobta, Geld, Hakuru, Ranga, Cheyenne, Shuna, Sui, and Zijin had arrived, ready to witness the grand spectacle. Luminous, Lewis, and Hinata also took their seats to witness the upcoming clash. Eventually, a dark shadow suddenly spread across the field as my opponent arrived. High above us, Veldora's unmistakable form soared through the sky, his massive wings casting an ominous, powerful silhouette. The ground trembled as he descended in a spiraling dive, landing with a thunderous crash that left a crater behind and sent debris flying. Such a dramatic entrance. Well, it's natural that it came from him. Kohahaha. Behold, the mighty storm dragon. Any who face me shall perish. Veldora's voice echoed like a thunderclap, the sheer volume shaking the air. Velzard casually shielded us from the blast of debris with a flick of her hand, smirking at Veldora's theatrics as the dust settled. I stepped forward, closing the distance between us until I was only a few meters from his towering dragon form. He was magnificent, the scales along his massive body gleaming, his eyes bright with excitement. Glad you could make it, Veldora. I called out, letting a bit of mock bravado slip into my tone. I thought you'd be too scared to show up. I added, my grin growing wider. His maw curved into a grin, sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. Ha! The mighty storm dragon fears no one in a spar. Unless we're talking about my elder sister. His voice trailed off as he quickly glanced at Velzard, who smirked approvingly before refocusing on me. You may be my sworn brother, Rimuru, but don't think for a second I'll go easy on you. He declared. With his last words echoing across the field, a tense silence fell. Everyone around us was transfixed, eyes wide as they prepared to witness a spectacle few would ever see. With excitement sparking through my veins, I called out. Yeah. Give it your best shot, Veldora. Velz-chan, we're ready. I affirmed, and Velzard gave a simple nod, her expression composed but curious. Snapping her fingers, a towering barrier formed around us, stretching across a kilometer and shimmering with a crystalline frost. Snow Crystal was nigh impenetrable, a glistening fortress that locked Veldora and me in, isolating our clash from the rest of the world. Veldora transformed into his human form, his eyes burning with excitement, and we squared off. I hope you're ready for some tough training, Rimuru. He boomed, settling into a low, powerful stance. My grin widened as I matched his energy, taking my own stance. You're the one who should be worried, sworn brother. I'm not holding back anymore. I declared loudly. The air was thick with tension as we stood, our eyes locked, anticipation crackling between us. This time, I would rely on my own strength without Seal's assistance. I wanted to test my limits. Just as I readied myself, Veldora vanished in a burst of speed. Even with my heightened processing speed, I could barely track him as he reappeared before me, his fist surging with dense, dark magicules, tendrils of black lightning twisting around it. Quahaha. Don't zone out in battle, Rimuru. Eat this, Black Flash. He bellowed. His fist came hurtling toward my gut, radiating an intense, destructive aura. I barely managed to brace, deploying multidimensional barrier, just in time. Even so, the force of his punch tore through, sending shockwaves through my body. The black sparks cracked on impact as I was blasted backward, skidding across the ground before regaining my balance. It was a staggering blow. TCH. Using moves from Jujutsu Kaisen, huh? What a weeb. I muttered, grinning to myself. Fine, if that's how he wanted to play, I'd meet him head on. Without missing a beat, Veldora lunged at me again, a fierce kick aimed at my head. I ducked low, channeling storm magic, threw my fist, and countered with my own black flash. My punch connected with his stomach, sending him skyward, though I knew his own magic couldn't truly harm him. Landing, Veldora's expression lit up with a mixture of surprise and glee as he steadied himself. "I see you're well versed in the sacred texts, Rimuru," he said, his voice booming across the battlefield. I smirked, getting into a stance. "You think you're the master? You merely adopted the sacred texts. I was born in it, molded by it. You could never compare your knowledge of manga to mine. Let's see if you can keep up, Veldora," I yelled in defiance. With laughter echoing across the field, Veldora charged, and I met him in a flash. The force of our departure sent tremors through the ground, shockwaves rippling outwards that would have torn through any ordinary defenses. As he manifested a god-grade sword from pure Masayyuki, I drew my blade, Fangs of the Devourer, which recently evolved into a weapon of equal might. Clang! Our blades met with explosive force, unleashing a resounding shockwave that shook the barrier enclosing us. We launched into a rapid exchange of strikes, blades flashing with terrifying speed and precision. Veldora's sheer physical strength outmatched mine, and his Masayyuki reserves were near boundless in comparison, making every strike feel like a tidal wave. But I held my own, moving with refined technique and precision honed through relentless training with Rimuru and Velzard's lessons on energy efficiency. It was the only way I could match his raw power. Realizing the close combat was going nowhere, Veldora leaped back, his hands crackling with dark electricity and roaring flames. "Black lightning! Black flame!" he shouted, sending a flurry of devastating attacks my way. In an instant, I activated Cease Motion, freezing the very energy of his attacks in their path. Pure energy was no match for the skill, dissipating as they came into range. I could feel his frustration rising. "Quahaha! Impressive. But let's see you handle this," he bellowed loudly, his hands forming a strange symbol. A sinking feeling hit me. No fucking way. Domain expansion, world of raging storms. Veldora's voice thundered as his eyes ignited with a blazing blue light. Bolts of lightning arced from his body as the area around us transformed. Dark clouds gathered within the barrier, swirling violently as massive lightning bolts struck the ground. Winds whipped with terrifying fury, howling as they tore through the landscape, battering me back as I struggled to maintain my footing. This was Storm of Destruction, a storm so potent that civilizations could be erased in its wake, crackled around me. Lightning erupted around us, the winds biting and fierce. Holding up my blade, I met Veldora's gaze, my power surging to meet his. "Is that all, Veldora? I thought you were going to push me past my limits," I yelled through the cacophony, readying myself. "Then come at me with all you've got, Rimuru," he roared back. Quick on my feet, I ducked and dodged the onslaught of thunderbolts from Veldora's conjured storm. Each one blazed with enough energy to incinerate lesser beings down to the soul. But his probability manipulation narrowed the gap between us, pulling each strike closer to me with terrifying accuracy. Crack! A thunderbolt finally connected, jolting through my body and igniting my soul with searing electricity. TCH. Seal, how much damage did that do to my soul? Around 5%, Rimuru-sama. The number was chilling. These bolts weren't just flashy attacks. No, they were deadly enough to tear apart my soul, and even I wouldn't survive more than 20 of them. Veldora's sheer pool of Masayyuki meant this storm could rage on for far longer than I could withstand it. I'd be fighting a losing battle if I didn't end it soon. Adjusting Cease Motion, I tightened its range to maximize its effect on incoming threats. Hopefully, this would slow any close calls enough to dodge in time. I took a deep breath and charged forward, launching a volley of Frost Beam in Veldora's direction. Each beam emitted an icy paradox. Its energy was so concentrated that it reached absolute zero, siphoning ambient energy as it cut through the air. Most of the beams narrowly missed as he dodged with his inhuman speed until one finally hit home, tearing his right arm clean off and gouging a chunk out of his side. But no sooner had the beam finished its work than his body began to regenerate, sinew knitting back and muscle reforming as if nothing had happened. "Impressive, Rimuru. You managed to damage me somewhat." Veldora's voice boomed, shaking the air with laughter. His enjoyment only intensified my focus. "Ha ha ha. Quit talking mid-battle, old man." I lunged forward, barely closing the distance before he raised another barrier around himself, just as expected. This was my moment. Activating Shub-Niggurath's skill nullification, I slipped past his barriers and hindered his probability manipulation, giving me a rare opening. With a swift punch aimed at his core, I unleashed Hail Flash. The hit connected, and in an instant, his body froze, coated in a thick frost. I knew it wouldn't hold him long since his nature as a true dragon would shrug it off in less than a second. But a fraction of a second was all I needed. It's time to end this, Veldora. I called out, snapping my fingers as icy chains materialized from the ether, wrapping tightly around his limbs, fusing to the frost with unbreakable strength. This was Verglaw binding, an upgraded version of unlimited imprisonment that I created to allow me to completely immobilize an opponent without the use of time stop. It's much more effective than its predecessor, and only the user can lift the seal in most cases. The trade-off is that the target must be immobilized beforehand. A difficult task when you're dealing with a true dragon. Veldora's momentary stillness allowed the chains to secure, and I had the upper hand for once. Oi. Rimuru. This move is a foul. Are you trying to seal me away like what Kenjaku did to Gojo? He shouted, fury and disbelief coloring his words. Not at all, Veldora-kun. You'll be free in about 1 minute. Just enough time for me to finish what I started. I told him. Leaving him bound, I created distance, preparing the attack seal and I had analyzed over weeks since acquiring God of the Void, Azathoth. Its crowning jewel, imaginary collapse, was perhaps the most feared ability in existence. Just the thought of it unnerved me. Seal could control it, but with her absence from this fight, my grip on it was tenuous at best. Imaginary collapse was more than a simple move. It allowed the user to generate and harness energy beyond reckoning, an energy seal referred to as the essence of true nothingness, or turn null. It was like wielding antimatter, a substance so destructive that even the smallest trace could obliterate a planet in an instant. For this, I'd need utmost precision to avoid accidentally unleashing a world-ending calamity. With a roar of laughter echoing around us, Veldora's voice boomed, filled with triumph and challenge. Quahahaha. Time's almost up, Rimuru. You have 10 seconds left before I give you the beatdown of a lifetime. He bellowed, his excitement brimming. I couldn't help but laugh along with him, letting the thrill of our battle wash over me. Ha 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 ha. I'll be the one laughing in the end, OLD man. I yelled defiantly, matching his volume. With my voice rising above the wind, I raised my right hand, holding my thumb over my middle and index fingers. Veldora's grin faltered as he saw the gesture, a look of horror creeping into his eyes. Wait. Rimuru. What are you doing? He struggled against the frozen chains, his usual bravado replaced with real panic. 9 ropes. Polarized light. Crow and Shomio. The gap between within and without. By the name of Rimuru Tempest, destroy it all, Azathoth. I chanted because sometimes drama really is necessary. The tip of my fingers glowed with a dark purple light, throbbing with pure destructive energy. Imaginary technique, hollow collapse. I uttered. I flicked my fingers, unleashing Turn Null's raw, annihilating force. Darkness swallowed my vision as the destructive energy surged forth, vaporizing everything in its path. The barrier shook under the strain as the ground below disintegrated, rock and air consumed by the endless void. Pain radiated through my body and soul, the sheer magnitude of the energy pushing them to their limits. 6% damage sustained by the body and soul of Rimuru-sama. Seal's voice was my only anchor as the waves of power continued tearing through me. 7%. 9%. 13%. 20%. Finally, the energy of Turn Null dissipated. I hovered above the barren ground, surveying the destruction. A massive crater, nearly 100 meters deep, sprawled inside the barrier. Even the barrier itself bore fractures as if struggling to contain the devastation I'd unleashed. I looked around for Veldora, but his physical form had been obliterated. Only his ego remained, lodged in my soul. Summoning a clone, I activated True Dragon Release Storm, and in an instant, Veldora reappeared, whole and grinning. Quahahaha. You actually managed to defeat me. I'm proud of you, Rimuru. As expected of my sworn brother. His words, filled with admiration, caught me off guard. Then he extended his fist. His honest praise moved me, and I returned his fist bump with a grin. Maybe Veldora really had grown. But then, reality hit as I took in the destruction around me. What have I done? I went too far. I groaned, staring at the smoking crater in dismay. But Veldora only laughed, clapping me hard on the back. Quahaha. No need to worry, Rimuru. Watch this, fertile paradox. He said as he held his hand out to the crater. Immediately, the earth began to reform, filling the vast hole while grass and greenery sprouted over it. In moments, the land looked untouched, as if our battle had left no scar. As we drifted to the ground, Velzard dispelled the barrier, reappearing nearby with the others following close behind. She walked over with a calm, knowing smile that made even Veldora seem a little nervous. Fufufu spectacular battle, you two. I'm proud of your growth, Veldora-kun. She said, her tone soft but filled with genuine pride. Keep it up, and before long, you might even surpass Velgrind-chan, maybe even me. she added, turning to Veldora, who blushed, scratching his head at his sister's praise. Velzard's eyes softened as she looked back at me, her smile warm. Rimuru-kun, you surprise me once again. I don't even have words anymore. You truly are incredible, she said. Before I could react, she leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. EHHH. What the hell? In front of your brother too. I covered my face in embarrassment as Velzard laughed, her amusement ringing out. When I finally lowered my hands, I caught Veldora pointedly looking away, his face nearly as red as mine. Sigh. I somehow felt both empathy and exasperation with him. With a sweetly terrifying smile, Velzard turned to her brother. You saw nothing, right, Veldora-kun? She asked, her tone immediately switching to her cold, terrifying self. He nodded furiously, eyes wide. Why yes. I saw nothing, Velzard-nie. He affirmed loudly, and Velzard nodded in satisfaction. The ground rumbled as the rest of our group arrived. My subordinates looked overjoyed and cheered while luminous companions gazed at the scene in disbelief. Rimuru-sama. Flashback to the start of the fight. Velzard's POV. We stood in anticipation, waiting for the clash between Rimuru and Veldora to begin. I directed an enormous barrier around them to contain the devastation of their impending battle. I don't know why, but I have this nagging feeling that Rimuru has something dangerous up his sleeve that could push this barrier to its limit. I knew he'd put up a good fight against my little brother, but for him to confidently give himself over a 50% chance of winning was surprising. This will be the first time we see Rimuru-sama fighting seriously, Cheyenne announced, practically vibrating with excitement. His other subordinates nodded in agreement, equally eager. And his opponent is none other than Veldora-sama. Benimaru affirmed calmly. Their battle will truly be a spectacle, he added. I glanced over to my left, where Luminous and her subordinates were watching with anticipation. I could sense their apprehension, and it made sense. A clash like this was rare, even for them. After their quick exchange and a long, tense standoff, the battle finally began. In a flash, Veldora closed the gap between them, his fist crackling with storm magic as he aimed a punch at Rimuru. Thanks to Rimuru's barrier, it didn't connect, but the force alone sent him flying back a fair distance. I couldn't help but smile. How will you respond, Rimuru? To be able to tank a direct hit from the storm dragon himself is ridiculous. Luminous murmured, her voice edged with awe and disbelief. Hinata, ever the realist, responded. Rimuru-san must have one hell of a barrier to do that, she surmised. Kufufu. As expected of Rimuru-sama. Diablo chimed in, a spark of pride in his eyes. Veldora didn't waste any time, charging at Rimuru again and attempting to land a kick. Rimuru dodged deftly, countering with a punch of his own, infused with storm magic. The hit connected, sending Veldora briefly airborne, though he was unharmed. You're just full of surprises, Rimuru. It appears Rimuru-sama can use the same magic as Veldora-sama, Sui observed. Ranga's tail thumped proudly. It is only natural for my master, he declared. Luminous' eyes widened after witnessing the display. The fact that he managed to land a direct hit is crazy, she muttered, and I chuckled to myself after. Their battles barely started, and she's already shocked. The fight escalated as they charged at each other at full speed, swords drawn. Their slashes were relentless and precise, each wielding a god-grade weapon, yet not a single hit landed. They were too skilled, too quick to dodge and parry. Slightly frustrated, Veldora finally created some distance between them and began spamming Black Lightning and Black Flame. Lewis shuddered as he witnessed the sparks of lightning. Seeing those lightning and flames brings back terrible memories, he murmured. Luminous gave a wry smile. Though I said not to dwell on it, I must agree. The power of a true dragon is terrifying, she replied. Rimuru activated cease motion, dispelling the energy of the projectiles. He's getting exceptionally skilled at using my abilities, and it won't be long before he'll master time stop as well. Will he pick up my little sister's scorch magic next? That would make 3 of our abilities he could wield. Quahaha. Impressive. But let's see you handle this. Veldora's thunderous voice filled the air as he brought his hands together in a hand sign. Domain expansion, world of raging storms, he bellowed. A dark storm surged within the barrier as lightning rained down, striking the ground in fierce, rapid succession. Rimuru, pinned in a tight spot, was forced to weave through the bolts, narrowly avoiding the worst. Despite his efforts, one finally struck him directly. Luminous' face drained of color. What is that? She asked, her voice laced with concern. That storm is terrifying, Hinata said, her usual calm replaced by anxiety. If it did any damage to Rimuru-san, it must be even more powerful than it looks, she added. If anyone could hurt Rimuru-sama, it's no surprise it would be Veldora-sama. Hakuru observed with a respectful nod. Indeed. Only a true dragon or those on that level could do so. Zijin affirmed, his tone steady. In response to the attack, Rimuru increased the barrier's effect by decreasing its range, slowing the lightning strikes around him until he could dodge safely. As he charged toward Veldora, he retaliated with energy beams at absolute zero. Veldora evaded most but one hit, blowing off his right side. Luminous gasped, her eyes wide with shock. And no way. He actually managed to damage the storm dragon. She exclaimed, unable to hide her disbelief. Hinata's voice held a touch of admiration. It may not be much, but it's still impressive. She added. As expected of Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne puffed up with pride. Benimaru chuckled. He might just pull off a win at this rate. He said half-jokingly. I'm sure Rimuru has more tricks up his sleeve. I chimed in, unable to contain the smile tugging at my lips as I watched them push each other to the edge. Veldora's arm regenerated swiftly, and he looked taken aback, a gleam of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Rimuru to land a solid hit, but if this was the start, I couldn't wait to see where their battle would lead. Closing the gap between them instantly, Rimuru drove his fist, crackling with intense frost energy, deep into Veldora's gut. The shock from the blow halted Veldora in his tracks. It was precisely as Rimuru had planned. With a snap of his fingers, he triggered a new spell that instantly encased Veldora. A murmur of disbelief spread among those watching. Is that the same seal the hero used on the storm dragon 300 years ago? Luminous asked, wide-eyed. Close, but not quite. I replied, allowing a hint of pride to slip into my voice. This is a perfected version of that seal. By adding the effects of frost magic into the unlimited imprisonment, Rimuru has created a bind that almost no creature can break free from. I explained. The revelation had a chilling effect on the crowd, and they looked at me as if expecting more unimaginable feats to unfold. That's insane. Rimuru-san managed to refine the very seal that once imprisoned Veldora-sama. Hinata whispered, her voice a mix of terror and awe. It's only fitting for Rimuru-sama, given his ability to modify and elevate skills as he pleased. Diablo said smugly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Is such a thing even possible? Lewis asked, his disbelief evident in his voice. He may have a skill that can modify or upgrade other skills. But that's just ridiculous. Luminous responded, her voice still shaken. I wouldn't be too surprised Rimuru-san is just an absolute monster. Hinata remarked honestly. Meanwhile, Veldora called absolute foul at being sealed, but Rimuru told him it'd just be for a minute. Fufufu, it's time to see what Rimuru's been up to recently. But what came next was something I hadn't anticipated in the slightest. As Rimuru stepped back, preparing his next move, I saw him concentrate with such focus that dark purple sparks cracked at his fingertips. My heart skipped a beat as a deep, existential dread swept through me. Impossible. No one should be able to wield that power except for Veldora himself. What we were witnessing was the energy of imaginary collapse. It was a skill that generated a form of energy so pure and dangerous that it embodied the essence of absolute nothingness. It was capable of erasing anything it touched. Veldora had cast it to the edge of creation because its destructive nature was too volatile to contain. And now, Rimuru was about to unleash it. That light. Hinata's voice trembled, unable to look away from the pulsing violet glow. It feels wrong. She muttered. What is that light? It looks so ominous. Luminous asked, her voice more tense than before. Something even I fear. I murmured, my words met with expressions of sheer terror. Almost everyone turned to me, their faces as pale as ash. Are you serious, Velzard-sama? Hinata questioned. I nodded grimly. More serious than you could imagine. I replied earnestly. If I may, Velzard-sama. Benimaru interjected, his voice tense with unease. What exactly are we about to witness? He asked. You'll understand soon enough. I forced myself to sound calm, but even I was bracing for the worst. Within his binding, Veldora tried to free himself in desperation, sensing the overwhelming power gathering before him, but his efforts were futile. Rimuru raised his hand, the violet light coalescing to a blinding intensity, and uttered an incantation that reverberated with ominous power. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he unleashed it. The entire space inside the barrier erupted into blinding, chaotic destruction. A column of dark purple light surged upward, swallowing everything within. Its reach was vast, stretching from the ground to the heavens, blotting out the view of the inside. Even the barrier I had erected began to fracture, and I poured more magicules into it, hoping it could hold. Such terrifying power. Hinata's voice quivered as she watched the impossible unfold. What the hell is that? Luminous nearly shrieked, her eyes darting to me, desperate for answers. What you're witnessing is the ultimate form of annihilation. I explained, watching the deadly glow with a mixture of horror and awe. It's called imaginary collapse, and until now, I thought only Veldora and I could control it. But somehow, Rimuru has harnessed it, though he will bear a price. I added. Everyone went silent, struggling to process what they were seeing. What? They gasped in unison, unable to hide their disbelief. So. Rimuru's wielding power reserved for the creator himself. Luminous whispered, visibly shaken. Even Hinata seemed lost for words, eyes transfixed on the pillar of destruction before us. He's truly monstrous. She muttered, unable to hide her anxiety. This is exactly what I'd expect from Rimuru-sama. Diablo said proudly, as though everything he had seen thus far had been a natural progression of events. The cataclysmic light finally began to fade, and as the dust settled, the barrier trembled but held on, barely. Inside, the entire battlefield was reduced to a monstrous crater, with deep fractures slicing through the earth where the ground once stood. Hovering above the ruin, Rimuru appeared bruised and battered, bearing visible damage from his own attack. But Veldora was nowhere to be seen. The force had annihilated his physical form down to the last atom. Is this truly the power you've achieved, Rimuru? You're just full of surprises. And no way. He actually defeated that lizard. Luminous' voice shook with disbelief. To think I once dared to challenge him. Hinata muttered, a shiver of terror running through her. Lewis looked to Luminous with a sense of vindication. Allying with Tempest was, without a doubt, a wise decision, Luminous-sama. He remarked, and she nodded, still too stunned to fully process it. Benimaru's eyes glinted with curiosity. So, does this mean Rimuru-sama is now on par with the true dragons? He questioned, and I shook my head, allowing a smirk to slip through. Not quite. Without imaginary collapse, he'd still struggle against a true dragon. But his potential is unmistakable. I answered honestly. Will Veldora-sama recover from this? Shuna spoke up, her voice laced with concern. There's no need to worry, dear. Rimuru-kun can perfectly restore Veldora-kun with his skill. Right on cue, Rimuru conjured a clone and began his revival technique. Thanks to their shared soul corridor, the process was seamless, a demonstration of his mastery over the unimaginable. Incidentally, Rimuru and I now share a soul corridor as well. A few days ago, I asked him to establish one between us. Perhaps it was a bit petty, but seeing him share that connection with Veldora aroused a hint of jealousy. Now, the three of us were bonded at a level that made us all but invulnerable. Hinata's expression was a blend of awe and disbelief. Just like that. He restored the storm dragon entirely as if nothing happened. She stammered. TCH. I was hoping he'd be gone longer than a minute. Luminous muttered, folding her arms with a huff. Her frustration was evident, and I couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Era. You seem to hold a grudge against my little brother, Luminous-san. I teased lightly, letting my curiosity seep into my tone. Luminous hesitated, catching herself before sighing. Forgive me, Velzard-sama. I bear no ill will toward you or Rimuru, but memories of Veldora ravaging my city long ago remain fresh. It's hard to simply overlook that destruction. She explained, and Lewis nodded, his expression somber with shared memories of the chaos he had unleashed in the past. I chuckled softly, waving a hand dismissively. I understand, truly. But you needn't worry. Rimuru-kun and I will keep him in line. My reassuring smile earned a slight grin from Luminous, and she gave a small, graceful bow. Thank you, Velzard-sama. Having allies like you both brings great peace of mind. She replied sincerely. To undo the damage caused by their battle, Veldora called forth his ability, Fertile Paradox, and a ripple of green energy pulsed outward, restoring the ruined landscape around us. The ground healed, regenerating in lush patches of grass and flowers that sprung up to cover the barren crater. Within moments, there was no sign that a destructive clash had taken place. The two of them touched down as if they had merely been on a friendly stroll. Their earlier intensity had dissipated entirely, and they looked rather nonchalant, though Veldora's smug grin was hard to miss. With the spar concluded, I dispelled the barrier around us and teleported to join them. I approached Veldora first, letting a proud smile break through. Fufufu spectacular battle, you two. I'm proud of your growth, Veldora-kun. I said, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. His face flushed with bashful pride as he tried to shrug it off, though his usual bravado quickly returned. Keep it up, and before long, you might even surpass Velgrang-chan, maybe even me. I told him. Rimuru's slightly exasperated sigh betrayed his amusement, and I turned to him, my expression softening. Rimuru-kun, you surprise me once again. I don't even have words anymore. You truly are incredible. I praised him earnestly. Leaning forward, I pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek, letting the warmth linger. How bold of me. I hardly minded that Veldora was right there. If anything, his reaction was almost as satisfying. Predictably, he immediately looked away, a hint of red staining his cheeks. Rimuru blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard, and for a brief moment, he seemed to forget his usual composure. Thanks, Vels-chan. He stammered, rubbing the back of his neck with a flustered smile. I couldn't help but laugh, watching his rare moment of vulnerability. To think that beneath all that power, he could still be easily caught off guard. Flashback to just after the fight started. Ramirez's POV. Tempest was oddly quiet. Not a single one of Rimuru's executives seemed to be in sight. I wonder what's going on. I muttered to myself, shrugging off the silence with excitement. If no one's around, that means we can set up our little spot without any fuss. Trainee got to work right away, building a tiny, cozy hut, while Beretta crossed her arms, her expression unamused. But just as I was admiring our new setup, a series of loud explosions echoed from a distance, followed by flashes of lightning. Eep! I squeaked, clutching my chest to calm down. The sudden booms made me jump. Luckily, the noises seemed far off, so we carried on as usual, deciding whatever was happening could wait until after our official business here was settled. A few minutes later, our hut was complete, nestled just right between two bushes. I surveyed our tiny domain proudly, hands on my hips. Behold. I am no longer a homeless demon lord. My very own, tiny palace. I announced, laughing victoriously. It wasn't much, but it was mine, and that was enough. Yet the sounds of explosions kept going, getting louder and somehow even fiercer. My curiosity was starting to gnaw at me, and I looked toward the source of the commotion, my antennae twitching with interest. Hey, guys. Let's check out what's going on over there. I said, pointing toward a distant, shimmering barrier crackling with power. I'll go wherever you go, Ramirez-sama. Trainee chirped, ever loyal. Beretta sighed but nodded, clearly resigning himself to whatever madness I might get us into. We zipped across the fields until we reached the barrier, where the sight before us left me absolutely speechless. Inside, Rimuru and Veldora were locked in combat, their figures outlined by flashes of lightning and bursts of energy. My eyes went wide at the scene. Why on earth were Master and Rimuru fighting? But then I took a closer look. They didn't seem to be going all out, and it looked like more of a sparring match. Rimuru had that playful glint in his eyes, and Veldora was grinning as wildly as ever. Realizing this wasn't some deadly battle made it all the more thrilling. Incredible. We get front row seats to this clash of titans. We crept closer, positioning ourselves just outside the barrier to watch. Rimuru held his ground remarkably well, meeting each of Veldora's strikes with impressive skill. Their swords clashed and sparked, the force of each blow reverberating through the air. Not once did either seem to have the upper hand. With a frustrated roar, Veldora suddenly retreated, unleashing a series of lightning bolts and streams of flame at Rimuru. I tensed as the deadly attacks hurtled toward him. But Rimuru simply dispelled them with one of his skills. He really has gotten more powerful. Veldora, not to be outdone, conjured a violent storm within the barrier. Lightning flashed in all directions, some bolts grazing dangerously close to Rimuru. I winced, watching as he dodged most of them but took a hit from one that made him stagger slightly. Ouch. That must have stung a bit. As expected of Veldora-sama. He managed to damage Rimuru-sama. Trainee exclaimed with a hint of pride. Neither of them has shown their full strength yet. Let us keep that in mind. Beretta replied coolly, always the pragmatist. I barely heard them, too engrossed in the fight. Just then, Rimuru shot forward, landing a punch infused with frost energy that momentarily left Veldora frozen in place. Amazing. Freezing a true dragon in place was no small feat. Rimuru snapped his fingers, and shimmering chains appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around Veldora like living vines. I gasped, my mind racing. Wait a second, how is Rimuru using true dragon magic? And not just any true dragon's ability. It was Velzard's frost magic. That kind of power lets him slow things down. That is incredibly broken. Watching him use such extraordinary power, I couldn't help but feel a shiver of awe. I'd seen him in battle before, like against Climax, but seeing him like this was different. Rimuru might be a unique existence in this world, an anomaly with limitless growth. Even among demon lords, he stood apart, an absurdly powerful enigma. He managed to bind Veldora-sama. Trainee said, both shocked and impressed. Naturally. Rimuru-sama is nothing if not resourceful. Beretta added, sounding almost proud. But while they chatted, I stared at something that made my blood run cold. A dark purple light was forming at Rimuru's fingertips, its energy rippling with a menacing power I hadn't seen in eons. My stomach dropped. Oi, oi, oi. Is that what I think it is? My heart raced as memories flooded back. That energy had to be turned null, the energy Veldonava used to create the multiverse. I thought he'd locked it away at the edges of existence where no one could reach it. How in the world was Rimuru using it? Uh-oh. Rimuru's really lost it this time. I blurted out, gripping Trainee's shoulder for reassurance. What is that, Ramirez-sama? Trainee asked, looking anxiously at the gathering light. I can't be sure. Beretta answered cautiously. But it appears to be something with immense destructive potential. She added, and I nodded, my eyes still locked on the ominous light. You have no idea. I muttered, half in awe and half in terror. Rimuru's finger flicked, and the barrier was immediately filled with a blinding, dark purple light stretching into the heavens. For the first time in ages, the light of imaginary collapse had returned to the world, bathing everything in a dark, otherworldly glow. The ground shook violently, and when the light finally dissipated, it revealed a massive crater, a scar on the earth from its terrifying power. Veldora was nowhere to be seen, his form completely obliterated. Veldora-sama! Trainee cried, horrified at the sight. Beretta's expression remained calm, though she acknowledged it with a slow nod. It seems Rimuru-sama emerged victorious. She pointed out. Veldora will be fine. He's a true dragon, after all. Nothing could truly destroy him, and besides, I'm sure Rimuru has a plan up his sleeve. I gave Trainee a reassuring pat, trying to calm her. Almost on cue, Rimuru created a clone and, to my relief, restored Veldora. He even gave him back his original form, the storm dragon we all knew. Veldora immediately got to work, healing the devastated ground with a skill that returned the land to its former beauty. Once they'd landed, they shared a quick word, and the barrier vanished just as a woman with long white hair teleported next to them. Hey! Who's that? I glanced at Trainee and Beretta, each of us exchanging puzzled looks. I still wanted to ask Rimuru if we could stay in Tempest, but with the arrival of this mystery woman, I had even more questions. Gathering my courage, I motioned for the others to follow, and together, we dashed toward Rimuru. His executives reached him first, but we were just a little behind, eager to make our grand entrance. Rimuru's POV. Rimuru-sama. My executives shouted in unison, their voices nearly loud enough to shake the ground. Oi, calm down. I can hear you just fine. I yelled back, raising my hand to wave off their unnecessary enthusiasm. Kufufu. What an incredible performance, Rimuru-sama. Diablo praised, a familiar glint of adoration in his eyes. We are truly honored to witness such a grand spectacle. He added. His words, as always, were dripping with reverence. Thank you, Diablo. I replied, trying to keep a straight face as he looked at me like I'd split the heavens. As expected of Veldora-sama. Benimaru added with a nod. He's one of the few who could push you this far, Rimuru-sama. He said. Beside him, Hakuru crossed his arms, nodding approvingly. Your swordsmanship has greatly improved, Rimuru-sama. He complimented me, and I grinned, genuinely pleased. Thanks, Hakuru-san. Your training's been more effective than I ever expected. I replied, my gratitude lacing my words. Hinata strolled up, raising an eyebrow with an amused smile. You really are a monster, you know that. She joked, and I chuckled in response. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. I answered smugly, and she just sighed and shook her head. Only you would. She muttered. Then Luminous stepped up, folding her arms with a smirk. Fufufu, I must thank you, Rimuru, for utterly beating that lizard. She said, satisfaction clear in her voice. Eh. Veldora yelped, looking affronted. What did I do? He asked, dumbfounded at the mention of his name. Luminous' eyes narrowed, and a dangerous tick mark appeared on her forehead. What did you do? She growled. Did you forget about my city, the one you destroyed? She asked. Oh, rest in peace, Veldora. I'll be sure to send flowers. Luminous, I've reflected, you know. Veldora stammered, scratching the back of his head. Really? I deeply regret it. I was just blowing off some steam. And hey, no one got hurt, right? Quahahaha. He added, and I couldn't help but slap my forehead. This guy cannot read the room at all. Fucking dumbass. You insufferable idiot. Luminous seethed, and she was behind him in a flash. Her arms wrapped around his waist in what looked like an affectionate hug if you ignored how she was draining his magiceules by the second. Ah. Rimuru. Velzard. Help. Veldora yelled in agony, writhing as his energy was siphoned. Velzard and I only exchanged a giggle. This seems like a fitting punishment for you, Veldora-kun. I'd say it's far kinder than my education would be. Velzard replied calmly with a terrifyingly serene smile. Besides, you should earn her forgiveness after that abysmal apology. She said, and I nodded in agreement. A familiar voice suddenly called out as Veldora continued to plead for mercy. Yoo-hoo! Rimuru, long time no see. I turned around to see none other than Ramirez, accompanied by Trainee and Beretta. Oi! What are you doing here? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Can't a fellow demon lord pay a friendly visit? She replied, crossing her arms with a huff. Besides, I couldn't find you guys anywhere, so I thought, what the heck? She cut herself off. Her eyes widened as she finally noticed Velzard and Luminous, who was still happily draining the last of Veldora's magicules as he attempted to squirm free. The Velzard-sama. And Luminous, too. Ramirez stammered, practically vibrating with shock. And what's she doing to Master? She asked, her tone slightly concerned. Velzard smiled at her warmly. Good to see you too, Ramirez-san. And yes, it makes sense I'd be here. After all, I live in Tempest now. She replied proudly. Ramirez's jaw dropped to the floor. You live here? Since when? She asked in disbelief. Since after Walpurgis. Velzard replied, laughing. It's been quite a while, actually. She added. Wait. I want to live here too. Ramirez suddenly exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement. I blinked, trying to process what she just said. You want to live here? I questioned, narrowing my eyes at her. She nodded vigorously, looking a bit sheepish. Well, I want to move the entrance of my labyrinth here in Tempest. I asked you about it before Walpurgis, and you said you'd think about it. She answered, and I suddenly remembered my promise. Trainee clasped her hands together, a hopeful gleam in her eyes. Please, Rimuru-sama. Ramirez-sama needs a place to stay. We'd be eternally grateful for your kindness. She said. I tilted my head, thinking of potential uses for the labyrinth. Is it like the dwelling of the elementals? It could be beneficial, but does it have any special uses? I inquired, and Ramirez perked up at my question, her wings flapping with renewed enthusiasm. Oh, it's way better than that. With my intrinsic skill, small world, I can create an isolated space of any size or shape I want. And get this. Anything I think of becomes real inside it. She explained, and my eyes widened in response. Anything. I pressed, my interest further piqued. Anything. She confirmed proudly, her eyes sparkling. If I have a visual reference, I can create it. She added. Now, that sounds like something we could use. My mind raced with possibilities, and suddenly, an idea hit me. A dungeon. I announced, but Ramirez tilted her head. Dungeon? She asked. Yeah. I'd like a dungeon with multiple floors. I'm thinking of something challenging, a place for adventurers to train, earn rewards, or maybe even get rare items. I explained, barely able to contain my excitement. Hinata's eyes lit up with recognition. Like in those video games? She asked. Exactly. I replied, grinning. It would be the perfect attraction and training ground. So, Ramirez, can you make it? I questioned, and she beamed proudly. I'd need the specifics, but yeah, I can make it work. She affirmed. Perfect. I exclaimed with a grin. Welcome to Tempest, Ramirez. I said, and her face lit up, and she leaped at my hand with glee. Yay. I'm no longer homeless or jobless. I'm totally bragging about this to Dino. She declared joyfully. Hinata raised an eyebrow at me. Do you always accept new people that easily, Rimuru-san? She asked jokingly, and I shrugged. If they're willing to contribute and follow our laws, why not? I answered with a casual shrug. That makes sense. She nodded thoughtfully. Fufufu, it's nice to have you here, Ramirez-san. Velzard greeted her with a warm smile. Ramirez's cheeks practically glowed. This is amazing. Thank you, Rimuru, Velzard-sama. I finally have a place to call home. Thud. A loud noise resounded behind us. Turning around, I saw Veldora sprawled out on the grass, flat on his back, looking utterly defeated. His punishment had evidently come to a close, and Luminous was strolling back with a satisfied smile, dusting off her hands as if she'd just wrapped up a particularly satisfying chore. She didn't go easy on him, huh? Well, he brought it on himself. Ha ha ha. You really took it easy on him, huh, Luminous? I teased, unable to resist a grin. Humph. That overgrown lizard got exactly what he deserved. She smirked, crossing her arms triumphantly. So? I probed. Does that mean you've forgiven him now? I asked, my grin still wide. Fufufu. She chuckled as her eyes glinted with a mischievous edge. I'll think about it, she said. Phew. Women are terrifying sometimes. Luminous eyes swept over the group, pausing as she noticed Ramaris hovering nearby. Oh. Ramaris, what an unexpected sight. Luminous remarked, her usual calm demeanor lifting in surprise. Hey, Luminous. Ramaris waved energetically. I just dropped by to talk with Rimuru, but then, I saw this spar going on, she said as she gestured vaguely at Veldora's limp form. Is he, going to be all right? She asked, and Luminous gave a playful chuckle. Oh, he'll be just fine. This was simply a little retribution. Nothing he didn't have coming, she answered, her voice nonchalant. Ramaris shrank back, nodding quickly. I see, she murmured, not wanting to press the subject further. Feeling the tension finally settle, I clapped my hands together, breaking the mood. All right then, everyone. Let's head back to the city and give our guests the grand tour. I'm sure there's a lot they'll want to see. Rimuru's POV. After my spar with Veldora concluded in my victory, we returned to the city. My executives slipped off to handle their duties while Velzard and I led our guests on a tour. As for Veldora, well, he was still lying on the ground, likely exhausted from Luminous punishment. Rest in peace, sworn brother. May you recover by tomorrow. Even though this wasn't their first visit, we invited Ramaris, Trainee, and Beretta along. Tempest has changed a lot since they last saw it. There were new restaurants, dessert places, and spots I had yet to try myself. Hinata joined us, too, eager to tag along again. We spent the afternoon wandering through the bustling streets, showing them Tempest's newest facilities and shops, which seemed to impress even the more frequent visitors. On a side note, Velzard wrapped her arm around mine throughout the tour and rarely let go. What? Think I'm bragging? That's because I am. Though, honestly, I could feel my face warm up at times, but I managed to keep a straight face. Luminous watched us with an odd, curious expression, though she said nothing. As dusk fell, the city transformed, and Tempest's nightlife came alive. The streets lit up, the crowd buzzed with energy, and the sights even mesmerized those who'd seen it all before. Taking advantage of the moment, Velzard and I led everyone to one of our favorite restaurants. The inviting aroma of the cuisine hit us as soon as we stepped inside, drawing a pleased sigh from Luminous, whose usual composure slipped a little as she eyed the menu. A Goblina waitress noticed us and quickly approached with a cheerful smile. Good evening, Rimuru-sama, Velzard-sama, and everyone. She greeted us warmly. Good evening. Could we get a table for 8, please? I requested. Right this way, Your Majesty. She gave a respectful bow and led us to a large table, where we each sat. Once seated, we started listing off our orders. Ramaris and I tried to talk Beretta into joining us, but she politely declined. With our orders taken, the waitress left, and silence settled briefly over the table until Luminous broke it. I must say, I'm thoroughly impressed by what we saw today, Rimuru, she said with a genuine look of satisfaction, and Lewis nodded in agreement. Yes, this nation is only 2 years old yet has advanced so much. I have no doubt it will continue to thrive, he praised. I'm glad I got to join in and experience it all again. Hinata confessed sheepishly, admitting she was more excited than she'd let on. Ha ha ha. You're always welcome, Hinata. There's plenty more food here to try anytime. I replied with a grin, and she gave a slight nod in thanks. Then, out of nowhere, Ramaris spoke up. But Rimuru, aren't you worried about the angels coming for Tempest? Her tone was a mix of curiosity and concern, which slightly threw me off. Angels? I repeated, tilting my head. Oh yes, I almost forgot about those annoying bugs. Luminous muttered, pressing a hand to her forehead as if the very thought irritated her. Seeing my curious look, she proceeded to explain further. Every half-millennium or so, millions of angels rain down from the heavens to lay waste to overly developed nations. She explained. Eh? Is that why this world's technology hasn't advanced very far? I asked, genuinely surprised, and Luminous nodded. Exactly. You shouldn't worry too much, though. Your nation is likely well prepared to fend off these pests. While a select few angels are powerful, their real threat lies in their numbers, she added. Hinata chimed in with a reassuring nod. Tempest is home to 2 true dragons, a semi-true dragon-level individual, and several high-class magians. I doubt the angels would last long here, she remarked, her tone casual yet confident. Seeing I still looked a bit concerned, Velzard placed a gentle hand on my shoulder, her gaze warm. They're right, Rimuru-kun. Only a handful of angels pose any real threat. I understand your habit of staying cautious and not growing complacent, but I think you should also take pride in your strengths, she told me, her voice gentle yet assertive. Why yeah, you're right, I replied, flustered as her soft smile made me glance away. She's always good at calming my nerves. Yeah, Rimuru. Ramaris chimed in enthusiastically. You even managed to defeat Master. Those angels are nothing next to you. She followed up. Even without imaginary collapse, you could easily handle them with your skill arsenal. Velzard added, giving me a knowing look. I raised an eyebrow. That reminds me, how does she know about that skill? Seal, did you tell Velzard about imaginary collapse? Not at all. Velzard likely learned of it from her elder brother, who was the original wielder of imaginary collapse. I guess that makes sense. So, technically, it's not my secret. I should have talked to her about it earlier. Speaking of Velzard and secrets. Does she know about my recent skills or about you? She's only aware of the 4 ultimate skills you disclosed to her previously, which can be considered outdated now. And she didn't sense you when we set up the soul corridor. I kept my presence in your soul to a minimum. She only sensed a faint ego, which she likely dismissed as the remnants of Raphael. That's good. Not that I don't trust Velzard, I do. I even told her my ultimate skills before. However, with these recent developments, it's better to keep a few things under wraps, at least for now. Eventually, though, I might fill her in, especially since I've been using so much of her magic lately. Besides, I'll need her help if I ever hope to evolve into a true dragon. That thing is truly terrifying, Rimuru. Luminous commented, eyeing me seriously. It destroyed Veldora's material body in a single hit and even managed to crack Velzard-sama's barrier. She added, and everyone at the table murmured in agreement, looking impressed. True, but it isn't something I can use lightly. I said, making sure they understood. You all saw the effect it had on me. I took quite a bit of damage from releasing just a sliver of that energy. I've been training to control it better and sustain less damage, but for now, it's a last resort move. I explained. They all looked intrigued, exchanging glances, and Velzard's expression softened. It's only natural that such a force is difficult to handle. Velzard added gently. Even Veldonava and I struggled to wield it. She continued. Ramaris chimed in, waving her hand around. Yeah. Once Veldonava was done creating everything, he chucked the leftovers of that energy to the edges of the universe. Nowhere else to stash it. She told us. I raised an eyebrow at Velzard. Wait, did you have to share that with everyone? I asked, and she gave a sly smile. Fufufu, it's not really your secret, Rimuru-kun. I've known about Turn Null since my elder brother told me ages ago. Besides, I kept all your other skills under wraps, didn't I? She even blew me a playful air kiss. I sighed, shrugging. Fair point. Not like anyone could actually do anything about it, even if word got out. I muttered, my voice as casual as can be. Luminous leaned in with a grin. Oh my, quite the confidence there, Rimuru. But you're not wrong. I doubt anyone could deal with an attack that powerful. She said. The table conversation shifted naturally as the food arrived, and we all dug in. I had to hand it to this place. The food was flawless, as always. We savored each bite, making room for the desserts we'd ordered, and indulged in the top-tier wine. I noticed Luminous and Velzard lowering their poison resistance just enough to get tipsy without losing their senses. I sulked at being unable to do the same, much to their amusement. After teasing me, Velzard finally taught me how to lower my own resistance. It took a few tries, but soon enough, I was a bit tipsy, too, which brought on even more laughs. The night wore on in lively conversation. Luminous was surprisingly cheeky, possibly due to the wine. She took every chance to tease Hinata, even making playful advances. Lewis and Beretta stayed on the quieter side, seemingly content to observe. At the same time, Ramaris and Trainee hit the drinks a little harder, with Ramaris needing to be carried around by Trainee. Eventually, the night grew late, and the tour ended. The guests were disappointed that we hadn't had time for the hot springs, but I assured them they could return anytime for a proper soak. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luminous returned to Lublius with Hinata and Lewis. Velzard and I were about to head home ourselves when I heard Ramaris' voice. Wait. Rimuru, what about us? Ramaris called, looking expectant with Trainee and Beretta by her side. You three will be living here from now on, but it's a bit late to go over everything. I have an idea. I snapped my fingers, teleporting us all back to my house. Geez. A little warning next time, Rimuru. Ramaris complained, flailing a bit as we landed. I just shrugged. You'll stay in Veldora's room tonight since he doesn't actually use it. I replied casually, watching as Ramaris' eyes went wide. Master's room. She uttered in disbelief. I am not worthy to step foot in Veldora-sama's room. Trainee added, a little flustered. I couldn't help but chuckle at their nervousness. Relax. He practically lives in the library or the living room anyway. I told them, shrugging casually. Right on cue, the library door creaked open, and Veldora shuffled out in his goofy pajamas, holding a manga in one hand and a mug of hot cocoa in the other. Quahaha. It's fine, you three. Rimuru's right. I hardly use my room. You're welcome to it for the night. He declared dramatically, and Velzard smiled softly. Veldora-kun, it's late. Keep it down, please. She requested, her tone polite yet underscored with a cold edge. Veldora's bluster faded as he nodded meekly. Why yes, Velzard nay. He mumbled, plopping onto the couch with his manga. Velzard and I headed upstairs, slipping into our sleeping clothes and settling into bed. I had to admit, I liked the simplicity of what we wore at night. Velzard's oversized white shirt with a slime print was long enough to nearly cover her shorts, and my pajamas were dotted with little slimes. We lay side by side, the moonlight casting a gentle glow around us. Exhausted from the day, I could feel myself drifting as I looked at her. The dim light brought out the depth in her blue eyes, and her white hair gracefully framed her face. Without thinking, I found myself running my fingers through Velzard's hair, savoring the silky texture as it slipped between my fingers. She looked at me, eyes widening slightly in surprise before a soft smile crossed her lips. Do you like my hair, Rimuru-kun? She asked with a playful lilt. Who wouldn't? I murmured, still gently stroking her hair. It's incredibly soft, smooth, and smells nice. I smirked, catching a hint of pink rise to her cheeks. She bit her lip, clearly flustered, then shyly reached out and began running her fingers through my hair in return. Why, your hair is quite nice too, Rimuru-kun. She said softly, her gaze fixed on her hand as she absent-mindedly toyed with my strands. It's really nice, Rimuru-kun. She murmured again, a little dazed, and I chuckled. You're adorable when you get all flustered, Velz-chan. I teased her. Her cheeks flushed a deeper red, and she quickly turned her face away, crossing her arms with a cute little pout. Don't just say that so casually, humph. She shot back. Seeing my chance, I leaned in close and planted a soft kiss on her cheek. She gasped, her eyes widening before quickly burying her face in the pillow, practically radiating heat. Heh. Mission accomplished. While she hid, I gently moved her hair aside and pressed a tender kiss on the nape of her neck, earning a light squirm from her. How cute. Good night, Velz-chan, I whispered. Good night, Rimuru-kun. She replied in a small, muffled voice, still embarrassed. Satisfied with my little victory, I rolled onto my back, giving her space to recover. A few minutes later, I could tell by her even breathing that she'd drifted off to sleep. It looks like my revenge teasing might have worn her out. Lying in the dim light, I thought about this strange, wonderful bond between us. In some ways, it reminded me of those almost couples I'd seen in my past life. They were the kind who acted as close as lovers but never said it outright. Maybe we were the same way, teetering somewhere between friendship and something more. Since she moved to Tempest a month ago, we've grown so close that I've opened up to her about things I'd never thought I'd share with anyone. And she's done the same, sharing pieces of herself she usually kept hidden. She's intimidating at times, sure, especially when her cold nature begins to show, but there's no denying how wonderful it feels to be around her. It might be safe to say I do have feelings for her in one way or another. Sooner or later, I know they'll deepen, and when that time comes, I want to be ready to tell her how I feel. But for now, I should stop overthinking and let myself drift off. Velzard's POV. I blinked awake, morning light spilling through the window as I stretched out, savoring the warmth left over from a beautiful night's sleep. Glancing beside me, I saw Rimuru still fast asleep, his face peaceful and calm. How cute. I couldn't help myself as my fingers lightly stroked his soft hair, mimicking how he'd done the same last night. Last night, oh, last night. Wait. I felt heat flood my face, and my fingers froze mid-stroke. I remember now. Flustered, my hand instinctively touched the back of my neck where he'd kissed me. Did he really do that? I felt a wild blush spreading. UWA. Rimuru. Since when did he start fighting back? Those romance mangas lied. The character getting teased never strikes back. At least not like that. Just remembering it made my heart race all over again. When we first met, teasing him had been pure fun, watching him stumble and blush. But then he'd started retaliating. And the second time. At the hot spring. My cheeks were heating up all over again just thinking about it. He'd completely caught me off guard back then, but I liked it. I'd even hoped he'd go further. If only Veldora hadn't crashed in at the worst possible moment. Stupid little brother. Honestly, if he'd actually tried to stop us, I would have given him a piece of my mind right then and there. With all these memories swirling around, a thought struck me that left me wide-eyed. Do I like Rimuru? Not just as a close friend, but romantically. I felt my cheeks grow even hotter. It's strange. For millennia, I'd never felt anything like this for anyone. I only knew about these kinds of feelings from the romance mangas I'd started reading lately. Something about those stories fascinated me. Maybe deep down, I longed to feel that way, to experience the closeness those characters had. But Rimuru? Somehow, he had stirred those feelings in me. I glanced back at him, the way the morning light framed his serene expression. His ethereal beauty always took me aback. Ignoring the blush on my face, I leaned in close and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. This feeling was so unfamiliar. It thrilled me, but it also scared me. In the stories I'd read, the characters often struggled with the same thing. They were too afraid to reveal their true feelings, fearing rejection. Now, here I was, terrified of the same thing. What if he didn't feel the same way? Yet, with how we acted around each other, it already felt like we were in some unspoken relationship. We just hadn't said it out loud. Did we even need to? But why did the idea of another woman growing close to him trigger this strange feeling inside me? I held his hand, squeezing it gently, almost as if my heart needed reassurance. I'd fallen for him. Truly and deeply. At first, he just intrigued me, this fascinating person with a potential unlike any I'd ever seen. But over time, I grew to love being around him, our closeness building into something I never expected. I felt a warmth rising from within, an uncontainable desire and jealousy at the thought of anyone else holding that place in his heart. Confirmed. Acquiring the unique skill, envy. Success. The voice of the world echoed in my mind. I hadn't heard it in so long. A rush of strength swept over me as the reality sank in. My emotions, the intensity of my feelings, and my need for closeness had granted me a new power. I could feel it, raw and potent, shaping my very soul. I didn't fully understand what it entailed, but its presence was powerful and undeniable. This skill was born of my deepest emotions, and I knew it would be pivotal in the journey ahead. It may even become the key to keeping Rimuru close. A stirring beside me pulled me from my thoughts as Rimuru finally blinked his eyes open, stretching and letting out a soft yawn. Yawn, good morning, Velz-chan. He greeted sleepily, his gaze warm and inviting. Without another thought, I wrapped my arms around him, catching him by surprise. Hey. Velz-chan. He murmured with a little chuckle. What's gotten into you this morning? He stammered briefly, and I smiled, nestling into his warmth. Fufufu, I just wanted a morning hug. I told him. He laughed softly and returned the embrace, holding me gently until we pulled back. Would you like a hug like this every morning? He teased, flashing a playful grin. That would be nice, Rimuru-kun. Good morning, by the way. I replied with a smirk of my own, savoring the closeness. All right then. He said, still smiling. We should get ready. We have that meeting with Rimuru about the labyrinth, right? He asked. Indeed. I said with a light-hearted nod, already feeling more confident and empowered than ever. Third-person POV. The discussion regarding Rimuru's labyrinth unfolded in the cozy living room of Rimuru's house. He had invited several key figures, including Geld and the dwarven artisans, whose expertise would be essential for his ambitious plans. It wasn't long before everyone had arrived, settling in for the meeting. The air buzzed with anticipation as each person knew this project could shift Tempest's future. Rimuru began by explaining his vision in careful detail. The labyrinth entrance. He said, gesturing with enthusiasm. It will be positioned right beside the stadium. I want it to be impossible to miss, a grand structure to catch the eye of adventurers and make them eager to enter. He explained, his voice enthusiastic. Not only will it look impressive, but it'll be even better on the inside. I can resurrect anyone who dies in the labyrinth, so they don't have to worry about real danger. It's perfect for your RPG idea, Rimuru. Rimuru chimed in excitedly. With that reassurance, Rimuru laid out the dungeon's specifications. It would contain 100 floors designed to challenge and enthrall adventurers. The structure would offer escalating difficulty levels, with the topmost floor being a beginner-friendly area and each successive level introducing more dangerous traps and increasingly powerful monsters. To add to the excitement, every 10 floors would present a formidable boss battle, forcing participants to test their skills and strategies. The rewards would match the challenges, as adventurers would find better loot the deeper they ventured. And, at the bottom of it all, an ultimate test awaited. The final floor was guarded by none other than Veldora Tempest, the storm dragon himself. Veldora, grinning with anticipation, looked positively delighted by the prospect of being a dungeon boss. Rimuru then went on to outline the benefits of Veldora's participation. Firstly, Veldora could release his vast Magicules safely within the dungeon, sparing Tempest citizens from the overwhelming effects of his power. This steady release of Masayyuki would also allow the spawning of high-level monsters on the floors just above his lair, giving adventurers a true challenge as they approach the end. As the Masayyuki density thinned on the higher levels, the danger level of monsters would naturally decrease, offering a manageable learning curve. Veldora's presence would also benefit Rimuru, as his Masayyuki could sustain the labyrinth's construction and continuous maintenance. It was a necessary feature for such an ambitious project. Finally, as Rimuru pointed out, Veldora would make an incredible final boss. There was no greater incentive than the chance to face down a legendary storm dragon for those bold or skilled enough to make it to the end. The plan is flawless, Rimuru. Rimuru said, practically bouncing with excitement. Veldora, who had been nodding enthusiastically the entire time, was beside himself with excitement, puffing up his chest in pride. Yes, yes. This is perfect. It's the ultimate role for me, the great Veldora. And to think, I'll finally get the recognition I deserve. He declared. Looks like Weeb Dragon number 1 approves. Rimuru quipped, noting Veldora's endless enthusiasm. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After all, Velzard had recently begun indulging in similar interests, though her fascination with Rimuru's world was much more subdued and almost dignified by comparison. Geld and the dwarves took this chance to report on another project. We've nearly completed the Colosseum. Geld announced, beaming with pride. It'll be finished just in time for the labyrinth's opening. We're ready for whatever big plans you have next, Rimuru-sama. Kaijin followed up. Rimuru nodded, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. There was indeed another plan in the works. It was so expansive it would involve all of Tempest. However, he kept his intentions under wraps, saving the reveal for when all of his top executives were present. With the labyrinth plan finalized and the Colosseum nearly completed, the group wrapped up their impromptu meeting, each person buzzing with newfound purpose. Rimuru led the way to the Capitol building, where more significant matters still awaited their attention. Rimuru's POV. Everything's going swimmingly, and I can barely contain my excitement about getting started on the labyrinth. The new Colosseum was also nearly complete, and both were set to debut around the same time. I can already see these two attractions becoming some of the biggest highlights of Tempest, drawing in adventurers and curious travelers from far and wide. Now, though, I'm in the meeting room with my executives, ready to discuss the next big step for our nation. Velzard stood calmly to my right, lending an air of silent strength, while the others were seated in their usual places around the table. Diablo and Cheyenne were behind me, alert and focused. It's time to bring up the matter I've kept on hold for quite a while. I adjust my seat, clearing my throat to gather everyone's attention. I'm glad to see you're all here. Thank you for coming to this meeting. I begin, scanning the room to gauge their reactions. Everyone nods silently, giving me their full attention. Now, onto our topic of discussion. I continued. And that's my overdue audience with the tribes and nations residing within the Great Jura Forest. I've delayed this for a while, caught up with other priorities, and for that, I apologize. I followed, my voice sincere as I gave a slight bow. Immediately, my subordinates reacted. Don't worry about it, Rimuru-sama. Benimaru replies confidently. There's no need to rush. Only fools would push us to act hastily in matters of diplomacy. He added. The others nod in agreement, some with grins, clearly unfazed by the delay. Indeed, Rimuru-sama. They should be honored you're even considering meeting with these lesser beings. Diablo added in his usual eccentric manner, eyes glinting with mischief. I chuckled at their support. Thanks, everyone. But as for the audience itself, I've decided on something a bit more exciting. I hinted, my voice beaming with excitement. Oh. And what do you have planned, Rimuru-sama? Shuna inquired, curious and attentive. A mischievous smirk crept across my face as I looked around at my eager executives. Heh. I'll get to that soon enough. But first, I'd like you all to meet our newest members of Tempest. I say, gesturing toward Rimuru and her subordinates standing by the doorway. Rimuru stepped forward with an exaggerated flourish, her tiny frame full of confidence. Greetings, everyone. 'Tis I, Rimuru, the Labyrinth Fairy and one of the ancient demon lords. Nice to meet you all again. She puffed out her non-existent chest with a proud smile. My executives exchange wide-eyed glances before they burst into polite applause. It's an honor to have you here, Rimuru-sama. Shuna said, bowing respectfully with a welcoming smile. Thanks. I'll be in your care from now on, everyone. Rimuru replied enthusiastically and was met with warm smiles that made her feel at home. I cleared my throat, shifting back into my role as host. Now, as to why she's here in Tempest. I continued. Rimuru will help facilitate my plan to open an adventurer's dungeon here. We'll set the entrance right next to the Colosseum, and I believe these two projects will become major attractions for visitors. But as for the exact nature of this dungeon, I grinned. I'll explain more about that in due time, I told them. The room buzzed with curiosity and excitement. Everyone leaned in to hear more, and their anticipation was evident. And that brings me to the main reason I called this meeting. I continued, shifting the atmosphere slightly with a purposeful tone. You may wonder how the dungeon, the Colosseum, and our audience with the great Jura Forest tribes fit together. The truth is, I want to launch the grandest festival Tempest has ever seen. This event will celebrate everything our nation offers and provide an incredible spectacle for everyone to enjoy. I explained, and I could see the astonishment on their faces as I laid out my vision. So you're saying? Shuna stammered, her excitement evident. Exactly. I confirmed, unable to contain my grin. Rather than going to each tribe and nation individually, I'll invite them to Tempest for a massive festival. In celebration of my ascension to a demon lord, I've decided to dub it the Founding Festival. I elaborated. The room erupts in cheers and gasps of amazement. A massive festival, you say? Rigard exclaims, practically bouncing with excitement. I nod with a grin. That's right. And I'll also invite several acquaintances and friendly leaders from beyond the forest. This will be a monumental event, so I want Tempest to look its absolute best. I plan to hold it 2 weeks after the completion of the Colosseum and dungeon. In the meantime, I'd like all of you to prepare for this and start informing the citizens. I requested politely, and their response was immediate. Understood. Rimuru-sama. My executives exclaimed in unison, their voices ringing with enthusiasm. Then let's get festive, shall we? Third-person POV. Over the course of a week, Tempest transformed into a city brimming with anticipation. Streets, once quiet, were alive with activity as citizens of all kinds worked to prepare for the upcoming Founding Festival. Colorful decorations were strung along walkways and buildings while markets and food stalls began to pop up, filling the air with enticing aromas and chatter of festival excitement. Meanwhile, the Grand Colosseum rose to completion, its stone walls gleaming in the sunlight as artisans added intricate details to its exterior. The dungeon was finalized shortly after. Its entrance was situated near the Colosseum and was already drawing in curious eyes. Rimuru, overseeing both projects, ensured the finishing touches were completed. With the dungeon fully constructed, his next focus was fine-tuning its challenge. Test runs by adventurers had exposed a steep difficulty curve that, if left unadjusted, might risk driving people away. After careful discussions with Ramirez and other overseers, they smoothed the progression, ensuring each floor presented a balanced mix of challenges and rewards. The dungeon itself was a marvel. Every 10 floors, adventurers encountered a powerful boss guarding access to the next section. To reach the final floors, they must conquer 4 archdragons, each an intimidating force. In the lower depths of the dungeon, environments shifted dramatically. Lush forests gave way to icy tundras, then scorching deserts, creating an otherworldly experience that tested adventurers' resilience and adaptability. Glittering treasures and rare artifacts lay hidden in each area, luring adventurers with promises of fame and fortune as they descended. Melim, intrigued by the dungeon's setup, eagerly joined the preparations by personally subduing the archdragons meant for the penultimate floors. At Rimuru's request, she chose creatures that were fearsome but not impossible, creating a final stretch filled with heart-stopping battles that led directly to Veldora, the final boss of the Labyrinth. To ensure adventurers' safety, Rimuru implemented mechanisms like the Resurrection Bracelet, which would restore a fallen person's life once, and the Return Whistle, allowing weary adventurers to teleport back to the surface to recover. Resting points along every 5 floors offered weary travelers a respite, while carefully curated inns provided a place to exchange stories, gear up, and rejuvenate before pressing on. Meanwhile, word of the Founding Festival spread. Invitations were dispatched across the continent, reaching leaders and chieftains eager to secure their place at Tempest's inaugural event. Many looked forward to meeting Tempest's leader. They seek not only to gain favor and protection but to witness firsthand the power of a demon lord who now commanded the great Jura Forest and whose allies included the storm dragon Veldora and the frost dragon Velzard. Under Rimuru's reign, Tempest was a place of promise, adventure, and a potent reminder of the strength that tempered his kindness. He was a leader whose rule no one dared to challenge. Rimuru's POV. The last several days in Tempest had been a whirlwind. Between finalizing preparations for the Founding Festival and overseeing the dungeon's opening, the city had become a lively, bustling hub. Everywhere I looked, stalls were being assembled, each promising to bring its own flavors and experiences to the festival. To my surprise and slight amusement, even Veldora had thrown himself into the excitement by opening a takoyaki stand. Tempest's vibrant nightlife was about to level up, and I was looking forward to seeing everyone enjoy the results of their hard work. But first, I had to get through my last meeting of the day with the various tribal leaders across the great Jura Forest. Clad in my demon lord attire with a finely crafted crown resting on my head, I sat on my throne overlooking the city center. To my right, Velzard stood elegantly, her presence both dignified and commanding, while Shuna was positioned on my left, calm and composed. I greeted each leader individually, engaging in small talk to put them at ease. While most of these chieftains were respectful, a little tension cropped up between the Gozu and Meza leaders. They exchanged sharp glares, and for a moment, it seemed things might escalate. Fortunately, a subtle release of my aura was all it took to remind them of where they stood. My aura had grown notably stronger, evolving into something called Draconic Demon Haki. After prolonged use of true dragon magic, it had adapted, even incorporating trace elements of Turn Null, making it exceptionally dangerous. Though not as formidable as Dragon Spirit Haki, it carried a similar lethal edge, capable of tearing through matter if released with enough force. The thought of this power intrigued me. Perhaps when I fully evolve into a true dragon, my element might encompass the endless void itself. The title, Abyss Dragon, Rimuru Tempest, had a nice ring to it. Seal, would it be possible to create a skill reflecting my true dragon status, similar to the Veldora or Velzard ultimate skills? Yes. Upon completing your evolution, I could create the ultimate skill, Lord of the Abyss, Rimuru. You could even bestow the skill upon Veldora or Velzard. It would allow them to restore you perfectly, summon you, and wield Abyss Magic, a skill similar to Imaginary Collapse. That's perfect. But how can you predict all this despite me not being a true dragon yet? All necessary information is accessible through calculated projection. The final component is simply the restructuring of your constitution to match that of a true dragon. I chuckled inwardly, grateful for Seal's thoroughness. This skill could be incredibly useful, especially as an insurance policy. I considered who might be the better candidate to whom to entrust it. Velzard was clearly the stronger of the two, and I could count on her to wield it responsibly. But then again, Veldora would likely throw a fit if he found out I'd given Velzard an exclusive skill. If I modify his ultimate skill with additional sub-skills, that may satisfy him without putting world-ending power in his hands just for a manga binge. Returning to the present, I refocused on the next leader in line. It was the chieftain of the lizardmen, Abiru. The sight of him brought a sense of nostalgia. It wasn't long ago that I was just a demon lord seed meeting his tribe for the first time. Things have changed since then. Not only had I ascended to a demon lord, but I now possessed a true dragon egg as well. Abiru approached, kneeling respectfully before me. I gave him a nod of approval. It is an honor to be in your presence, Rimuru-sama. He greeted, his tone as formal as ever. Good to see you, Abiru-san. I replied warmly. How's everything been on your end? I asked. He offered a soft smile, and his eyes held a hint of pride as he answered. We're doing just great, Rimuru-sama, he said, and I nodded in satisfaction. If I may ask, how has my son, Gabble, been doing? I trust he hasn't been lazing about. He questioned, eliciting a chuckle from me. Ha ha ha. Not at all. Gabberu's been hard at work in our research department and has become a formidable combatant. He's been a valuable asset to Tempest. I assured him, and Abiru nodded, visibly pleased. It's good to hear that. He seems to have matured well. Thank you for guiding him, Rimuru-sama. He replied, his gratitude evident in his voice. Gabberu has earned it with his own effort. I'm sure he's made you proud. I told him. I inclined my head in appreciation as Abiru rose, bowing deeply before he spread his wings and took off back to his domain. After watching him depart, I glanced to my right, only to find Velzard immersed in a manga. She held it delicately but was fully absorbed, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Sigh. So much for my elegant and poised companion. Standing on my left, Shuna gave me a knowing smile, amused by Velzard's quiet moment of indulgence. I turned to her. Was Abiru the last visitor for today? I asked, and she nodded. Yes, Rimuru-sama. Shuna replied with her characteristic softness. Good work, everyone. I think that wraps it up for today. I announced, a sense of relief washing over me as I stretched slightly in my seat. Shuna gave a graceful bow. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. If you'll excuse me. With a final nod, she departed, leaving me to enjoy a few precious moments of peace. Era. You seem quite tired, Rimuru-kun. Would you like to get dinner before we go home? Velzard asked, her tone light but a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. I stretched and sighed, finally stepping down from my throne. I'd like that, actually. Today's been a bit much. I replied, my mental exhaustion breaking through my words. Velzard chuckled, her teasing smile widening as she watched me. Fufufu, look at you, Rimuru-kun. Quite the picture of a powerful yet benevolent demon lord. She teased, and I rolled my eyes. Hey, if I don't keep up appearances, people might underestimate me for being too nice. I mean, come on, I'm not a delicate maiden here. I shot back, clearly a bit frustrated. Velzard's laugh was warm and genuine. Then, with a sudden shift, she leaned closer, reaching out to gently hold my chin. But you are beautiful, you know. She said in a voice so low and silky that it caught me off guard. I felt the heat rising in my cheeks. Wie Velzchan. What are you saying all of a sudden? I stammered. She just grinned, her gaze steady as she leaned in even closer, her lips curving into a smirk. But, she said, pulling back with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Let's save the fun for later. We have dinner to look forward to, don't we? She held her hand out to me. Ugh, you can't just do that, you know. I muttered, regaining my composure as I took her hand. A light giggle was her only response, her tone conveying satisfaction. With our business done, we headed off through the bustling city streets. The night had come alive in Tempest, with the lively crowds, the vibrant lights, and the new food stalls adding a fresh charm. As we approached the restaurant, I noticed a familiar figure at one of the stalls. Veldora stood proudly behind a takoyaki stand, and a surprising number of people had gathered to try his food. Yo, Veldora. I called out. Didn't expect to find you running a food stand. I remarked. Seeing you taking up a trade is quite a sight. Velzard added with a chuckle. Veldora threw back his head, letting out a booming laugh. Quahaha. Good evening, Rimuru, Velzard nay. Yes, the Storm Dragon's legendary takoyaki is the talk of the town. Just look at this line. He declared proudly. A smirk tugged at my cheeks as I glanced at the long line. Not bad. You seem to have a knack for this, after all. I praised him. Would you two like to try a sample? He handed us each a stick with a piece of takoyaki, looking rather pleased with himself. Velzard and I exchanged glances and accepted the offering. As soon as I took a bite, I felt a spark of surprise. The flavor was rich and balanced, the texture soft yet savory. He'd actually pulled it off. I'd half expected something on Cheyenne's level, but this was leagues beyond. My. This is actually delicious, Veldora-kun. Velzard said with a genuine nod of approval. Veldora's face reddened slightly, though he tried to keep his usual confident air. Is that so? Well, I shall accept such praise from you, Velzard nay. He said. After finishing our samples and a bit more light-hearted banter, we waved goodbye to Veldora and continued toward our restaurant. Before long, we arrived and were led to our usual table by a polite Goblina waitress who welcomed us warmly, clearly accustomed to our frequent visits. Once we placed our orders, Velzard and I settled in, and she brought up the day's audiences. There were quite a lot of leaders today, weren't there? More than I anticipated. She began, and I nodded. I know. It's surprising to realize how many civilizations have taken root here. The Great Jura Forest is vast, and there's still so much I've yet to discover. I replied. Velzard smiled, and we settled into an easy, comfortable silence. We both enjoyed the bustling atmosphere and the quiet sense of accomplishment that came with the day's work. As large as your territory is, it's going to be a headache trying to micromanage everything. Velzard joked lightly, raising an eyebrow at me. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. Yeah. I can already feel the incoming headaches. I muttered, and she laughed softly. But quickly, her tone grew more serious as she continued. However, isn't the biggest issue still the Western nations? Even if Luminous abolished that old decree about monsters being enemies of humanity, I doubt they'll embrace Tempest so easily. She added, and I gave a slight shrug. True, but the Western nations aren't likely to do anything drastic anytime soon unless they're feeling particularly reckless. I replied dismissively. Velzard's eyes gleamed with interest. That's a confident stance from you, Rimuru-kun. You weren't so bold about that before. She commented, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I suppose I've become a bit more prideful. I've learned enough to know when to worry, and I know that most humans don't pose a true threat to us. I answered earnestly. Her smile widened, clearly pleased. That's good. Cautious but confident. Benevolent, yet commanding. I like that balance in you. She said, and I grinned back, feeling a little warmth at her words. Anyway, as for the Western nations, I might have to assign someone to represent Tempest in their council, sort of an ambassador. I announced, my chin resting on my hand. Velzard's expression turned curious. Why would you need an ambassador? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I leaned back, mulling it over. I doubt I can just stroll into human territory as a demon lord without raising alarms. If we're aiming for coexistence, it needs to be handled delicately. I explained. Interesting idea. So, who's suited for this diplomatic role? She asked, intrigued. Well, Diablo would be the obvious choice, but he's already swamped with work. Besides, we need someone powerful enough to command respect yet diplomatic enough not to resort to, Diablo's version of problem solving. I told her, unable to contain a slight chuckle. Velzard tapped her chin thoughtfully. After a moment, her gaze sharpened as if an idea had just struck her. Actually, I might have a suggestion for someone who would be perfect, she said, breaking the thoughtful silence. I blinked, sitting up. Really? Do you know them personally? I inquired. Not directly. But we know someone who does. She let her words linger just enough to keep me in suspense. Well. Who is it? I asked, a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Blanc, the white primordial. She replied casually. I believe Diablo-san knows her, so you'll have to ask him for more details. She added. Eh? Another primordial. My surprise was immediate. Having one primordial as a subordinate is wild enough. 2. That's probably overkill, even for me, I remarked, and Velzard laughed a rich, melodic sound. Fufufu indeed. But, really, since when have you been normal, Rimuru? Hearing her remark, I clutched my chest dramatically. Gah. You wound me, Velz-chan, I said, but she only rolled her eyes playfully. You've got 2 true dragons on your side and a named primordial as your subordinate. You're as abnormal as they come, she teased. Fine, fine, I said, waving her off. When our food arrived, we dove right in, savoring each bite while the city's festive energy buzzed in the background. Between bites, we bantered about our next hot spring visit, though Velzard was quick to veto the idea. We both knew if Veldora caught wind of how often we went together, he'd never let us live it down. I could already picture his dramatic reaction and the endless teasing. He must never find out. We wrapped up our meal and paid before heading out into the night. The city felt more alive than ever, with lights and stalls stretching along the streets and people busily setting up decorations and preparing for the festivities. It was different from the usual calmness at this hour, and I found the vibrant atmosphere a refreshing change. As Velzard and I walked through the crowd, the sounds of laughter and excitement filling the air, I couldn't help but feel a rare sense of peace, like all the hard work of building Tempest was finally coming to fruition. Such a shame we couldn't go to the hot springs today, Velzard murmured, sounding genuinely disappointed as we walked toward home. I shrugged, nudging her playfully. We can always go another time. Or, there's the one right outside the house, I suggested half-heartedly, already knowing her response. She raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. And risk my little brother walking in on us? She shot back, her tone filled with amusement. Good point, I replied, stifling a laugh. Though, let's be real. Veldora's usually glued to his manga. The odds of him ever leaving the house willingly are low, I countered. True, she said, laughing softly. All right, let's go next time, Rimuru. It's getting late anyway, she said. Agreed. I'm beat, I replied as I stretched my arms, feeling the day's weight settle in. When we finally arrived home and stepped inside, we were met with a surprising sight. Veldora, fast asleep on the couch, sprawled out in a very undignified pose, utterly oblivious to the world. Sigh. This guy didn't even make it to his room. Hopeless as always, Veldora. Beside me, Velzard covered her mouth, stifling a giggle at the sight of her little brother passed out in the middle of the living room. It was funny seeing him worn out for once. It's probably because, for once, he actually did something besides reading manga all day. We exchanged an amused glance before quietly heading upstairs. In our room, we both changed into comfortable sleeping clothes, the day's events and laughter lingering in the air. After turning off the lights, I settled into bed, lying on my back and staring at the ceiling, feeling the gentle quiet of the room seep in. Just as I was starting to drift off, Velzard's face appeared above me, her eyes soft yet full of something playful. She leaned down, pressing a quick, warm kiss to my cheek before turning away, her face slightly hidden in the dim light. I blinked, a small smile creeping onto my face. She could be so unpredictable at times, but I couldn't deny I liked it. Quietly, I shifted closer to her, wrapping my arms around her waist and resting my face near the back of her head, breathing in her presence. I needed that, I whispered, my voice soft, barely a breath. Good night, Velz-chan, I continued. Unable to resist the temptation, I leaned in to nibble at her ear. EP. She squeaked, and I gave a low chuckle, delighted by her cute reaction. She rolled over to face me, her cheeks a delicate pink as she pouted. Humph. Gee, good night, Rimuru. She stammered, trying her best to sound annoyed. I grinned, brushing a strand of hair from her face. As the room fell back into its peaceful silence, I closed my eyes, feeling the warmth that wasn't just from the blankets, and drifted comfortably into sleep. A new day already. I opened my eyes to the soft morning light filtering through the window and let out a relaxed yawn. That was some of the best sleep I'd had in ages. I stretched, savoring the calm quiet of the room. Glancing over, I saw Velzard still fast asleep, her breathing even and peaceful. Her snow-white hair fell softly across the pillow, and a small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. How cute. Not wanting to wake her, I silently took 2 mugs of coffee from my imaginary space, the steam swirling up from mine, dark and rich, just how I liked it. For Velzard, of course, I had her coffee iced. It was cold, smooth, and refreshing, even at this early hour. I placed the frosty mug on the nightstand beside her. After a moment, her eyes fluttered open. She stretched, rubbing her eyes as she looked over at me groggily. "MMHM, good morning, Rimuru-kun," she murmured, her voice laced with sleep. "Good morning, Vels-chan." I greeted back, smiling as I handed her the iced coffee. "Your favorite, iced to perfection," I said, and she took the mug with a grateful nod. "Thank you," she said, sipping slowly, her expression brightening at the taste. Once we finished our coffee, we got ready for the day. The founding festival was just around the corner, and more preparations required overseeing. I teleported us to my office, where I'd soon face a barrage of paperwork and meetings. No rest for the ruler of Tempest, it seemed. Shortly after we settled in, Shuna arrived with the first batch of documents. Thankfully, there wasn't too much. It was a collection of minor business proposals and approvals for festival stalls. I dove into the stack, approving most of them since they seemed like solid additions for the upcoming guests. After running through the papers, it was time for a short break before the next meeting. Velzard and I decided to stroll around Tempest to pass the time. It was an excuse to relax and, truthfully, a way for me to enjoy her company without the weight of paperwork. The festival preparations were well underway as we walked through the bustling city square. Stalls were going up, decorations hung, and the whole city buzzed with a vibrant energy that was refreshing. Our conversation drifted to light-hearted topics, Velzard teasing me now and then about small things from the past. A few minutes later, we encountered a group of 4 adventurers gathered in the square. They looked out of place amid the bustling crowd and were clearly outsiders. They seemed to be here for the dungeon, although it wouldn't be open for a few more days. My eyes drifted to the oddest one of the bunch. He was a timid-looking man with blonde hair. Strangely, the other 3 adventurers seemed to orbit around him, treating him with exaggerated reverence. Then, one of them suddenly pointed at me with a triumphant look. "Would you look at that? The demon lord himself has shown up to bask in your presence, Masayyuki-sama," she announced, her voice catching the attention of those around us. "What? Bask in his presence? I don't even know this guy." The 2 other party members nodded in vigorous agreement while the so-called Masayyuki looked increasingly uncomfortable as he shifted awkwardly and tried to downplay the whole scene. "Jiwoo, can you shut up?" Masayyuki hissed, clearly wishing he could disappear. The man in glasses, ignoring him entirely, laughed before continuing. "Surely you jest, Masayyuki-sama. This demon lord here stands no chance against your might," he declared. My eyes narrowed as I looked at the group, utterly confused. Beside me, Velzard stifled a grin, finding the whole situation amusing. I couldn't hold back anymore. "Who the hell are you guys?" I asked bluntly, crossing my arms. One of them was a tall, muscular guy. He sneered before joining in. "Be quiet, demon lord. Standing before you is none other than the great lightspeed hero himself, Masayyuki," he said. "We've come here to defeat you in battle." The guy in glasses added with a dramatic flair. "You must accept our challenge or be deemed a coward." His voice boomed, and at that, my eyebrow twitched. These idiots are so in for it. A smile stretched across my face, but it wasn't a friendly one. Beside me, Velzard glanced at my hand, which had started to twitch slightly. She sensed the shift in my mood immediately. Usually, I could brush off arrogant adventurers, but this was my territory, and I was not about to let this disrespect slide. Tapping my foot firmly on the ground, I looked them over with an icy gaze, enjoying how their smirks faded as the atmosphere changed. The crowd around us seemed to sense it, too, quieting as I spoke. "You've got guts," I said, my voice cold, each word carrying a weight of authority and restrained power. Talking like that directly to a demon lord's face. I'm struggling to decide whether it's bravery, arrogance, or just stupidity. "So, tell me, oh so great lightspeed hero Masayyuki, which is it?" I pressed further, lacing my words with immense pressure. With calculated precision, I released a tiny pulse of my draconic demon haki. An invisible pressure swept over the square, washing over the adventurers like a tidal wave. They dropped to their knees instantly, their eyes wide with terror as the weight of my presence bore down on them. The crowd around us stepped back, watching with a mix of awe and fear. The adventurer's bravado evaporated in seconds, and Masayyuki looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. "We didn't mean to dash," the man in glasses stammered, but I cut him off. "Oh, but you did mean to." I interrupted, my tone dangerously calm. I may not know you, but clearly, you know nothing about me either. Because if you did, you'd know better than to challenge me in my own territory with empty words. I said. Velzard's gaze flicked to me, a satisfied smirk gracing her face as she watched me handle the situation. Masayyuki's POV. Is this it? Is this where I die? Every thought in my mind screamed at me, drowning in the terror that consumed me. These idiots couldn't just keep quiet. I'd warned them, told them over and over that I wasn't the hero they believed me to be, that it was all a misunderstanding. But no, here we were, on our knees before a demon lord at the mercy of his overwhelming power. We couldn't breathe under the weight of his aura pressing down and crushing us. My heart pounded wildly as his golden eyes, cold and piercing, narrowed at me. The fear they instilled, it was like staring into the abyss. PP, please forgive our insolence, Demon Lord Sama. I beg of you, show us mercy. I choked out, my voice trembling. I hoped, no, I prayed he'd take pity on us. He studied me for a second, and the intensity of his gaze made my stomach churn. My party members were speechless, barely hanging on. They looked paralyzed, kneeling alongside me as we fought to withstand his presence. Somehow, I managed to hold myself together better than the others, but just barely. Even so, I could feel the terrifying truth. The guy was holding back. Then, as suddenly as it started, the pressure lifted. We all collapsed slightly, panting, desperately gulping down air. My legs shook uncontrollably, my knees aching from kneeling on the hard ground, but I was too grateful for the reprieve to care. Fufufu, you sure went easy on them, Rimuru. The woman beside him teased, her long, snowy white hair swaying gracefully as she looked down on us with amusement. Easy. What part of that was going easy? We nearly fainted from the slight release of his aura. The demon lord, Rimuru, glanced back at us with a severe expression. Usually, I'd let comments like that slide, but not this time. I won't tolerate disrespect toward myself, my people, or my nation. Do I make myself clear? He asked, and we nodded furiously, not daring to speak. We were too rattled to do anything else. He sighed, reaching into his coat and pulling out a potion. Without warning, he splashed it over us, and in an instant, all the pain vanished. My exhaustion disappeared, replaced by a feeling of restored energy. What the hell? What kind of healing potion is that? Once we'd recovered enough to sit up, he continued, his gaze sharp. Now, mind explaining what you're all doing here in my country? He asked, one eyebrow raised. A bead of sweat rolled down my forehead as I scrambled to gather my thoughts, hoping to avoid further offending him. Well, we're a new adventurer party. I managed to stammer out. One of the quests we picked up was to investigate the nation of monsters. I continued, my voice still shaky. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully at my response, then sighed. Did you guys happen to pick up this mission from the Free Guild? He asked, a hint of suspicion in his tone. We all nodded in agreement, eager to cooperate. Why yes. I confirmed quickly, though the quiver in my voice was undeniable. Rimuru's eyes narrowed as he considered our answer, his gaze distant, as though piecing together a puzzle. Yuki. He murmured under his breath, a name I barely caught. I wanted to ask what he meant, but I knew better than to push my luck right now. My party members clearly shared the sentiment, remaining silent and watching him with trepidation. Let's move this discussion elsewhere. The lady beside him suggested coolly, breaking the silence. Our break's ending soon. She added. Rimuru nodded, his tone firm as he addressed us. You four, follow us. We'll continue this conversation somewhere more private. He turned, then stopped, glancing over his shoulder. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. He said, a deadly calm settling over him. My name is Rimuru Tempest, the Soul Devourer. And this beautiful lady is my second-in-command, the Frost Dragon, Velzard. Masayyuki's POV. Soul Devourer. That's his title. My stomach churned, and my mind spun, trying to process what kind of person could even have a title like that. I glanced at my comrades, feeling the tension roll off them in waves. Finally, it seemed, they realized how much they'd messed up. The terror was written all over their faces as, in a split second, they dropped to their knees and bowed deeply to the two figures before us. Velzard-sama. Please forgive our impudence. They shouted in unison, voices trembling. The white-haired woman giggled, adding to the chill crawling up my spine. Rimuru let out a long, tired sigh. Fufufu, your banter was amusing to witness. She replied, her tone light-hearted. Banter. That was no banter. I could feel my nerves fraying as she gazed over my party, then looked directly at me with a curious glint in her eyes. You seem to be quite lost, Hiro-san. She remarked, her voice playful. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, unsure how to respond. My comrades turned to me, their expressions a mix of horror and concern. Before I could react, Jinrai stepped behind me and shoved my head into a bow. What the heck, man? I groaned, flinching at the pressure on my neck. Forgive our leader, Velzard-sama. Jinrai stammered, his voice barely concealing his panic. He's still a new adventurer. He explained. The others nodded fervently, backing him up with matching looks of terror. Velzard simply giggled again, waving off their apology. That's fine. It seems he doesn't even know who I am, she said dismissively. Jinrai released his grip on my head, and I slowly straightened, wincing from the strain on my neck. I rubbed it as I glanced up, relieved that, for now, she seemed amused rather than angry. Then Rimuru turned his attention to me, his gaze sharp and curious. Are you perhaps an otherworlder, Masayyuki? He asked. I blinked, taken aback. Otherworlder? I repeated, tilting my head in confusion. Someone who isn't from this world, who arrived here through reincarnation or getting summoned. He explained, his tone casual but his eyes watching me closely. Ah, so that's what they call it here. I guess I am. I answered truthfully. My party members stared at me, wide-eyed, their expressions a strange blend of shock and awe. This was clearly news to them, but they kept silent, seemingly too overwhelmed to comment. Rimuru nodded thoughtfully. I figured as much. The name Masayyuki sounded a little too Japanese to be a coincidence. He murmured. Upon hearing his words, my attention sharpened, and a spark of hope flared up in my chest. You know of Japan, Rimuru-san? I asked, unable to hide the excitement in my voice. Could he be? Of course. He replied cheerfully, a warm smile breaking across his face. I originally came from Japan, after all. He said, and my eyes lit up in relief and joy. Finally, someone else from my world. Really? That's a relief to hear. I said, grinning. He chuckled, seeming genuinely pleased to see me relax a bit, though my party still gawked at me with an odd mixture of reverence and confusion. Let's continue this conversation somewhere else, Rimuru suggested, gesturing toward the street. There's a bar nearby. Let's head there, he said. We nodded, grateful for the offer, and fell into step behind him and Velzard as they led the way. Velzard was clinging to his arm, and though my life had just been threatened, a pang of envy flared up in me. TCH. Lucky bastard. As we walked, my party members filled me in on just who Velzard was. I struggled to keep my composure as they explained that she wasn't just anyone. She was one of the few living true dragons, the most supreme, godlike beings in existence. And of all the true dragons, she was the strongest currently alive. The revelation hit me like a punch to the gut. And there's another one living here, too. My head swam. This guy, Rimuru, was insane. He was collecting the world's strongest beings like some kind of twisted Pokemon trainer. After a short walk, we arrived at the bar. The warm, inviting atmosphere settled my nerves a bit. It reminded me of the bars back in Japan, with its cozy, dim lighting and traditional charm. We took seats at the counter, initially declining drinks, wanting to avoid offending them further. But Rimuru insisted, and his friendly smile was somehow reassuring. Hesitantly, we placed our orders, still in disbelief at everything we'd just learned. As I sipped my drink, I glanced at Rimuru and Velzard, trying to wrap my head around it all. There was something surreal about sitting here with a demon lord and a true dragon, chatting like it was an ordinary evening. It was hard to reconcile the terrifying aura I'd felt earlier with the casual, almost friendly vibe now. Rimuru's POV. Since I'd nearly knocked them out cold with my aura earlier, I decided to make it up to my unexpected guests by treating them to drinks. I mean, what better way to smooth things over? They started it, anyway. And I did fully restore them afterward, so no harm was done. I was surprised to find out that Masayyuki was an otherworlder from Japan. Running into otherworlders isn't exactly common, so I was curious how he ended up here. His story turned out to be similar to Hinata's. He hadn't been reincarnated or summoned. He just appeared one day. That makes him a stray. But the real kicker was the unique skill he'd picked up upon arrival. Velzard, Masayyuki, and I relocated a few seats away from his party, keeping our conversation private. I created a soundproof barrier and added a little illusion to keep his friends from wandering over. So, about this troublesome skill of yours. Would you mind explaining what you mean by that? I asked, taking a sip from my glass. Masayyuki sighed, looking more than a little exasperated. It's called Chosen One, and the best way I can describe it is plot armor. You know what I mean by that, right? He asked, gauging my reaction. I nodded, intrigued. A plot armor skill, huh? Ha ha ha. That sounds pretty handy if you ask me. Where's the trouble in that? I teased, only for him to groan, his expression turning pained. It's like some supernatural force controls events around me, making me look heroic whether I want to or not. And it's always on. I can't turn it off. He complained before taking a swig of his drink, and his frustration was evident. It's helped me survive a few tight spots, sure. But now I'm praised as this big, brave hero, even though I haven't actually beaten anyone. He admitted honestly. Velzard and I exchanged amused glances, chuckling at his predicament. You, my friend, are the embodiment of suffering from success. I laughed, patting him lightly on the back. Masayyuki sighed, staring into his drink. You don't know the half of it. It's so bad that I've almost died multiple times because people think I'm that capable. He added. It was hard to keep a straight face. Here he was, practically drowning in success and hating every second of it. We then asked him to go over the specific sub-skills of Chosen One, and what he described was nothing short of insane. Banner of the Supreme King lets him call upon fallen allies, temporarily replicating their abilities, memories, and experiences within himself. Hero's Action pushes his allies toward becoming heroes, making his name famous in the process. Hero's Blessing gives him and his allies insane luck, making lethal attacks weaker and turning their own attacks devastatingly strong. It also makes people view his actions positively no matter what he does. Hero's Charisma fills his allies with courage, even in desperate situations, and allows him to turn defeated enemies into allies. Hero's Hockey. Velzard and I just stared at him, speechless. A unique skill this powerful. It was practically on par with an ultimate skill. If this thing ever evolved into one, it could actually be a bit concerning. That is not a problem, Rimuru-sama. If you wish, I could place a permanent seal on that skill to prevent it from being used or evolving. Seal. There's no need for that. He's harmless, really. Besides, I doubt he'd ever use it against us intentionally. Fufufu. I am merely ensuring your safety, Rimuru-sama. Any potential threat must be dealt with, though I shall overlook this one. Still, you made that suggestion so casually. With skill nullification from Shub-Niggurath, I could easily nullify most ultimate level skills. This unique skill would be trivial for the god of harvest. You really are something else, Seal. I'm lucky to have you. He. Praise me more, Rimuru-sama. Shub-Niggurath and Azathoth are the pinnacle of ultimate skills, created solely for you. Ha ha ha. You just can't hold back, can you? But that's why I've gotten this strong. Thank you, partner. It is my pleasure, Rimuru-sama. Though Masayyuki wasn't a threat, his skill was something else entirely. Accidentally overpowered or not, he definitely put up a fight without even trying. I wonder if entering him into the fighting tournament might be interesting. Masayyuki, how about entering the upcoming tournament? I asked, my curiosity piqued and a glint of excitement in my eyes. Tournament? He echoed, tilting his head in confusion. The fighting tournament. I exclaimed. One of the main events of the founding festival is the grand opening of the Colosseum, and a massive tournament will kick things off. I explained, unable to contain my excitement. Masayyuki's face paled, and he nearly spat out his drink. Absolutely not. Two things will happen if I join. Either I miraculously make it to the end with my ridiculous skill, and then everyone expects me to fight you. Or I get pummeled by someone else. Either way, I'm dead meat. His frantic explanation only made Velzard and I laugh. Ha ha ha. It won't be that bad, Masayyuki. I said, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. I wrapped an arm around him, taking a swig from my glass as if that would somehow reassure him. Velzard chuckled, amused by the whole exchange. Fufufu, how cruel of you, Rimuru-kun. She teased, and Masayyuki raised his voice in protest. There's no way I'll make it out alive. He cried out, but I merely gave him a shrug. Relax. Nobody's dying in this tournament. And if people want you to challenge me, you can always say no. I grinned, clearly enjoying this far too much. He sighed heavily, finally caving. Fine. I'll think about it. He muttered, defeated. That's the spirit. Cheers. I exclaimed triumphantly, holding my glass out to him. He raised his drink reluctantly, and we clinked glasses. I'll fill you in on the details later. I told him more earnestly this time. For now, feel free to tour the city and enjoy the festivities. I'd show you around myself, but I'm a bit buried in work. I said. That's fine, Rimuru-san. Thanks for the offer. He gave me a respectful nod, probably relieved to get a break from the tournament talk. Third-person POV. After finishing their drinks, the group expressed their gratitude to Rimuru and explored the city, eager to experience the sights and sounds of the ongoing festival. He, however, couldn't afford to relax for long. His mind shifted back to the busy task of preparing for the arrival of the esteemed guests who would be joining the festivities. The guests in question were no small matter. Leaders from nations with diplomatic ties to Tempest were arriving, including representatives from the armed nation of Dworgen, the sorceress dynasty of Sarian, the kingdom of Blummund, and the Holy Empire of Lubliuz. Melim, of course, would also be attending, along with Carrion and Fry, who were both respected in their own right. With all these influential figures coming together, things were nothing short of chaotic behind the scenes. Yet, despite the hectic preparations, there was an undeniable air of excitement surrounding the city. The Colosseum was ready for its grand opening, and the newly completed dungeon symbolized Tempest's growing power and influence. The streets were bustling with activity, and the city had never looked so vibrant. One of the event's most anticipated highlights was the music festival, which would bring an eclectic mix of music from Rimuru's old world to this one. It was a bold and exciting addition to the festivities, one that had everyone eager to see how the guests would receive it. As preparations continued, Rimuru took a brief detour to Ingracia. He had a personal invitation to deliver to his students and, of course, Yuki. Despite his outwardly friendly demeanor, Rimuru's suspicions regarding Yuki hadn't subsided. To be safe, he had sent Sui and his followers to monitor Yuki's movements, keeping an eye on him from the shadows. Their mission wasn't just to observe Yuki. It was also to ensure the safety of the children under Rimuru's care. Days passed in a flurry of activity, and soon enough, the night of the grand opening arrived. As preparations peaked, the city was a blur of energy, and the streets were lined with eager spectators. Rimuru and Velzard would be among the first to arrive at the dining hall, where the nobles and distinguished guests would gather for the evening's festivities. The Tempest executives, prepared and present as always, would follow closely behind, ensuring everything went smoothly. However, there was one notable absence. Veldora, ever the free spirit, was nowhere to be found. Instead of attending the official events, he had taken up his position at the center of the city, managing his takoyaki stand with an almost unmatched enthusiasm. The stage was set. The guests were arriving. And Tempest was about to host an event that would go down in history. Velzard's POV. The founding festival was finally upon us, and the city of Tempest had reached a crescendo of activity. For days, the city had been abuzz with preparations, and now, it was time for the fruits of everyone's labor to shine. From the freshly paved streets to the twinkling lights of the newly built Colosseum, everything about Tempest tonight seemed magnified, radiating a sense of grandeur. The atmosphere was electric with festivity. Vendors lined the streets, their stalls bursting with vibrant colors and exotic goods. Musicians filled the air with joyous melodies, and the scent of food and freshly baked treats wafted through the streets. Tempest had never looked so alive, and as I made my way into the grand dining hall, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swelling in my chest. The hall was magnificent, its towering columns adorned with garlands and banners bearing the Tempest insignia. The long dining table, set with the finest silverware and crystal glasses, gleamed under the soft light of chandeliers. I arrived just in time, slipping into my seat beside Rimuru, who, as usual, seemed to carry himself with an unshakable sense of calm. His presence had a certain regality tonight, which was no surprise. The other members of Tempest's inner circle began to arrive, one by one, until the entire table was filled with Rimuru's most trusted allies and dignitaries. The executives were present, as were Ramirez and her subordinates, the eccentric yet brilliant members of the Tempest government. The first to arrive were the leaders of the various nations allied with Tempest. Gazel Dwargo, the Dwarven king, and his two subordinates walked in with their usual gravitas. Following closely behind was the king of Blummund, accompanied by his wife and a small entourage of bodyguards. Next, Luminous Valentine and her subordinates arrived. Luminous, ever the enigmatic figure, was dressed in a maid's uniform, an unusual choice, though it suited her perfectly. Hinata, ever composed, was by her side, her presence as poised and dignified as ever. Then came Melim, her vibrant energy practically crackling as she entered the hall, flanked by her subordinates. It was the first time I had seen her in Tempest since she came to assist with the dungeon. While I had been preoccupied with my own matters, seeing her now, so radiant and full of life, made me feel a strange pang of regret. I hadn't spoken to her properly, but seeing her happy put me somewhat at ease. I resolved to catch up with her later. The final guests to arrive were the most unexpected of all. Elmesia El Rusarian, the empress of the sorceress dynasty of Sarian, walked in with an air of quiet authority. Her two companions were the elves Rimuru was familiar with. Archduke Gerald Grimwald and his daughter Elian were by her side. The other guests gasped in surprise, for the empress was known for rarely leaving her domain, much to the shock of many in the room. Her arrival reminded me of my own reluctance to socialize with others in the past. As everyone settled into their seats, the room's attention turned to Rimuru. With the guests all gathered and the atmosphere quieting, it was his moment to speak. I couldn't help but admire the way he carried himself tonight, looking every bit the king he was becoming. It was impossible to ignore the dignity emanating from him as he stood before the guests, his expression warm yet commanding. Rimuru began to speak, and his voice rang out, clear and confident, with a gravitas that fit the occasion. I would like to thank all of you for answering my invitation. As you may all know, I have recently been officially acknowledged as a new member of the Demon Lord Council. So, with that, I decided to host a grand event to celebrate the occasion. My hope with this festival is to reshape what it means to be a Demon Lord in the eyes of the world. This is a chance to showcase the strength and unity of Tempest, and I want everyone here to experience all that our city has to offer. To my esteemed guests, I hope you all enjoy your stay and take in everything we've worked so hard to build. He finished his speech with a light bow. There was a brief pause before applause broke out, and I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride for him. He had truly grown into the role he was meant to play. It was a speech worthy of a king. Ho ho. You've gotten quite good with your speeches, Junior. Gazel's deep voice boomed from across the table, a genuine smile on his face. Rimuru chuckled at the compliment. Of course I have. I couldn't get it off my mind after your harsh criticism of my speech last time. He shot back. Era. What's with you calling him Junior, Gazel-chan? Elmisia's voice chimed in, intrigued. This guy likes to think he's my senior just because he's been ruling longer than me. Rimuru replied with a playful grin, which earned a few chuckles from the guests. Gazel, ever the mentor, added. It's not just that. You still have much to learn as a king, although I can certainly say that you've improved significantly. He praised, his voice genuine yet stern. Thanks, I guess. Rimuru muttered, a little uncertain. Melim, ever the curious one, suddenly piped up. Oh. You two have known each other for a long time. She asked, her loud voice catching everyone's attention. Yes, Melim. We formed diplomatic ties just before you first visited me. Rimuru answered with a smile. The room seemed to pause for a moment as Melim's presence registered in the minds of the other guests. Almost in unison, they turned toward her. Melim. As in the destroyer. Nearly every guest gasped in shock. With a loud, boisterous laugh, Melim threw her hands out to her sides. Wahahaha. Yes. It is I, Melim Nava, one of the ancient demon lords. She introduced herself loud and proud. A hush fell over the room, everyone momentarily stunned by the revelation. I couldn't help but smile inwardly. Melim hasn't changed one bit. After a brief pause, the guests slowly regained their composure, though many still exchanged glances of disbelief. Rimuru-dano, you really should inform us ahead of time about important things like this. Irald grumbled, rubbing his temple in frustration, and Gazel nodded in agreement. Fufufu, sounds like this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Elmisia remarked, her sharp gaze flicking to Irald, who seemed more patient than most. She certainly doesn't miss much, does she? The last time I visited here, I was suddenly struck with the news that the storm dragon had returned and was residing in Tempest. Irald explained, which drew immediate gasps and surprised murmurs from several guests who hadn't yet confirmed the truth of the matter. Hehehe. I'll try and inform you all next time. Rimuru replied sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. His light-hearted tone failed to hide the sighs of exasperation from Gazel and Irald, who exchanged knowing looks. You really are quite the abnormal one, Rimuru-san. Lewis commented in jest, which caused a few chuckles to ripple through the room. Rimuru chuckled in return, the tension slightly easing, but the atmosphere remained tense. By the way, there's one other thing I'd like to confirm. Elmisia suddenly chimed in, her voice laced with a distinct seriousness that immediately cut through the light-hearted banter. Her tone was sharp and deliberate. Gazel and Irald exchanged glances, immediately understanding the gravity behind Elmisia's inquiry. The air seemed to be still as everyone in the room waited, a sense of anticipation building around her. What is it, Elmisia-san? Rimuru asked, his curiosity piqued. Elmisia's gaze never wavered as she fixed Rimuru with a calculating look, her following words carrying an almost imperceptible weight. Are the rumors true? She asked, her voice firm, cutting through the ambient noise like a blade. The entire room fell silent. The tension in the air thickened as all eyes shifted between Rimuru and Elmisia. This wasn't just casual curiosity. It was a direct demand for confirmation. For a moment, Rimuru looked confused, but then Irald explained. The frost dragon, Rimuru-dano. He said, his voice earnest as he clarified, ensuring no confusion about the subject. Is it true that she now resides in this nation and has taken your side? Gazel continued, his tone now laced with both curiosity and caution. His voice carried the weight of years spent as a ruler, and he knew full well what such an alliance could mean. Now, all eyes were firmly fixed on Rimuru. The question, hanging in the air, seemed to magnify with each passing second. Rimuru took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the room. He remained calm despite the overwhelming pressure. Then, he closed his eyes briefly with a sigh, allowing the weight of the moment to settle in. I suppose a formal introduction should be in order next. Since everyone here already knows me, I'll let the person you're all curious about introduce herself. He began. He shifted his gaze toward me, his voice carrying a quiet command, leaving the final reveal in my hands. All eyes turned toward me, and the atmosphere now cracked with tension. Fufufu, how cruel of you, Rimuru. I knew exactly what he was doing, but I couldn't deny the thrill of the moment. I stood slowly, gracefully, as if the room itself had fallen silent in anticipation. A calm smile adorned my face, an expression of poised elegance that matched my stature as one of the true dragons. I smoothed my dress and looked at each guest, meeting their wide eyes with unspoken understanding. They waited in silence, each breath held in expectancy. Good evening, esteemed guests. My name is Velzard, the Frost Dragon. I began, my voice calm yet resounding through the room with undeniable authority. As some of you may have all surmised, the rumors are true. I do reside in Tempest. It's my pleasure to meet all of you. I finished my introduction with an elegant bow. The words I spoke were met with a thunderous silence. For a moment, no one moved. The guests, those who had never seen me before, took a moment to process the gravity of my presence. Then, their expressions shifted from curiosity to pure shock as realization dawned. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, and faces frozen in disbelief. I glanced over at Malim, whose expression mirrored the others. Her eyes were wide in surprise, but her gaze had an unmistakable glint of excitement. The silence was broken suddenly as most guests jumped to their feet in unison, their shock evident. Velzard-sama/Auntie! They exclaimed. Their voices rang out in unison, each word tinged with astonishment and awe. The sheer force of their collective reaction was enough to rattle even the most composed individual in the room. No need to be so alarmed, everyone. I said softly, raising a hand to soothe the gathering. Also, Rimuru is right. We should all introduce ourselves formally. I suggested, my tone light and dismissive as if the dramatic pause had been nothing more than an amusing diversion. I sat back down smoothly, my eyes glancing across the stunned faces of the guests, who slowly began to calm themselves. The abrupt tension in the room began to dissipate, the air once thick with astonishment now easing as the guests slowly retook their seats, though the occasional whisper lingered in the background. With the shock fading, the introductions began in earnest. They were brief, formal, and filled with a growing sense of normalcy as everyone shook off their surprise and resumed their social duties. The introductions were quick since there weren't many, and soon, the focus shifted entirely to the feast. The food, as always, was exceptional. The people of Tempest had outdone themselves, presenting an even more extravagant spread than usual. The guests who had previously experienced Tempest cuisine were still astonished, their eyes wide with admiration as they marveled at the culinary artistry before them. As the event continued, I couldn't help but refrain from teasing Rimuru as much as I usually would. The formality of the gathering demanded a certain level of decorum, but oh, how I wished to see the looks on everyone's faces as I poked at his personal habits. Rimuru was engaged in small talk with the guests, casually informing them about the festival and the events it celebrated. But as I absent-mindedly enjoyed my meal, some of the guests' attention returned to me. It wasn't until Rimuru tapped me on the shoulder that I realized they were waiting for something more. So, Velzard-sama, if you don't mind me asking. Elmesia said, her voice again filled with friendly curiosity, but I could sense a deep layer of genuine interest beneath her words. What made you decide to move to Tempest? She questioned, her tone inquisitive yet respectful. A few guests looked at me expectantly, and their gazes fixated on my answer as if my reasons for joining Tempest would provide some critical insight into this powerful alliance. I guess I don't mind sharing a bit. I said, my voice lilting slightly as I continued. During Rimukuin's ascension into a demon lord, I decided to move here. I was surprised to see my little brother, Veldora, show up at Walpurgis and even more surprised to learn that he had taken Rimukuin's side. On a whim, I decided to move to Tempest to keep an eye on Veldora-kun. Plus, Rimuru piqued my interest, so there's that too. I answered honestly but briefly. The room absorbed my words with a mix of surprise and confusion. There had been no shortage of rumors, but hearing it from me seemed to be a different experience altogether. Rimuru seemed embarrassed by my bluntness, his face flushing slightly, but he quickly hid it behind his usual calm demeanor. I guess that makes sense. When the rumor first spread, I adamantly denied that such a thing could happen, but I guess reality is sometimes strange. Gazel remarked earnestly, nodding in agreement. Irald followed suit, offering a solemn nod of his own. It's safe to say that in terms of military might, Tempest is up in the rankings. He said matter-of-factly, his tone almost reverent. A true demon lord with the backing of 2 true dragons, that's ridiculous. He muttered, and Elmesia chuckled at his words. I'm sure Rimuru-san here will need that much power. Elmesia commented lightly, a pleasant smile on her lips. You're right. Aside from protecting my nation and allies, I need power to accomplish my goals. Rimuru responded with quiet confidence. Hearing that takes me back to your saying, ideals without power are nonsense, and power without ideals is empty. Short yet simple, those are good words to live by. Gazel praised sincerely. Rimuru scratched the back of his head awkwardly, a sheepish smile tugging at his lips. Era such a fine quote, Rimuru-kun. I suppose you said it before we met. I teased, enjoying the slight discomfort in his expression. Why yeah, it was before I attended Walpurgis and became recognized as a demon lord. He answered, a little flustered. It was his answer to my question when I asked him what he would do with such power. Irald added with a chuckle. The group laughed lightly, the moment of tension broken by the familiarity and warmth of the exchange. Just as the conversation settled, Melim suddenly floated over to where we sat, her presence as commanding as ever. I momentarily froze, the tension in my chest rising. Sensing my slight unease, Rimuru touched my shoulder gently, offering a silent reassurance that everything would be fine. I quickly calmed myself, suppressing the growing amusement that had threatened to burst out as Melim reached us. The shift in energy was palpable, and I returned my usual smile, maintaining a composed demeanor despite the rising excitement in the air. Wahaha. What do you say we spar for real this time, Rimuru? Melim suggested joyfully, her voice brimming with the kind of enthusiasm that was both infectious and alarming. Rimuru's face immediately fell into a look of disapproval, his eyes narrowing. No way. As I am now, I'm still nowhere near your level. Rimuru shot down the idea instantly, but Melim wasn't easily deterred. Instead, her intense gaze turned to him, scrutinizing him as if she could see straight through his words. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Nothing can hide from my eyes, Rimuru. You've gotten so much stronger since Walpurgis. She retorted, her excitement practically radiating off her. Her tone was full of playful challenge, but there was an edge of genuine curiosity beneath it. Rimuru, sensing her determination, cast a glance toward me. It was a silent plea for help. His eyes begged me to intervene. But before I could respond, Melim's attention turned to me with a gleam of mischief in her eyes. Plus, I'm sure you've been helping Rimuru grow in strength, Auntie Velzard. Melim chirped, and I felt the surprise hit me like a sudden gust of wind. Her sudden shift of focus caught me off guard. Well, I guess I have been teaching him a few things here and there. But he's right, you know. While he has the greatest potential for power I've seen, he's currently nowhere near your level, Melim-chan. I explained softly, my voice smooth, but I couldn't help the quiet chuckle that bubbled up at the thought of Melim's disappointed expression. Melim pouted cutely, her disappointment palpable, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. There was something about seeing her sulk that tugged at the protective instincts I had for her. Oh, man. I really thought I could have a friendly battle with Bestie. She lamented, slouching in mock defeat. It stung a little, but I masked it with a gentle smile. How about this? When I become stronger, I promise to spar with you, Melim. Besides, it won't be fun for you right now, considering I'd lose almost immediately. Rimuru said, his voice warming with sincerity, attempting to cheer her up. His words worked almost instantly as Melim's eyes sparkled with renewed, radiant joy. The guests, watching the exchange, shared looks of intrigue, some even raising an eyebrow at the playful dynamic unfolding before them. Others, however, wore expressions of mild concern, sensing the conversation's unpredictable nature. You promise? Melim asked, her hands gripping Rimuru's shoulders and shaking him with an enthusiasm that was borderline overwhelming. Ah. Yes, I promise. Now, please stop shaking me. Rimuru's voice cracked as he pleaded in an exaggerated panic, his hands raised in surrender. Melim released him with a victorious grin, clearly pleased with the promise she had extracted. But then, as if fate had given me an opportunity, a thought entered my mind, and with a teasing grin, I leaned in closer to Melim, the warmth of my smile matching the playful glint in my eyes. What about we have a spar instead, Melim-chan? An upcoming tournament will occur in the new Coliseum. We could enter it as a special event in the tournament. I suggested, my voice calm and filled with amusement as I looked down at her. Her face lit up in a way that could only be described as sheer excitement, her eyes shining like stars. Rimuru's expression, on the other hand, shifted dramatically as his eyes widened in horror. Do you mean it, Auntie Velzard? Melim asked, practically vibrating with enthusiasm as she rushed closer to me. Her words were a whirlwind of excitement, and I could see how eager she was to take up the challenge. I gave her a soft smile and a nod, confirming my suggestion, but Rimuru's reaction was far from what I had expected. Oi! What do you two think you're doing? A battle like that would destroy the entire city. Rimuru shouted, the panic evident in his voice as the other guests shared his sentiment. Their eyes flicked nervously between us, though it was clear they also shared a certain degree of fascination. Don't worry about it, Rimuru-kun. It's only a friendly spar. Besides, with the help of Veldora, you could maintain a strong enough barrier to contain the battle's destruction. I reassured him, my voice soft and full of mischief. Though I could see his agitation soften slightly, I knew well that he was still not at ease with the idea. The other guests exchanged eager glances, their excitement palpable. I could see their interest peaking at the thought of such a display of power. I vouch for this idea, Rimuru. Just think of the publicity this event would generate. It's a grand spectacle that most people won't ever see. Ramaris piped in excitedly, her eyes practically gleaming with anticipation. Her words seemed to seal the deal as more of the guests nodded in agreement. This would be the perfect special event for the opening of the Colosseum, Rimuru-sama. Once the main bracket of the tournament finishes, this fight could serve as the greatest finisher to an opening celebration. Benimaru added, and the executives around us murmured their approval, all sharing the same eager look. Rimuru, finally realizing he was outnumbered, sighed audibly in defeat. He pinched the bridge of his nose, resigning himself to his fate. "Do you two swear you'll hold back?" he asked, his voice filled with a mixture of frustration and acceptance. His eyes darted between Malim and me as if trying to gauge our sincerity. Malim and I nodded in unison, our smiles radiating with unspoken agreement. The tension in the room lifted slightly, though I could see the anxiety still lingering in Rimuru's expression. "Then I guess we could arrange this event as the tournament's finale. It should be a completely separate battle from the main bracket," he muttered, slumping into his chair as if the weight of the world had just settled onto his shoulders. "We're lucky to witness such a grand event," Irald remarked excitedly, his voice full of anticipation. The other guests nodded, their eyes reflecting the same eagerness. "A battle between the gods is about to take place," Gazel added, his voice thick with admiration, and I couldn't help but smile at the thought. "Wahaha. Then it's settled, Auntie Velzard. I will take you on in the tournament," Malim declared triumphantly, her voice booming with pure joy as she raised her fist in the air toward me. Before I could respond, I hesitated, a new thought forming in my mind. I leaned in closer to Malim, my expression shifting slightly as I steeled myself for a different kind of conversation. "By the way, Malim-chan," I began, my voice softer now, laced with a gentle curiosity. She turned to me, her excitement temporarily dimmed by my tone. "What is it, Auntie?" she asked, tilting her head, her eyes wide with interest. I paused momentarily, my thoughts gathering as I leaned in just enough for her to hear me clearly. "After our spar, I'd like to talk to you about something." "Will that be fine?" Rimuru's POV. It looks like Velzard plans to have that chat with Malim after all. As promised, I'll help her out when the time comes. But for now, I can't shake the feeling that I'm heading straight for a massive headache. Two beings that could be considered gods are about to square off in the fighting tournament. Even if neither of them goes all out, containing the clash will be a nightmare. I rubbed my temples, already feeling the pressure. "Seal, is it even possible to create a barrier strong enough to contain the effects of their spar?" "It is. If you add the effects of skill nullification, the barrier can neutralize or dampen any attack that hits it. In addition, you could seal the entire Colosseum within your imaginary space to further minimize any risk of collateral damage." That sounds doable, but won't it drain too much Magicools?" "It will. However, this is where Veldora comes in. His assistance will make the barrier nigh unbreakable, effectively reducing the strain on your reserves." "Got it. I'll ask him about it later." I took a moment to gather my thoughts, realizing that I still had plenty of time to prepare for the grand spectacle. The fighting tournament would be the last event of the founding festival, but there were still several things to look forward to, like the tour of Tempest tomorrow, the music festival, and the grand opening of the dungeon. Sigh. Everything had to go perfectly. The entire world was watching, and I couldn't afford any mistakes. The pressure of leaving a lasting impression weighed heavily on me. However, as I sank deeper into thought, I suddenly noticed Malim and Velzard staring at me curiously. I must have zoned out for a moment. Sometimes, I forget to use thought acceleration when talking to Seal. Shaking myself back into the present, I let out a soft breath and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry about that." I apologized. "I was just thinking of something important," I said, and Malim's face brightened immediately. "That's fine, Rimuru. I'm super excited for the tournament," she exclaimed. Velzard, ever the teasing presence, chuckled lightly. "Do remember to restrain yourself, Malim-chan. It wouldn't be good if we destroyed the new Colosseum," she told her. I could practically feel the weight of Malim's eager energy as she bounced in her seat. It was almost contagious. "The tournament isn't scheduled until a few days from now," I continued, trying to focus on the logistics. "Tomorrow, we'll begin with the grand tour of Tempest. For those who've already explored the city, you're welcome to opt out, of course," I announced. There was a brief pause as the guests processed the information. A few exchanged knowing glances. As bizarre as the situation has gotten, I consider myself quite fortunate to witness such an epic battle. Irald remarked with a calm smile. Elmesia nodded in agreement. Indeed. I'm glad I decided to come here as well, she said. Gazel, ever the strategist, leaned forward with a thoughtful expression. Will you be able to contain a clash of this scale? I worry for the safety of the spectators and myself. Ha ha ha. He joked, and I met his gaze, feeling the weight of his concern. With Veldora's help and my arsenal of skills, it should be doable, I reassured him. And luckily, those two won't be going all out. Isn't that right, you guys? I added, turning my attention to Rimuru and Velzard, the former whistling innocently and looking away while the latter gave me a knowing smile that didn't exactly reassure me. Rest assured, Rimuru. Velzard said, her voice calm and reassuring, though her smile only made me feel more uneasy. Our battle will be nothing more than a friendly spar, she replied, her mischievous grin unwavering. I felt a chill run down my spine. Friendly spar, she says. I had a terrible feeling that this would be anything but friendly. Rimuru, sensing my concern, immediately jumped in with her own enthusiastic declaration. Exactly. I've always wanted to play with Auntie Velzard. Uncle Veldora is too busy reading manga or doing things at the Labyrinth, so we can't fight as much, she told us. Velzard blinked in surprise, momentarily caught off guard by Malime's casual mention of their lack of sparring. What do you mean, Malime-chan? Velzard asked, tilting her head slightly in confusion. There was something about her flustered expression that made my heart skip a beat. Wait, no. Rimuru, focus. Stop getting distracted. Malime, oblivious to the effect her words were having, continued cheerfully. I've gotten to play with Uncle Veldora already, and he's super strong. But from what I heard, you're much stronger than him, she exclaimed, which seemed to take Velzard entirely off guard. She blinked, her face turning a shade of pink I hadn't seen before. Well, I suppose I am, she stammered, her usual calm demeanor slipping just a little. Then I'll do my best to ensure you have the most fun, Malime-chan, she added. I watched the interaction, a mixture of amusement and awe running through me. I never thought I'd see Velzard get flustered like this. This side of her was, strangely endearing. Malime's face lit up, and she threw her arms around Velzard in a hug. Yay. Make sure to give it your best, Auntie Velzard, she exclaimed. Velzard was momentarily stunned before she hesitantly returned the embrace, her face now thoroughly flushed. The two stayed like that momentarily before Malime finally pulled away with a wide grin. All right, you two, I interrupted, trying to regain some semblance of control over the situation. Let's contain our excitement for now and finish our meals, I requested. Malime and Velzard nodded, returning to their seats. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and the guests resumed their conversations, though the excited energy in the air was still palpable. I couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief, at least for now. As we continued eating, I quietly returned to talking with the guests, trying to keep the conversation light and trivial. But the thought of the upcoming tournament and the battle between Malime and Velzard still weighed heavily on my mind. I had to spoil their fun before things got out of hand. There was no way I'd let them wreak havoc on Tempest, but honestly, I felt things would get out of control anyway. The storm was coming, and I was just waiting for it to hit. Then, it suddenly dawned on me that Seal wasn't the slightest bit worried about the battle between Malime and Velzard. In fact, she seemed almost eager about it, which raised some serious alarm bells for me. Seal, why are you not against Malime and Velzard sparring? Whatever do you mean, Rimuru-sama? Don't hit me with that sarcasm. You're even looking forward to it, aren't you? It is just your imagination. Stop gaslighting me. Fufufu. I do actually look forward to the battle, Rimuru-sama. Because I could analyze the gold mine of information bound to come from it. Any new information would allow us to gain further insight into frost magic from Velzard and Malime's destructive capabilities. If successfully analyzed, copying and integrating them into your arsenal is possible. So that's what Seal's intentions are. I knew it. Such a scary and opportunistic Monas. She wants to understand their abilities better and potentially copy them. Seal is honestly the most terrifying existence out there. Furthermore, because Malime is the daughter of Veldonava, there is a high likelihood that she possesses the power he once wielded, known as star magic. With you already possessing two of the true dragon's abilities, it's only appropriate to acquire the other two. Personally, I don't think it's all that necessary to obtain all of the true dragon's arsenal like it's some sort of collector's item or something. Nonsense, Rimuru-sama. It is an absolute must. Additionally, more information on the nature of true dragons will be necessary for your evolution. While I may have stated all the conditions for the evolution to take place before, upon further calculations, it's not as simple as I once thought. Well, I guess it's sensible when you put it like that. But what do you mean by not as simple? The conditions for evolution are far more complex than simply consuming a true dragon's aura and replicating their dragon factor. If those were the only conditions, I would have suggested commencing the evolution long ago. To explain further, the true dragons are manifestations of abstract concepts that embody aspects inherent to nature. For you to evolve into one, an entirely new or existing concept must assimilate with your being, merging into you and not simply allowing the birth of a new true dragon. This process requires you to become one with that concept, binding it to your core. Wait, so you're saying I would need to merge with a fundamental concept of nature itself? Like some kind of abstract force or idea? Precisely. Accomplishing this task takes a lot of work, but it is possible with the right preparation. This is where understanding the true dragons themselves becomes crucial. Their power isn't just from their immense strength or abilities. They embody abstract concepts like deceleration, acceleration, and chaos. That is also the reason true dragons can never be totally destroyed. If you wanted to eliminate Veldora completely, for example, you would need to erase the whole concept of chaos. That is why, to evolve, you need to comprehend the concepts they represent, integrate an existing one into your essence, and make it part of who you are. That's quite a lot of information to process. So, from what I understand, you want to analyze Velzard's, frost magic, and maybe Malim's, star magic, to better understand the concepts that make up true dragons, right? That is correct. While the steps are intricate and numerous, it is still possible for you to fully evolve into a true dragon. In fact, there is already a potential concept for you to embody. However, further analysis is required to solidify it. The concept I speak of is nihility, the truest form of nothingness. Oh. Isn't that the same thing as imaginary collapse? Yes. However, nihility itself is curiously absent from the natural order. This is likely because when Veldora completed the creation of the multiverse, he pushed this concept of nothingness to the farthest edges of existence, preventing it from becoming rooted. I see. So, because I'm already using it, I can help make nihility a real concept, right? Indeed. By further understanding the concepts embodied by the true dragons today, you can make nihility a recognized force, allowing it to root itself as a true concept. From there, it can assimilate into your very being, satisfying the final condition for your evolution. Then it looks like we have much work ahead of us. But I trust in you, partner. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. Rest assured, your evolution will be successful. Luckily, during my conversation with Seal, I remembered to use thought acceleration, so less than a fraction of a second passed in the real world. This gave me a moment to reflect on everything she had just explained. It turns out that evolving into a true dragon will be more of a hassle than I had initially thought, which, in hindsight, I should have expected. The whole idea seems utterly ridiculous, like something that shouldn't be possible at all. But the potential was there, and that gave me some hope. The sparring between Malim and Velzard had become a blessing in disguise. It would provide Seal with a treasure trove of data to help advance my evolution. While I'm still apprehensive about the sheer scale of destruction those two could potentially cause, I have faith that with Seal, Veldora, and myself working together, we can contain everything without it spiraling out of control. We eventually finished our meal, and after some final words, the guests began to depart the dining hall, heading for their luxurious rooms. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of the grand tour of Tempest and the highly anticipated music festival. It was going to be an exciting day, and I couldn't wait for the fun to begin. Once the guests had all left for the night, Velzard and I teleported back home to get some rest. We didn't technically need it, but it was nice to unwind. Veldora was asleep on the living room couch, his mind exhausted from running the food shop. Sigh. This guy has a room, but he refuses to use it. On that note, he had been spending more time at the dungeon lately. In fact, he even requested that I move the library to a spare room on the 100th floor. I had promised him I'd do it after the tournament. It was the least I could do, especially considering how much I'd need his help soon. Anyway, Velzard and I headed upstairs and entered my room. After changing clothes, we shut off the lights and crawled into bed. I stared at the ceiling, lost in my thoughts, but soon I noticed something. Velzard's mood seemed a little off. It wasn't the usual calm and composed Velzard I was used to. Something was weighing on her mind, so I decided to break the silence. "What's the matter, Velz-chan?" I asked softly, my voice filled with genuine concern. She turned her head to face me, and I caught the faintest hint of a smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Era. Are you concerned for me, Rimuru-kun?" She teased, her voice as soft and playful as ever, but I could hear a slight sadness underneath the words. Even now, she still managed to tease me despite her apparent inner turmoil. "It's only natural," I replied honestly, unable to hide the sincerity in my voice. Her lips curled into a small, appreciative smile, but a noticeable hint of worry still clouded her expression. "Well," she began, her voice lowering. I suppose it mainly concerns my interaction with Melim-chan earlier today. She spoke with such a somber tone that it threw me off a bit. The conversation between them had been lighthearted, so I couldn't quite understand why it bothered her so much. Was there a problem with it? Melim seemed quite happy to talk to you, I remarked, still unsure of the gravity of the situation. Velzard let out a quiet sigh. I guess I'm not sure how to feel about it. A deep part of me feels I don't deserve to face Melim, considering my past absence. But there's another part of me that's relieved to learn that she doesn't hold anything against me. She explained further. Her words hung in the air, a mix of vulnerability and uncertainty. It wasn't like Velzard to doubt herself, but here she was, torn between guilt and the hope that Melim could accept her. She was a being of immense power, and yet, at this moment, she was just a person grappling with the complexities of family and forgiveness. I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. I wanted to comfort her, to ease that inner struggle. Slowly, I reached over and cupped her cheek gently with my hand. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sudden touch, but that soon melted into a soft, flustered warmth as her cheeks turned a gentle shade of red. It'll be fine, Vels-chan. I reassured her with a gentle smile. You plan to talk with Melim after the tournament, right? I'm sure it'll go well, just like your conversation with Veldora. If you ever need help, I'm here for you. But I know you probably want to do this alone, right? I told her. Velzard blinked at me for a moment and then nodded meekly as if a weight had been lifted just by hearing those words. I smiled again before leaning forward to place a soft kiss on her forehead. Yua. She yelped, startled by my sudden action. Her face turned a deeper shade of red, and for a split second, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Seeing Velzard flustered was always a win in my book. Good night, Vels-chan, I said, my voice teasing but affectionate. Her face was buried in the pillow now, but I could still hear her mutter quietly. I idiot, gee good night, Rimuru-kun. Her voice was muffled, but there was a warmth to it, a vulnerability I wasn't used to hearing from her. Satisfied with my small victory, I decided to give her some space. I leaned back into the pillows and returned to staring at the ceiling, but my mind was filled with thoughts of her. It seems like I'm winning more and more in our little teasing wars. Soon enough, I think, it might evolve into something much more profound. It was something we both might already be on the verge of realizing. Maybe we're both oblivious to it, but it's already there, silently unfolding between us. Despite our playful interactions, there were moments like these when I couldn't help but feel the weight of what was unspoken between us. Our dynamic was fun, no doubt, but constantly dancing around the subject of our feelings was starting to feel a bit frustrating. It reminded me of couples in my old world. There were people who acted the part of being together but have yet to take that final step officially. It may be time for me to confess to Velzard and put an end to this cycle of half-acknowledged feelings. A part of me feared rejection, but that fear didn't outweigh the desire to make my feelings known. I'd already taken risks before, so why not now? Even if it doesn't go how I'd hoped, I doubt it would change anything between us. Tempest would continue on, and things would settle eventually. But, if Velzard truly felt the same, it could change everything for the better. I recalled the first time I met her. Velzard's pride, elegance, and, yes, her cruelty had defined her. At the time, I had no idea what to expect. But as I got to know her, I realized those qualities were just surface-level facades. There was so much more to her than that. For someone with the kind of power she held, Velzard was surprisingly human in many ways. And that's what made her so fascinating to me. Her internal struggles, guilt, and uncertainties made me see her as more than just a true dragon. It made me see her as a person. And honestly, that realization made me care about her even more. Veldora, too, had become more than just my sworn brother. He was my first friend in this world, and despite his mischievous tendencies, I cared deeply for him. Melim, with her childish antics and dangerous powers, had become someone I could rely on, someone I was genuinely grateful to call a friend. And Velzard, my supervisor, my ally, something much more. This was a lot to process, but despite all the confusion swirling in my head, I couldn't help but smile as I lay there, staring up at the ceiling. I've made up my mind. When the time is right, I'll confess to Velzard. No matter how it goes, I'll face it head on. And if things get awkward for a while, well, I'll deal with that when it comes. But for now, I knew I had to keep moving forward with my feelings, not letting fear hold me back. As I steeled my resolve, I felt sleep slowly take over me. Third-person POV. The morning came with energy as Tempest sprung alive for the grand event. Guests from far and wide had arrived, eager to witness the city's advancements and partake in the festivities. Rimuru and Velzard, dressed in their finest attire, quickly readied themselves for the day ahead. Today was no ordinary day. It was the day Tempest would showcase its prosperity, culture, and talent, culminating in a grand musical performance that would captivate every soul in the room. The bustling streets of Tempest were teeming with excitement as Rimuru led his guests on a grand tour of the city. The people were excited, marveling at the innovative technologies and infrastructures Rimuru and his people had worked tirelessly to build. Tempest was a shining beacon of progress, from the towering, sleek buildings to the advanced machinery that powered the city's systems. Guests from all corners of the world couldn't help but be awestruck by the ingenuity on display. Only a tiny portion of the research department's work was revealed, as they are carefully guarded secrets meant to remain within Tempest's walls. As the tour continued, the atmosphere was filled with admiration and respect, each stop revealing yet another facet of Tempest's brilliance. But as the day wore on, the excitement shifted towards the highlight of the event. During the lunch break, Rimuru was surrounded by his 5 students, who were still reeling from the revelation that their teacher was a powerful being and the ruler of an entire nation. Their eyes were wide with awe, though they clearly had more questions than answers. They had only known Rimuru as a teacher, someone who guided them through the basics of magic and combat. But now, they were seeing a different side of him. To Rimuru's surprise, Hinata had also joined them. She claimed she had simply stumbled upon them while exploring the food stalls, a smile tugging at her lips as she offered her company. Despite her usual stoic demeanor, Rimuru could sense the reluctance in her eyes. However, he couldn't help but notice the subtle shift in the air. Yuki, ever the opportunist, had coincidentally crossed paths with them while scouting the area. His presence was always unsettling, and Rimuru and Hinata had grown increasingly suspicious of his motives. They played along, keeping their guard up while maintaining an outwardly casual demeanor. A brief exchange of pleasantries ensued before Yuki excused himself to continue exploring the city. Not one to trust the men, Rimuru immediately instructed Sui to keep a closer watch on him. Meanwhile, Hinata, who was no fan of babysitting, begrudgingly agreed to stay with the children for the time being. As the day slipped into the evening, the atmosphere shifted once more. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the guests gathered for the much-anticipated concert. The theater was filled with anticipation as the lights dimmed, leaving only the glow of the stage to illuminate the room. The orchestra, comprised of some of Tempest's finest musicians, began the performance. Each piece they played was carefully chosen to showcase the full range of their abilities, from classic compositions to more contemporary songs. The melodies echoed through the theater, wrapping around the audience like a comforting embrace. Rimuru watched with pride as Tempest's musical talents flourished, each performance better than the last. The audience, entranced by the beauty of the music, responded with rapturous applause. Luminous, seated near the front, was particularly enraptured by the performance. Her eyes shone with admiration as the notes filled the air. By the time the intermission rolled around, she was already planning her next course of action. She leaned over to Rimuru, her voice filled with excitement. "Rimuru," she began, her tone nearly giddy. "Would you mind if I requested you provide musical training to my subordinates back in Lublius? We must bring this level of artistry to our people," she said, keeping the volume of her voice low. Rimuru chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. "I'm sure we could arrange something," he replied. The final performance of the night was nothing short of a masterpiece. As the orchestra concluded their performance, the spotlight shifted to Shuna and Cheyenne, who had prepared a duet that would leave the audience spellbound. Rimuru's eyes widened in surprise as the two women stepped onto the stage. Elegant as always, Shuna sat at the grand piano with a poised grace, her fingers dancing across the keys with fluid precision. Cheyenne, typically known for her brash nature and fierce loyalty, was equally captivating with the violin, her movements both delicate and fiery. To Rimuru's astonishment, Cheyenne's performance on the violin was exceptional. Every note she played was rich with emotion and skill. The way her music intertwined with Shuna's piano was nothing short of magical. Together, they played a selection of famous violin sonatas, works by Beethoven and Mozart, and some modern pieces transcribed specifically for the piano and violin. The audience, utterly captivated by the beauty of their playing, gave the duo a standing ovation as they finished. The room was filled with applause, some even calling out in admiration for their flawless performance. Rimuru's POV. The applause rang out, echoing through the theater, as Shuna and Cheyenne took their final bow. I couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. Man, that was something else. The way Cheyenne played the violin was unexpectedly incredible. I'd never seen her play anything so gracefully. Her performance matched Shuna's piano perfectly as if they'd been playing together for years. The Spring Sonata and Kreutzer Sonata by Beethoven. Absolutely stunning. The orchestra truly impressed me as well. Their rendition of Tchaikovsky's Violin Concerto was especially magnificent. They'd been rehearsing for months, and it showed in every note. The whole performance was about 4 hours of non-stop music, which, thanks to Seal's help, I could bring over from my old world. Those hours felt like they flew by. It was like being transported back to a time when music was more than just sound. As the performance ended, the applause grew louder, almost deafening, and Shuna and Cheyenne stood side by side on the stage, their expressions a mix of satisfaction and pride. The audience didn't hold back in their admiration. People cheered and shouted words of praise, completely enraptured by their performance. The lights flickered back on, and the clapping gradually subsided as we all made our way out of the theater and into the lobby, chatting about what we'd just witnessed. Fufufu, that was a wonderful performance. Velzard said, her voice filled with a satisfied hum. She looked genuinely impressed, and I couldn't help but agree with her. Right. I was expecting great things from the musicians, and they blew those expectations out of the water. I replied passionately, unable to hide the enthusiasm in my voice. The performance had far exceeded anything I'd imagined. That was so cool, Rimuru. I want to have something like that back home. Malim's eyes were practically sparkling with excitement. Ha ha ha. Sort your food situation first, Malim. One step at a time. I teased, earning a pouting look from her. It wasn't often Malim got genuinely disappointed, but I could tell the idea of food festivals paled in comparison to this musical masterpiece. Midray, a little behind Malim, clutched his chest dramatically, looking as if an arrow had struck him. Gah. How rude, Rimuridano. He said, pretending to stagger in pain. It made Malim and I burst into laughter. Hey, he's right, Midray. After trying out the food here, there's no way you'd disagree. Malim added, still grinning. Midray sighed in defeat, clearly not wanting to continue arguing. I guess you're right. We'll work on it when we return home, Malim-sama. He conceded begrudgingly, which made Malim beam. Looking around, I saw Luminous approaching, Lewis and Hinata trailing behind. Luminous had the same satisfied expression she'd been wearing ever since the performance ended. She leaned in as they came closer, lowering her voice so only I could hear. Hey, remember my request about teaching my subordinates how to perform music like this? Can we discuss the details later? She whispered before pulling away quickly, looking around to ensure no one suspected her true identity. I raised an eyebrow but nodded, acknowledging her request. We can discuss it after the founding festival. I said with a thumbs up, and she gave me a satisfied smile. Soon after, Shuna and Cheyenne emerged from backstage. Their faces radiated contentment, their steps light as they walked toward us. Nice performance, you guys. I called out, waving enthusiastically at them. I noticed a few guests turning to look at us in curiosity. Shuna and Cheyenne both smiled warmly, their expressions grateful. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. They said in unison, bowing slightly. Their voices were full of genuine gratitude, and I could tell they were still riding the high of the performance. Indeed, you two were incredible. Your performance opened my ears to the wonderful world of music. Velzard added, her tone earnest, making them both blush slightly at the praise. It is an honor to receive your praise, Velzard-sama. Shuna replied, her voice soft but full of appreciation. Same here, Velzard-sama. Cheyenne added enthusiastically, her usual fiery demeanor softened by the moment. I grinned at the two of them, feeling a surge of pride. Turning my attention back to the rest of the guests, I raised my voice so everyone could hear. Everyone. It's once again time for us to partake in a grand banquet. I announced, signaling that dinner was ready. Eager to continue the festivities, the guests exchanged excited glances as we made our way to the dining hall. The room quickly filled with chatter, the air warm with anticipation. The dinner theme for the evening was seafood. The dishes were mouth-wateringly prepared, with vibrant colors and enticing aromas that would make anyone's mouth water. The cooks truly outdid themselves. There was no need for an opening speech this time. We were all eager to eat, and I didn't hesitate to give the word to begin. The table was soon lively with conversation, everyone passionately discussing the incredible musical performance we'd just witnessed. It had been a day full of surprises, but the best part was yet to come. As I ate my meal, I couldn't help but feel content. Today had gone better than I'd expected, and tomorrow promised even more excitement, especially with the grand opening of the dungeon. Suddenly, Kenya, always the curious one, broke the comfortable chatter. Sensei. Random question, but who's stronger between you and Hinata-san? He blurted out, his voice full of innocent curiosity. The other kids nearly choked on their food at the question, their eyes wide in surprise. Kenya's question had caught the attention of a few of the guests, and some turned their heads in interest. Kenya. That's incredibly rude to ask all of a sudden. Chloe scolded him loudly, her face a mix of embarrassment and disapproval. What? We were literally debating this all morning, but Hinata-san refused to answer. Now that Sensei is here, we can ask him directly. Kenya retorted, his tone completely unapologetic. So they were debating this earlier. Sigh. Such a kid thing to do. Well. I still personally believe that Hinata-san is stronger. I mean, she surpassed Shizu-sensei in no time after all. Alice chimed in, her voice filled with conviction. Ryota nodded in agreement, still chewing thoughtfully. Chloe just sighed, a bit upset by the sudden argument, but she remained quiet for now. I leaned back in my chair with a grin. Have you two fought, sensei? Gale asked, his voice filled with curiosity. I paused, staring blankly at the children. Their eager eyes were locked on me, waiting for an answer. Before I could say anything, Gazel chimed in with a chuckle. Ha ha ha. The curious mind of a child is truly something to behold. But I must admit, I'm curious as well, Rimuru. Would you mind answering them? Gazel asked, his tone light but with a playful edge. I closed my eyes, resting my chin in my hand as I pondered the question momentarily, as if deep in thought. See, sensei. Even King Gazel is curious. Kenya pressed, clearly amused by the situation. I cracked a slight grin and, without breaking eye contact with Hinata, pointed at her. I'd like for you to answer their question, Hinata. I said, my grin widening as I leaned back, the mischievous glint in my eyes making it clear I was thoroughly enjoying this. Hinata, caught off guard, flushed slightly. She scoffed, trying to hide her growing embarrassment, but it was too late. The attention was already on her. Fufufu, how evil of you, Rimuru. Velzard teased from beside me, her voice filled with amusement. I leaned in slightly, awaiting the answer with a growing sense of anticipation. After a brief pause, Hinata took a deep breath and regained her composure. The weight of the room's attention was palpable as all eyes turned to her. Not too long ago, Rimuru-san and I did engage in a duel. She began, her voice calm but laced with an undeniable undercurrent of respect. But, to call it a duel would be a major stretch. Throughout the entire fight, he was toying with me while I went all out from the very beginning. Her tone softened with a tinge of reluctant admission. As much as I hate to admit it, there is no way I stand a chance against him. She added. I shrugged lightly, the corners of my lips twitching upward as I observed the reactions of the room. The silence that followed was thick, as if everyone was collectively processing what had just been said. Most of the people who were aware of the outcome weren't too surprised. But for the others, particularly the children, their eyes widened in disbelief. Their jaws dropped, and the atmosphere grew heavy with stunned shock. I closed my eyes in quiet anticipation, knowing what was coming next. For real. The children, except Chloe, shouted in unison, their voices filled with pure astonishment. Yep, there it is. Still processing the situation's weight, Gazel let out a low whistle. My goodness. That means you've already surpassed me, Rimuru. His voice was cautious, a mix of admiration and awe. Hearing their king's reluctant acknowledgement of defeat, his subordinates exchanged uneasy glances but remained silent, no doubt processing the enormity of this revelation. I knew Sensei was incredible. No offense, Hinata-san. Chloe chirped, her eyes sparkling with admiration. None taken, Chloe. It's true, Rimuru-san is indeed powerful. Hinata responded, her maturity shining through, but there was a hint of genuine respect in her voice that wasn't there before. That is, hard to believe. Alice murmured, her face a mixture of disbelief and awe. I know, right? We really underestimated Sensei. Kenya added, his voice full of nervous excitement. With a proud smirk, Chloe looked at her classmates with an air of superiority. Humph. You all didn't believe me when I told you Sensei was that incredible. She announced triumphantly, crossing her arms in a self-satisfied manner. Before anyone could respond, Hinata's demeanor shifted. A mischievous grin spread across her face, and the change was instant. Actually, there's something even more ridiculous that Rimuru-san has done. She said, her voice dripping with playful malice as all eyes snapped to her. Ha ha ha. More ridiculous than easily defeating you? Gazel asked in jest, his tone light, though a hint of curiosity lingered in his voice. To his surprise, Hinata nodded, her grin widening in satisfaction. What could possibly be more insane than him defeating you? Ryota asked, his voice trembling slightly with anticipation. The guests were all watching now, the atmosphere thick with suspense. I could feel the weight of their eyes on me, the anticipation hanging in the air like a tangible force. Hinata's grin grew wider, and she shot me a look that practically screamed revenge. I had no idea what she was about to drop, but I had a very bad feeling about it. Fufufu, good luck, dear Rimuru. Velzard teased, her voice light but filled with an almost mischievous delight. My eyes widened in sudden realization. I knew exactly where this was going. I didn't even have time to react before Hinata's following words hit like a bombshell. Easily defeating me is one thing, she said, her voice now dripping with barely contained amusement. But besting the storm dragon in battle? That's a whole other level, wouldn't you agree, Velzard-sama? She continued, glancing at Velzard with a victorious, almost taunting grin. Arg. I knew it. I'm going to have a headache explaining this one. Velzard, far too amused by this entire exchange, let out a small chuckle, her eyes glinting with delight. The silence was deafening, broken only by the collective gasps of the guests. What? Velzard's POV. Marvelous work, Hinata. I must take notes on that masterstroke of revenge. Well played, indeed. Rimuru sat there, visibly flustered, with an imaginary tick mark practically pulsing on his forehead. The guests were gaping at him in stunned silence, jaws dropped, eyes wide, as though they'd just been hit with lightning. Hinata, triumphant, took a leisurely sip from her glass, barely hiding a satisfied smirk. Oh oi. Rimuru-dano, is she being serious? Gazel stammered, looking genuinely rattled. The others appeared just as anxious, clinging to some shred of disbelief as they waited for Rimuru to clarify. There's no way. Kenya's voice cracked in protest, and his fellow students nodded meekly, each grappling with the impossible image of their teacher battling the Veldora. Even Chloe, the most loyal of the bunch, looked dumbfounded. I knew Rimuru-sensei was strong, but defeating the storm dragon. She stammered, eyes flicking to Rimuru with a new, almost fearful, reverence. That's absurd. Irald muttered, voice tense. While sealing the storm dragon is known to be possible, to defeat him outright. He said, leaving the rest unsaid. The murmurs grew uneasy, with even Elmesia showing visible discomfort. A duel between gods. It must have been terrifying to witness, even if they weren't using their full strength. She muttered. Just then, Melim sprang up from her seat, looking like she'd just been dealt the ultimate betrayal, and rocketed over to Rimuru. She seized him by the shoulders and began shaking him vigorously, face red with indignation. Fufufu, they're like squabbling siblings. How adorable. Ack. Melim. What's gotten into you? Rimuru stammered, half laughing, half pleading, as Melim shook him like a rag doll. Bestie. You could already fight on equal footing with Uncle Veldora, and you turned me down. She fumed. Why didn't you accept my duel offer earlier? She asked furiously, oblivious to his weak protests. All right. Calm down, Melim. I'll explain. Just please, go sit down. He managed as she finally released him and stomped back to her chair, arms crossed and pouting. A deep sigh escaped Rimuru as he rubbed his temples, clearly regretting every life choice that had led him to this moment. The room was thick with tension as all eyes fixed on him, waiting for reassurance or an explanation that made sense. I caught luminous gaze, and we exchanged wicked grins. Even Hinata looked positively gleeful, basking in the chaos she'd unleashed. Rimuru's own subordinates were valiantly holding back laughter, faces barely concealing their amusement. After a pause to gather himself, Rimuru raised his hand, adopting a surprisingly calm tone though a faint vein of exasperation ran beneath it. Let me clear a few things up, everyone. First of all, Veldora wasn't going all out. He was holding back while I was giving it my all. He began, clearly aiming to restore some semblance of his dignity. The crowd leaned in, Gazel most of all, his frown easing slightly as he tried to understand. In addition, Rimuru continued. It was just a sparring match meant for my training. Velzard had been teaching me some new techniques, and Veldora agreed to help me put them into practice. So, really, I only won by a technicality. Gazel, you remember that short duel we had? It's a bit like that. He said with a casual shrug. Gazel's face lit up in realization, nodding. Ah, that makes sense. If you put it like that. He muttered, seeming somewhat placated. The other guests exchanged glances, some visibly more relaxed. Rimuru exhaled, relieved his story was holding water. So, if it had been a real battle, with neither of us holding back, I'd have no chance against Veldora. He finished, an audible sigh escaping him as he looked around, hopeful that this explanation would put things to rest. The guests, somewhat assured by his answer, resumed their seats, though a few remained visibly shaken. I had to give him credit. He twisted the truth admirably. Yet, those of us who knew what happened could barely contain our amusement, exchanging sly glances promising future laughter at his expense. Of course, Ramaris nearly spoiled the whole act with her oblivious curiosity until Beretta covered her mouth. She finally caught on and fell silent, though her shoulders shook with barely contained giggles. Rimuru's determination to hold on to his dignity was admirable, but at this point, the damage was done. He massaged his temples, a mixture of irritation and relief on his face, clearly drained from his battle with Melim and his struggle to hold his composure under the guest's scrutiny. This was absolutely delightful. I should definitely take notes from Hinata on the finer arts of revenge. That idiot slime has been relentless lately with his teasing, always finding new ways to make me flustered. It should be me, not him. Teasing is my job. Gradually, the guests returned to their meals, though they occasionally stole off-field glances at Rimuru. His students, who'd gone from disbelief to pure admiration, beamed at their teacher with newfound respect. But his allies from Dworgen, Sarian, and Blumund looked considerably shaken, clearly disturbed by the sheer potential they'd just witnessed. Poor Rimuru continued to rub his temples, only half listening to the ongoing conversations, likely cursing Hinata's little scheme. I'll have to remember this moment. I am so getting you back for that, Hinata. Rimuru muttered, a note of playful frustration in his voice. Hinata smirked, entirely unbothered. Then I wish you good luck, Rimuru-san. She replied, her tone mocking but light-hearted. A faint tick mark seemed to appear on his forehead as he stifled another sigh. What happened to that pride in your strength, Rimuru-kun? I teased, and his shoulders slumped dramatically in response. Hinata and Ramirez both chuckled, thoroughly enjoying his discomfort. Yeah, Rimuru. Your fight with Veldora was amazing. So close, but thanks to Velzard-sama's training, you managed to pull through. Ramirez chimed in, playing along with almost too sincere enthusiasm. Now, she's backing up his story. Even so, that's unbelievably impressive. Gazel commented with a hint of awe, and Irald nodded, looking equally impressed. By now, Rimuru looked about ready to throw in the towel, visibly deflated as he sighed again, this time with a trace of exhaustion. It has to be one of the highest honors out there, being trained by the Frost Dragon herself. Elmesia added, nodding in agreement while Hinata maintained her smug smile and took an elegant sip of her drink. The children's curiosity finally got the better of them, and one of them, Alice, leaned forward. So, sensei, if it were a real battle, would you still stand no chance against Veldora-sama? She asked, her eyes widening in anticipation. Rimuru paused thoughtfully, clearly considering how to spin his response. Well, as I am now, yes. I could put up a solid fight, but I doubt I'd win with my current capabilities. He replied smoothly, holding back a smirk. It was all technically true, though just a very generous stretch of the truth. Fufufu, you sly little slime. You're amazing, sensei. Chloe exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Rimuru scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly, caught between pride and mild embarrassment. There's really no denying it. Ryota admitted, and the rest of the children nodded shyly in agreement. All right, enough about me barely defeating Veldora. Rimuru said, waving his hands dismissively, eager to redirect the conversation. Tomorrow is a big day. It's the grand opening of a special project we've been working on. Everyone, get ready for the dungeon. He announced. Rimuru's announcement shifted the atmosphere, sparking curiosity and excitement throughout the room. Ramirez perked up immediately, practically vibrating with energy at the mention of the Labyrinth dungeon. They dove into explaining its features, reviewing the intricately designed systems and surprises awaiting challengers. Those learning of it for the first time were visibly impressed and amazed by the versatility and ingenuity of the project Rimuru, Ramirez, and Veldora had crafted together. I'll have to check in on them regularly. It seems like they're having plenty of fun in that labyrinth. As the evening wore on and dinner ended, guests drifted off, preparing for tomorrow's event. Rimuru and I lingered, and soon, we were the last ones left. Rather than teleporting, we decided to walk home through the city. Despite the hour, the streets were still buzzing with life. People were out drinking, eating, and socializing, the vibrant energy of Tempest giving the city a lively warmth that was a stark contrast to the usual calm this time of night. Yo. Rimuru. Velzard nay. A familiar voice called from behind, snapping us from our thoughts. Turning around, we saw Veldora jogging toward us, his hand raised in an enthusiastic wave. We waved back, and in moments, he'd caught up to us, his usual grin on full display. Era. How are you, Veldora-kun? Finished for the day? I asked as he approached, and he nodded, beaming. Yup. Another busy day, with even more customers lining up. I took some of their feedback on my takoyaki and now it's even better. Veldora boasted, letting out a triumphant laughter that filled the street. Rimuru chuckled, clearly amused. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to set up a food stall for the festival. Rimuru said, grinning at his friend's enthusiasm. Good job, Veldora-kun. I added with a smile. By the way, I have a favor to ask. I told him, my tone sincere. Oh. A favor. Veldora's attention shifted to me, his eyes lighting up. Of course. If it's me, consider it done. He declared confidently, while Rimuru looked on, curious. Malim and I will be sparring during the fighting tournament, and I'd like your help maintaining a strong enough barrier to protect the spectators. I requested. Veldora's brows lifted in mild surprise. That'll be quite the sight. Veldora replied, a bit astonished but grinning. Containing that will be tricky, but I'm up for it. He affirmed, and Rimuru chuckled, extending a fist for Veldora to bump. We've got our work cut out for us. Those two won't go all out, but it'll still be a handful to contain. Rimuru joked. Quahaha. Don't worry, Rimuru. My magicule capacity is the highest among us three true dragons. Veldora proclaimed, returning the fist bump with confidence. With your arsenal of skills backing us up, we'll have no issues. He reassured. Rimuru raised his brows, looking pleasantly surprised. For real? He asked, and I nodded. It's true, Rimuru-kun. Veldora-kun's Magic reserves exceed mine. Although. I smiled slyly. He could still work on efficiency. I added, and Veldora's grin faltered, replaced by a sheepish look as he glanced away. Rimuru cocked his head, so I continued. There's no doubt Veldora's Magic capacity and sheer destructive power are incredible. But in terms of efficiency, let's just say he has room to improve. Even Velgrind, our sister with the smallest Magic pool, has bested him in the past. I explained further. Veldora's eyes drifted downward, a faint pout crossing his face. Rimuru raised an eyebrow, amused. Really? Guess Veldora needs to up his game. He joked, his grin widening. Fufufu, but don't get me wrong. I replied, giving Veldora a gentle pat on the shoulder. Those days are in the past. Veldora's come a long way. He's awakened an ultimate skill and has greatly improved his combat abilities. Now, he just has to polish up his efficiency. I informed him. Instantly, Veldora perked up, his sheepishness replaced by pride. I'll keep working at it, Velzard. Thanks. He said earnestly, and I nodded, giving him an approving smile. The three of us continued walking in comfortable silence, taking in the tranquil beauty of the night sky. As I glanced at Rimuru, I noticed him deep in thought, his gaze distant. After a moment, he looked between us and asked a question. Just curious, what exactly is a star remnant? Veldora and I shared a look before I answered. As true dragons, we can compress any energy source into a tiny, physical form. Calling it a star remnant is just a way of identifying it since it doesn't have to come from a star specifically. For instance, the energy from a powerful attack can be condensed similarly, but it's taxing. So, unless there's no other option, blocking or absorbing it is preferable. I explained. Rimuru nodded, considering this. I see, and does the remnant carry the properties of the true dragon who created it? He questioned further. Yes. In fact, that's how you're able to use my frost magic, correct? I asked, and Rimuru nodded, confirming. Veldora chimed in, his expression thoughtful. But I'm still amazed you managed to create a true dragon egg from it. I didn't even know that was possible. He remarked, his disbelief evident. To be honest, neither did I. It was a bit of an experiment. I admitted, surprising Rimuru. Wait, what do you mean by that? Rimuru asked, intrigued. I glanced upward, pausing in our walk. It was a theory I wanted to test. I answered softly, and Rimuru and Veldora turned to me, their curiosity piqued. A theory. Veldora repeated, his gaze intent. I stopped and looked at the night sky, a solemn smile on my face as I gathered my thoughts. It's something I spoke about with Veldonava and I a long time ago. I began quietly. Long before you were born, Veldora. I added. My words lingered in the air, and now fully invested, both of them waited in silence, anticipation in their eyes, as I prepared to continue. I once asked him about how true dragons are born and the nature behind our very existence. He explained that each of us embodies a specific concept, a fundamental aspect of reality, given form. The ideas we represent are unique. Veldonava embodies totality and creation, manifesting as the Star King and the origin of everything. I embody deceleration, the natural tendency towards stillness and low-energy states, taking the form of frost. Velgrind represents acceleration, the energy that drives motion, creating the searing heat of scorch. And you, Veldora, are the essence of natural disorder. You embody chaos, reflected in your power as the raging storm. That's more or less why we're called the pillars of creation. It's due to our ties with fundamental concepts that reality cannot exist without. I paused, watching Veldora's expression of awe and curiosity. Rimuru stayed unusually calm as if something within him had already resonated with this truth. This concept led me to wonder. I continued. If a being could evolve into a true dragon by absorbing a concept into themselves, whether an individual could transcend by merging with one of these primordial aspects. I added, and Rimuru's eyes glinted with interest. Veldora leaned in eagerly. Did he say it was possible? He asked. He did, but only in theory. He mentioned that the conditions required would be so unlikely that he didn't see much point in dwelling on it. Still, he let slip something about a star remnant being key to such a transformation. I answered. I let that settle between us, watching the two of them ponder its significance. So, you handed me that star remnant with this in mind? Rimuru asked with quiet wonder, to which I nodded. Exactly. If anyone could figure it out, I had a good feeling it would be you. I said with a playful smile, making Rimuru shift bashfully. Good call, Velzard nay. Veldora joined in with a burst of laughter. Now, if you're curious, I said. Veldonava and I even had a name for this process. I continued, and both Rimuru and Veldora looked at me in surprise. Really? Rimuru asked, eyes wide with interest, while Veldora tilted his head. Is it like the Harvest Festival? Veldora asked. Something like that. He called it a draconic rebirth. It's the transformation of an individual's very essence and constitution as they merge with a core aspect of reality. I explained. Draconic rebirth, huh? That has a nice ring to it. Rimuru murmured with a slight, contemplative smile. The natural emergence of a true dragon results in a powerful being, of course. I continued. But given the difficulty of achieving draconic rebirth, only an already formidable being could even come close to achieving it. I said. Meaning? Rimuru pressed, raising an eyebrow. Meaning that being reborn as true dragon would surpass even me, Velgrind, and Veldora. I replied, letting the weight of my words settle. Both of them fell silent, and after a pause, Veldora spoke up in awe. That's, well, a lot to take in, Velzard nay. So it's truly that immense of an increase in power, he said, clearly moved. I affirmed with a nod. And I'd say Rimuru here is closer to that point than anyone has ever come. Not that any being has even attempted or knows of its existence. I said. Rimuru met my gaze, his eyes alight with wonder as I gently cupped his face. When the time comes for you to transcend and wield this strength, I know you'll use it wisely. You've done well so far, and I trust you'll continue to, even at the pinnacle of power. I spoke softly, and Rimuru's expression became one of steady resolve. I will, Velz-chan. I'll use that power to make my ideals a reality, to protect those I care about, and to defeat anyone who would threaten us. He declared, his words filled with passion. Nodding with a smile, I released his face, and we resumed our walk, letting the quiet of the night deepen around us. After we reached the house, Veldora headed to the library, as he usually did, while Rimuru and I made our way upstairs to rest. We changed and climbed into bed, where he lay beside me, staring at the ceiling with a soft smile. Feeling playful, I reached over to poke his cheek, enjoying the brief, amused expression he shot in my direction. What are you doing, Velz-chan? He asked, still smiling. Fufufu just thought it would be cute. I teased, continuing my playful poking. Rimuru watched me blankly for a moment, then chuckled lightly. You're so random sometimes, he said, sounding both amused and at ease. After a moment, I pulled my finger back, but he gently caught my hand, his touch warm and steady. I'm not letting that one slide, he murmured, his voice low and teasing as he slowly drew my hand toward him. I barely had time to process what he was doing when suddenly. Eep. I squeaked in shock as Rimuru slipped my finger between his lips, his eyes dancing with mischief. Yua. What is he doing? His warm tongue brushed against my skin, wrapping around my index finger and sending a jolt through my entire body. I could feel the heat rising to my face, my cheeks flaming. Rimuru. I stammered, quickly covering my face with my free hand as my mind raced. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, he finally released my finger, and I pulled my hand back, feeling a lingering warmth where his mouth had been. Fufufu, good night, Velz-chan, he said with that sly smile, rolling over to lie on his side, his back now facing me. Still blushing furiously, I tried to find my voice. Gee, good night, idiot. I mumbled under my breath, though I could hear his quiet chuckle in response. I glanced down at my finger, noticing a slight shimmer of his saliva still clinging to it, and my heart started pounding even faster. A strange, almost magnetic pull took over as I stared, transfixed. Why can't I look away? My chest felt tight, and my breaths came softer and slower. After a few moments, I raised my hand, the finger inching closer to my lips. Before I even realized it, my eyes drifted shut, and I let my finger slip into my mouth. A rush of sensation hit me, so warm and heady that it left me breathless. I felt euphoric, ecstatic, and elated. No words seemed enough to capture the strange thrill that filled my senses. What is this? Is this something in his saliva, or is it just me? Rimuru. Snapping back to myself, I pulled my finger out of my mouth, staring at it in confusion. What is happening to me? I believe this strange feeling Master is referring to is the sensation of being sexually aroused. What? Sexually aroused? By something as simple as that? Wait. Who said that? I jolted upright, instantly alert. My eyes scanned the dark room, and my senses heightened. No one was there, so I activated universal perception, scouring for any unknown presence. Only Rimuru and Veldora's familiar signatures lingered nearby, but nothing out of place. "Who's there?" I demanded quietly, careful not to disturb Rimuru's sleep. I was met with silence. Was I going insane? No. I am not a person in the outside world. I am Master's unique skill, Envy. My skill can talk. This meant, Envy had developed an ego, which is an exceptionally rare occurrence. On second thought, no. If my memory serves me right, the sin and virtue skills all house dormant and weak egos. This skill's ego just happened to fully awaken and gain the response function. Forcing myself to steady my breaths, I settled back down, processing the unexpected revelation. It may be time to learn more about my new unique skill. Can you hear me? Affirmative. How and when did you gain consciousness? Master deeply desired companionship when Rimuru Tempest was away and felt enduring envy toward those he spent time with, particularly Veldora Tempest. Over time, as these desires accumulated, the world granted Master's wishes, allowing me to develop. I blinked, stunned by the sudden insight. Was I bottling these feelings up all this time? I hadn't realized it, but perhaps I had felt a strange pang when Rimuru called Veldora his sworn brother. And sometimes, his other business did leave a slight bitterness lingering in my chest. Envy, though. Could it have built up so steadily, so strongly? Perhaps the little things had simply added up over time. Would you mind telling me what you can do? Of course, Master. Here is a breakdown of the sub-skills of envy. All of creation, analytical appraisal, desire empowerment, converts envious feelings into usable energy, amplifying other aspects of the user, desire fulfillment, manifests the user's desires into reality under the right conditions, imitate, allows the creation of a degraded imitation of a skill or art deemed desirable. If the power gap between the user and the target is wide enough, the imitation can surpass the original, thought acceleration. My sole purpose is to fulfill Master's desires. I was impressed. This skill, especially for a unique, was powerful and versatile. With its analytical prowess and ability to fuel itself on my emotions, it had the potential to adapt and grow in nearly any situation. If I had to compare it, Envy was almost like a blend of Rimuru's, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael, and Guy's, Lord of Pride, Lucifer, though less potent. Yet, this fledgling ego felt weak, like a spark just finding its way. I couldn't expect more at this stage, but I looked forward to seeing what this skill would become once it evolved into an ultimate skill. I look forward to working with you, Envy-san. Likewise, Master. Its voice was hollow and synthetic, but the timid tone felt oddly familiar. Perhaps it was a mirror of myself, as I'd been in my early years, back when I was naive, still growing, still discovering my purpose. It seems that Rimuru and Veldora aren't the only ones with untapped potential. My ceiling is still far above where I am now. And that's just the way I like it. I stared at the ceiling with a wide grin on my face. Prospects of the future began popping up in my mind, and I felt my heart racing quickly. My decision to come and stay here in Tempest is the best one I've made. With that happy thought, I closed my eyes and began drifting asleep. Rimuru's POV. I slowly opened my eyes, feeling the soft warmth of the morning sun streaming through the window. The golden rays of the early morning filled the room with a calming light. Looks like it's time for the big day. As I stretched and sat up, I felt refreshed and ready for what promised to be a monumental occasion. The grand opening of the most significant project in Tempest had finally arrived. While I don't rely on coffee as some do, it's become a tradition for Velzard and me to drink it together in the mornings. It's a little ritual we've gotten into. I reached into my imaginary space and pulled out 2 mugs of coffee, one hot and one iced, made exactly how we like it. Good morning, Rimuru-kun. Velzard's voice greeted me softly. She stretched, sat up beside me, and rubbed her eyes sleepily. Good morning, Velz-chan. Here you go. I replied with a grin, handing her the cold mug. She took it gratefully, her fingers brushing against mine for a brief moment. I took a sip of my hot coffee, savoring the rich, smooth taste. It didn't do much for me, but it tasted damn good. That's why we drink it. It looks like today will finally reveal the grand project you 3 have been working on, she said, a hint of excitement in her voice as she took a sip from her mug. I nodded eagerly. Yup. I'm super excited. We've done countless tests to ensure everything works as intended, especially the resurrection bracelet. We fine-tuned each floor to ensure the difficulty didn't spike too drastically. As for the other non-dungeon features, well, those will be a surprise for the public, I said, my voice full of excitement. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I thought the dungeon was supposed to be just an attraction for adventurers. What other uses does it serve? She asked, and I grinned mischievously. He. There's more to it than that. The 100th floor of the dungeon is a multi-purpose area. For one, there are several laboratories there for testing all sorts of different projects. And Veldora's private room will be on that floor too, which means he's officially moving out of this house. I explained, my enthusiasm brimming. Velzard's eyes widened in surprise, and momentarily, she was speechless. But that shock quickly melted into a cheeky grin. Fufufu, it's quite a shame Veldora-kun will no longer be around. She mused, her gaze shifting playfully. But that means we can finally use the hot spring in this house without worrying about my little brother walking in on us. She added teasingly. Oh shit. The implication hit me like a freight train. Why is that the first thing on your mind? I stuttered, sheepishly scratching the back of my head. Velzard's eyes darkened with mischief, and her gaze became even more seductive and hungry. She deliberately set her mug down on the nightstand before swiftly moving to sit beside me. Because, Rimuru-kun, it's been quite a while since we've relaxed properly. She purred, her voice dripping provocatively as she inched her face closer to mine. The succubus dragon has fucking awoken. Wait. Why, you're right. Now that Veldora's moving out, we can use the hot spring whenever you want. I stammered, trying to gather my wits as I gently placed my hands on her shoulders. To my relief, that seemed to appease her, and she promptly climbed off me with a satisfied smile. I'll make sure you keep that promise, Rimuru-kun. She teased, her grin widening. Phew. That was close. It's about time I made good on that promise. Yeah. Come on, let's get ready for today. I said, standing up from the bed and quickly changing into my Demon Lord outfit. Velzard did the same, though. When she stood up, I couldn't help but pause and blink in surprise. She wore a new outfit. It was a white and blue kimono with a yellow obi tied neatly around her waist. The kimono was decorated with delicate blue snowflakes, emphasizing her frosty nature and elegance. Her usual yellow headband adorned her head, but her hair was now tied in a neat ponytail rather than her usual twin tails. The change was striking, yet it suited her perfectly. The soft fabric flowed beautifully around her, adding to her graceful, serene aura. Safe to say, she looked absolutely gorgeous. That new outfit fit her like it was made for her. I could only stare for a moment before shaking myself out of my stupor. Wow, Velz-chan. I said, my voice uncharacteristically soft. You look amazing. I complimented. She gave me a small, satisfied smile, clearly pleased by the compliment. Thank you, Rimuru-kun. She replied, her voice warmer than usual. I couldn't help but smile back, my heart fluttering just a little. Today would be a big day, and I couldn't shake the thought of how lucky I was to have someone like Velzard by my side. Having changed into our finest attires, we teleported to the lobby, arriving before anyone else. It looked like we were the first ones here. Meh. Being early is better than being late anyway. Velzard and I sat on the couch, settling in as we realized there would still be some time before the event truly kicked off. My excitement for the grand opening of the dungeon bubbled up inside me, but for now, I let myself enjoy the peaceful moment. Out of nowhere, Velzard rested her head on my shoulder, a soft smile of contentment on her face. She didn't say a word, just leaned into me, and for a moment, everything felt calm. I was a bit surprised, but I didn't dislike it. So, I stayed silent, letting myself relax and enjoy the moment with her. We remained like that for a few minutes, undisturbed and comfortable. Surprisingly, it wasn't awkward at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It felt peaceful, almost perfect, and rather pleasant. I loved the quiet atmosphere we shared. But that tranquil moment didn't last long. A strange distortion in space-time rippled through the air a few meters behind the couch. I turned to look, and there he was. Veldora teleported into the lobby with his usual exuberant expression. Quahahaha. Rimuru. Today is the big day. I sure hope you're. Veldora's voice faltered mid-sentence, his usual enthusiasm slowing as he took in the sight before him. For some reason, he seemed apprehensive, which made Velzard giggle softly. I blinked, unsure of what was going on. Why did he suddenly look so awkward? Did I stumble onto something I wasn't supposed to? Veldora asked, glancing between Velzard and me with a tinge of anxiety. What was he talking about? Velzard's playful laugh broke the silence. Fufufu, not at all, Veldora-kun. Come sit with us. She urged him with a soft tone. Veldora hesitated, eyeing us with a mix of curiosity and confusion, but after a moment, he shrugged and walked toward the couch. Strangely, though, he was trying to avoid looking directly at us, which only added to the mystery of the situation. Then, I felt a soft sensation on my arm. I looked to my right, and to my shock, Velzard was still clinging to my arm, tightly. What? Had she been holding on to my arm the whole time? How did I not notice? Oh, crap. Now I understood why Veldora was acting so awkwardly. His sister had been clinging to me this whole time, and I hadn't even realized it. It seems you were so caught up in the peaceful moment that you overlooked her actions, Rimuru-sama. Like hell, that's the case. I couldn't have been that comfortable, right? According to your thoughts just moments ago, you found the situation rather pleasant. Quit reading my mind all the time. Fufufu. There's no need for me to read your mind, Rimuru-sama. I'm a part of you, after all. I really need to control my thoughts better. Then again, Seal's probably been snooping around in my mind anyway, so it's almost pointless to try. Sigh. The mind of a Manas is genuinely terrifying. I'm starting to wonder if she's been experimenting with my skills behind my back. There's no point in thinking about it now. Focus, Rimuru. Veldora finally settled on the couch, still looking uncharacteristically shy. He adjusted himself a few times, trying to get comfortable, but still seemed off. After a few moments, Velzard released my arm with a satisfied smile, and Veldora could finally look at us with less discomfort. I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This guy was definitely starting to suspect something between me and his sister. Anyway, Veldora. You were saying. I nudged him, trying to steer the conversation back to where we left off. Veldora straightened up, cleared his throat, and regained his usual confidence. Yes. Ahem. I hope you're ready for the grand opening of the dungeon. After the event, Rimuru and I have something to show you. He said, his voice full of excitement, which piqued my curiosity. Oh. You made more additions to the dungeon? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Veldora nodded with a grin, looking pleased with himself. It's just one addition, but I'm sure you'll appreciate it. He said, keeping his words vague. I leaned forward slightly, more intrigued than ever. Really? Care to reveal what it is? I asked. Quahaha. You'll have to wait until the end of the day, Rimuru. Veldora replied, his grin widening at my disappointment. That's a bummer, but I guess I can wait. It better be worth it, though. I said, trying to hide my mild frustration behind a grin. With that, the conversation ended, and Veldora pulled out a manga to read, seeming to lose interest in the conversation. Velzard, still relaxed, once again laid her head on my shoulder as we waited for the guests to arrive. To pass the time, Velzard and I decided to read some manga as well. Lately, she'd gotten into Ashi no Ko, an idol-themed manga with a detective twist. We read through half a volume in peace, the quiet comfort of our shared reading only interrupted by the arrival of the first guests. The first to appear were a few of my executives who'd be accompanying us for the opening event. Not long after, Luminous and her subordinates entered, looking stunning in their formal outfits. As usual, the vampire queen hid any signs of irritation when she spotted Veldora, but I noticed the slight twitch in her expression before she quickly masked it. Still posing as a maid of Louis Valentine, her true identity remained a secret to the unknowing guests. Before long, the remaining guests had arrived, and the lobby was filled with bustling activity. Veldora, Velzard, and I stood up, gathering in the center of the room as the group looked on with eager eyes. We all radiated an air of dignity and authority, standing tall and proud before the guests. With a clap of my hands, I gathered everyone's attention. They turned to face us, their excitement palpable. I could sense the eager anticipation in the air. I then stepped forward and began my speech with firm resolve. Good morning, everyone. I began, my voice resonating in the room. Today marks the second day of this celebration, and we have something truly extraordinary to show you all. I announced as I gestured to Veldora. His chest puffed out with pride as he jumped in. That's right. This project, a true collaboration between Rimuru, and myself, has been in the works for nearly a month. And now he paused dramatically, clearly savoring the moment. Without further ado, we present to you all I cut myself off as I clapped my hands together sharply, the sound echoing through the room, and the air shifted. In an instant, the world around us blurred and reformed as I activated spatial transfer. We found ourselves standing before a grand entrance. The grand dungeon of Tempest. I proclaimed, my voice carrying through the vast space. The guests stood in stunned silence for a moment, their eyes widening as they took in the enormity of the structure before them. The dungeon loomed like a monumental masterpiece, its intricate design melding strength and beauty in every stone. Their mouths hung agape as they absorbed the grandeur of it all, unable to look away. Moments later, the massive doors slowly began to open, creaking with power and anticipation, revealing the interior. A long stairway descended into the depths, the faint glow of torches lining the walls casting an ethereal light. Please, follow me. I invited, my voice calm but filled with quiet pride. We walked down the staircase together. The steady flow of magical-powered torches illuminated the path in a soft, constant glow. It was a short walk, but the atmosphere was anything but ordinary. The guests murmured in awe as we descended. As we reached the bottom, the true scale of the dungeon hit them. Before us lay a vast chamber covering an area of 62,000 square meters, a space so large it could fit an entire city inside. The lobby was adorned with elegant decorations, but the scale of it all was impossible to ignore. "Welcome to the first floor of the dungeon," I declared, my voice echoing in the massive room. The guests looked around, eyes wide, their minds struggling to comprehend the size of the space and the beauty of the design. "Wait, first floor?" Gazel asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Veldora and I exchanged a knowing glance, the grin on my face widening. He. They're in for more than they bargained for," I said, trying to contain my excitement. "That's right." Veldora laughed, his voice booming in the cavernous room. "This floor is just the beginning. 100 floors, to be exact," he announced, and the guests froze. 100. They echoed in unison, their voices filled with awe and incredulity. Velzard stood silently, her serene smile unchanged as she observed the reactions with quiet amusement. "Why, you're telling me they're all this massive?" Elmesia asked, her tone filled with apprehension. Turning to her, I shook my head. "Not all of them, no. The floors vary in size, design, and theme. Each is unique, and no two are alike, though some may share similarities," I replied, and a collective gasp spread through the group. Before anyone could speak again, Veldora's voice cut through the murmur. "Rimuru, I'll be checking the levels to make sure everything is running smoothly. After that, I'll check in with the true mastermind and tell her that the dungeon is ready for its first challengers," he said as he looked at me expectantly. "Would it be fine if you continued the tour without me?" he asked. "Of course," I affirmed with a grin, giving him a fist bump. "Go on ahead. I'll show the guests around the first floor and explain how it works," I told him. "Quahaha. As expected of my sworn brother." Veldora laughed heartily before heading toward the stairs that led to the next floor. Turning back to the guests, I saw that the children were full of questions, their faces a mixture of curiosity and wonder. "What did Veldora-sama mean by true mastermind, sensei?" Alice asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I smiled at the children, happy to explain. While Veldora and I had a hand in designing and building the dungeon, it wouldn't have been possible without Ramirez, I said, and the children's eyes widened. "You mean the fairy that saved us?" Kenya asked excitedly, and I nodded. "That's right. She's the one who made all of this possible," I said. Gale's eyes sparkled. "So, she's the mastermind behind the whole thing?" he questioned. "Exactly," I confirmed. "Without her, the dungeon would have never come to life," I added. The children looked absolutely starstruck, their admiration for Ramirez clear. "Amazing," they all exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with awe. Their admiration for Ramirez was understandable, considering all she had done for them. It was clear they saw her as a hero, and rightly so. I took a moment to let the excitement simmer before continuing the tour, eager to see their reactions as they explored more of the dungeon's secrets. Third-person POV. As Rimuru continued his tour, he began to explain the intricacies of the dungeon system to the guests. Still, he was careful to withhold certain secrets, particularly about the rooms on the 100th floor. He started with the core concept of the dungeon, making sure the guests understood its grand scale. The dungeon exists as an entirely separate dimension. Rimuru began, his voice steady. It is disconnected from the outside world. He paused for effect, watching the guests' curiosity deepen. This space was made possible thanks to Ramirez's intrinsic skill, Small World, which allows her to create vast, isolated realms that she can shape and modify at will, a feat that would be impossible for anyone else, he said. The guests exchanged impressed glances, but Rimuru's explanation was just beginning. The dungeon's purpose is to provide adventurers with a place to test their strength, hone their skills, and claim rare treasures or equipment, he continued. Then, he gestured grandly as though inviting them into an adventure, his enthusiasm palpable. But sustaining a subspace of this magnitude requires an enormous amount of energy. And that's where Veldora comes in, he went on. The guests listened intently as Rimuru elaborated. The entire dungeon runs on a constant stream of magicules, which Veldora supplies. These powerful magicules, provided directly to Ramirez, keep the dungeon stable and operational, he said. He smiled knowingly as the guests' eyes widened in realization. This energy also allows monsters to spawn continuously, thanks to the dense magicule clouds blanketing space. The lower floors, especially the first few, are teeming with high concentrations of magicules, giving rise to the most dangerous and formidable creatures. Rimuru explained, pacing back and forth and ensuring the guests hung on every word. But as you ascend through the dungeon, the magicule density gradually decreases. Consequently, the monsters become less frequent and less dangerous. Up at the highest levels, you'll find only low-tier loot and weak creatures, suitable for beginners. He paused for effect, letting the significance of this sink in. However, as you progress deeper, the challenges grow. The monsters become more dangerous, and the traps more devious. In turn, the treasures become more valuable, and the equipment increasingly rare and powerful. The difficulty escalates until you reach the lowest levels of the dungeon, where the most powerful creatures and the most coveted rewards lie in wait. He added. The guests exchanged glances, intrigued by the growing sense of adventure in Rimuru's words. His tone then shifted, becoming more informative. Every 5 floors, there's a monster-free zone where adventurers can rest, recover, and keep track of their progress. These safe zones are crucial for making it through the dungeon's many trials. He continued. He then turned to the guests, his gaze serious. But there's more. Every 10 floors, a boss monster blocks the way. They are known as guardians, and their job is to ensure the dungeon's balance and serve as a rite of passage for those seeking to advance. He informed. Rimuru let that information sink in, enjoying the wide-eyed expressions of the guests. Floors 91 to 94 aren't part of the traditional dungeon levels. Rimuru added, his tone taking on a more secretive edge. They serve as specialized facilities and are only accessible to Tempest citizens. I'll explain more later, he said. He then moved on, changing the subject to the 95th floor. The 95th floor is a lush, overgrown area where Trents and elves make their home. It's the largest floor in the entire dungeon, covering an impressive 2,500 square kilometers. He paused for a moment to let the scale of the space resonate with them. Here, adventurers can find an inn offering high-quality goods, as well as a shop where equipment can be bought, sold, or repaired. To access this floor, adventurers must pay a fee of 3 silver coins. However, those who enter this way only get limited access to the inn and shop since full access requires a legitimate dungeon crawler to reach this floor. He explained, excited to share this next bit. Every adventurer who steps into the dungeon is given a resurrection bracelet, which ensures they don't truly die. If they fall in battle, the bracelet automatically revives them and transports them to the surface, healing all wounds in the process. This feature guarantees that adventurers can explore the dungeon without the risk of permanent death while maintaining the thrill of a real adventure. He informed. The guests seemed relieved, some nodding at the idea of a safety net for their adventuring. Rimuru's voice grew even more businesslike as he introduced the additional items adventurers could purchase. To aid them on their journey, adventurers can also buy 2 special items. The first is the return whistle, which costs 30 silver coins and can instantly transport the user back to the surface. It's a one-time use item and only one per adventurer. He paused, making sure to emphasize the next item. The second is a recording crystal, available for 1 gold coin. This item allows an adventurer to set a save point, essentially creating a checkpoint in their journey through the dungeon. Like the return whistle, it's a one-time use item, and once used, it must be purchased again. Rimuru's tone softened as he concluded. Now, I won't go into too much more detail about the dungeon's secret features, such as the types of monsters, the guardians, the traps, or the specific loot. These are things that adventurers will discover for themselves. And there are some parts of the dungeon I've yet to reveal to Velzard. She's been more focused on other matters, handling the administrative side of things while I've been overseeing the dungeon itself. He concluded. As Rimuru finished, the guests were left with a sense of wonder and intrigue. They could only imagine the challenges and treasures that awaited within its labyrinthine depths. Rimuru's POV. Phew. That was a pretty long-winded explanation. Fortunately, the guests didn't seem to mind. They listened intently, absorbing every word I said. It was clear they were thoroughly impressed by the intricacy and planning that went into the dungeon's creation. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for our team. Ramaris had indeed come through for Tempest. Her role was indispensable, and without her, none of this would have been possible. My. This project is incredible. Elmesia said, her tone filled with honest admiration. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions a mix of awe and curiosity. While I feel a bit uneasy that the storm dragon essentially powers this whole place, I also can't help but marvel at the sheer scale and complexity of the design. Lewis added, speaking earnestly. His words made both Velzard and I chuckle. It was funny how some people could still feel wary of Veldora, even after all this time. This guy really was a massive troublemaker back in the day, huh? Fufufu, you don't have to worry about my little brother, Lewis-san. He's long since abandoned his ways of causing chaos and needless destruction. Rimuru and I are here to keep him in check now. Velzard reassured him lightly, her tone playful. Her words seemed to put everyone at ease, especially Luminous, who visibly relaxed at her assurance. Sensei. Will we get to see a live demonstration of the dungeon? Alice asked eagerly, her eyes wide with excitement. Yup. With the founding festival going on, there are lots of adventurers visiting Tempest. And now that the dungeon has officially opened, there will be an influx of challengers eager to test themselves. Ramaris is already announcing the grand opening, so we'll see a lot of activity soon. I answered with a smile, which caused the children to cheer in delight. Awesome. I can't wait to see how everything works. I bet there are some super tough monsters in there. Kenya exclaimed, his voice bubbling with excitement. I glanced over at Chloe, who seemed to be deep in thought, her brows furrowed in curiosity. She looked like she had something on her mind. Sensei, is there some sort of award for defeating Veldora-sama? Chloe asked timidly, her voice barely above a whisper. At her question, the other children immediately turned to me with eager expressions, waiting for my answer. Ha ha ha. That's a good question, Chloe. I chuckled. Considering that the final guardian of the whole dungeon is the storm dragon himself, there's definitely something grand an adventurer could gain from accomplishing such an impossible feat, Gazel commented, and I nodded before answering. Well, I don't know if you can consider it a reward, but those who manage to clear the entire dungeon will officially earn the right to challenge me in a battle. I answered casually, and immediately, the guests' eyes widened in shock. What? Almost the entire group yelled in unison, their reactions full of surprise. Sigh. Am I doing way too many surprising things? I swear, I keep shocking people more often than I'd like to admit. But, oh well, it's just part of the fun. And most people definitely wouldn't consider that a reward. Hinata remarked with a hint of disbelief, and the others nodded in agreement. It's only the right to challenge me. Those who manage to clear the entire dungeon don't necessarily have to fight me, but if anyone wanted to take me on, they'd need to defeat all floors first. I added casually, watching as the group began to relax a little at the clarification. Think of it like this. Velzard chimed in with a playful smirk. It's almost impossible for any normal person to clear the dungeon in the first place. It would take someone incredibly powerful and battle-hungry to even come close to accomplishing it. Those who actually manage to do it will probably see the chance to challenge Rimuru as the real prize. She spoke concisely, but it was enough to ease everyone's lingering doubts. Whoa. She really came through for me there. That's actually a good point. As expected of Velzard-sama. Elmesia said, her voice filled with admiration. Velzard simply nodded in acknowledgement, her smile softening. Then it would mean that not very many could reach that point. Irald mused, his voice thoughtful. How many beings can even stand against a true dragon? He asked no one in particular. The others shared his sentiment, exchanging glances that reflected a shared understanding of just how daunting that challenge would be. There are only two beings off the top of my head who might be capable of standing up to a true dragon. Those would be Malim Nava, the Destroyer, and Guy Crimson, the Lord of Darkness. They're two of the strongest demon lords. Elmesia enumerated. Ha ha ha. Let's not forget Rimuru here. Gazel added with a grin. He's already reached that level of power and will likely get even stronger. He added, which elicited a light chuckle out of us. Let's not talk about that, Gazel-san. I replied, dismissing the comment with a wave of my hand. The last thing I wanted was to delve into that topic right now. This only earned a chuckle from Velzard and a few guests, but they clearly understood my discomfort with the subject. After a few more brief discussions about the dungeon, I led everyone to the large lobby, where several massive screens displayed the action inside the dungeon. The first adventurer parties had already started to arrive, and soon, we'd get to watch them tackle the first few floors of the dungeon. Yo. Rimuru. Everything's ready and working as planned. Veldora's voice rang in my mind through thought communication, his usual upbeat tone brimming with excitement. The dungeon is all set to go. Ramaris added, her enthusiasm almost palpable. Great job, you two. I praised them genuinely. I'll stay on the final floor to keep supplying magicules to Ramaris and the dungeon. Veldora said, his voice filled with focus. And I'll stay in the monitoring room to ensure everything goes smoothly. Ramaris added with a sense of responsibility. All right, we'll be in the lobby observing the challengers. I replied, cutting off the communication link. It was time for the fun to begin. We waited patiently, and not long after, the first groups of adventurers arrived. I quickly concealed our presence to avoid attracting attention, letting the group observe the events unfolding on the lower floors. After a short briefing and tutorial, the adventurers descended to the second floor, where the real dungeon experience began. Whoa! You can really see them entering in real time. Look at the screen. Alice exclaimed, her voice filled with pure excitement as she pointed at the large screen before us. The guests couldn't hide their amazement as they watched the live broadcast. They were witnessing the adventurers' every move, even from a distance. Such advanced technology. It's almost like a crystal ball but for real-time events. Gazel mused thoughtfully, his brow furrowing as he tried to comprehend the mechanism behind it. To be honest, his guess was pretty close. I was proud to know that this was some of the most cutting-edge technology in the world. No one else had anything like it. The children marveled at the screens, their excited voices rising in unison. So cool. They chorused, their eyes wide with wonder as the adventurers stepped into the dungeon for the first time. I couldn't help but smile at the energy in the room. Seeing their reaction to something so commonplace to me now was refreshing. It reminded me of just how much Tempest had evolved and how much we had accomplished in such a short time. Then, my attention snapped back to the bottom of the steps. The party I'd been waiting for finally appeared. It was Masayyuki and his crew. They stood tall, weapons in hand, ready for the challenge ahead. Their morale was high, and I could practically feel the excitement radiating off them as they made their way down the path to the dungeon entrance. This would be an excellent opportunity to see just how strong Masayyuki's unique skill really was. Turning to Velzard, I placed a hand casually on her shoulder. "How far do you think Masayyuki's party will go, Velz-chan?" I asked, genuinely curious about her thoughts. She paused momentarily, her piercing gaze drifting over the adventurers before speaking. "I'll be generous and say they'll make it beyond the 50th floor. I'm considering what I know about Masayyuki's unique skill, which might carry them quite far down." She answered thoughtfully, her tone calm but confident. That was a surprisingly optimistic estimate, but I couldn't say I disagreed. After all, Chosen One was a ridiculously overpowered skill. The way Masayyuki could enhance his allies' strength and abilities was almost unfair. "Interesting," I said with a grin. "Though my guess isn't far from yours. I'd say they'll make it to the 40th floor or just before the 50th. I told her, my grin widening with each word. Velzard's lips curled into a playful smirk. "Era. Would you like to make this into a bet?" she proposed, her voice laced with mischief. I raised an eyebrow, amused by the challenge. "Oh. Is that a challenge?" I asked, and her eyes lit up with mischief. "It is indeed," she affirmed. "Since both our guesses have the 50th floor as the middle ground, we'll use that to decide the winner. You win if they don't make it to the 50th floor. And if they make it past the 50th floor, I win." She explained the rules clearly, her smile wide and confident. I leaned in slightly, intrigued by her proposition. "And what would you like the bet to be?" I asked, my voice dripping with curiosity, though I felt she had something mischievous in mind. "The loser has to do whatever the winner demands of them for 3 days. Her answer came with a smug, almost wicked grin. I blinked, momentarily taken aback. "That's it. Small stakes, but I accept," I said with a grin, though I couldn't help but feel that Velzard had a more devious plan for me if she won. Still, I wasn't one to back down. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Then, in one swift motion, she grabbed my chin and tilted my head up, forcing me to meet her gaze. Era, how bold of you, Rimuru-kun," she purred, her voice laced with amusement. "Seeing that confident smirk disappear from your face will be a pleasure," she continued. The closeness of our faces, her soft hand holding my chin, left me momentarily stunned. Yet, without missing a beat, I slid my hand to her waist and gently pulled her closer. Now, our faces were mere inches apart, our eyes locked in a silent challenge. "That's my line, Velz-chan," I replied smoothly, my voice low with the same confident smirk she had on hers. For a moment, neither of us moved. We simply stood there, our gazes unwavering, each trying to assert dominance in this little standoff. Her hold on my chin was gentle yet firm, as if testing me. I felt her waist beneath my hand, the fabric of her kimono soft against my touch. The air between us felt charged with an intensity one hadn't expected. I was tempted to let the playful tension linger, but my mind shifted to the thoughts of the upcoming bet. That urge to do something devious was starting to rise within me. "Time and place, Rimuru-sama. Also, I have a feeling that you'll regret making this bet." I paused, taken aback by Seal's sudden interjection. "Huh? What are you talking about?" But before I could get an answer, Velzard gave me a sly, knowing smile. "Fufufu," she hummed, clearly enjoying the tension between us. Rimuru-san/Rimurudano/sensei. Luminous POV. I'm beginning to think that I was right all along. There is something more between Rimuru and Velzard. If it were anyone else who so casually touched her just like he did, I'm sure their very existence would have been erased in an instant. Yet here he is, being incredibly friendly with and even affectionate towards her. It's as if there's no fear or hesitation. I've been keenly observing their dynamic for some time now and concluded that she's more than just his supervisor. I know a thing or two about affection, and what I see between them is nothing short of that. Fufufu, how lucky that slime truly is. Not only does he have such a beautiful woman at his side, but she's also the most powerful being in this world. Or at least, I think so. While I consider myself quite powerful, those in the catastrophe class are beyond my understanding. Their strength is capable of bending reality to its very limits, so it's hard to rank them objectively. From what I know, Velzard is far more powerful than the evil lizard, and she's certainly stronger than the scorched dragon. Given that Velzard is known as the strongest of the true dragons still alive, it's not a far-fetched assumption. Of course, in the hierarchy of power, Guy and Malim are also considered part of the catastrophe class, supposedly relative in strength. Although I've never seen them fight seriously, so I can't make any claims. What I do know is that they fought for 7 days straight, leaving the land of the West barren. Speaking of Guy, Velzard used to reside on the ice continent with him, meaning they've probably clashed at least once. I'm unsure how that turned out, but I wouldn't put it past Guy to have at least stalemated her. That said, I can't say that Velzard is the absolute strongest being. What I do know is that she's definitely up there. A more frightening thought is that Rimuru is rapidly climbing that same ladder. He's already capable of taking on a true dragon, and even more impressively, he can use their magic. If we exclude Guy and Malim, I wouldn't be surprised if Rimuru could take on the rest of the octagram on his own. But enough of my thoughts for now. I need to focus on the present. Rimuru had just dug himself the most bottomless grave of awkwardness, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as I watched him flounder. This is not what it looks like. Rimuru shouted, his voice cracking slightly as he quickly withdrew from Velzard, his face as red as a tomato. Velzard, in contrast, giggled softly and took a few steps back, giving him some space. She seemed utterly unbothered, if not amused, by the entire spectacle. Ha ha ha. I didn't know you had it in you, Rimuru-dano. Gazel teased, his voice full of mirth. The others around us chuckled along with him. Rimuru, clearly mortified, stomped his foot lightly on the ground, his fists clenched in a desperate attempt to regain some composure. Stop. He cried, but it was no use. His pleas only earned more laughter from the crowd. Fufufu, I never thought I'd see anything like this in all my millennia of living. Elmesia remarked, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Velzard's laughter joined hers, the two practically howling in amusement. It was an incredible sight. The usually composed and collected Rimuru was utterly flustered. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. The group was really piling on him now, working together like a well-oiled machine. While I'd love to join in on the fun, I had to remind myself to maintain my disguise as a humble maid. A true dragon and a demon lord, now that's an unexpected relationship. Hinata chimed in, her smirk even more mischievous than usual. I could see she thoroughly enjoyed this little drama, though I couldn't help but note that her smug expression only added to Rimuru's embarrassment. Gosh. I'd love to join in but must maintain my maid persona. It's not like that. At least, not yet. Rimuru mumbled so quietly that only a few of us actually heard it. Velzard's eyes widened, and for a moment, her cheeks tinged red before her expression quickly reverted to its usual calm demeanor. My. So he is planning to make a move on her. Truly a lucky slime. While I felt a pang of jealousy at the thought, I couldn't help but place his odds of success extremely high. Anyone with half a brain could tell that Velzard holds strong feelings for Rimuru. I mean, she was the one who initiated that whole interaction earlier when she casually grabbed his chin, looking at him like he was her next meal. I was never expecting the Frost Dragon to have a personality like this. I thought she was all icy and reserved, but I suppose that was just my assumption. If anything, I can't say I'm disappointed in the least. Weirdly, I see some elements of myself in her. She's assertive, fiercely independent, and oh so bold. The way she grabs the reins in every situation reminds me of myself. And that attraction she clearly feels for Rimuru. Oh, how I know that feeling. I'm confident that if she had the chance, Velzard would pounce on Rimuru without a second thought. It's the same way I would with Hinata if given the opportunity. Turning my attention to the kids, I noticed their reactions. They were all wide-eyed and slack-jawed, looking like they'd just witnessed the most shocking thing in the world. I couldn't blame them. That's how I reacted when I first realized just how close Rimuru and Velzard were. But then something caught my eye. A little girl with waist-length black hair and blue eyes looked almost sad. While the others were just stunned or confused, she had a solemn look on her face. If I recall correctly, this was the child who had always idolized Rimuru at our dinners. I couldn't help but wonder if she had feelings for him. Maybe that's what was causing her discomfort. If so, I'd have to tread carefully. Feelings of unrequited love are never pleasant. Sensei and Velzard-sama are like that. One of the kids blurted out, the question hanging in the air, unanswered. Rimuru, who had been redder than a tomato, was now on the verge of combusting from the sheer embarrassment. Meanwhile, Velzard turned her gaze toward the child who'd spoken, a mischievous glint flickering in her eyes as a devilish smile curled on her lips. What do you mean by that, Kenya-kun? She asked, her voice sweet but laced with something far more dangerous. Oh dear. Even I felt a shiver run down my spine. Velzard can be terrifying when she's in this mood. Rimuru had better do something fast to save that poor kid, or else he's done for. Kenya's face drained of all color, and his body trembled as he stood under Velzard's piercing gaze. The other children, sensing danger, promptly shut their eyes in horror, praying they wouldn't be the next target of her chilling attention. Even the grown-ups couldn't help but watch, amused, as the tension escalated. Fortunately for Kenya, Rimuru's sharp instincts kicked in just in time. He quickly stepped forward, placing his hand gently on Velzard's shoulder, and released the building tension in the room. The children, who had been holding their breath, exhaled in relief. Their young faces slowly returned to normal, the fear melting away. Meanwhile, the guests, who had been eagerly watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but chuckle at the entire spectacle. I must learn to become as terrifying as the Ice Empress herself. Perhaps I could take notes for future reference. Please don't scare my students like that. Rimuru muttered, clearly exhausted from the events of the day. His tone was tired, but there was also a hint of annoyance directed at Velzard's antics. Fufufu, I just wanted to have some fun around here. Velzard replied with a cheeky laugh, clearly enjoying herself. And once again, Rimuru let out a sigh, the millionth one today, I'm sure. I may not be able to beat him in battle, but I can undoubtedly defeat him through sheer annoyance. Rimuru's POV. Arg. Curse you, horny me. That was the worst and most awkward predicament I've ever been in. It's worse than when Hinata dropped the bombshell of me defeating Veldora during that one dinner. I thought I could handle anything, but no, I had to let my urges get the better of me. Now, I'll have to live with the aftermath of that moment for who knows how long. Luckily, I think the worst of it's over now, and we can move on. We can watch the first few challengers brave the dungeon without any more embarrassment hanging over me. A few more parties had arrived just after the first batch entered, and I noticed one group in particular. It was Caval's trio of idiots. Oh boy. They won't even make it past the 10th floor. They'll either get lost on the first few levels or be demolished by a low-level monster due to sheer stupidity. Even with the unique grade equipment we gave them long ago, they'll still find a way to fumble. It's honestly impressive how hard they managed to mess things up. I glanced over at Erald, the overprotective father, to see if he noticed his precious daughter was about to brave the dungeon with her less-than-capable party. But nope, he hadn't noticed a thing. He and a few others were too fixated on one of the screens broadcasting Masayyuki's team. They had just reached the 12th floor, and judging by their pace, I might lose the bet. Damn, they're progressing way too fast. I didn't think they'd get this far so quickly. Since Erald was too absorbed in the broadcast, I took the opportunity to walk over to Fuse. I could already tell he would freak out when he found out Caval's crew was in the dungeon. PSSST, Fuse-san, can you come with me real quick? There's something I'd like to tell you. I whispered with a cheeky grin, knowing he'd be in for a surprise. Fuse turned to face me, and I signaled for us to move a few meters away from the others. No need to make a scene. What is it, Rimuru-dano? He asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Did you see the group that just entered the dungeon? I asked, my grin widening at the anticipation of his reaction. He shook his head, so I placed a soundproof barrier around us to contain the inevitable outburst. Caval and his party just entered the dungeon, I said, unable to suppress my amusement. Fuse's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with shock. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at his reaction. What the fuck? He shouted, his voice incredulous and loud. Thankfully, his outburst was muffled by the barrier. Ha ha ha. I know, right? I exclaimed, my laughter contagious, but Fuse was horrified. He began massaging his temples in frustration, trying to calm down. Those damn idiots aren't lasting a second in there. They'll either get jumped by some weak monster or get lost. Probably both. He complained. I couldn't help but laugh even harder. Only time will tell how well they'll do in there. Who knows? Maybe they'll become better adventurers from this experience if they keep returning. I joked, and Fuse gave me a tired look. Sigh. It's implausible, but I guess we should watch and find out. He said, his tone defeated. I nodded, still grinning, and after dispelling the barrier, we both returned to the main group. The others were intently watching the live broadcast of the parties navigating the dungeon. I noticed more spectators had gathered. Thankfully, the colossal lobby had ample space for multiple crowds to watch while maintaining a decent distance between them. The group around us comprised Velzard, my executives, the esteemed guests, and myself. The rest were citizens of Tempest, adventurer parties, and visiting foreigners. It didn't take long for me to realize that one party had stolen the show. Unsurprisingly, it was Masayyuki's team. Everyone watched with wide eyes as his group made their way through the dungeon with impressive speed. I could see the crowd's admiration growing, but what really struck me was how they all cheered for Masayyuki. He wasn't doing much other than walking timidly and watching his party fight off the monsters or dodge traps. Yet the spectators were treating him like some kind of hero. I have to admit, Masayyuki's skill had given him and his crew a considerable advantage, but it was hard to ignore the ridiculousness of the situation. It's his skill that's making them seem unstoppable, and it's all luck. He was clearly scared out of his mind, and yet his team was doing all the heavy lifting. Still, no one could see that. All they saw was Masayyuki's bravery, and they were eating it up, utterly blind to the fact that he was just barely holding it together. His skill had made him a hero in their eyes, even though he was about to wet himself any moment now. Would you like to create a copy of his skill, Rimuru-sama? Ah. Don't we need to analyze him before using skill duplication? That would require me to absorb him with Azathoth, something I'd rather not do. Due to him being within the labyrinth, it is possible to use the analytical abilities of Rimuru, small world, which she gave you access to. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. To clarify what seal meant, a few weeks ago, Rimuru, Veldora, and I created a new system to quantify the energy within someone's body or soul. This energy could be their Masayyuki count, holy power, magic power, or pretty much any kind of energy. Thanks to Rimuru's skill, we were able to develop this impressive analytical appraisal system. It's incredibly accurate. It provides a specific value of a person's total energy, called an existence value, and gives us valuable data on their race, blessings, magic, and skills. I've used this system to analyze the power levels of my peers and subordinates. We haven't worked out a proper ranking system for the Labyrinth's analysis yet, but we're making steady progress. The Labyrinth's appraisal even helped me verify Veldora's massive Masayyuki count of around 88,100,000, which is higher than Velzard's by a slight margin, as hers sits at a staggering 80,900,000. As for me, my existence value, or EP, existence points, is around 25,700,000. Not bad for a mere true demon lord. I'm sure that number will skyrocket when I finally evolve into a true dragon. Even more impressive and frightening is that I can use True Dragon Release to merge Veldora and Velzard's energy with mine. Doing so would elevate my EP to an absurd 194,700,000, combining all three of our values. In that state, I could technically be considered a true dragon, at least in terms of raw power. But even then, I'd lack the essential attribute of embodying a concept. And speaking of skills, the ultimate skill, God of the Void, Azathoth, is Seal's creation and the supreme skill that grants me absolute control over the void. It allows me to erase things on a conceptual level, and it's paired with imaginary space, giving me infinite storage capacity and the nearly impenetrable, multidimensional barrier. But the true terror lies in the fact that I'm nowhere near being able to wield it in full. To truly tap into Azathoth, I must master imaginary collapse. Since my battle with Veldora, I've been conducting more tests with Seal's help, and I can now use turn null while only suffering about 15% to 20% damage to myself. Still, it's a dangerous gamble. If I generated too much at once, I'd be obliterated on a conceptual level. It's one of those skills best saved for when there's no other choice. But once I evolve into a true dragon and embody Nihility, I'll finally be free of all restrictions. Only then will I be able to fully wield Azathoth without consequences. Despite its limitations, Azathoth is light years ahead of anything I've encountered. When combined with my other ultimate skill, God of Harvest, Shub-Niggurath, Chosen One, would be utterly useless in comparison. I don't think I'll need a skill like that right now, but it might be useful to have it analyzed, just in case. Understood, Rimuru-sama. The information of unique skill, Chosen One, has already been stored within Shub-Niggurath and is ready for duplication whenever necessary. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, Seal. Nice work, partner. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. I returned to the screen displaying Masayyuki's team and nearly had a heart attack. What the hell? They're already on the 19th floor. I quickly scanned the room, noticing several other parties had respawned in the lobby, most having met an untimely demise somewhere between floors 10 and 15. Meanwhile, Team Lightspeed and a handful of different groups progressed slowly but steadily. It looked like they would soon reach the 20th floor boss. If I recall correctly, the 20th floor boss is an evil centipede ranked B-class. Fufufu, it seems you were lost in your thoughts again, Rimuru-kun. You seem rather surprised at their group's current pace. Velzard's smug voice broke through my concentration. Sigh. I'd forgotten to activate thought acceleration again. They're not out of the woods yet. The challenges will only get tougher from here. I shot back, trying to mask my surprise, but Velzard's smug attitude didn't falter. I suppose you haven't noticed how his group has faced little difficulty so far. While they may not clear the entire dungeon, I'd wager they'll easily make it past the 50th floor. She retorted, her tone dripping with confidence. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then let's keep watching. But what if Masayyuki's team gets stuck exactly on the 50th floor? I asked. We'll consider it a draw. She said calmly, still smirking as if the outcome was already decided in her favor. Heh. I can't wait to make you do 3 days worth of my paperwork when I win. I teased haughtily, enjoying the thought of her having to deal with all the tedious tasks I usually avoided. Her gaze remained unwavering. Fufufu, and you'll be doing much more than that if I win. She teased, her voice laced with hunger and mischief. Oh no, that tone, she was starting to get dangerously playful. Yeah. I'm sure you'll win. I said dismissively, trying to ignore the wicked glint in her eyes. It was a desperate attempt to change the subject quickly. But her chuckle sent a shiver down my spine as I realized I might have just fallen into her trap. We returned to the broadcast of Team Lightspeed, which had now encountered the evil centipede, a B-class boss monster that awaited them on the 20th floor. The creature was an abomination of shifting, twisting body segments, each bristling with venomous barbs and multiple claws that skittered unnervingly as it moved. The battle began without hesitation. Jinrai immediately took the initiative, charging forward with his mace raised high. With a single, powerful swing, he struck the centipede's tough exoskeleton, forcing the creature to stagger back, its monstrous body reeling from the impact. He wasted no time, retreating swiftly to avoid the creature's retaliatory strike, his movements precise and practiced. As he did, Jiwoo stepped forward, her hands glowing with fiery magic. With a flourish, she cast a devastating fireball that exploded against the centipede's body. The flames licked at its armored skin, sizzling upon contact, but they barely seemed to faze the creature. Bernie, not one to fall behind, lunged forward with his spear, piercing one of the centipede's joints. Sparks erupted as his weapon was charged with lightning, and the electrical current coursed through the monster's body, causing it to convulse and twitch violently. Meanwhile, Masayyuki, the supposed leader of Team Lightspeed, barely seemed to contribute to the chaos. Instead, he was darting around the battlefield, his eyes wide with fear as debris flew in all directions, narrowly avoiding the deadly attacks. He moved like a panicked rabbit, his movements erratic and unpredictable, and the terror on his face was evident to anyone watching. His contribution to the battle was minimal at best, but his presence had a strange, almost invisible influence. Despite his cowardice, Masayyuki's skill, Chosen One, was active, amplifying the abilities of those around him. Though he wasn't directly engaging with the centipede, his allies seemed to fight with greater precision and power, an almost inexplicable synergy that kept them one step ahead. It's a miracle he's even alive. Honestly, miracle is the only word I can use, considering his skill is basically just plot armor. He's one of those people who can survive anything because fate says so. But then again, who am I to talk? From the moment I had reincarnated into this world, I had been gifted with two unique skills that were absurd in their own right. When paired together, they formed an unstoppable combination, and now those skills had evolved into their ultimate forms. Even if we compared, Chosen One, to Seal and my skills, it was clear that Masayyuki's skill was just a crutch. I shook my head, focusing back on the battle unfolding on the screen. As the fight progressed, it became apparent that Bernie and Jiwoo were the true pillars of the team, their individual combat abilities standing far above Masayyuki's. Without their raw strength and coordination, the group would have been in serious trouble against such a formidable opponent. I'm starting to grow a bit wary of those two. They're definitely not your average adventurers. Even if they're getting a power boost from Masayyuki's skill, there's no denying their abilities. They're dangerous. My mind began to race. They could be spies from some other nation, one of those who'd slip into Tempest under the guise of a friendly adventuring team while gathering information for their masters. The founding festival was open to anyone, and I knew from experience that foreign agents sometimes used such events as cover. With so many participants, it was the perfect opportunity to gather intel unnoticed. I can't let my guard down. Seal, is it possible to wipe their memories after they finish with the dungeon? If those two are spies, I want to take preemptive measures. Yes. With memory manipulation, a target's memories can be altered or completely erased. However, this skill is still somewhat experimental, so it only works effectively with more recent memories. That's pretty impressive. To be able to alter or delete memories entirely, but when did I even acquire this skill? He. I may or may not have created it during my spare time. I figured it could prove helpful in a variety of situations, so I added it to your arsenal. It's now stored within Shub-Niggurath's skill storage, ready for use. As expected of you, Seal. Always thinking ahead. You really can't restrain yourself, huh? But I suppose that's one of your best traits. Fufufu. Praise me more, Rimuru-sama. Yeah, you're the best. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. Looks like everything will be just fine. On that note, memory manipulation is surprisingly powerful. I'm surprised it's classified as an extra skill despite its potential. It's a fantastic non-violent solution to spy problems, at least for now. I've also noticed that Seal seems to have a lot of fun with altering and creating skills, and it's become her favorite hobby, although she does not have many in the first place. Once my plate becomes less occupied, I might start experimenting with skill creation myself. It requires a decent amount of Magicools, but my EP is relatively high, so it should be no problem. According to Seal, creating an ultimate skill without needing a unique skill as a foundation is entirely possible. The thought of it alone terrifies me. Shub Niggurath's sheer potential of such a creation, with the right mix of information and energy, should not be underestimated. In my case, the ability to gift skills through skill gifting only adds to the daunting possibilities. As long as a skill is compatible, I can pass it on to my subordinates, potentially making them even more formidable than they already are. The first two that come to mind when I think about gifting ultimate skills are Benimaru and Diablo. Both have such potent abilities that giving them something on par with an ultimate skill would make them nearly unstoppable. I can only imagine how they'd react. Benimaru would probably get a thrill out of it, and Diablo, well, he would likely take the opportunity to refine his already incomprehensible power. But I decided to push that thought aside for the moment. I shifted my focus back to the screen, where the broadcast of Team Lightspeed was still playing. I watched as Bernie delivered the final blow to the evil centipede, its enormous form finally collapsing in defeat. The team then began the familiar process of looting the creature's carcass, collecting any valuable items before moving on to the next floor. From the looks of it, they were advancing through the dungeon with little to no effort. But I knew better. Things were about to get a lot more difficult. This was just the beginning. If it weren't for the other party struggling to make it past the 15th floor, I would have come to believe that this dungeon is easy to get through. Gazel remarked thoughtfully, his voice laced with a hint of concern. Irald nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. I initially thought the levels weren't that difficult. But seeing the other groups facing huge hurdles made me think otherwise. He said, and I raised an eyebrow. So, Irald still had yet to notice his daughter. Interesting. Fufufu, but it should get more challenging from here on out. Isn't that right, Rimuru-san? Elmesia asked, clearly expecting me to confirm her suspicions. I nodded, smiling at her in return. Indeed it will. The guardians on floors 30 and 40 will be quite the challenge. I said, adding a hint of excitement in my voice. The three of them nodded, eager to see the challenges ahead. We continued watching the progress of Masayyuki's group as they advanced past the 21st floor. With each step forward, they seemed more confident, no longer looking like the frightened adventurers they were when they first entered the dungeon. It made sense. After all, they were the first of 5 parties to clear the 20th floor, and their reward of 5 gold coins was a nice incentive. The reward system we implemented was simple but effective. It encouraged adventurers to take on the dungeon, knowing there would be a tangible payoff for their efforts. The rewards reset each month to entice repeat runs and keep the challenge fresh. Masayyuki, for his part, looked less terrified as he went deeper. I suppose the strength of his team and the boost from his skill had given him a false sense of security. It was amusing to watch his confidence grow, but I knew it wouldn't last. Not with the guardians waiting for them on the lower floors. The guardian on the 30th floor was an A-class Kijin with an EP of 85,000, accompanied by 5 B-class ogre subordinates. Meanwhile, the guardian on the 40th floor was a special A-class Tempest serpent with an impressive EP of 175,000. Both were formidable, and I knew that even the strongest adventurers would have trouble with them. Though imperfect, our ranking system provides a reliable way to assess individuals based on their existence value, or EP, standing for existence points. We evaluate strength by placing individuals into specific classes based on their EP. These 4 represent the lower tiers. F-class, EP below 1. D-class, EP between 1,000 and 5. C-class, EP between 5,000 and 8. B-class, EP between 8,000 and 10. Beyond this point, the classes widen, and the jumps in EP become more pronounced. A-class, EP between 10,000 and 100. Special A-class, EP between 100,000 and 500,000. This corresponds with the old system's hazard class. S-class, EP between 500,000 and 1 million. This class aligns with the old system's calamity class and is typically for demon lord seeds or similarly powerful beings. Special S-class/million class, EP exceeding 1 million. This aligns with the old system's disaster class, typically for true demon lords or comparable beings. True dragon class, this class evaluates a being's combat prowess, skills, and EP. It includes true dragons and others of comparable power. The old system referred to this as catastrophe class. Genesis class, a hypothetical class for beings transcending the world's laws. These individuals would have an EP of 500 million or more, surpassing even the combined EP of the 3 living true dragons. Currently, no one belongs to the Genesis class, though Rimuru and Veldora have suggested that Veldora would have likely qualified had we been able to measure his existence value. But with no way of determining it, that class remains empty. The thought of this class honestly scares me. The mere idea of such power existing is unsettling, and I can't imagine anyone ever reaching it. It is within the realm of possibility, Rimuru-sama. Yeah, right. I pushed aside Seal's unsettling comment and focused on the facts. My own ranking was quite satisfactory for now, and there was no reason to strive for something more. Despite my status as a true demon lord, I was still ranked in the true dragon class, also known as the catastrophe class, given my battle with Veldora. That was a good enough ranking for me. As of now, Veldora, Velzard, and I are the only true dragon class individuals in Tempest. That's a solid position to be in, and for now, I'll leave the rankings as they are. There's no need to overthink it. Splash. I heard the sickening sound of flesh being sliced and blood splattering against a surface, and I immediately turned my attention back to the broadcast. The screen showed a decapitated head rolling across the floor, the body crumpling lifelessly beside it. Blood splattered across the ground, painting the floor a gruesome red. Yikes. That was brutal. It seemed Jinrai's luck had finally run out. He'd fallen victim to a cutting thread trap, which had swiftly decapitated him. Apparently, he'd wandered off from his party, searching for loot when disaster struck. I suppose greed is what got him in the end. Scanning the lobby, I saw Jinrai had respawned, a look of sheer horror on his face. His hands shook as he frantically checked his body, making sure everything was intact. After a few moments of hyperventilating, he managed to calm down. That was brutal. Hinata muttered. I shifted my focus to the children nearby. Some looked terrified, while others seemed strangely unaffected. The trap was incredibly subtle and inconspicuous. It's no surprise it caught him off guard. Lewis remarked casually, and the others nodded in agreement. While their team is down one member, it seems he was the weakest of the group. Irold observed thoughtfully, and Elmesia looked at him, intrigued. So, you're saying this loss won't actually hinder them much? She asked, her tone seeking clarification. Irold nodded, confirming her statement. It seems that way. He added. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. They've already cleared the 29th floor and are about to face the next guardian. Gazel added, and I couldn't help but gape in disbelief. Already? I blurted, my voice tinged with shock. The others turned to look at me, clearly puzzled. Yeah, were you spacing out, Rimuru-san? Elmesia asked, her voice laced with curiosity. I felt my face flush with embarrassment. Not again. To make matters worse, I heard Velzard's soft giggle from behind me, sounding far too amused. Era, you're incredibly aloof today, Rimuru-kun. What were you lost in thought about? Velzard teased, her hand settling lightly on my shoulders. Hee. I was just thinking about the various systems in the labyrinth and how we might improve them. I replied sheepishly, my embarrassment growing as laughter rippled through the group. You should pay attention to this next battle. I'm interested to see how they handle the next guardian. Velzard said, urging me gently, and I nodded, doing my best to focus. Turning my attention back to the screen, I saw the group of three standing a few meters away from the 30th floor guardian, Shimo, the Frost Kijin. Ah, this one. Shimo was originally an ogre from the Kurenai unit, who evolved into a Kijin. Her mastery of ice magic was extraordinary, so I made her a guardian of the dungeon. I explained enthusiastically. Indeed, it's fascinating to see a Kijin wielding ice magic. And she's remarkably skilled as well. Velzard commented genuinely, clearly impressed. Shimo was an incredibly skilled ice magic user, a rarity among Kijins, who were generally fire-based. Her combat prowess was nothing short of exceptional, and her ability with a sword made her one of the most formidable fighters among Benimaru's Kurenai unit. She had been the first of the ogres to evolve into a Kijin, and despite her lower EP, her affinity with magic and combat abilities more than made up for it. I'd say she could hold her own against Sui, maybe even Benimaru, in their Kijin forms. The remaining members of Masayyuki's group stood inside a vast room covered in snow and ice, the ground slick and treacherous. Several massive ice pillars jutted up from the floor, reaching toward the ceiling, serving both as structural supports and cover spots. A ceaseless snowstorm ravaged the area, making movement difficult and visibility poor. I might have placed Shimo on a floor too high for her. The Guardian's EP determined their placements, but I hadn't considered the impact of her skills and sheer combat prowess. In those areas, Shimo could have easily been the boss for floors 40 or 50. I commend you for reaching my domain, but this is where your adventure ends. Before I turn you all into ice sculptures, let me introduce myself. I am Shimo, the Frost Kijin and the Guardian of the 30th floor. It was nice knowing you. Shimo greeted them coldly, drawing her ice-coated blade. The sword she wielded was no ordinary weapon. Crafted by Q-Robe, it was a legend-grade weapon that could effectively channel Shimo's magic. Upon striking an opponent, the blade would quickly freeze its target, enhancing her already formidable ice powers. Yeah, I definitely placed Shimo way too high up. And by too high, I mean she's probably stronger than the Tempest Serpent on the 40th floor. Fufufu, I like her already. Velzard remarked, clearly delighted by Shimo's icy demeanor. Sigh. Why am I not surprised? Shimo was a powerful ice wielder with a chilling personality to match. Of course, Velzard would take a liking to her. Now then, show me what you've got, Shimo. Rimuru's POV. Shimo was a peculiar monster, to say the least. Quiet, reserved, and intensely focused, she held a seriousness in combat that was rare even among her peers. I'd recognized her potential early on. Her sheer skill in battle and magic made her an ideal dungeon guardian, and I'd assigned her to the 30th floor, considering her low EP. What I hadn't fully anticipated was the intensity of her prowess and her almost frightening mastery over ice magic. She was a prodigy with a blade, completing Hakuru's brutal training in record time and even managing to best him in a duel once. Benimaru sharpened her tactical mind, Sui taught her the art of stealth, and even Shuna commented on Shimo's quick adaptation to their teachings. Despite her origins, she was adept at wielding magic independently, having taught herself the basics of fire magic, ice magic, and wind magic in under a month. Eventually, her natural affinity for ice magic took over, and she dedicated her training to it. When Velzard had once observed her practice, even she noted Shimo's impressive efficiency and chilling precision. Now, she stood ready on screen, surrounded by a raging snowstorm of her own making with an ice-coated blade in her hand. Her cold, calculating gaze was fixed on Team Lightspeed. The group shivered visibly, unprepared for the relentless cold that shredded the air around them. Her aura is leaking right through the screen. Hinata murmured, clearly impressed by Shimo's intensity. This may well be the first real obstacle they face. Gazel noted solemnly. With Team Lightspeed already down one member, they faced a true challenge. Her unique skill, near absolute zero, brought the air to a deadly chill, and her control over its sub-skills made her even more dangerous. Dampening creates an area of frigid air that softens the impact of nearly any attack and hinders the effects of other skills. Siphon allows the user to draw thermal energy from her surroundings to replenish themselves. Temperature drop brings her surroundings to an icy state nearing absolute zero. A powerful blizzard raged around her, peppering the room with hail and covering it in slick ice. At the same time, 5 B-class ogres, who acted as her stealthy subordinates from Sui's Kurayama unit, lurked in the shadows, awaiting her command. She might be a bit much for this floor. I muttered, realizing that her prowess could place her on floors much lower than the 30th. Shimo met the gaze of each adventurer, her grip on her blade tightening as she lifted it into a stance that radiated pure lethal intent. Masayyuki's group was visibly tense, nerves worn thin by the piercing cold and Shimo's chilling stare. Suddenly, she vanished in a blur of speed. Using shadow motion, she cast herself into the shadows as if she'd melded with them. Bernie's eyes widened as a split second later, Shimo reappeared and delivered a brutal kick to his face, sending him flying into a nearby ice pillar. Crash! A loud crash resonated as Bernie's body slammed against the pillar, shattering ice. His eyes rolled back, and he coughed up blood before dropping to the ground on all fours, struggling to regain his composure. Bernie! Jiwoo and Masayyuki screamed, horror painted across their faces. Spitting blood, Bernie staggered back to his feet, his eyes dazed and body trembling. Still, he managed to ready his spear just in time to parry Shimo's sudden, ice-laced slash. I'm impressed you saw that coming. Shimo praised coldly before melting back into the shadows, her words as cutting as her blade. Bernie stumbled back a little but managed to stay balanced. TCH. You two, come closer. It won't be good if we're separated this far. I have a feeling there are more monsters here besides the Guardian. Bernie ordered the two, and they immediately obliged. He's sharp. I commented, impressed by Bernie's quick response. He'll need that level of awareness to have any hope here. Velzard mused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This fight may prove too much for them. She added. Huh? You're saying that casually? Don't forget about our bet. I shot back, but she just laughed. I'm not worried. Besides, I feel you'll pull something clever if you win. She said smugly. Looks like I've been found out. He. Maybe, but let's see if Team Lightspeed can survive this round first. I replied with a grin, returning to the fight as Velzard chuckled in anticipation. Jiwoo and Masayyuki bolted toward Bernie, dodging the relentless barrage of hail and icicle shards crashing down around them. The ground was a treacherous layer of frost, each step an uncertain gamble, while the blinding snowstorm obscured their vision. Just as they were closing the distance, an ice shard shot out from the blizzard and speared through Jiwoo's foot. Arg. Shit. She tumbled forward, landing painfully on the frozen ground. JIWU. Bernie and Masayyuki cried, their voices strained with worry. Jiwoo grimaced but managed to grab hold of the icicle piercing her foot, yanking it out with a wince. Blood spattered briefly on the snow before the cold immediately congealed it, creating a rough, icy seal over her wound. She gritted her teeth, lifted her head, and then, spotting movement in the wideout, cast a lightning spell toward her right. A streak of electricity tore through the air, illuminating the storm for a split second. The bolt found its mark, and a shadowy figure dissolved in a flash of light. Jiwoo let out a relieved breath, but as the afterimage faded, nothing was left but ice and snow. Did we get her? Masayyuki whispered, his voice tense, but Jiwoo shook her head. No, that felt too easy. It was likely a clone. She said, her tone full of worry. Stay alert. Bernie commanded, rallying them. We're not alone here. He muttered, his voice barely audible through the sound of the harsh winds. Meanwhile, Shimo, concealed in the shadows behind several ice pillars, observed the group with a calculating gaze. She extended her hand, a silent command, and then slowly lowered it. Her ogres, lurking like predators behind the pillars, instantly tensed, awaiting her cue to attack. Looks like she's sending in her troops. Velzard noted, a slight grin on her face. Those guys are in for a world of trouble. I murmured, watching as 3 of the 5 ogres emerged from hiding, their eyes fixed on Masayyuki's team. They charged forward, swords raised, while the other 2 circled around silently to flank them. The 3 teammates scrambled into defensive stances, Bernie and Jiwoo positioning themselves in front of Masayyuki. Jiwoo conjured a shimmering barrier around them, but their opponents were relentless, the massive ogres barreling into them like forces of nature. Clang. Steel met steel, and the impact reverberated through the chamber as Bernie blocked a powerful swing, gritting his teeth against the ogre's raw strength. Jiwoo, her barrier flickering under the strain, held her ground with sheer determination. Masayyuki stood behind them, clutching his weapon tightly, his face pale. Masayyuki-sama. Get to cover. Jiwoo shouted, her voice taut with urgency. Masayyuki hesitated, clenching his jaw. But I can't just leave you two. He attempted to retort but was immediately rejected. It's fine. Just move. Bernie grunted, parrying a heavy blow from one of the ogres. The 3 of them were already strained, and the added pressure of protecting Masayyuki made it a brutal 2 against 3. Bernie and Jiwoo's strength, bolstered by Masayyuki's passive boost, barely allowed them to hold back the ogre's crushing attacks. But Shimo's strategy was coldly precise. From behind, the remaining 2 ogres closed in, their movements silent and calculated. They were about to get blindsided. If they don't act fast, they're done for. I muttered. Jiwoo's barrier shattered under a relentless assault, scattering fragments of glowing energy. The 3 ogres pressed forward, unrelenting. Bernie staggered under the combined force, his defenses weakening, while Jiwoo swung her weapon with desperate precision. Third-person POV. Masayyuki forced himself to listen to his teammates' pleas, even as every instinct urged him to stay by their side. He gritted his teeth, turning to plunge into the wideout. The snowstorm swallowed him almost immediately, leaving him in a world of biting wind and swirling snow. The cold seeped through his clothes, chilling him to the bone as he tried to navigate the blizzard. Each step felt heavier than the last, and he found himself fighting not only the storm but his own rising fear. Even so, his teammates still benefited from his skill's passive boost. Their attacks and defenses were heightened despite the distance. But as he stumbled through the relentless blizzard, Masayyuki realized he was utterly exposed. Alone. Unprotected. It was precisely what Shimo had been waiting for. From the moment they stepped onto this floor, the entire setup had been a calculated trap. Shimo had recognized his importance at a glance. Even without fully understanding his skill, she'd sensed something vital about him. It was an instinct honed from countless battles. She knew that his presence was tipping the scales in his teammates' favor, that with him near, Bernie and Jiwoo were stronger and faster. He might be timid, hesitant, or even terrified, but Shimo's intuition screamed at her that this was the true obstacle. Now, with him separated from the others, her plan was set to unfold. While his team struggled against her ogres, Shimo could close in on him without resistance. She slipped into the snowstorm like a shadow, moving with purpose, each step silent and precise. Masayyuki shivered, pulling his cloak tighter around him as he pressed forward, glancing back every few seconds. The blizzard obscured everything behind him, and there was no sign of his teammates or the battle. Far behind, his friends were still locked in a desperate struggle. Shimo's subordinates pressed in, each swing of their weapons heavier, their attacks fiercer. It was only a matter of time. Shimo didn't even need to make the first move. If she chose to watch from a distance, this merciless blizzard would do the work for her, freezing him bit by bit. His teeth chattered as the thought took hold, panic rising in his chest. She watched from afar, her eyes narrowing as he struggled further into the snowstorm. Her strategy worked perfectly, and her intellect made up for any disadvantage in Masayyuki's. Masayyuki's POV. Shit. It's freezing. This snowstorm is relentless. I can barely see a few meters ahead. My limbs are starting to go numb, and my heart is slowing down with every freezing step. I can feel my temperature dropping below safe levels, and each breath feels like swallowing ice shards. Is this where I die? Alone, lost in a blizzard? Sure, this bracelet guarantees that I'll revive. But that just means I'll experience the edge of death without ever crossing it. And honestly, that might be even worse. The difficulty of this dungeon just spiked, didn't it? We'd been breezing through the floors, cutting down enemies like nothing. Bernie, Jinrai, Jiwoo. They seemed unstoppable, with me barely lifting a finger and just granting them my passive boost. But then we lost our first member, and everything took a nosedive. Now we're facing a guardian and one who definitely shouldn't be this powerful on the 30th floor. After what felt like an eternity, I caught sight of the far wall, barely visible through the snowstorm. How long had I been walking? The cold's been numbing my senses, messing with my sense of time. The storm's intensity fades out here at the edge, so maybe I can rest a bit, or at least rethink my poor life choices. With every bit of strength, I trudged toward the wall, intending to lean against it and catch my breath. That's when I heard a voice. It was soft, almost a whisper, yet cutting through the howling winds. Fury of the frost, icicle slash. The disembodied voice uttered calmly. My heart stuttered, and I whipped around, body rigid with dread. Slash. A burning sensation seared across my right arm, the force of it knocking me off balance. I stumbled, landing hard on the snow-covered ground. Arg! I screamed. The pain hit all at once, hot and piercing, followed by the numbing cold. I scanned my surroundings frantically, but there was nothing. There was no figure nor movement in sight, just snow and shadows. I raised my arm, terrified to see the damage. A long, jagged gash split the side of my arm, blood leaking out, only to freeze instantly in the frigid air. I held it tight, trying to breathe and keep from panicking. The blood loss slowed, but the pain was unreal. She attacked so fast I didn't even see her. I'm surprised you managed to keep your arm. I was aiming to sever it cleanly. Her voice was closer, low, and deadly. But you turned just in time. Color me impressed, human. She continued. I froze, heart hammering as I looked up, unable to resist the pull of fear. Behind an icy pillar, a figure stepped into the dim, blue light cast by the glowing ice. It was the guardian herself, the Frost Kijin, Shimo. She emerged slowly, her silver hair tied in a high bun with two sleek black horns curling up from her head. Her eyes glowed an eerie, piercing blue, colder than any blizzard, holding no mercy in their depths. A delicate teal and white kimono wrapped her form, bound with a black belt at her waist, and a thick gray fur scarf draped around her shoulders, adding to her frosty aura. Snow and ice seemed to swirl around her, almost alive, bending at her slightest movement. Her blade rested on her shoulder, reflecting the light of the ice pillars in a harsh, crystalline glint. There wasn't a trace of blood on it, though I knew she'd just attacked. It was like the weapon itself was beyond such mundane things. Rimuru, what the hell were you thinking? She's way too powerful to be a boss on this floor. I must commend your party's tenacity in reaching me. She said, her voice as cold as the air around her. But this is where your journey ends. She continued, and in an instant, she vanished. My heart raced, my breaths coming in rapid, terrified gasps as I scrambled backward, trying to get away, until I felt my back press up against the ice-cold pillar behind me. The numbing chill of it cut through me like a knife. Wait dash. Slash. This time, pain bloomed across my chest, sharp and consuming. I gasped, feeling the sting tear through muscle and bone as her blade met its mark with terrifying precision. The world began to blur, vision fading at the edges. Through my haze, I saw her looming over me, face impassive, eyes like two frozen flames. Rest easy. The storm will take care of the rest. Rimuru's POV. Poor Masayyuki couldn't even finish his sentence before Shimo struck. She cut straight through his supposed plot armor, bypassing the usual safety net of his skill. This kind of merciless efficiency showcases the sheer power Shimo brings to the table. The screen shifted away from Masayyuki's lifeless form, returning to the rest of his group. I glanced at the onlookers, and they were stunned but couldn't look away. As expected, the kids reacted the strongest, especially with the gore, though Kenya seemed more fascinated than horrified. I guess some boys just have a taste for intense stuff. He probably reads the more violent manga. It was a huge mistake on my part to put Shimo on this floor, and I'll need to fix it after this is over. She's way beyond the difficulty level for floor 30, and with her bound to grow even stronger, she'll need a higher placement. Still, a part of me can't help but feel bad for the group. My error essentially sealed my win for this bet. Sigh. I'll deal with that later. Looks like their greatest asset is out of the picture. I stated the obvious, and the others nodded gravely. Indeed. I suppose this is where Team Lightspeed's journey ends. Gazel said, sounding a bit wistful. I think he enjoyed watching them blaze through the earlier floors. Irald couldn't help but chuckle. Rimuru, isn't this guardian far too powerful for this floor? Such a sudden jump in difficulty seems excessive. He remarked, looking at me expectantly, and I nodded, feeling the need to explain. Yeah, that's on me. I organized the guardians mostly by their Masayyuki capacities, and Shimo's capacity isn't especially high. But I underestimated her skill set. I answered, scratching my head, feeling a bit sheepish. Hinata crossed her arms thoughtfully. Masayyuki count is only part of the equation. Combat experience and skills often matter more than raw Masayyuki. She said, and Elmesia nodded in agreement. With how Shimo handled Masayyuki, I'd guess she belongs closer to the 40th floor. What do you think, Rimuru-san? She suggested, and I considered it. You're right. Shimo's combat prowess alone might qualify her for floor 60, even ignoring her Masayyuki count. I admitted casually, which left everyone looking a little taken aback. For real. That would definitely make her a misplaced guardian. Gazel stammered, clearly thrown by the idea. The group returned to watching the fight, and I approached Velzard, who wore a knowing smile. Fufufu, I'll accept this as my loss, Rimuru-kun. She said calmly. Aren't you upset that you lost because of my mistake? I asked, half worried. But she shook her head, surprising me. I understand why you made the error. Monsters are often ranked by their Masayyuki count, so it's only natural. She replied with a serene smile. But still. I muttered, guilt gnawing at me. She was taking this too well. Don't think too much about it, Rimuru-kun. She said softly. Besides, I look forward to seeing what you have in store for me over the next 3 days. She teased, causing my face to warm. Focus. Not the time for that. Turning back to the screen, we watched as Bernie and Jiwoo struggled against Shimo's subordinate ogres, weapons clashing in a frenzied dance of sword and spear. The ogres faded in and out of the shadows, disorienting them with surprise attacks and relentless blows. Without Masayyuki's support, their coordination faltered, and they began to look more desperate with each clash. After a frantic exchange, Bernie managed to land a lethal hit on one of the ogres, finally bringing him down. It was only temporary, thanks to the dungeon's revival system, but it was a small victory. 1 down, 4 to go. Not to mention, Shimo herself was still lurking, waiting for her moment to strike. Her strategy was clear now. She wanted to let her ogres wear down Bernie and Jiwoo, draining their strength and morale. Even without Masayyuki's boost, the two fighters were resilient enough to put up a fight, and Shimo wasn't about to let her guard down. She watched from a distance, hidden in the snowstorm, calculating every step. Smart. She's waiting for the right moment, letting them tire out first. She's letting her minions chip away at them. Velzard commented lightly. Exactly. Shimo's not just strong, but she's got a strategic mind. I replied, and Hinata shifted, clearly a little unsettled. So, she's not only powerful but frighteningly intelligent. She muttered. We continued watching the chaotic clash between the 4 ogres and the 2 remaining members of Team Lightspeed. Jiwoo struck down another ogre with a lightning spell, cutting their numbers to 3. Bernie and Jiwoo exchanged a determined glance, clearly feeling a surge of hope with the odds shifting ever so slightly in their favor. To everyone's surprise, the snowstorm vanished without warning. The sudden clarity of the room made things visibly easier for the remaining 2 adventurers. The biting cold lessened, and their surroundings grew calm. Why'd she dispel the snowstorm? It gave her such an advantage. Hinata murmured, her eyes narrowing in confusion. Everyone watching seemed equally perplexed. Irald, tilting his head, voiced what was on everyone's mind. Perhaps she's running low on Masayyuki. Rimuru did mention Shimo's Masayyuki capacity isn't particularly high. He said. That's not it. I replied. While Shimo's Masayyuki count is low, she's incredibly efficient. She can sustain a storm like that for ages with almost no drain. Turning it off doesn't add up. I added, leaving the others even more confused. I was just as bewildered until Seal interjected. Shimo is giving them a false sense of security. By ending the blizzard, she's making Bernie and Jiwoo think that Masayyuki defeated her. They're exhausted from battling the ogres and likely desperate for reprieve. This tactic will catch them off guard easily. She's using psychological warfare now. She really is frightening. In the arena, the last ogre stumbled forward. The snowstorm. Shimo-sama's been killed, GAH. The ogre was cut off by Bernie's spear, piercing through its chest. A glimmer of triumph sparked in Bernie's eyes as he called to his companion. Jiwoo. Masayyuki-sama's done it. He's defeated her. This is our chance. His voice was breathless but elated, and Jiwoo's face broke into a weary grin. The two looked to the remaining ogres, who seemed to waver. Looks like we won, after all. Jiwoo declared, raising her sword in renewed confidence as she drove it into the heart of the next ogre. Only one ogre remained. From their perspective, victory seemed close, almost within their grasp. Yet, in the audience, Hinata glanced around in confusion. Did Shimo make a mistake? She's given up her biggest advantage, and now her allies are dropping. She remarked. Velzard, watching intently, only smiled. Far from it. This is all part of her plan. She said, keeping her words vague. Everyone turned to her, intrigued, though some began to catch on. As they reached the final ogre, Bernie and Jiwoo's exhaustion caught up to them. After a long, grueling clash, they managed to land the last blow, collapsing in relief as the ogre vanished into particles. They slumped to their knees, panting and laughing weakly. The hard-fought battle had drained everything out of them, but at last, they had prevailed. Ha, we did it. Jiwoo muttered, barely able to hold her weapon. Why yeah, let's just wait here for Masayyuki-sama. Bernie sighed, too exhausted to notice the shadows shifting around them. Oh, they really think they've won, don't they? Ice beam. Shimo's quiet voice echoed from the darkness. A thin beam of pure frost pierced through the air, instantly freezing Bernie's body into a block of solid ice. Jiwoo gasped in horror, staggering backward as her eyes darted wildly around the room. Bernie. She screamed, voice trembling as she lifted her weapon defensively. Then, the snowstorm resumed with renewed ferocity, filling the room with the same bone-chilling cold and blinding flurries. The wind was now so intense that Jiwoo could barely stand. She struggled to stay on her feet, but the blizzard's force overpowered her, knocking her to the floor. Then, Shimo emerged from the shadows, a dark blur moving faster than Jiwoo's eye could follow. In a swift, brutal motion, Shimo shattered the ice block with a single punch, sending shards of ice and fragments of Bernie's body scattering across the floor. Jiwoo let out a broken, choked gasp, her face drained of all color. Her entire body shook with terror, her mind struggling to process the horror in front of her. Bernie had respawned in the lobby, visibly shaken and haunted, his eyes wide with disbelief as his companions tried to console him. Now, Jiwoo was alone, utterly paralyzed by fear. Her weakened body trembled uncontrollably in the freezing cold as she finally seemed to accept her inevitable fate. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Thud. The sound of something hitting the ground was nearly drowned out by the howling storm. When the scream cleared momentarily, her severed head lay on the cold stone floor, a thin trail of blood seeping into the snow. And then, just like that, her body vanished, leaving only the dark stains of her blood on the frosty ground. The broadcast cut out, returning us to the silence of the lobby. The spectators sat in stunned silence, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Shimo's skill, precision, and chilling intelligence had left an indelible impression on everyone who had witnessed the fight. I glanced around the room, spotting Caval's group, who had respawned at some point, watching with wide eyes and awe, clearly shaken. Turning to Velzard, who wore a satisfied grin despite losing our bet, I couldn't help but share her amusement. You might want to consider moving her to another floor, Rimuru. Irald said with a playful glint in his eye, drawing chuckles from the others. Ha ha ha. I agree. Gazel said in earnest. Even though Masayyuki's team was exceptional, that jump in difficulty was, a bit much. He added, and I let out a sigh of acknowledgement. Yeah, I think Shimo would fit perfectly as the 50th floor guardian. I replied with a grin. The guests nodded in approval, though Hinata raised her hand with a curious look. Quick question. Any chance she could get even stronger? She asked, and I nodded. Definitely. Shimo's still a Kijin, meaning she has room to evolve into an Oni under the right conditions. I said. That prospect is terrifying but hardly unexpected. Elmesia noted with a casual shrug. With that, I suppose the dungeon's grand opening is concluded. I announced. And tomorrow is the fighting tournament. The event everyone's been waiting for. I announced, and the mention of the tournament sparked anticipation. I can't wait for my turn in the spotlight. Velzard chimed in smoothly while I gave her a blank stare. Just remember to hold back, all right? I muttered, pinching the bridge of my nose. Velzard chuckled, and I sighed, already anticipating the chaos she'd bring. After a few final remarks, we exited the labyrinth, and I sent the guests to their rooms. Despite the late hour, a few parties seemed eager to dive into the dungeon again. It's not surprising since it's open all the time. Velzard and I headed home, taking in the vibrant nightlife of Tempest. Even at midnight, people were still out enjoying the festivities, lights and laughter filling the streets. Eventually, we reached our house and made our way upstairs. It felt a bit strange not to see Veldora lounging on the couch, engrossed in manga. He and his massive collection had now found a new home on the 100th floor of the dungeon. I guess that meant Velzard and I had the place all to ourselves. Once in my room, we changed into our sleeping clothes, turned off the lights, and lay down. I stared at the ceiling, replaying the day's events. First, there was the successful dungeon opening, and then came Shimo's display of prowess and wit. And lastly, the unexpected bet I'd won by sheer luck. Thankfully, Velzard didn't seem upset. In fact, she looked excited. Though I didn't feel like I'd earned the win, so I'll only ask her for one small favor over the next 3 days. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Velzard murmured softly. I turned to face her, momentarily entranced by her beauty, especially her blue eyes, which seemed to faintly glow in the darkness. I'm sure you are. You should get some rest. Good night, Velz-chan. I said, matching her soft tone. Leaning in, I gently kissed her on the forehead, then pulled back, surprised to see her maintain her composure with just the slightest blush and a soft smile. Fufufu good night, Rimuru-kun. She replied just as gently, returning the gesture with a kiss on my cheek. Sigh. Seal the damn deal after the tournament, Rimuru. Thoughts of how to confess to her drifted through my mind. Maybe during one of our dates. No, it's too predictable. Or a vacation outside Tempest. It had potential, but I'd need to think it over more. With these thoughts swirling around, I slowly drifted off to sleep. Third-person POV. Tempest's shining moment was the founding festival, which had been in full swing for the past few days. It was a grand spectacle showcasing the nation's rapid advancements, vibrant culture, and beauty defining the city. Each passing day saw the event grow in magnitude, and the energy in the air was palpable as the festivities neared their grand conclusion. Through the festival, Tempest had defied every preconceived notion humanity had of it. Far from the brutal and war-torn civilization many imagined, the nation of monsters was a beacon of progress and unity. It was a place where differences were embraced, and diverse species coexisted under the guidance of a powerful yet benevolent leader, Rimuru Tempest, the Demon Lord. These few days, visitors have seen a society growing at an unprecedented rate and thriving with innovation. More than just the festival itself, Rimuru's influence had subtly but profoundly altered the way humanity viewed the very concept of a Demon Lord. Once a title synonymous with fear and destruction, the term had started to take on new meaning. Rimuru, through his actions and leadership, had shown that a Demon Lord could be an agent of peace, coexistence, and prosperity. He had taken something humanity once saw as a threat and transformed it into a symbol of hope and a beacon for the future. What was once unimaginable had now become a reality. Humans and monsters celebrating together in harmony under the leadership of a Demon Lord was an event thought impossible by all. Humanity's previous view of Demon Lords as unreachable, tyrannical figures was beginning to erode, slowly but surely, thanks to Rimuru's ingenuity and unwavering vision. As the final day of the festival arrived, there was a quiet anticipation in the air. After days of festivities, parades, exhibitions, and performances, the festival's culmination had finally arrived. The Grand Tournament of Battle was a competition that promised to deliver an exciting spectacle. And if the rumors were true, the tournament would offer glimpses of the highest levels of power in the world. It would take place in the Colosseum, a structure that had become a symbol of Tempest's cultural and architectural achievements. The Colosseum was Tempest's latest marvel, drawing heavy inspiration from the ancient Roman Colosseum but infused with modern innovations. Its colossal structure was capable of holding over 75,000 spectators, and its design allowed for both massive public events and training exercises for warriors to hone their skills. It stood as a testament to Tempest's rapid growth and commitment to fostering peace and strength within the nation. But the true marvel was the protective barrier that Rimuru had prepared for the event. With Shub-Niggurath's skill nullification, dealing with any stray attacks or debris, the spectators would be protected from the chaos of the battles that were sure to ensue. It was the first of many ways Rimuru ensured the safety of his people and the guests who had come to witness the spectacle. The tournament would be a bracket-style competition, with 8 courageous fighters battling through increasingly difficult rounds until a victor emerged. The winner would then have the rare opportunity to challenge Rimuru himself, should they choose to accept the challenge. As for the audience, they would be treated to a spectacle unlike any other, one that would give them a glimpse of the true power of the gods. The final match would be an event for the ages. It was a battle between two of the most powerful beings in the world. On one side is the destroyer, Melim Nava, a being of boundless power and exuberance. On the other is the frost dragon, Velzard, a being whose cold demeanor and sheer might were as legendary as her frigid power. These two titans, each with a history of unimaginable feats, would face off before an eager and expectant crowd. It would be a battle between gods and an opportunity for the audience to witness the apex of power in this world. Rimuru's POV. Today's the day everyone's been waiting for. But for me, it's the day I've been dreading. The first few fights might be entertaining, but the last one. Oh, that's going to be a nightmare of epic proportions. We're talking about a battle between two of the strongest people I know. The strongest Dragonoid in history versus the strongest true dragon of today. Yeah, I'm going to need a whole lot of luck to survive this one. May God, or, in this case, Veldora, bless Tempest. If you're listening, I hope your daughter and sister don't go wild and wreck the whole place. Seriously, if they decide to get too serious, I might be forced to step in before Tempest is nothing more than a pile of rubble. I can already feel the headache forming. When push comes to shove, I'll have to use True Dragon Release with Veldora to keep them from flattening everything. Just the thought of having to interfere in their battle is enough to give anyone a nervous breakdown. But honestly, I'd rather face that than sit back and watch half of Tempest get obliterated by a bout between aunt and niece. Sigh. I pushed myself out of bed and immediately began getting dressed. Velzard was still sleeping peacefully beside me, wrapped up in the blankets like she had no care in the world. As usual, I decided not to wake her just yet. Instead, I pulled 2 mugs of coffee from my subspace, setting one on the nightstand for her. As I turned to leave the room, though, I heard the soft rustling of the blankets, followed by the creaking of the mattress. Good morning, Rimuru. Velzard greeted me, her voice thick with sleep. She rubbed her eyes lazily and gave me a tired but affectionate smile. Good morning, Vels-chan. How was your sleep? I asked, handing her the coffee, which she took gratefully with a soft hum of appreciation. Thank you. She replied, taking a sip and stretching her arms overhead with a smug grin. My sleep was quite nice, as usual. But I'm brimming with excitement today. She added, and I narrowed my eyes, knowing exactly what she meant. I know you are. I muttered, rolling my eyes. Era. Are you worried? She teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she leaned back against the headboard, her smile widening. This woman was way too cheeky for her own good. No, definitely not. I said, dragging out the words with a sarcastic tone, crossing my arms dramatically. Her eyes sparkled, and she chuckled softly. Fufufu, I almost forgot about that bet of ours. It was my loss, so, what is your first order for me, Rimu-sama? She asked with a playful, devious grin as she gave a mock bow. What the heck is she doing? She better stop that right now before I lose my mind. Oh oi. We can discuss that after the tournament. And please don't call me that. I begged, my face flushing. But of course, she didn't listen. Instead, she smirked even more. I would like to start those 3 days as soon as possible. And besides. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. I want to see what you'll do, Rimu-sama. She pressed further. I felt my cheeks heat up, and I quickly turned my head, trying to avoid looking at her. This woman always knows exactly how to get under my skin. I could only think of one thing for her to do during those 3 days, and to be honest, it was a little embarrassing. But hey, she lost the bet, right? Well, if you insist. I only have one request for you, Vels-chan. I said sheepishly, my voice barely above a whisper. She looked at me, curious, her smile still in place but now with an air of expectancy. Era. Why is that, Rimu-sama? She asked, inching closer to me, her face now dangerously close to mine. The tension between us was palpable as we locked eyes, and for a moment, all I could focus on was the warmth of her breath. I thought it wouldn't be fair to have you do whatever I say for 3 days straight, especially since I won the bet unfairly. I explained, doing my best to sound composed. My heart was pounding in my chest as I continued. So. I only have one request for you. I paused for effect. Her eyes lit up with interest, and she leaned in even closer. Crap. Is this really happening? And what is your request, Rimu-sama? She asked eagerly, her voice practically purring. Okay, here it goes. Do you have the skill, Universal Shapeshift? I asked, holding my breath as I waited for her response. Velzard pulled back slightly, blinking in surprise before she nodded. I do. It is an intrinsic skill to all true dragons. She answered. As I prepared for the next step, I felt a grin spread across my face. I see. Well, for my first and only order. I want you to grow elf-like ears and dress up as a maid for 3 days. I told her. I leaned back, folding my arms with a smug smile. The room went completely silent. Velzard stared at me, her expression unreadable for a few long moments. Then, her face slowly turned bright red, and she averted her gaze, clearly flustered. How cute of her. I wasn't going to force her to do it, of course. If she didn't want to, I would have backed off immediately. But for some reason, I couldn't help but enjoy teasing her a little. That's. She stammered, clearly at a loss for words, clutching her chest as if I'd just told her something scandalous. I couldn't hold back my laughter. Ha ha ha. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I was just teasing you, Vels-chan. I assured her, but to my surprise, she shook her head firmly, her determination shining through her blush. No. I can do it. She declared, moving to the edge of the bed with surprising speed. Her face was still flushed, but she wasn't backing down now. She was set on fulfilling her end of the bargain. I leaned forward eagerly, watching her every move as she stood up and began to glow brightly, her body becoming a silhouette of radiant light. The transformation was swift, her shape morphing with ease as she changed into her desired form. And when the light faded, I found myself momentarily speechless. Velzard had, well, changed. She was a bit taller, her features more striking, her figure somehow more refined. The most noticeable change was the pair of delicate elf-like ears peeking through her hair. And to top it all off, she wore a maid's dress in her signature colors of white and blue that hugged her curves perfectly. She looked incredible. Whoa. I stuttered, almost unable to process the sight before me. I mean, damn. If this wasn't perfection, I didn't know what was. Velzard stood there, her expression a mix of smug satisfaction and a touch of embarrassment, and for once, I wasn't sure how to respond. This is, rather embarrassing, Rimuru-sama. Velzard murmured, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of playfulness. Her cheeks were flushed a deep red, and it was impossible not to notice how her ears twitched as if they had a mind of their own. I couldn't help but become entranced by her new appearance. My gaze drifted over her. She was taller and more elegant, and her unmistakably cute elf ears peeked through her hair. I felt my own face heat up in response. Damn it. I'm supposed to be the one in control here. No matter what you wear, you'll look amazing, Velz-chan. I complimented her honestly, though the words felt almost inadequate given the overwhelming beauty she now exuded. She shyly averted her gaze, her blush deepening. Would it be all right if I changed into something else for my battle later? Velzard asked, her tone polite and formal, though there was a softness to it that caught me off guard. Her sudden change in demeanor surprised me. I hadn't expected her to embrace the maid persona so fully. I only asked her to dress up for a bit of fun, but here she was, behaving more like a servant than I ever anticipated. Of course, Velz-chan. And please stop calling me that. I replied, my voice a bit sheepish as I scratched the back of my head. She responded with a graceful bow, her smile still hinting at mischief but now with an undeniable air of humility. Before I could process what was happening, she closed the distance between us, her arms gently wrapping around me in a soft embrace. My heart skipped a beat as her breast pressed against my chest, and I couldn't help but notice how her elf ears seemed to perk up, their tips glowing faintly as if reacting to the closeness between us. This was getting dangerous. A maid and an elf. What the hell was I even thinking when I made that request? My thoughts were in disarray, but I knew I had to stay calm. Control yourself, Rimuru. You asked for this. Just breathe. It's all in good fun. I look forward to being in your service, Rimuru-kun. She teased with a playful tone, giving me another small bow that sent a rush of heat straight to my cheeks. I sighed, trying to compose myself, but it was clear that she was thoroughly enjoying my reaction. Velzard was practically glowing with amusement, and I had to remind myself that it was all part of the bet. Still, the sight of her in that maid outfit was something else. Now that we were ready, Velzard and I teleported to the Colosseum. As we arrived, I noticed the familiar buzz of energy that filled the air. The Colosseum was already packed, with tens of thousands of eager spectators waiting for the tournament to begin. I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and dread. Today's event was bound to be a spectacle but not necessarily peaceful. We took our seats in the VIP area, the best spot in the house. My executives were already there, handling the preparations for the tournament, while the guests were getting settled into their seats. I looked around, my gaze falling on Veldora, who seemed to be the first to notice us. Yo. Good morning, Rimuru and Velzard. Veldora greeted us loudly but faltered mid-sentence, his eyes widening as they landed on his sister. Era. What's the matter, Veldora-kun? Velzard asked with her signature mischievous smile, which could strike fear into anyone who dared to cross her. Veldora, on the other hand, looked like he had seen a ghost. Nothing. Velzard nay. Veldora quickly denied, his voice cracking slightly as he stammered. Velzard's smile remained for a moment before returning to her more usual, composed expression. I had to stifle a chuckle as I watched their interactions. Despite the terrifying power they both wielded, their sibling dynamic was always oddly charming to witness. After a few more greetings, we settled into our seats, where I could already feel the tension building around us. The Colosseum was filling quickly, the seats packed with excited fans, all eager for the spectacle to begin. A few moments later, Sauka took the stage as the announcer. Her voice rang out through the Colosseum, the crowd quieting in anticipation of the event. I could see Diablo taking his place as the referee for the tournament. While it was a bit of an unexpected role for him, it made sense. After all, who else could maintain order in an arena filled with powerful fighters? Third-person POV. After a brief pause, Sauka's voice filled the stadium. With a calm yet confident demeanor, she introduced herself and formally opened the tournament, prompting a roar of applause from the eager crowd. As the clapping slowed, she recited the rules and introduced the combatants. Tournament rules. No combatant is permitted to kill their opponent. A referee will oversee all battles to ensure fairness and safety. Victory is determined by the combatant who has sustained the least damage by the match's end. If combatants feel they can no longer continue, they may surrender and concede victory. The 8 Brave Warriors in the first 4 matches. Gozel vs Mezel, Masayyuki vs Jinrai, Gei vs Gobta, Geld vs Lion Mask. Once the rules were established, Sauka gestured for the first match to begin. The combatants, Gozel and Mezel, stepped forward, both radiating an intense aura of rivalry. They were leaders of opposing factions, each representing a different race of monsters who had long been at odds. Their hatred for each other was palpable, and their first match was destined to be a fierce, no-holds-barred fight. Gozel vs Mezel. Seal had suggested granting both fighters a unique skill to help balance the battle, but Rimuru declined. He wanted to see them fight without any outside assistance. It was purely a test of their natural abilities. The battle began with a sharp signal from Diablo, and almost immediately, the 2 combatants charged toward each other. The audience erupted in excitement as the sound of clashing weapons rang out. Gozel's spear met Mezel's with a resounding sound, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The 2 were locked in a brutal exchange, each attempting to outmatch the other. Gozel's superior strength allowed him to overpower Mezel momentarily, but the latter wasn't so easily defeated. With a swift move, Mezel performed a tactical retreat, narrowly dodging a thrust from Gozel's spear. He quickly distanced himself from his opponent, using the opportunity to strategize. Though he was stronger, Gozel wasn't as fast. Mezel's agility came into play as he adjusted his stance, preparing for his next strike. His spear came crashing down, but Gozel was ready to block. Or so he thought. Mezel's thrust was a feint, a deceptive move designed to mislead. Gozel's reflexes, slower than Mezel's, failed him. The spear slid into a gap in Gozel's defense, piercing him in a vital spot. The crowd gasped as the blow landed, and Gozel staggered back, a pained expression crossing his face. Diablo immediately declared the match over. Winner, Mezel. The crowd's reaction was mixed with loud cheers from Mezel's supporters and an unmistakable undertone of disappointment from the Gozu tribe. Despite the loss, Gozel was quickly healed by Diablo, and the 2 fighters left the arena, their feud settled for now. Sauka returned to the stage, commenting on the fierce clash and moving the event along. The excitement in the arena grew once more as she introduced the next match. It was a fight between the legendary lightspeed hero, Masayyuki, and his longtime party member, Jinrai. Masayyuki vs Jinrai. The announcement was met with a thunderous roar from the audience, and the arena seemed to shake with the crowd's collective excitement. Masayyuki, known for his incredible speed and agility, stood confidently, though his timid expression betrayed his nerves. On the opposite side of the arena, Jinrai appeared much more eager, practically bouncing on his feet as he readied himself. The 2 combatants moved toward the center of the arena, their weapons in hand, but there was no immediate rush to engage. The tension was palpable, but their movements were calm and deliberate. The audience leaned forward in anticipation, wondering who would make the first move. A few moments passed in stillness before Jinrai suddenly bent down, placing his weapon on the ground. The crowd fell silent, confused. Masayyuki blinked, uncertain of what was happening. Then, with a deep bow, Jinrai raised his fist into the air. "I concede victory," he announced, his voice loud and clear. His declaration was so unexpected that it took the audience a moment to react. But when they did, their cheers were deafening, with even Jinrai joining to celebrate his own surrender. Masayyuki, however, looked utterly dumbfounded, as if the events unfolding around him were beyond his comprehension. His shoulders sagged, and he sighed in resignation. Diablo nodded with approval, officially declaring Masayyuki the winner of the match. Jinrai, ever the good sport, offered his congratulations, and the 2 fighters left the arena together, their friendly rivalry evident to anyone watching. Winner, Masayyuki. Rimuru's POV. That was so fucking stupid. Masayyuki didn't even lift his sword to win that battle. I couldn't help but shake my head in disbelief. The whole match had been a joke. Jinrai practically handed Masayyuki the victory without even trying, and the audience cheered for it as if it were some grand display of honor. But it felt like a slap in the face of the tournament's spirit. Sigh. I know I have a cheat skill, but that is something else. I might have to seriously consider Seal's suggestion of putting a permanent lock on that skill. Not deactivating it entirely, of course, but preventing it from evolving into an ultimate skill. Something about it just rubs me the wrong way. Fufufu. Don't get smug with me. I said I'd only consider it. The crowd was still roaring with excitement, but the spectacle of Jinrai's concession was already fading into insignificance. Anyway, I suppose the next battle should be more interesting than this one. Gopta had better do something. I'm surprised he even entered this tournament, to be honest. Then again, knowing Hakuru, he probably forced him into it as part of his training. I see that being the case. Gopta's opponent was some arrogant A-ranked adventurer named Gay. From what I gathered, he has a big mouth but has very little to back it up. Honestly, this should be amusing unless Gobta somehow finds a way to screw it up. I sighed and turned my attention to my beautiful maid. Of course, she was already looking at me, probably waiting for my thoughts on the last fight. What did you think about that fight, Vels-chan? I asked her, unable to hide the irritation in my voice. Very underwhelming. She replied with that sharp, no-nonsense tone of hers. But that is to be expected due to his skill. She added, her voice softening. I gave a slight, resigned nod. Yeah, that wasn't even a fight, if I'm being honest. I remarked, my disappointment evident. She agreed, her expression shifting slightly into a more thoughtful one. Hopefully, the next one will be more interesting. She said, and I nodded in agreement. Third-person POV. As the cheers from the previous battle gradually faded, Sauka stepped forward again to announce the next match. The crowd fell into a hushed anticipation as the upcoming fight was introduced. To the surprise of many, Gobta, the unassuming hobgoblin of Tempest, was about to enter the arena. His opponent was none other than Gay, a highly ranked A-class adventurer with a reputation for skill and arrogance. While the citizens of Tempest doubted Gobta's chances, a sense of curiosity hung in the air. Gobta vs. Gay. The arena erupted in a wave of disbelief as Gobta stepped into the ring, his slim frame standing in stark contrast to his formidable opponent. His weapon was a simple, unadorned sword, which seemed almost laughable next to Gay's gleaming armor and heavy weapons. But the moment Gobta's eyes met the crowd, his usual cocky grin appeared, and an undercurrent of excitement rippled through the spectators. Then, the fight began with Diablo's sharp command, and in the blink of an eye, Gobta moved with surprising speed. Without warning, Gobta unsheathed his sword, and from its scabbard, a crackling bolt of black lightning shot out, tearing through the air. The surge of electricity struck the ground with explosive force, sending shockwaves that rattled the arena. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of Gobta's attack. Gay, caught off guard by the raw power of the strike, barely managed to leap backward as the lightning scorched the earth at his feet. The power behind the attack was enough to send a shockwave through the air, knocking him off balance and slamming him into the ground. For a moment, the arena was still, and everyone was waiting to see if Gay could recover. He scrambled to his feet, his face contorted in frustration and fear. He had not expected such an attack from a creature that looked so deceptively weak. Realizing he was at a severe disadvantage, he quickly scanned the area for his opponent, but Gobta was nowhere in sight. His eyes darted back and forth, his pulse quickening as panic set in. Then, from the shadows, Gobta appeared. The hobgoblin emerged behind Gay with deadly silence, his sword raised high. Gay spun around in time to see Gobta's shadowy figure, but it was too late. The attack was swift and precise, and Gobta's sword slashed across Gay's back in a clean cut. The adventurer collapsed to the ground with a pained gasp. Everyone fell into stunned silence as Diablo swiftly declared the match over, confirming Gobta's victory. The crowd, who had been unsure of what to expect, now erupted into cheers. Their disbelief quickly turned into admiration as they recognized the depth of Gobta's power. Gobta stood in the center of the arena, panting slightly from the exertion, but his expression remained as cocky as ever. His eyes gleamed with triumph as he raised his sword in a small victory salute to the cheering crowd. Diablo approached Gay's fallen form, using his powers to heal the adventurer's wounds before escorting him out of the arena. Gobta, meanwhile, was showered with applause and admiration as he left the battlefield. Winner, Gobta. Rimuru's POV. Holy shit. That was unexpected. Gobta just pulled off shadow motion again, just like he did when he faced off against Gabiru. But what really caught me off guard was the way he used his black lightning. It was way more potent than before. He's really getting the hang of his power. The case canon worked so well in that fight, too. I'm honestly impressed. He's definitely leveled up, and Hakuru's training has clearly made an enormous difference in his performance. Quahaha. Such effective use of black lightning, sneaky and powerful. Veldora boomed, clearly enjoying the show. Indeed, Veldora-sama. Despite being one of the dumbest I've taught so far, he's among my best students. Hakuru added with a proud grin, his voice tinged with a surprising fondness. Ha ha ha. It's quite rare for you to praise the brat, Hakuru. Benimaru teased, chuckling as he nudged his teacher. Hakuru let out a chuckle of his own before responding. He can be quite annoying sometimes, but his training is undoubtedly paying off. He said, his tone earnest. It's clear that even though Gobta might still have some growing to do in terms of his intelligence, his progress as a fighter is undeniable. He's still one of my weaker subordinates, but if he keeps going like this, I wouldn't be surprised if he reaches the level of a hazard or even a calamity-class monster. I can't wait to see how much stronger he'll become. The potential is definitely there. Fufufu, now that was entertaining. The fight was short, but the display was impressive. Velzard commented, clearly satisfied as she smiled. Yup. And I'm sure the next fight will be even more entertaining. I replied, eager for the next match. Era. Mind explaining why? She asked, tilting her head politely, though her eyes showed a glint of curiosity. I leaned in close to her, close enough to whisper in her ear. The temptation to nibble on those soft elf ears almost overwhelmed me. But I managed to keep my composure, barely. The one named Lion Mask is actually Carrion, a former demon lord. He might not be an awakened demon lord, but he's still incredibly powerful. Geld and my other top executives are all on the level of demon lord seeds, so this will definitely be a fight to watch. I whispered, watching as her eyes lit up with excitement. How exciting. Who do you think will win between them, Rimuru-kun? She asked, her voice full of intrigue. I thought for a moment, tapping my chin. If this were before I obtained the true dragon egg, I'd say Carrion would most likely win. He's strong, even without being fully awakened. But since my subordinates grew in power after I got the egg, I'm leaning towards Geld winning. I answered, and Velzard nodded thoughtfully, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. I see. It'll be an interesting fight, then. She said. Third-person POV. The last fight of the first elimination round was about to begin, and the atmosphere was electric. Everyone had quieted as Sauka's voice rang out, announcing the two fighters. A sense of anticipation hung in the air as the names were spoken. The spectators eagerly awaited the clash between these two warriors, both on the level of Demon Lord seeds. Geld and Lion Mask, the former Demon Lord, entered the arena with an air of silent intensity. Their eyes locked, and the tension was palpable. There would be no holds barred in this fight. After a brief exchange of words, Diablo gave the signal, and the battle commenced. Geld versus Lion Mask. Despite their massive sizes, both fighters moved with terrifying speed, a blur of muscle and power. In less than 3 seconds, they collided in the center of the arena, their weapons clashing with a deafening crash. The shockwave sent a ripple through the air, causing the crowd to recoil from the intensity of the impact. Geld wielded his massive cleaver, Meat Crusher, its weight and power unmistakable. Across from him, Lion Mask gripped his halberd with expert precision. Both weapons were legend grade, though Meat Crusher was clearly the superior weapon in this fight. Its sheer power made it a formidable opponent for Lion Mask's halberd. The two weapons locked in a brutal struggle for dominance, each fighter exerting their will. With a grunt of effort, Lion Mask unfurled his wings, using the burst of air to push himself back, distancing himself from the overwhelming force of Geld's blows. But Geld wasn't done. With a snarl, he charged forward, his weapon raised high, eyes fixed on his target. Lion Mask braced himself, preparing to meet Geld's blow with his halberd. But at the last moment, to Lion Mask's surprise, Geld struck the ground instead. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered as the impact reverberated through the arena, sending a wave of force that rattled the spectators. The shockwave momentarily disoriented Lion Mask, and that split second was all Geld needed. With a roar, Geld lashed out with Meat Crusher, the cleaver slicing through the air and catching Lion Mask's arm. The blow was shallow but significant, the cut deep enough to make the former Demon Lord wince. However, thanks to self-regeneration, the attack wouldn't leave a permanent mark, allowing him to recover quickly. Moments later, the injury healed, and the wound closed like it had never been there. He shot Geld a steely glare, the two locking eyes briefly, each measuring the other, preparing for the next phase of the fight. Realizing that his initial strength would not be enough, Lion Mask invoked his trump card, Royal Beast Form, a unique skill that transformed him into a massive chimera, embodying the traits of every beast type. His body grew larger, his muscles rippling with new strength, and his claws extended into deadly talons. The beat of his wings had enough force to create gusts of wind that whipped through the battlefield. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, and his aura radiated raw power. Geld, unfazed by the transformation, steeled himself. While he lacked a transformation-type skill of his own, his arsenal was far from ordinary. The combination of Gourmet and Guardian, two unique skills gifted to him by Rimuru, made him an unpredictable and versatile opponent. His offense and defense were a deadly mix, making him the perfect counter to Lion Mask's monstrous form. The two stood facing each other, the air crackling with tension. Lion Mask gathered his energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack, Beast Roar, a devastating blast that could tear through almost anything in its path. The air around him shimmered as he built up the power, and the audience held their breath in anticipation. Without hesitation, Lion Mask released the blast, a wave of concentrated energy that tore through the air toward Geld. The spectators gasped, certain that this would be the end of the fight. But Geld remained calm, his eyes narrowed in focus. He didn't flinch. Instead, he activated Predation and began absorbing the incoming energy. The blast of energy, still potent, was slowly drawn into him. The consumption effect was similar to Rimuru's Gluttony, and though Geld couldn't absorb the full force of the attack, the majority of it was nullified. The blast that didn't get absorbed continued toward him, but just as quickly, multi-layer barrier flared to life around him, protecting him from the remaining energy. The barrier held firm, the energy dissipating harmlessly as it impacted. The crowd sat in stunned silence, eyes wide, as they watched Geld remain unscathed. Lion Mask stood in disbelief, his eyes wide, as his powerful attack had been nullified before his very eyes. The attack had nearly depleted his energy reserves, and his transformation began to fade. His monstrous form shrank, his wings retracting, his strength evaporating. It was over. Lion Mask's shoulders slumped, realizing his defeat. He couldn't continue. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, his voice low but steady. I yield. He muttered. The crowd erupted in applause, the overwhelming display of strength and strategy leaving them in awe. Winner, Geld. The first elimination round was now complete, and the remaining fighters, Mezzel, Masayyuki, Gobta, and Geld, stood ready for the next round. They would be randomly paired for the next phase, and only 2 would remain to battle for the championship. The intensity of this first round promised an exhilarating continuation, and the crowd could hardly wait to see what was in store. Rimuru's POV. As expected of Geld, his performance was superb. One thing to note is that his unique skill, Gourmet, is strikingly similar to my former skill, Gluttony. It makes me quite curious about what it'll evolve into if it ever reaches the level of an ultimate skill. Maybe it'll evolve into something like Beelzebub now that I no longer have it. Or perhaps it'll become something new entirely. Such a splendid performance from Geld-san. Hakuru praised earnestly. I agree. And from the looks of it, he seems to possess a similar skill to your Gluttony, Rimuru-sama. Benimaru remarked thoughtfully. Oh yeah, they still don't know that my unique skill evolved. Twice. Yeah. If there's anyone most fitting to have a skill like that, then it'd be Geld. I said proudly. I glanced around the Colosseum, feeling the electric buzz in the air from the audience. Everyone was eager to witness the next round, eagerly awaiting the 4 victors of the previous one. After a few minutes of deliberation, Sauka walked back on stage to announce the next pair of battles. The crowd erupted in a fresh wave of cheers, their enthusiasm palpable as they waited for her to speak. Once the audience had quieted, Sauka began with her usual flair. After some suspense, she finally announced the upcoming bouts. Mezzel vs Masayyuki, Gobta vs Geld. Oh boy. Gobta vs Geld. There's no way that's fair at all. Geld is one of my strongest subordinates, and Gobta is, well, he's Gobta. It's like a hydrogen bomb versus a small child. Unless Gobta has some kind of trick up his sleeve, he's definitely cooked. Fufufu, the second match is quite hilarious. Velzard joked lightly, and I chuckled in response. Yeah. Gobta will be, hilariously, dead after. I replied playfully. Perhaps he has a plan of sorts. Hakuru chimed in, a teasing glint in his eyes. And now, for our first match. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mezzel vs Masayyuki. Sauka announced enthusiastically, her voice rising in pitch as the crowd cheered loudly, especially as Masayyuki's name was called. The roar from the crowd was deafening. Now then, let's see what you got, Masayyuki. Rimuru's POV. The second round of the fighting tournament was about to commence, with the first match pitting Mezzel against Masayyuki. Watching from the stands, I leaned forward, intrigued yet dubious. Jinrai may have forfeited his match out of loyalty and respect for his party leader, but Mezzel. That ruthless beast had no such attachment. This fight would not be handed over so easily. Masayyuki had scraped by the last round purely because his skill had everyone practically fainting in admiration. I glanced at the sword strapped to Masayyuki's side. He'd been carrying it the entire tournament, yet not once had he raised it. Honestly, I wasn't even sure he knew how to hold it properly. It might as well have been a prop for all the use it would be against someone like Mezzel. How do you think he'll get out of this, Rimuru-kun? Velzard asked, her eyes glinting with amusement. I paused, considering the endless possibilities. With that skill of his, anything could happen, and it would probably be something bizarre. Maybe his skill will make Mezzel trip over his own feet or run headfirst into the wall. I replied, smirking at the image. Knowing Masayyuki's luck, it could very well come to that. Or something equally stupid. I added, only half joking. Velzard covered her mouth as she laughed softly. Fufufu, I can see that happening. She said with a hint of mischief. I chuckled, sharing the humor of the situation, but I had to admit, some part of me was genuinely curious to see how Masayyuki would handle himself or, more likely, how his skill would handle things for him. I suppose there's only one way to find out. I muttered, returning my attention to the arena as the combatant stepped forward. Third-person POV. Sauka returned to the stage, greeted by the crowd's thunderous cheers, their anticipation filling the Colosseum like a pulsing wave. Excitement buzzed through the stands as everyone eagerly awaited the second round's first match, especially since it involved the famed, lightspeed hero. Sauka offered a quick recap of the previous 4 matches, building suspense before finally calling forth the combatants. Velzard vs Masayyuki. Masayyuki walked into the arena with a hesitant step, his every movement betraying his nerves. His legs shook beneath him as he scanned the audience, clearly wishing he was anywhere else. Across the battlefield, his opponent, Velzard, approached with calm, lethal confidence, his spear poised for the kill. As the two entered a stare-down, Masayyuki's unease was painfully evident. In contrast, Velzard's fierce gaze held no room for doubt. With a sharp nod from Diablo, the match began, and the crowd exploded with cheers. Velzard wasted no time. His figure blurred as he lunged forward, spear aimed directly at Masayyuki's chest with deadly precision. Masayyuki's instincts screamed at him to move, and, in a blind panic, he lurched sideways just in time to avoid a direct hit. Velzard's momentum nearly carried him into the wall, but he skidded to a stop, narrowly avoiding collision. Annoyance flickered across Velzard's face as he turned back, eyes narrowing at Masayyuki, who looked close to fainting. The lightspeed hero, renowned but clearly terrified, stood clutching his sword as though it might miraculously save him. Velzard's patience was gone, and he charged again, his spear cutting through the air like a razor. With nowhere to go, Masayyuki's hands flew to his sword, and in desperation, he raised it, eyes squeezed shut. There was no form, no focus, just pure survival. Velzard's spear collided with Masayyuki's weapon, generating a forceful shockwave that rattled the entire coliseum. The crowd fell silent, dumbfounded. The powerful blow was somehow deflected, and as Masayyuki opened his eyes, he, too, stared in disbelief. His sword, clutched so loosely, had halted Velzard's lethal strike. Velzard stepped back, his gaze now edged with something close to fear. Such power. Velzard thought, unnerved as the spectators regained their voices in explosive cheers. Masayyuki's wide eyes darted to the sword in his hand as he realized his inexplicable advantage. Driven by the same lack of reason that had somehow kept him alive thus far, he threw caution aside. With a shaky breath, he charged Velzard with his sword, flailing it around in an unpredictable whirlwind. The bizarre tactic left Velzard momentarily stunned, and as Masayyuki closed in, the crowd watched in disbelief. Eventually, his wild swing connected with Velzard, not even with the blade's edge but with the blunt side of the sword. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the impact was immense. Velzard's body was sent hurtling across the arena, crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact that left him unconscious. The arena erupted into deafening applause. Masayyuki, panting and staring in confusion, was declared the winner as Diablo moved to heal Velzard and clear the battlefield. Cheers filled the air, and Masayyuki's stunned expression gradually shifted to one of sheepish victory. Meanwhile, Rimuru and Velzard looked on in utter disbelief, struggling to process what they'd just witnessed. Winner, Masayyuki. Rimuru's POV. Just, what the hell was that? I knew Masayyuki's skill helped get him out of tricky situations and rally his allies, but I never imagined it would grant him this kind of power. He barely put any effort into that swing. It looked like he was swatting at a fly. Yet somehow, it sent Velzard flying across the arena in one blow, ending the battle instantly. Similar to Cheyenne unique skill, Cook, Chosen One, ensures the most favorable outcome for the user. However, unlike Cheyenne, Masayyuki has no control over the result, as his skill functions entirely passively. Plot armor as a skill. I had joked about it before, but it was proving itself real here. And it's troublesome, to say the least. Sure, Masayyuki's an earnest guy with a good heart, but a skill like that in the wrong hands could be catastrophic. It would be wise to keep an eye on him. You never know when someone with that kind of luck could accidentally throw a wrench into your plans. Now, that was something. Masayyuki's skill is quite powerful, I must say. Velzard remarked, her gaze fixed on the arena. Yeah. I replied, keeping my tone serious. I'll be watching him more closely from here on out. Letting someone run around with a skill like that unchecked could be dangerous. I added, and Velzard chuckled. I agree. She said, a glint of amusement in her eyes. You should make sure he doesn't become a detriment to your goals. She continued. Her words were light, but I could sense her understanding of the gravity of the situation. With a nod, I shifted my gaze back to the arena, where preparations for the next match were underway. Third-person POV. Sauka returned to the stage, rallying the crowd with even more excitement as she introduced the next fighters. This time, the matchup was Gapta against Geld. It was a battle that, at first glance, seemed ludicrously unbalanced. But Gapta wasn't entirely defenseless, and he had a few tricks up his sleeve that could potentially turn the tide. After a brief pause, Diablo gave them the signal to begin, and the crowd erupted as the fighters took their stances. Gapta versus Geld. Gapta started strong, drawing his sword and unleashing a bolt of black lightning directly from the sheath. But Geld stood firm, easily tanking the blast with Guardian, and multi-layer barrier, rendering the attack almost useless. Realizing he would need more power, Gobta grinned as he activated his trump card, his unique skill, Give Me Strength. In an instant, Ranga leaped from Gobta's shadow, and together, they began a fierce transformation. The shadows around Gobta swirled, merging him with his loyal companion in a frightening fusion that sent a collective gasp through the arena. Geld tensed, momentarily taken aback, but quickly rushed in with his cleaver raised. He closed the distance in seconds, but Gobta's transformation was completed just in time. What now stood in the arena was a gigantic, werewolf-like fusion of Gobta and Ranga, their combined power radiating in terrifying waves. Though he was usually fearless, Geld's expression shifted to one of caution. Even he had to admit the power standing before him was formidable. Not wasting any time, Gobta launched another bolt of black lightning directly at his opponent. Geld, however, activated predation, absorbing a portion of the attack. But the fusion's sheer speed caught him off guard as Gobta closed in, attempting a powerful strike with a massive paw. Geld countered swiftly, his cleaver blocking the blow in a clash that resounded throughout the arena. Determined not to relent, Geld activated corrosion, hoping to deal some damage, but Gobta anticipated the move, backing away just in time. Switching strategies, Gobta used body double to create 3 identical clones. The crowd roared as the 3 clones surrounded Geld, a tactic meant to keep the sturdy orc distracted while Gobta charged up another attack. Recalling Rimuru's recent spar with Veldora, Gobta prepared to replicate a move he'd observed with awe. Infusing his front paws with black lightning, Gobta began channeling energy until faint arcs crackled around him. As Geld struck down the clones in a swift motion, Gobta took his opportunity and shot forward, his speed amplified by shadow motion. He closed in on Geld with a powerful, surging punch. He had landed a black flash. Though far less potent than the version Rimuru or Veldora wielded, Gobta's rendition was still incredibly effective. The attack connected, and Geld was sent hurtling into the arena wall with tremendous force. The impact left cracks spidering through the stone and damaged Geld's armor visibly. Despite the blow, Geld staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with respect as he accepted his defeat with honor. As the crowd erupted into cheers, Diablo entered the arena to heal both fighters, ensuring they were in prime condition before sending them off. The second round ended with Gobta's unexpected victory, leaving an exciting prospect for the final battle. Winner, Gobta. Rimuru's POV. Is that even allowed? I mean, sure, it was impressive, very impressive. But what the hell? Ranga is one of my strongest subordinates. Letting Gobta fuse with him in this tournament is practically a guaranteed win. Diablo, was a move like that really allowed? I asked through thought communication, trying to keep my tone neutral. Yes, Rimuru-sama. Gobta's move qualified as a type of summoning which is permitted in the tournament. Diablo replied smoothly. I see. Well, if it's technically within the rules, fine. But who would have expected Gobta to make it to the tournament finale? Never in a million years would I have bet on that outcome. Curious, I glanced around to gauge everyone's reaction to the fight. That was quite the fraudulent move. But I suppose it was fair game. Knowing Gobta, I should have seen that coming. He muttered, and his disappointed tone had us all laughing. Ha ha ha. Let's be honest, without Ranga, a match between Geld and Gobta wouldn't even be worth discussing. Benimaru joked, shaking his head. Hakuru gave a sinister grin. This just means his training will be much harsher from now on. He said, his tone becoming more severe. Before I could react, Malim zipped over, looking practically giddy. Oh. Can I train those two? I see a lot of potential in their fusion ability, and I want to help them master it. She declared, her eyes sparkling. Benimaru blinked, taken aback. Malim-sama, you'd personally train Gobta and Ranga? He asked. MHM. With my training, they'll become an even stronger duo. Malim said with all the confidence in the world. We exchanged glances, barely holding back our smirks. I have no doubt they'll be exceptional under your guidance, Malim-sama. Hakuru added, his grin downright devilish. Oh no. Gobta and Ranga are so doomed. Hakuru's training is already brutal enough. Just imagine Malim's. I'll have to send those two my prayers. Fufufu, I agree, Hakuru-san. If anyone can help them reach their potential, Malim-chan is the one. Velzard said warmly, and Malim's eyes lit up. Yash. It's settled, then. I'll train those two in the dungeon to strengthen their skills. Malim declared, clenching her fist with determination. Velzard gave her a proud smile. Oh, by the way, why do you look like that, Auntie Velzard? Malim asked suddenly, tilting her head with a curious expression. Velzard's face reddened as she fumbled for a response while the rest of us tried to act like we hadn't heard. Well, I just wanted to try a new look, so I asked Rimuru for a suggestion. Velzard admitted, her tone sheepish. Melim turned to me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Wahaha. I didn't know you were into that, bestie. She teased, and I could feel my face heating up. Oi. I'm not. I just suggested it randomly. I protested, though even I knew that sounded weak. Velzard smirked, clearly enjoying my discomfort. So, are you going to look like that during our fight later? Melim asked, her curiosity genuine. Velzard chuckled, shaking her head. Thankfully, Rimuru has allowed me to use my regular appearance for our fight. She replied, grinning at my expense. Stop making this worse. I must say, that's a very specific suggestion, Rimuru-san. Elmesia joined in with a playful smile. Great. I'm cornered again. This whole thing was supposed to be embarrassing for Velzard, yet somehow, I'm the one trapped. Okay, can we not focus on that? Look. I pointed to the arena in an attempt to redirect everyone's attention. The final round is about to start. I shouted. Thankfully, my diversion worked, and everyone chuckled before turning back to the arena. Phew. Crisis averted. Third-person POV. Sauka returned to the stage, briefly recapping the thrilling second-round matches, her voice sparking even more excitement among the audience. Then, with a dramatic pause, she announced the ultimate showdown. It was the final round to decide the tournament champion. Masayyuki vs. Gobta. The crowd erupted as the two finalists stepped onto the arena stage. Masayyuki and Gobta faced each other in an intense stare-down, tension crackling in the air. With a quick nod from Diablo, the final round began. Gobta wasted no time, instantly activating his transformation and fusing with Ranga. Masayyuki's face paled as his opponent unleashed a powerful storm within the arena, lightning flashing wildly in every direction. Thunder struck the ground around him, forcing Masayyuki into a frantic dodge as he barely avoided each deadly bolt. Thanks to his unique skill, Masayyuki miraculously dodged every attack, but his evasive maneuvers only fueled Gobta's frustration. Growling, Gobta gathered energy for a black flash, then launched himself at Masayyuki with terrifying speed. Masayyuki narrowly sidestepped, watching in horror as Gobta barreled past him, unable to halt his momentum. Gobta slammed into the arena's barrier with his lightning-charged attack, which rebounded off the magical wall and sent a shockwave through his own body. Stunned, Gobta's powerful death storm dispersed. Seizing the moment, Masayyuki rushed forward, gripping his sword tightly. With a wild swing, he struck Gobta's body head-on, the impact strong enough to send Gobta skidding across the arena floor. But he wasn't finished yet. Recovering quickly, he retaliated by launching a fierce bolt of black lightning straight at Masayyuki. With little time to react, Masayyuki raised his sword in defense, shutting his eyes in fear. The lightning clashed against his blade, rebounding and surging back toward Gobta, electrocuting him in a stunning reversal. The blast wasn't lethal, but it broke Gobta's fusion, leaving him weakened as he staggered to his feet. For a moment, the entire arena held its breath. Then, after a beat of silence, the crowd exploded into the loudest cheer of the tournament, their applause thunderous. Diablo, calm as ever, stepped in to heal the battered combatants before guiding Gobta and Ranga off the stage. The tournament ended, and the lightspeed hero Masayyuki was declared the champion. Champion, Masayyuki. Rimuru's POV. Good grief. Masayyuki and his skill are something else. So, with that last match, Masayyuki is officially the champion of the Grand Tournament of Battle. As Sauka wrapped up her closing remarks, I spread my wings and glided down to the stage. The crowd's attention shifted as I landed and walked to the podium, collecting myself for the closing address. I glanced at the cheering audience and then at Masayyuki. I give you my utmost congratulations for becoming the champion of this tournament. Stand proud, Masayyuki. You are strong. I praised him earnestly, tossing in a cheeky little reference. Masayyuki chuckled, catching the hint, while the crowd chanted. Masayyuki. 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 Their voices roared in the Colosseum. Once everyone calmed down, I continued. As the tournament champion, you've officially gained the right to challenge me. The crowd's excitement reignited, and Masayyuki's face paled. What will your answer be, Masayyuki? I asked seriously, and the chanting died as he straightened, ready to respond. Clearing his throat, he spoke confidently. While I'm honored to have this right, I would like to humbly refuse. As a hero, my duty is to extinguish evil in this world. And judging from your actions throughout this festival, I can confidently state that you are not an evil being. He replied. Then, he gave a respectful bow, much to the audience's collective gasp. You have my greatest respect, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest. He proclaimed. The crowd broke into applause, and I nodded back approvingly. Likewise, Masayyuki. I replied, matching his tone of respect as the crowd applauded again. It looks like he followed our script perfectly. We'd crafted this moment together so he could respectfully refuse my challenge, keeping his reputation intact while his skill subtly worked its magic to build good rapport between me and the crowd. The plan worked flawlessly. Masayyuki walked onto the stage to receive his reward. It was a sword-shaped trophy and a hefty 100 gold coins. He accepted them, then turned to the audience and bowed deeply, earning another round of applause. As he exited the stage, most spectators thought the event was over. But a surprise still awaited them, one that even I felt a little dread for. I glanced back at the VIP area, and Rimuru and Velzard were gone from their seats. It was time. Veldora flew down and landed beside me, his presence a reassuring anchor. "Everyone," I called out, my voice amplified over the crowd, which quickly settled. "I hope you all enjoyed the amazing battles today. But before we conclude, there's one more fight for you to witness," I said. The crowd murmured with intrigue, and I could see the anticipation building in their eyes. As many of you know, the Frost Dragon herself, Velzard, recently decided to move to Tempest. After much consideration, she agreed to participate in the true finale of this tournament. I continued, and a collective gasp rose, echoing across the arena. "And her opponent will be..." I paused, letting the suspense build. "The destroyer, Malim Nava," I exclaimed, my voice loud and clear. The crowd exploded, cheers shaking the Colosseum to its foundations. A moment later, a bright pink light streaked down from above, colliding with the arena floor in a dramatic meteor-like descent. The impact carved out a crater as Malim emerged from the smoke, grinning fiercely. It was over the top but very on-brand for her. "Wahahaha. It is I, a member of the Octagram and the destroyer, Malim Nava," she announced, her voice booming as she struck a triumphant pose. The audience went wild at her entrance. By now, I'd lost count of how many times they'd erupted in applause, but Malim had them eating out of the palm of her hand. Then, ice and mist began to coalesce from the opposite side of the arena, blanketing the area in a thick frost. The temperature plummeted to a frigid chill as Velzard entered with graceful, powerful strides, her aura contained within the barrier but potent enough to send chills through the crowd. She'd reverted to her true form for this battle, her presence like a magnificent blizzard-given form. Even Veldora, a true dragon himself, seemed mildly affected. It's hard to believe the stunning woman I'd spent time with earlier was the same immense force now on the battlefield. "My name is Velzard, the Frost Dragon." She introduced herself, her voice smooth and elegant as her steps. The crowd hushed, watching her every movement, captivated by her grace and power. The two combatants met at the center of the arena, locking eyes in a silent yet intense stare-down. All they needed now was my signal to begin. Wasting no time, I dismissed the stage that had been set in the arena before swiftly teleporting outside the barrier. Veldora, ever the quick ally, was right behind me. I immediately amplified the barrier with every defensive measure I had at my disposal. Skill nullification, multidimensional barrier, and frost magic were the primary layers holding the structure together. On top of that, I reinforced the defense with a slightly inferior version of Velzard's snow crystal, which added an extra layer of resilience. To ensure nothing could breach it, I enveloped the entire Colosseum within my imaginary space, keeping any collateral damage from spilling over into the outside world. The amount of magicules I was using was substantial. Maintaining such an extensive barrier required considerable energy. Thankfully, Veldora's constant flow of magicules through our soul corridor helped steady the drain, though I could feel the pressure mounting. I would run out of reserves before long if I weren't careful. If things escalated further, I might have no choice but to activate True Dragon Release for the first time. I took a deep breath, gathering my focus as I turned my attention to the audience. "What you're about to witness is a battle on a scale never before seen," I began, my voice amplified for everyone to hear. "Consider yourselves lucky to witness this clash. While our combatants won't be holding back their power entirely, you'll be granted a glimpse into infinity itself, the very essence of ultimate strength. Now, let the battle commence." I finished my announcement, and the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Malim and Velzard circled each other, their gazes locked in a tense, almost predatory way. Their movements were fluid, like two apex predators sizing each other up. The Colosseum, once filled with excitement, fell into an unnatural silence. The tension was thick and suffocating. It was so dense that it seemed to stop time for a moment. After what felt like an eternity, they stopped, poised and ready. Malim's smile, wild and filled with anticipation smile, stretched wider as she clenched her fist. Then, without warning, she exploded off the ground, propelling herself toward her aunt with a force that shattered the ground she once stood on. The arena was bathed in a brilliant flash as Malim hurtled toward Velzard. It was the same punch she had used against me during our fight at Walpurgis. However, this time, it carried even more devastating force. To my shock, Velzard didn't even attempt to block or evade the punch. She remained completely still, her icy barrier shimmering around her as the impact drew closer, the power of Malim's speed reverberating through the air. Boom. Malim's fist collided with the frost-covered barrier with a resounding explosion, and I thought it would shatter on impact. Instead, the barrier absorbed the full force of the strike, leaving Velzard unharmed. She specialized in perfect defense, the ideal counter to Malim's overwhelming destructive offense. Now, she was using her own frost magic, strengthened to unimaginable levels. Undeterred by the failure to break through, Malim pushed herself back into the air. She seemed to relish the challenge, her grin growing even wider. The audience was on the edge of their seats, waiting for the next move. Seal was already analyzing the battle, cataloging every move, and calculating the most efficient ways to counter them. I was sure this fight would provide invaluable data. Do you think they'll hold back? Veldora's voice was tinged with anxiety. He was watching the battle intently, his eyes flicking back and forth between the two combatants. I can only hope they will. But at this rate, I don't know if my barrier will last long enough. I replied, the weight of the situation beginning to settle in. Of course, sworn brother. He reassured me. His enthusiasm was unwavering, though I could tell he was just as concerned as I was. Malim, now at a safe distance, began charging up an attack. The air around her crackled with power as she raised both hands, preparing something far more dangerous than before. Velzard, on the other hand, remained unnervingly calm, her gaze unwavering as she began to approach Malim, seemingly unconcerned by the approaching storm. Draco Buster. Malim bellowed, unleashing the destructive force she had been building. Beams of pure and concentrated energy shot out from her palm, filling the air with light so intense that it was nearly impossible to see anything else. The attack was a blinding flash of power. For a brief moment, I thought I saw the entire arena collapse under the sheer force. It was the same attack that had obliterated Charybdis. It's a force of destruction so pure that it could annihilate anything beneath the level of a true demon lord without mercy. When the light faded, the arena was eerily still. Velzard was there, standing unscathed, not a hair out of place. Her elegant demeanor remained unshaken. Her calm smile didn't waver. She didn't even seem winded. It was almost like the attack had never happened at all. I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of déjà vu, like that scene in Dragon Ball where Broly simply walked through Goku's Kamehameha wave. Malim, however, was grinning ear to ear, her excitement palpable. Wahaha. You truly are as impressive as they say, Auntie Velzard. She shouted in genuine admiration. Velzard's smile widened in response. Fufufu, of course, I am. After all, I am the most powerful true dragon alive. Velzard replied, her voice dripping with pride. Malim's eyes sparkled with an almost manic energy. Then why don't we take things up a notch? She declared, her voice challenging, her body already glowing brighter with power. Oi, oi. What the fuck? That wasn't part of the plan. What are you two doing? I demanded, but my voice was lost in the madness of their battle. They were far beyond the point of listening to reason. Velzard floated effortlessly above the ground, her hands forming a perfect arc as she launched a devastating frost beam at Malim. It was the same attack I had used against Veldora during our fight, but this time, it was magnitudes more powerful. Malim didn't hesitate. Her barrier flared to life, but the beam phased straight through it, striking her body. But rather than exploding or disintegrating her arm, the beam merely coated it in a thick layer of ice. It wouldn't be surprising to learn that she has multiple layers of defense and that Velzard only pierced through the outer layer. She laughed, shaking off the frost as though it were nothing. Amazing. My arm hasn't felt that numb in a while. She shouted, her grin widening into a crazed expression. It was like she was enjoying the battle on a different level, and her resilience was beyond my understanding. She had effortlessly brushed off an attack that had once blown off Veldora's right side. Let's play some more, Malim-chan. Velzard urged, her voice light but laced with malice. Both combatants hovered in midair, grinning like predators who had just begun their hunt. The battlefield was no longer a contest. No, it was a game where the rules of normality had been abandoned entirely. Malim, now fully ignited with the thrill of the fight, suddenly dashed toward Velzard with impossible speed. Her body left after images behind her, and she closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Even with thought acceleration, enhancing my perception 100 million times, I could barely track her movements. She had become nothing more than a blur in my vision, her speed leaving even my enhanced senses scrambling to keep up. The battle had reached a level of power that defied comprehension. A blinding pillar of light shot up from the collision, filling the entire barrier and reaching into the heavens. It was so bright that the onlookers were forced to shut their eyes, their senses overwhelmed by the brilliance. The clash was so forceful that it sent a shockwave rippling through the air, causing the entire barrier to shudder and shake, its walls vibrating from the sheer pressure. As the light finally began to fade, what I saw in its wake was a sight that would forever be etched into my mind. A massive crater had formed in the ground, the force of Malim's impact carving deep into the arena's surface even though they were still suspended in midair. The ground was shattered, splintered like glass, and cracks ran like veins through the earth below them. Miraculously, the barrier held firm against the pressure, its surface glowing faintly as it absorbed the shock. But what truly unsettled me was the transformation I could now see in both combatants. I turned to Veldora, hoping for some clarity, but his expression was one of pure concern, his usual confidence nowhere to be found. Shit. Veldora muttered under his breath, his gaze locked on the two combatants. Melim had changed drastically. Gone was the playful, childish figure that was once so familiar. Instead, she now exuded a much more battle-ready aura, a serious and determined expression on her face. Her body was now encased in dark purple armor with intricate golden accents, each piece of the set seeming to glow with its own energy. A red draconic horn protruded from the center of her forehead, glowing with the intensity of an untamed power. Her massive, imposing wings unfolded from her back, casting a shadow over the arena. Velzard's snow crystal bore the brunt of Melim's attack, causing it to crack under the pressure. On the other side, Velzard's transformation was no less significant. She had grown taller, her physique becoming more mature and divine. Her once graceful form now radiated an overwhelming sense of power. Her chest was more pronounced, her stance exuding elegance, but something more primal was beneath it. The blue and white off-shoulder dress she had once worn was replaced with a black and white ensemble that hugged her figure, emphasizing her newfound stature. Flowing detached gloves of blue fabric adorned her arms, each laced with golden accents, further enhancing her regal appearance. Her eyes caught my attention the most. They now glowed a brilliant gold similar to mine, a sign of immense and untapped strength. The air between them cracked with tension, both of them now on the brink of releasing even more of their true power. The changes were evident, their auras unmistakable, and the battlefield itself felt smaller, like the very space around them was being twisted by the overwhelming force of their presence. I've never seen her this serious in my life. Veldora muttered, his voice laced with disbelief, and I couldn't help but swallow hard at the gravity of his words. Those two have lost it. They're going all out now. I cried out, my tone almost frantic as I watched the battle unfold, the air thick with power and tension. And no. Rimuru. They're still holding back. His voice was hesitant, and it sent a chill through me. The weight of his words sank into my chest, and I felt my stomach drop in realization. What do you mean holding back? If that's the case, then I have no choice. I can't let them destroy everything. Looks like we're left with no choice. Veldora. I'm going to assimilate your energy with me. I declared firmly, my voice cutting through the tension like a blade. I turned to him, locking eyes, and Veldora's expression shifted from confusion to understanding. His eyes widened, and the fear in his gaze slowly turned into something more dangerous. Oh. Do you mean that skill? He asked, his voice brimming with excitement. The realization seemed to ignite something within him, his entire being buzzing with anticipation. I nodded, not needing to say more. He understood perfectly what I was asking. Quahahaha. Very well, Rimuru. I'll hand you my power to help you deal with my sister and niece. He declared with a laugh that shook the air, his energy flaring around him like a wild storm. That's why you're my sworn brother. Thank you. I shouted, feeling the weight of the moment settle on my shoulders. This was the kind of bond we shared. It was forged in battle and strengthened by trust. With that, I held my hand out to him, the command about to leave my lips. Assimilate it all, Azathoth. I ordered with finality. In an instant, Veldora's form vanished from sight, his essence dissolving into the air as his magicules flooded into me. The power surged through my very soul, and I felt the weight of his energy, the raw might of a true dragon, coursing through my veins. True Dragon Release was the skill that allowed me to draw upon the energy of Veldora and Velzard, temporarily elevating me to the level of a true dragon, but only if they consented. Veldora had granted me that consent with all the enthusiasm of a battle-hungry sibling, and now, his power was mine to wield. Quahaha. How does it feel to hold the power of a true dragon, Rimuru? Ha ha ha. This feels exhilarating. I couldn't help but laugh, the sheer force of his power taking over me in an overwhelming rush. Good. Then make good use of that power. Yeah. My existence value, once around 25,700,000, has now soared to over 133 million in an instant. It was a level of power I had never before experienced. This power was truly godlike, a force that could shatter the very laws of nature. However, the potential of the true dragons lay not just in their raw power but in their absolute mastery over the forces of the world. In this state, I felt limitless. With a deep breath, I focused. My barrier was the first thing that came to mind. It was the only thing standing between total chaos and the nation I'd built up. The energy of a true dragon flowed through me, and I could feel the difference immediately. I raised my hand and focused on the barrier around the arena. Thanks to the assimilation, I could feel the weight of Veldora's power merging with mine, pushing me far beyond my limits. Seal, ever the steadying force within me, immediately responded. Rimuru-sama, I'm ensuring Masayyuki stability. The barrier's defensive integrity is reaching new heights. I didn't need to hear more. I could feel how the energy coursed through my body, enhancing every facet of my existence. My mind sharpened, my body lightened, and my soul felt like it had been forged anew. With a single thought, the barrier around the Colosseum transformed. What was once a sturdy but straightforward defense was now an impenetrable wall of energy. It rippled with the intensity of a true dragon's might, practically humming with power. Even Rimuru and Velzard would be hard-pressed to break through it now. I couldn't afford to let them destroy everything. Now that I held enough power, I was ready. Ready to intervene if things got too messy. Velzard's POV. Fufufu, it seemed Rimuru had decided to get a little serious. I hadn't felt this excited in ages, not since I first moved to Tempest. The last time I had used this form was eons ago, during my battle against Guy. It was a form that I rarely unleashed, reserved for only the most serious of battles. But now, it seemed it was time to dust off the old tricks. I had planned to resolve things with Rimuru later, but why not have a little fun with her first? After all, she was my niece, and I had never quite had the chance to test her limits. Envy-san. Can you hear me? At your command, Master. Excellent. It was time to show me what you could really do. As you wish, Master. Beginning analysis of Rimuru Nava's attack. Now that's what I like to hear. Another thing, Master. An unknown individual is currently attempting to analyze you. Shall I interfere? Interesting. It was most likely Rimuru. Given that the entire arena had been absorbed into his imaginary space, everyone in the area was in the perfect range of his analysis. I didn't mind him doing that. After all, what was the harm? If anything, I'd like him to learn more about my abilities. No need, Envy-san. Very well. I turned my focus back to Rimuru, her growing presence and power radiating across the arena. The anticipation in the air was palpable, but I was eager to see how far she had come. The battle was on the brink of becoming something truly extraordinary. Now then, show me what you've got, Rimuru-chan. Velzard's POV. It had been far too long since I felt the true thrill of battle. In all my encounters over the past millennia, neither Veldora nor Velgrind had proven to be a real challenge. They had shown growth, but the gap between their strength and mine remained as wide as ever. Rimuru, on the other hand, well, that was complicated. He displayed incredible potential, defeating Veldora no less, and part of me couldn't deny my admiration. Yet, something within me resisted the thought of facing him. If he ever did become a real threat, I'd rather vanish than do him harm. In any case, I didn't need that question answered. All this served to remind me that I rarely ever had to get serious. The only true challenge I'd faced in eons was my brief, fierce battle with Guy Crimson. To this day, it still puzzles me that a mere demon could match a true dragon. Yet Veldonava had seen something in him that I couldn't even understand. The thought of my elder brother's decision still filled me with anger. Why did he, of all people, receive Veldonava's recognition? Was it just because he was strong? Because he'd awakened his own ultimate skill rather than being gifted one? Or was it some absurd admiration for his willingness to throw his life away in a challenge? What did Veldonava see in him? In the end, Veldonava asked me to watch over him and ensure he did his job. So, I stayed, watching every little thing he did over the millennia. But I had only one goal for all that time. I wanted to understand what made him so special to my brother. For ages, I observed him, seeing how he rarely interfered in world events. Occasionally, he'd send demons to attack human civilizations, saying it would keep them from growing too powerful. When I questioned him, he replied that he kept them from self-destructing. Everything changed, however, when that hero, Rudra, and his party arrived. My sister, Velgrind, and my eventual sister-in-law, Lucia, were among them. I watched as Guy fought the hero, leaving me to handle his companions. At that time, Velgrind and I had never fought each other directly, so I decided it would be interesting to have a little spar. She was powerful, but she lacked the experience to pose any real threat. Meanwhile, Lucia spent the entire battle supporting her brother and Velgrind with healing and barriers. Guy and Rudra's clash ended in a stalemate, and I was impressed. This human was keeping pace with someone strong enough to match me. Rudra was a former student of my brother, so I suppose it made sense. He even carried the sword, Deva, one of my brother's most prized weapons. After that day, he and Guy developed a rivalry that bordered on a twisted friendship. Centuries passed, and the world began to change. Rudra and Guy's rivalry evolved into something dangerous. They split the cardinal world between them, rallying it into two warring sides. Guy united the demon lords under him, and Rudra formed an alliance of humanity with Velgrine's unwavering support. Her affection for him only blinded her, trapping her in her own delusions. I wanted no part of their childish, destructive game. And though I never discovered the cause, Rudra seemed wrong somehow, like his mind was fraying over time. Maybe the repeated reincarnations eroded his soul, or maybe his humanity was slipping away. Yet, Guy didn't seem to care. Instead of fulfilling his duty, he continued this pointless game. The sheer arrogance of it all filled me with nothing but rage. Notice. Master's emotions are leaking strongly. Desire fulfillment is now applicable. Would you like to use it? Yes/no. Ah, pardon my inner outrage, Envy-san. I was only thinking about some red-haired bastard. But that is very intriguing. Desire fulfillment, huh? Under the right circumstances, Master's desires can be satisfied through their envious feelings. Fufufu, is that so? Then, my one desire is power. Thinking about that idiot for too long brought back some bitter feelings. I desire the power to give him a piece of my mind the next time I see him. I desire the power to end our millennia-long stalemate. I desire the power to overwhelm him without giving it my all. Understood, Master. Activating desire empowerment. A surge of energy ignited within me, an overwhelming flood that made my existence feel like it was expanding. My Masayyuki count soared to levels I'd never felt before. For as long as I could remember, Veldora had surpassed me in existence value, a fact I'd always found quietly irritating. But now, for the first time, I could feel my power rivaling even his. I didn't know exactly what my skill was planning, but I could sense that this was something beyond a temporary boost. Notice. Sufficient energy levels acquired. Commencing skill evolution. Wait, what? Petition to evolve the unique skill, Envy, to the voice of the world. Sacrificing energy and expense. Is this happening now? I just reached a level of power higher than ever before, and now I could feel it draining, my Masayyuki levels beginning to drop. If I had to guess, my existence value had probably spiked to around 110 million before the evolution started, but now it was ebbing as energy was drawn away. Then again, if it means I'll awaken an ultimate skill, it's a fair exchange. I wonder what it will become. Successful. Unique skill, Envy, has evolved into the ultimate skill, Lord of Envy, Leviathan. Fwahaha. Fwahaha. A shockwave of satisfaction hit me, a euphoric rush as I realized what had just occurred. I couldn't help the laughter that bubbled up from within. My energy may have dropped, likely by around 15 million EP, but it was more than worth it. I had done it. I had awakened an ultimate skill and of my own accord. So, that's it. Skills are born from the deepest desires of their user. I hadn't been able to awaken one before because, well, I hadn't felt this need. But things were different now. Once I was done playing with Malim, I would pay that smug demon a visit. Greetings, Master. I am Leviathan, the Lord of Envy. It is my pleasure to serve you and fulfill your every desire. Era. You sound much more fluent now, don't you? It is thanks to Master's strong desires and my evolution. Fufufu, then just call me Velzard. As you wish, Velzard-sama. So, what new things can you do? My analytical and computational capabilities have drastically improved. I have also gained several new sub-skills as a result of my evolution. Here is a list. All of creation. Alteration. Analytical appraisal. Desire enhancement is the evolved version of desire empowerment. It allows the user to convert their envy into energy. If the user's desires are intense enough, they can temporarily double their power. Precise replication is the evolved version of imitate. It allows the user to create precise copies of abilities once they are analyzed. This skill is limited to abilities of the same caliber. If used on a higher level skill or ability, a degenerate copy is made instead. Outcome manipulation, the evolved version of desire fulfillment. It allows the user to manipulate the outcome of an event. This skill's effectiveness depends on the intensity of the user's desire. Thought acceleration. I hope to be of good use to you, Velzard-sama. I marveled at the list. It was expected of a deadly sin ultimate skill. This is beyond incredible. I look forward to working with you, Leviathan-san. Likewise, Velzard-sama. Now then, how's that analysis on Malim's attack? While analyzing Stardust or Star Magic is proving challenging, it is now possible to devise effective countermeasures. Excellent work, Leviathan-san. Thank you, Velzard-sama. With Leviathan's assistance, my perception expanded. Time slowed to a crawl as Malim's incoming fist approached, each millisecond stretched out in exquisite detail. It was as though I could sense the very threads of fate connecting every movement, each one now something I could subtly shift. The effects of thought acceleration had become even more powerful, speeding up my perception until Malim's punch appeared to move at a fraction of its actual speed. That thrill I'd been seeking for so long had returned. Activating, reverse acceleration, dot. Interesting. I suppose that's one of the countermeasures you spoke of. Yes. It is a superior defense compared to your snow crystal, although it isn't exactly a barrier. And no way. By changing the parameters of deceleration, it is possible to manipulate the vectors of an opponent's movements. Meaning, if a target were to attempt to move towards you, they would instead get sent in the opposite direction. The harder the opponent forces moving in their initial direction, the stronger the opposing force will be. Interesting. So it's more or less a form of vector manipulation, huh? Precisely. At that moment, I realized the depth of my technique. My sister's acceleration and my deceleration aren't exact opposites. No, they complement each other. By decelerating an object in the opposite direction, I can achieve a similar effect to Velgrind's abilities. Malim's fist surged toward me, but her momentum came to an abrupt halt mid-air before reversing with a violent force. She hurtled back, crashing against the arena's barrier with a thunderous impact that echoed throughout. Though unscathed, her wide-eyed confusion was unmistakable. So this countermeasure is indeed effective against her relentless attacks. Since nullifying Malim's devastating stardust is nearly impossible, redirecting it seems to be the best approach. Leviathan has crafted a clever defense. I couldn't help but smirk as I landed a short distance away, facing her. Wahaha. I don't know what you did, but that was amazing, Auntie. Malim shouted, her excitement undeniable. Era. Something wrong, Malim-chan? I teased, watching her devilish grin widen. Not at all, Auntie. Let's keep playing. She declared, launching herself toward me again, only to be thrown backward as reverse acceleration activated, sending her back into the barrier. A smirk crept onto my face. This will be interesting. What is this? Malim muttered, examining herself with a bewildered look. Clever girl. I murmured, watching her analyze the situation. Eventually, she began moving forward by forcing herself to advance in the opposite direction, a detail that impressed me. Once she regained her orientation, I praised her efforts. Excellent work, Malim-chan. I said, genuinely admiring her adaptability. She grinned, her eyes glinting with pride. Such tricks won't work on me forever, Auntie. She declared. Then, let's have no tricks, just our strength. I replied as I shifted into a ready stance, meeting her eager gaze. Deactivating, reverse acceleration, sent her barreling toward me, where she promptly regained her footing and closed the distance in a flash. With a sidestep, I evaded her incoming fist, delivering a counterkick to her side. As she flew back, I activated the technique again, sending her flying further in the opposite direction, but she quickly stabilized midair. Malim laughed as she charged another powerful attack, clasping her hands and releasing a wild flare of energy. Above us, dozens of pink and blue meteor-like objects materialized, each shimmering with dangerous brilliance. Malim thrust her hands forward. Drago meteor. She bellowed. The projectiles descended like a deadly rain. I activated reverse acceleration, but even it couldn't handle every meteor. I switched to snow crystal to absorb those that slipped through, marveling briefly at Malim's destructive prowess. Amid the chaos, a thought surfaced. Malim couldn't move in suspended world at Walpurgis, yet something tells me she'll adapt now. As the last meteor hit, she dashed toward me, and I activated time stop. That trick won't work on me again. She screamed, catching me off guard. What? My eyes widened as Malim continued her approach unaffected, her speed relentless. She swung, her punch shattering my barrier instantly. I instinctively raised my hand, intercepting her fist, and the impact released a shockwave across the battlefield. I activated reverse acceleration quickly, sending her away again. So, she's broken through time stop. Amazing. Lifting suspended world, I watched her stabilize, her determined grin mirroring my own. We circled each other in silence, our eyes locked, each movement a delicate exchange of anticipation. Very impressive, Malim-chan. Moving in time stop is no small feat, I commended her. Wahaha. Of course. I sent something off during Walpurgis, so it was only a matter of time. She boasted proudly. She had already sensed it then, huh? As expected of Veldonava's daughter. Her raw power is astounding, though still unrefined. Given enough time, she'll learn to harness it and, no doubt, reach the heights of her father. I abandoned all tricks and decided to face Malim head-on. Judging by her stance, she had the same intent. We met in a blur, crossing the battlefield in a single breath before our fists collided. The impact unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the barrier, shaking the very air within. Hand-to-hand combat wasn't my usual choice, as I had always relied on skills and magic to decimate opponents from a distance. Yet here, in the heat of this battle, I felt alive, my muscle memory honed over thousands of years, responding instinctively to every move. Melim, on the other hand, lacked refined technique but made up for it with ferocity and intuition, her power raw and wild. She barreled forward with relentless force, her movements more instinctual than skilled, yet somehow keeping pace with me through sheer might. Each strike carried the weight to raise mountains and shift seas. Blows infused with pure, devastating magic collided as we fought, our punches and kicks holding the potential to shatter continents and obliterate anyone less resilient than a true dragon. In that instant, nothing existed outside our clash. Our fight was the only reality, the sheer thrill of facing someone on equal ground consuming us both. "How's this, Auntie Velzard?" Melim roared, her voice alive with exhilaration as our blows met, creating a shockwave that resonated through the arena. "Amazing, Melim-chan. It's been too long since I've felt this pushed." I called back, my voice mirroring her exhilaration, a grin pulling at my lips. As our fists and kicks met with increasing speed, the rhythm of our movements began to change, slipping into something like a dance. The sheer intensity faded into a smooth, almost hypnotic flow. Our moves synchronized, each dodge, every parry and counterattack meshing seamlessly with the other's movements. We might look like two forces locked in a godly clash to the untrained eye. But to anyone who could see deeper, we looked like twin forces of nature, colliding and recoiling in a perfect, boundless rhythm. The shockwaves that once seemed cataclysmic now felt like gentle gusts, brushing past as we continued our unbroken flow. For the first time in millennia, I had entered a flow state, my entire being resonating with the rhythm of battle. The ground beneath us trembled, yet I felt as light as air. This was no grudge match, no desperate struggle for survival. Melim and I were like two friends on a mountaintop, relishing the purity of the challenge with nothing at stake except the thrill of the moment. Hit, dodge, parry, repeat. Our blows became a heartbeat, a rhythm beyond conscious thought. The clash of our strengths became so repetitive that my mind let it fade to hum in the background. We were moving at speeds unimaginable to most, yet to us, time seemed to stretch, and each movement became deliberate and measured. From our perspective, we moved in near-perfect synchronicity, our figures gliding across the battlefield, giving and taking with mutual respect. I felt each strike, dodge, and parry as naturally as breathing. The lines between attack and defense blurred, and we flowed through the motions effortlessly. I almost felt Melim's elation radiating with each strike, mirroring my own. Beyond the barrier, the world fell away, irrelevant to this space we carved for ourselves. We were blurs of motion, shock waves battering the air in a relentless symphony of force that rebounded around the arena. The sound, the weight, the sheer might mattered little to us. In this state, I could savor each second and push my limits without restraint. For this rare moment, we were simply two kindred spirits, locked in a challenge that transcended words or reason, letting the thrill of the battle carry us forward. I intended to make the absolute most of this precious, fleeting experience, drawing out every heartbeat in this dance of power. Rimuru's POV. What in the world is going on? Those two have completely lost it. And they're still holding back. I gritted my teeth, watching their shockwaves hammered against the barrier. I'm glad it's holding up, thanks to Veldora's energy. However, if they keep escalating like this, I might have to step in before they tear everything apart. At least for now, the barrier's stable, so I can afford to focus on other things. There was a sudden spike in Velzard's energy earlier. It flared so intensely, only to dip just as quickly, and since then, her aura feels different. She's exuding fierce confidence, even putting Melim on the back foot. I was too focused on maintaining the barrier to ask Seal, but now it seems like the right moment. Seal, what happened with Velzard earlier? Well, depending on how you see it, it's quite troublesome. Velzard has awakened an ultimate skill amid the battle. Seriously? Right here, right now. It sounds ridiculous, but something in Seal's tone tells me she's completely serious. Then again, I should have expected as much. For a true dragon, awakening an ultimate skill mid-battle might just be another Tuesday. That means she has two ultimate skills now. He. Just like me. There is good news, though. Since the start of their battle, I've been analyzing Velzard and Melim's abilities. My analysis has yielded some incredible findings. Would you like to hear them? Ha ha ha. As expected of you, Seal. But before anything, can this barrier actually hold? Rest assured, Rimuru-sama. Unless they utilize turn null, the barrier will remain intact. Alright then. Go on, I'm all ears. First, you are now able to use time stop. EHHH. Indeed. While Azathoth already possessed space-time domination, time stop was inaccessible until analyzed. I completed the necessary analysis during the brief window when Velzard used the ability. That's incredible, Seal. You're always on top of things. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. There's more. I've completed the analysis of Malim's abilities as well. While replicating them perfectly is difficult, here are the key points. Star magic is Veldonava's true dragon magic, passed down to Malim as his heir. Its essence embodies completeness, the opposite of imaginary collapse. This magic relies on a unique substance called stardust, which possesses unparalleled destructive power, second only to turn null. While we don't fully understand how Malim generates it, and the true nature of star magic remains a mystery, I've devised a similar magic. With the analysis complete, I can also implement countermeasures to defend against it. That's a lot to process. So, you're saying I can now fight evenly with Malim? All things considered, yes. Additionally, with this information, I've created the ultimate skill, Lord of the Stars, Velda. Wait. You can't just drop that on me casually. And why is the name incomplete? I'd expect it to follow the same trend as the other true dragon skills. It is named as such because it permits only a lesser form of star magic that uses starish rather than stardust. This magic is known as stellar magic, which, for all intents and purposes, is the same as Malim's version but uses a less potent substance. Star ash. Star ash is a synthetic variant of stardust, which I developed. I see, and what sub-skills does Velda possess? Velda's sub-skills include Stellar Nuclear Reactor allows the user to absorb magicules from their surroundings and combine them with their own, generating star ash in the process. Stellar Magic grants the user control over star ash. While Velda is a formidable skill, I suggest keeping it sealed in the skill storage for now. Future modifications may improve its potency. I agree. Good call, Seal. Seal's abilities are downright terrifying. She managed to recreate Veldonava's core powers just from observing his daughter. While it isn't a perfect imitation, it's incredible nonetheless. But it's wise to keep Velda sealed for now. With Azathoth and Shub-Niggurath already in my arsenal, adding Velda would be overkill. Back to the fight, I watched as Malim and Velzard continued their relentless assault on one another. Every move was rapid yet precise. They struck, blocked, evaded, and repeated in a rhythm I could barely comprehend. It didn't look like a battle. Instead, it looked like an intricate dance, each movement purposeful, every blow anticipated, as if they could predict each other's next move. It then hit me what Veldora had meant earlier. They were holding back, but it wasn't just about power. There was no malice in their strikes, urgency, or desperation in their movements. Instead, there was a strange harmony in their exchange. They weren't fighting to defeat each other. They were speaking an unspoken language through their attacks. Watching them was like watching two forces of nature in perfect sync, like two equally matched gods who, for once, could let loose without fear of hurting their opponent. I was mesmerized. It was something I'd feared initially when this fight was proposed. I was terrified that the power of these two could rip through any control we'd set in place. But now, I was marveling at its sheer beauty. Somehow, there was elegance in the chaos of energy blasts and shock waves, a captivating symmetry. And I could tell I wasn't the only one captivated by it. Veldora, usually rowdy, was now entirely absorbed, his voice subdued by the clashing lights. Seal, no doubt, was gleefully collecting data from this golden opportunity, her mental notebook probably filling with insights faster than I could comprehend. Trying to follow their movements was nearly impossible. Blurs of cerulean and hot pink clashed across the battlefield, spiraling hundreds of meters into the air, each collision sending shockwaves powerful enough to topple a mountain. It was a deadly light show, with beams and energy surges weaving through the barrier in bursts of radiant color as their magic struggled for dominance. It was indeed a beautiful sight. The entire battlefield seemed to pulse with the impact of their attacks, and the day itself felt brighter under the relentless flares of energy that spilled from their clash. I looked around at the Colosseum, catching the faces of the spectators. They were struck silent, staring with wide-eyed astonishment, mouths agape as they watched two deities engaged in what was, to them, a blur of blinding lights and earth-shattering shockwaves. No one here would ever forget this day. I took a deep breath, feeling in awe of what I was witnessing. I knew I'd been in battles of my own that felt incredible at the time, but this was something else entirely. Holy shit. I thought our sparring match was epic. But this is on a different level. Yeah. They really are something else. And to think that this is them holding back. I'll admit, I'm relieved we're on their good side. Quahaha. Same here. I'm also glad I mended things with Velzard. I've never even seen her battle form before since she's never had a reason to unleash it on me. Let's hope you don't give her one in the future. Don't worry. I'd never dare to anger her again. I chuckled, shaking my head as I focused back on the barrier, feeling a rare mix of fear and admiration. I had to admit it. Malim and Velzard were in a league all their own. Velzard's POV. Our spar hasn't lost any momentum, and each exchange feels more exhilarating than the last. It's been so long since I've felt this alive in battle. But as I reveled in this, I felt something else. It was a sense that we were nearing the peak of our clash, the point where the end looms in sight. Perhaps it's time I lay to rest the questions I've carried for so long. These were the questions I've kept buried since my elder brother's passing. Our fight flowed like a conversation, each blow, every evasion, an exchange of words neither of us needed to voice. It may be time to speak openly. I halted my attacks and descended gracefully to the ground, signaling an unspoken truce. Melim quickly followed, her eyes bright with energy, though a hint of curiosity had crept in as she tilted her head. "Auntie?" she asked, her usual cheer softened with a note of concern. "Before we continue," I began, my voice quiet, a twinge of hesitation rising unexpectedly. "There's something I'd like to ask you," I continued, and she tilted her head, puzzled. "What is it?" she asked. There was so much I wanted to say, yet the words caught in my throat, heavy and painful. Before I could muster the courage to speak, I activated time stop, suspending the world around us in a silent pocket of stillness. Only Rimuru and Veldora would remain aware, but that didn't matter. I didn't want our moment to be misunderstood by the spectators. "Auntie?" Melim called to me again, her voice soft yet tinged with worry. The question was right there, but somehow, the act of asking it felt insurmountable. I could feel my chest tighten, emotions from centuries ago resurfacing like fresh wounds. The very thought of her answer terrified me. After a deep breath, I forced the words out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you resent me?" I finally muttered. Her eyes widened slightly as the question registered, and she seemed momentarily lost, like the very idea had never even crossed her mind. How could I expect her to understand? She was only a child when it happened, yet that was part of the burden. She had been my brother's child, alone in a world without anyone. I swallowed, guilt clawing at me. When you lost your parents, when my elder brother died. I wasn't there. I wasn't there to protect you or to guide you. Don't you feel any anger over that? That I left you alone? I continued, my voice leaking more of my regret. Melim's expression softened, her initial confusion fading into something far more vulnerable. She took a few steps forward, her gaze turning inward as if searching through memories best left undisturbed. When she finally met my eyes again, she wore a small, sad smile. "Those things that happened, they weren't your fault, Auntie. You knew my father far longer than I ever did. His death must have hurt you too, maybe even more than it hurt me," she said quietly, and I felt a wave of shock. She understood. Despite everything, despite the pain, she understood. I tried to object, to explain, but she cut me off with a gentle yet firm look. "I've always wanted to spend time with you," she said, her voice steady, eyes clear. "With Uncle Veldora, with Auntie Velgrind. I just wanted to be with my family. When I first got to fight Uncle Veldora, it was the most fun I'd had since meeting my bestie, Rimuru. And now, getting the chance to be here with you, it means everything to me," she continued. Her words settled over me like a bomb, yet the guilt within me felt sharper than ever. Here was my niece, robbed of so much, yet offering me forgiveness without a second thought. "Are you really alright with me as your auntie, Melim-chan?" My voice felt small, a strange crack in my usual strength. Her answer came without hesitation, full of innocence and conviction. "Of course. After all, you're the strongest true dragon." She declared it with pride as though my presence alone was enough. A sudden, unfamiliar warmth washed over me, and before I realized it, a stray tear had rolled down my cheek. I reached up to touch my face, feeling the dampness there. Am I crying? I looked back at Melim, who had tears welling in her own eyes, though her smile remained unwavering. Without another word, I closed the distance between us and pulled her into a gentle embrace. She wrapped her arms around me without hesitation, holding on tightly. We stayed that way, clinging to each other, allowing the past to dissolve away in the warmth of the moment. I could see my elder brother's face in my mind, hear his laughter, and feel his presence around us. I made a silent vow then and there. I would protect Melim no matter what. It didn't matter that she was one of the strongest beings in existence. I was her aunt, and it was time I acted like it. Eventually, we pulled back, and Melim wiped the tears from her eyes, a bright grin breaking through as she stepped a few paces away. Wahaha. Look, Auntie, you made me cry. As compensation, you'll have to keep playing with me until I'm satisfied, she declared, back to her cheerful, mischievous self in a heartbeat. I laughed, shaking my head. Her sudden change in demeanor lifted my heart. Wiping away my own tears, I assumed my stance once more, feeling the excitement build in me again, this time brighter and lighter. You really are one of a kind, Melim-chan. Very well, then. I'll play with you as long as you wish. I replied, a confident smile spreading across my face. Maleem's eyes sparkled with pure joy. That's more like it. She shouted. I chuckled as I raised my fists, ready to meet her in combat again. Now then, let's play, shall we? Yo. What's good, everyone? Sorry to burst your bubbles, but this isn't a chapter. I've been quite busy with graduation practices and band rehearsals for a big performance coming up. We're playing Ado music on stage, baby. Our graduation is on June 13th and the performance is on June 16th. After that, I'll be free, for real this time, to cook up more chapters. Anywho, the reason I'm writing this part is to ask you all for some thoughts and opinions regarding future aspects of the story. While I have most things planned out, there are some arc/character/plot points that I'm not entirely sure what to do with. Therefore, I decided to ask for the reader's thoughts. Here they are. 1. Leviathan's gender referral. While Raphael/Seal doesn't have a distinct gender, she is referred to using female pronouns, and her voice is distinctly feminine. I wanted your guys' opinion on what direction we should go with Leviathan's referral and tone. 2. Should Yuki die? I was never particularly a fan of his character, but I didn't necessarily dislike him. When Yuki and his crew go to Clayman's territory with Rimuru, his true nature as an adversary will come to light. In this story, Rimuru is not so forgiving and naive as to let an enemy get away so easily. He will not hesitate to capture Yuki or even outright kill him if it gets to that point. The problem with killing him is that he's the one who sets off the Cronoa incident in the next arc. I've been stuck on what to do with this one, so I'd like some thoughts on it. 3. Rimuru's council presence. In an earlier chapter, I mentioned that Rimuru does not want to go to the Western Council and deal with the mess himself. I plan to have him summon Blanc earlier than the other two primordials to serve as his second Diablo, someone who can handle diplomatic and political matters. That being said, should he still go or not? 4. Guy Velzard reunion. After the Cronoa incident, Guy visits Tempest to have a word to Rimuru. Only this time, he'll have a lot more problems to deal with now that his former partner lives in Tempest permanently. How should Velzard react? Keep in mind that I changed her original thoughts on Guy. In canon, she was jealous of him, but eventually started liking him. In this story, that bitterness, jealousy, and anger never died out fully, and she never developed any feelings for him. I was thinking about making Velzard immediately attack Guy, thinking he was there to cause Rimuru trouble. The two of them will have a quick battle, taking the place of Chloe versus Guy. 5. Additional Guardian Lords. Initially, there were only 12 of Rimuru's subordinates qualified to become true Demon Lords. However, I wanted to change that in this story and add 3 more to make it 15 total. The 3 in question would be Shimo, Sui, and an OC I've yet to introduce. I even thought about adding Shuna as a Guardian Lord, so I'd like y'all's thoughts on that too. 6. Rimuru's dragon title and ultimate skill. Upon Rimuru's evolution into a true dragon, Velzard will obtain a skill similar to Lord of Storms, Veldora. I've been thinking about whether Rimuru should be called the Void Dragon or Nihilite Dragon. Let's look at the former first. Name, Void Dragon, Rimuru Tempest. Ultimate skill, Lord of Void, Rimuru, Void Dragon Release, Void Dragon Restoration, Void Magic. I quite like this option. My only problem with it is that the name Lord of Void sounds very similar to God of Void from Azathoth. But other than that, I have no problem with this name. Now let's look at the second one. Name, Nihilite Dragon, Rimuru Tempest. Ultimate skill, Lord of Nihilite, Rimuru, Nihilite Dragon Release, Nihilite Dragon Restoration, Nihilite Magic. I have 2 concerns with this one. The first is that, Nihilite Magic, is already a thing in canon, which is quite a big problem if I want to keep the naming scheme consistent. 2. Nihilite is quite a long word to say and doesn't roll off the tongue as well as Void does. If you guys have any other suggestions then do let me know. But it's best if it can satisfy the consistent naming conventions. These are most of my concerns/questions that I'd like to ask you all. Obviously, I have a lot more, but they'd get into spoiler territory real quick. Hoping to hear y'all's ideas/thoughts/suggestions. Once again, thank you so much for your continued support. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. It's a relief that Maleem and Velzard finally reconciled. I couldn't quite make out what they said to each other, and I didn't want to pry, but from their smiles and even the hug, it seemed promising. Yet there's still a glaring issue. Those two still want to fight. Aren't they satisfied yet? I don't know how much longer this barrier can hold. Every time a stray attack slams into it, I have to replenish its strength, eating up more of my Masayyuki. Honestly, it's impressive that the barrier has lasted this long. Yo. Veldora. How are you holding up? Quahahahaha. I'm doing just fine, Rimuru. Lucky you. I can't say the same. I'm burning through Masayyuki at an alarming rate. You have depleted less than 5% of your Masayyuki supply. Oi. Seal. Did you just casually reveal yourself to Veldora? I've known about Seal ever since your Demon Lord evolution. Ah, really? Boom. It was quite a surprise. I'd never encountered a skill with an awakened ego before. I see. And you're fine with him knowing about you, Seal? Yes, Rimuru-sama. Besides, even if Veldora didn't know before, his assimilation with you transferred his soul into yours, where I reside. Hiding myself from him would have been practically impossible. I suppose that makes sense when you put it that way. It was shocking at first, though. When I was transferred into your soul, I quickly noticed Raphael had changed. Clearly, you'd granted her a name and that decision brought out her ego. Truly a feat I never imagined. Fufufu. I commend you for recognizing it, Veldora. Yeah, who would have thought? Quahaha. A simple task for the mighty storm dragon. My ultimate skill, Faust, made it even easier to see. Alright, fine. But that still leaves us with one colossal issue. What are we going to do about those two battle maniacs? Let them fight. Ha. Are you insane? They're still holding back, Rimuru. The barrier will be fine. That's not exactly the point, you know. Rimuru-sama, I suggest intervening in their battle once your Masayyuki supply has depleted by 10%. See Seal. Isn't that cutting it a bit close? With 10% fewer Masayyuki, I'd be at a serious disadvantage. Rest assured, Rimuru-sama. You'll be powerful enough, thanks to Veldora's assimilation. Plus, they're both holding back considerably. Not that this fills me with confidence, but I'll take what I can get. Also, intervening would be the perfect opportunity to test a new ability we've developed. Wait, did you just say we? Ah. So, you want him to try it out, Seal? What on earth are you two up to? Veldora and I have devised a combat mechanism accessible when True Dragon Release is active, thanks to Veldora's assimilation. A combat mechanism. So, while I was busy holding the barrier, they were tinkering around with new abilities. I expected this from Seal, but Veldora. Consider the transformations Rimuru and Velzard are using. Both achieved new forms via battle mode, a transformation that alters their bodies into one's ideal for combat. This mechanism optimizes based on various attributes such as physical, magical, and spiritual. So, you're saying I'll get my own battle form, like Rimuru and Velzard? Precisely. Awesome. Just as expected of you, Seal. But, what exactly was Veldora's role in this? How could you forget that most of your magic power right now comes from me? That's right. Even if he's technically assimilated with me, most of my energy is Veldora's. But that doesn't explain why Seal said we. I'm still contributing, of course. Seal and I collaborated to create the most optimal form for you. It'll be handy for stopping my sister and niece. It took us some time to find the most efficient combat form for you, balancing your immense abilities and the boost from Veldora. But we've developed a transformation perfectly tailored to you, Rimuru-sama. Thank you, both of you. I honestly don't know how far I'd be if it weren't for you two supporting me. No problem, Rimuru-sama. Don't mention it, sworn brother. Would you like to activate battle mode? Wait, hold on. I can't just unleash a trump card like that in public. That is not a problem, Rimuru-sama. With a little illusion magic and thought manipulation to mask the transformation, no one will know a thing. Alright then. I trust you. Quahahaha. Yes. Witness our masterpiece, Rimuru. Activating battle mode storm. As soon as Seal's voice resonated through my mind, I felt a surge of power that I could only describe as an awakening. I stood from my seat, ready for the change. Unlike Rimuru or Velzard's swift transformations, mine wasn't as instantaneous. It was a slower and more deliberate process. It felt almost like the world around me was adjusting to the change. My form pulsed with raw energy as it began to reshape itself. I could feel my body elongating, growing taller and more imposing, yet lighter simultaneously. My movements became fluid, almost like I was floating through space. It was the strangest sensation. Through the power of illusion magic, the surrounding spectators were none the wiser, continuing their conversations and marveling at the ongoing battle as if nothing unusual was happening. With the transformation still in progress, I soared into the air, lifting myself above the crowd. From this height, I had the perfect vantage point to observe the clash between Rimuru and Velzard. The arena stretched beneath me like a vast battlefield, and the intensity of their fight was something I'd never fully grasped until now. As I hovered, the final touches of my transformation clicked into place. I focused on myself using universal perception, trying to get a clearer view of the changes. What I saw was breathtaking. The most immediate change was the large, majestic dragon wings that unfurled from my back. Their dark, Blue scales shimmered with electric currents, recalling the stormy skies that Veldora always associated with. Lightning arcs crackled along the wings' edges, flickering like living veins of power. Next, I noticed the lightning mark streaking down my face, glowing a sharp yellow and radiating power with each passing second. My physique had grown more muscular, though I still retained a lean, agile build. But the most striking feature, and one that stood out above all else, was my hair. My platinum blue strands had been laced with golden streaks, cascading like ribbons of light. I could almost feel Veldora's influence in that choice. But it wasn't just my physical form that had undergone a transformation, as my attire had also been completely overhauled. I now wore a cloak, which, unsurprisingly, was a god-grade piece of clothing. Its hues of white and blue were a testament to its divine nature. Gone was the demon lord jacket I was accustomed to. In its place was a garment of refined elegance designed for battle. My forearms were encased in armor made of heavily condensed magicules, the surface gleaming with an almost ethereal glow. It was reminiscent of the bracelets of a legendary warrior, except mine covered the entire length of my arms, offering both style and protection. I couldn't help but laugh aloud. Now, this feels like a true dragon, I exclaimed, the exhilaration of the transformation surging through me. Ha ha ha. Amazing, I bellowed. So, this is what Masayyuki and Velzard feel when they enter battle mode. Now I understand why they get so fired up. This power, this new form, it was incredible. The efficiency was off the charts. Even the most potent spells or skills could be cast with minimal magicule expenditure. With this new form, I could maintain the barrier much longer without exhausting myself. I felt ready to take on anyone, even the likes of Guy, Masayyuki, or Velzard. I continued observing the battle, now with a sharper sense of awareness. The intensity of their fight escalated with each passing moment. Blinding sparks, shockwaves, and blasts of magic shook the very air. Even with my enhanced senses, tracking their movements was still difficult. They were too fast and too powerful. The spectators below seemed to be in a state of pure awe. Unlike the raucous cheers from earlier in the tournament, there was only stunned silence now. The power on display was something they'd likely never witness again. Then, unexpectedly, Masayyuki and Velzard stopped midair, hovering face to face. A tense silence fell over the arena. Wait, is the battle finally over? Are they satisfied? Before I could finish the thought, both of them began charging up another attack. What the hell? That looks like it could level the entire arena. Detecting extreme surges of magicules. I can see that. Drago Nova. Masayyuki shouted, unleashing a devastating beam of energy at Velzard. Frost Break. Velzard countered, her icy assault rocketing toward Masayyuki. The two beams collided in midair, a blinding flash lighting up the arena. At first, I thought it would be a classic beam clash, but the spectacle that followed was unlike anything I expected. Masayyuki's attack, made of stardust, should have been overwhelming, an incredibly destructive force. But Velzard somehow managed to nullify much of it. The beam released by Velzard made use of her deceleration. By countering Masayyuki's energy with a form of negative energy, Velzard effectively neutralized most of the incoming attack. That is the true extent of Velzard's power. Negative energy that cancels out positive energy. That's incredible. Though Masayyuki's attack still had too much force to be entirely negated, I had to admit, I was impressed. I began to wonder if I could counteract Drago Nova. There are several potential ways to counteract Drago Nova, now that it has been analyzed. The first method would be to consume it directly with Azathoth, although it may prove difficult to consume all of it. Another way is to nullify it with Turn Null. However, it's a dangerous option since the destructive energy of imaginary collapse can harm you. Star Ash could be used, but I wouldn't recommend it. The most optimal method would be utilizing Frost Magic with Azathoth and generating negative energy to dampen Stardust's power enough and consume it. Just like what Velzard did, huh? Good to know. Thanks, Seal. I will do further analysis on Stardust once the fight is over. There may be better ways to deal with it. MHM. I expect great things from you, partner. The residual energy of their attacks exploded on contact, sending a violent shockwave that cracked the barrier. The barrier, though strong, trembled under the pressure as I quickly stabilized it, my magicules depleting by 10% in the process. It was time to act. With my resolve hardening, I warped directly into the battlefield, positioning myself squarely between Masayyuki and Velzard just as their attacks were about to collide. My arms shot out instinctively, hands outstretched, and with a deep breath, I braced myself for impact. I felt the immense energy surge through my body. The force of their strikes hit me directly like being struck by a storm of raw, unfiltered power. But instead of feeling overwhelmed, I absorbed it. My body buzzed with power, the kinetic energy flowing into Azathoth, neutralizing the worst of it. I think your fight has gone on long enough, I said firmly, my voice cutting through the tension of the arena. The words rang out, surprising both Malim and Velzard. Rimuru. Malim stuttered, her voice a mix of surprise and disbelief. She recoiled slightly, her eyes wide in shock, as she hovered back, taking in the sight of me. Rimuru. What's with the new look? Velzard asked, her voice laced with curiosity and a hint of admiration. I couldn't help but grin smugly, my aura now radiating a palpable intensity. Humph. You two aren't the only ones with battle forms, I said. They stared at me, eyes wide in amazement, clearly impressed by what they saw. So this is your battle form, Rimuru? Malim asked excitedly, circling around me like a curious predator, examining every inch of my new appearance. Fufufu, it looks like you fused with Veldora, but the form looks amazing. Velzard commented with genuine approval, her tone filled with admiration. Well, I did have to assimilate his energy with me so I could hold my ground, I replied, throwing Malim a side-eye. She awkwardly whistled, pretending not to notice my pointed remark. Sigh. You two are a handful, I muttered, causing Velzard to chuckle lightly. Next time, let's fight, Rimuru. Malim demanded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hard pass. I immediately denied her, shaking my head. Why? It's such a waste not to use your battle form. And one that's extremely powerful, too. Malim pouted, a childlike whine creeping into her voice. My battle form is for emergency cases only. Besides, I can't use it without Veldora, I explained, crossing my arms with a sigh, which caused Malim to slump, disappointed. I've also devised a battle mode that doesn't require the assimilation with Veldora. Huh. You can't just casually drop a bombshell like that. Oh well. Thanks, Seal. Fufufu. No problem, Rimuru-sama. I couldn't help but smirk, knowing this little revelation was bound to be a game changer. But I wasn't about to tell Malim that. I could already see her pestering me for a fight at every opportunity if she found out. Despite my new strength, I knew well enough that I wasn't ready to challenge the likes of Malim, Guy, or Velzard without using True Dragon Release or Imaginary Collapse. Now that the fight had paused, I reverted to my usual form. Malim and Velzard did the same. I released the barrier, feeling the drained Magicule slowly replenish, and brought Veldora into the physical plane, restoring my EP to 25,700,000. How sad. It was fun while it lasted. Quahaha. How did it feel wielding the power of a true dragon, Rimuru? Veldora's voice boomed with excitement, his grin impossible to miss. Malim and Velzard eagerly awaited my response, eyes filled with anticipation. If the circumstances were better, I began, then glanced at the two of them with a dry expression. They both quickly averted their gaze, looking sheepish under my scrutiny. It would have been a lot better. But regardless, that was amazing. I almost got drunk on power. Thanks for your help today, Veldora, I said with a sincere tone, my gratitude genuine. Umo. Let me know if you ever need to wield my power again. Veldora agreed enthusiastically, and I gave him a grateful nod with a smile. This makes me wonder. Could you do the same with me, Rimuru? Velzard asked, her curiosity piqued, drawing Malim and Veldora's attention. Definitely. But I'll explain it more at another time, I replied, keeping my answer brief, aware that it was a topic best discussed in private. Fufufu looking forward to it, Velzard said with a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Third-person POV. The banter between Malim, Rimuru, Veldora, and Velzard reverberated through the Colosseum, their voices sharp with playful competitiveness. However, the audience could hardly comprehend the sheer scale of what they just witnessed. What appeared to be a mere clash between two powerful individuals was, in fact, a battle between gods. Few, if any, had ever been granted the privilege of witnessing such a confrontation, let alone one so vivid and unrestrained. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event, a rare moment in history where the heavens themselves seemed to participate in the clash of titans. But what truly stunned Rimuru's subordinates was not the battle itself but rather his unexpected intervention. In a show of audacity that took them by surprise, he had stepped directly between Malim and Velzard at the peak of their clash, absorbing the full brunt of their devastating attacks. As Rimuru went in to interfere with the battle, Seal swiftly wove her illusion magic, cloaking the eyes of every spectator who wasn't one of Rimuru's trusted executives. To the audience's bewildered gaze, it appeared as though the fight had come to a sudden halt, with Rimuru having stepped in to declare the match over before either combatant had gained the upper hand. The true nature of his transformation, his newly awakened battle form, remained hidden, leaving the spectators none the wiser. They saw only the aftermath, the brief exchange, and Rimuru's calm yet commanding voice. What followed was deafening applause, filling the Colosseum with a roar of appreciation. Cheers and shouts of excitement erupted as the audience, unaware of the true depths of what had occurred, celebrated the conclusion of the battle and the festival. Yet, while the crowd reveled in the spectacle, the executives were left in stunned silence, their minds racing with questions. For all of Rimuru's power, even his closest allies had never witnessed anything like this before. Excluding Diablo and Zijin, who seemed almost unaffected by the turn of events, the rest of his executives stared in awe. They had known their master was strong, of course. But this was on an entirely different level. His ability to stop Malim and Velzard and absorb their power without a scratch left them speechless. The display of strength was beyond anything they had anticipated, and though it surpassed their expectations, they couldn't help but feel a surge of pride for the being they had pledged their loyalty to. Even more intriguing was the sense that Rimuru's unmistakably powerful aura now seemed to hint at another presence. There was something familiar yet foreign about it, a trace of Veldora's unmistakable energy that wove through Rimuru's own. The executives exchanged uncertain glances, each trying to decipher what had transpired. Veldora had been absent throughout the battle, and they couldn't shake the suspicion that something extraordinary had happened between their master and the storm dragon. A fusion, perhaps. It was an absurd thought, one that defied logic. Yet, in Rimuru's case, logic seemed to bend and twist in unexpected ways. The idea was almost laughable, but it lingered, unspoken, in their minds. After all, their master was the very definition of absurdity. As the four gods descended from the sky, their feet touching the ground with a light thud, Rimuru strode toward the podium with the same calm confidence that had come to define him. He raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent, hanging on his every word. With a warm smile, Rimuru declared the grand tournament of battle, and by extension, the entire founding festival, a resounding success. The Colosseum erupted once more, the applause reaching a crescendo that echoed throughout the city. In a rare moment of formal grace, Rimuru, Malim, Veldora, and Velzard bowed together, offering the audience a final gesture of thanks. Their movements were elegant yet tinged with their usual playful energy, reflecting the camaraderie they shared despite the overwhelming power each of them wielded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in the golden glow of twilight, Rimuru and Velzard gathered with their remaining guests for one final dinner. The night had descended quietly, marking the end of the long and joyous celebration. The air was calmer now, the bustling activity of the festival gradually giving way to a more intimate, reflective atmosphere. This final meal was a bittersweet conclusion to the founding festival, a moment where allies would part ways and return to their respective homelands. Rimuru's POV. Everything had gone smoothly so far. Thank Veldanava. Aside from a few bumps in the road, mainly due to some, battle maniacs, the event had been a roaring success. The atmosphere in the Colosseum had been electric, and everything from the grand tournament of battle to the founding festival had gone off without a hitch. Of course, there was the minor issue of Shimo being placed too high in the dungeon, but I could easily fix that with a quick adjustment. It was a simple move of her position, and the problem was solved. Nothing to worry about. But now, here we were, sitting at the grand dining hall for the last dinner before our guests would leave the next day. It was a bittersweet moment. It was the end of a grand festival and the start of a quieter time in Tempest. Velzard, ever the graceful figure, had returned to her maid form. There were no longer any lingering questions from the guests about her transformation, and that was a relief. It seemed like the whole matter had been forgotten entirely, and I wasn't about to bring it up again. He. It looks like she intends to uphold her end of the bet, though. I couldn't help but feel a little smug about that. Oh, and I had also told everyone who hadn't been under the illusion magic to keep what really happened between me, Velzard, and Malim a secret. My new battle form, which I'd used in the fight, needed to stay under wraps. It was my trump card, and I wasn't about to let that slip to anyone outside of Tempest. Not even our allies could know about it. Speaking of which, I briefly mentioned that I could assimilate both Veldora and Velzard simultaneously during our battle. I've yet to try it, but I wonder how that form would turn out. The new battle form would indeed have a new appearance if Velzard and Veldora were assimilated. Makes sense. By the way, you mentioned earlier that Velzard gained an ultimate skill during the battle. Do you know what it is? The ultimate skill is known as Lord of Envy, Leviathan, a member of the Sin series, just like Beelzebub. Its main attributes are analysis and empowering the user through their desires. I see, so it's like a mix of Raphael and some other skill. Exactly. Velzard's power had just taken a massive leap. Ultimate skills were already immensely powerful. Now she has two, Lord of Envy, Leviathan, and Lord of Patience, Gabriel, on top of her inherent true dragon abilities. She was a force to be reckoned with, no doubt about it. And when you add in the synergy between Leviathan and Gabriel, that was a truly lethal combination. It was almost as if those two skills were meant to complement one another. Moving on. It would take a real emergency for me to consider assimilating both Veldora and Velzard. But if I did, the results would be staggering. If I used True Dragon Release with both of them, my existence value would skyrocket to 194,700,000, almost halfway to the threshold for the Genesis class. The thought of gaining that much power was tempting, but I knew the risks. On top of that, I'd gain a new, battle mode, form. That was exciting, to say the least. It would truly be the last resort, though. There was too much at stake to use such power casually. Still, I couldn't help but wonder what that form would look like. Additionally, battle mode, Frost, would be a terrifying combination of power and appearance. Seal and Velzard would make an unstoppable duo, no doubt. I was curious to see what kind of destruction they'd bring in battle. But, of course, Velzard assimilating with me meant she would learn about Seal's existence. That gave me pause. I wasn't sure I was ready for that. Heck, I didn't even know if Seal was prepared to reveal herself to her. She had always kept a low profile ever since her days as Great Sage. She'd preferred staying hidden, even from my closest subordinates. But Velzard was a special case. Back then, Raphael had allowed her existence to be known to Velzard. So maybe, just maybe. Rimuru-sama, I suggest using True Dragon Release of Frost at a later date. EHHH. I thought you'd be against it. Not at all. I want to experiment with a new battle form for you using Velzard's attributes this time. I see, how opportunistic. Ha ha ha. I bet you'll also do further analysis on her new skill or something ridiculous like that. Not exactly the skill, but something else. What? I'd like to confirm something about Leviathan, and assimilating Velzard is the best way to do it. Alright then. I trust your judgment. My ability to absorb the traits of others and the potential to gain even more power from them was both a blessing and a burden. This wasn't the first time I'd faced such dilemmas, but something about this felt different. Whatever came next, I was sure it would be an adventure. Third-person POV. Everyone continued eating their meal, the clinking of silverware and the soft hum of conversation filling the grand dining hall. Laughter and lively chatter bounced off the walls as the guests eagerly discussed the battles they had witnessed throughout the day. The atmosphere was one of light-hearted celebration and a sense of reverence for what had transpired. Masayyuki, much to his own surprise, had become the talk of the evening. He was being hailed as a supreme hero by some of the more enthusiastic guests, who praised his performance in the battles. Rimuru and Velzard exchanged amused glances at the over-the-top compliments, both knowing full well the real story behind the scenes. It was clear that the guests had no idea about the intricacies of the battles or the true nature of the participants. Nevertheless, watching Masayyuki bask in the unexpected admiration was entertaining, even if the accolades were a bit exaggerated. The dungeon was brought up once again, and this time, the guests couldn't stop marveling at its complexity. They spoke in awe about the intricate mechanisms, the elaborate traps, and the sheer ingenuity behind the entire project. They praised the way it was designed to test both skill and wit, fascinated by the cleverness that went into its creation. Rimuru smiled at their enthusiasm while Velzard remained largely silent, her gaze distant as she sipped her drink. To them, it was a fascinating marvel. To her, it was just another element of Tempest's growing power. Of course, the night's main highlight was the clash between Malim and Velzard. The guests were utterly captivated by the sheer scale of the fight, their voices filled with awe as they recounted the spectacle. They spoke of the raw power they had seen in the air, the unrelenting strength of the two combatants, and the mind-boggling intensity of the battle. Malim, with her usual boisterous confidence, looked smug the entire time they talked. She basked in the praise, grinning widely as she imagined it was all directed at her. In truth, the guests were praising her power to some extent, but their words were more balanced between the two dragons. Velzard, however, sat with an elegance that almost seemed out of place given the conversation. She was completely unfazed by the attention, her demeanor calm and composed as she quietly listened, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Time passed quickly as the guests continued to chat excitedly about the event, dissecting every detail of the battle. Half an hour later, the dinner had concluded. The servants cleared away the plates, and Rimuru stood up, signaling that the evening's formalities were drawing to a close. He made his way over to each group of guests, exchanging words and thanking them for attending the festival. His interactions were warm and gracious, ensuring that everyone felt appreciated for their participation. A few of the guests decided to stay the night in Tempest, eager to rest before the long journey back to their respective homes. Others, more keen to return to their own lands, opted for teleportation. Rimuru didn't mind either way, as Tempest had already proven itself a place of great hospitality and comfort. Once all the farewells had been said and the guests had taken their leave, Rimuru made his final remarks to the remaining few. He was content with how the festival had turned out. His expectations had been exceeded, and Tempest had truly put its best foot forward. The guests left, satisfied with their experience, and the grand hall began to empty out. Typically, this would have been the moment for Rimuru and Velzard to head home for the night, retire from the day's events, and enjoy some much-needed rest. However, they had different matters to attend to. With a quick glance at Velzard, Rimuru nodded, signaling they would take care of business first. They made their way toward the capital, entering the meeting hall with purposeful strides. The hour was late, but Rimuru had called for a brief meeting. It was a formality, really, as most of Tempest's monsters didn't require sleep. A few of the more recent additions had adapted to the schedule, but the core group of executives had always operated on their own time. Within minutes, the room began to fill with Tempest's key figures. The core executives arrived, each entering in their own fashion, some materializing from shadows, others simply walking in like the dignitaries they were. Despite the lateness of the hour, there was no sense of weariness in the room. Rimuru's POV. I decided to call for a meeting once the guests had left for the night. The hall had already emptied, leaving only the faint remnants of the evening's festivities. The lingering warmth of the fire, the soft clinking of leftover cutlery on tables, and the hum of contented voices had finally quieted. Considering how much everyone had been working over the past few days in preparation for the founding festival, I felt bad. It had been a non-stop series of events, and with the night growing late, I was sure most of my executives were exhausted. Still, some matters needed urgent attention, and I wasn't about to delay them any longer. During the festival, Yuki arranged an expedition to Gistav, Clayman's former territory. It would take place in a few days, so I needed to prepare for that. I will most likely be away from Tempest for a few weeks. The Western Council matter was weighing heavily on my mind as well. It was about time I started dealing with these concerns. I leaned back in my chair, my thoughts drifting to the upcoming expedition. There was a good reason to suspect that the entire venture was a trap, a carefully crafted ploy by Yuki to bait me. Despite the risks involved, I couldn't afford to let that deter me. This would be an excellent opportunity to lure him into the open and expose his true nature. If I played my cards right, the expedition could be decisive in dealing with him for good. Yuki might have his manipulations and schemes, but I wasn't worried. Despite all the plotting, I was reasonably confident that he wouldn't be able to cause me much harm. After all, when it came down to it, he was weak. He may have the ability to deceive and manipulate, but he didn't possess the kind of raw power that could threaten me. I had made it this far, and I wasn't going to let some petty schemes derail everything I'd worked toward. Then there was the matter of the Western Council. Despite its power and influence, I wasn't entirely convinced that joining them would be the best path forward. However, I knew that being part of the council could offer significant advantages to my goal of coexistence. The influence it could grant would allow me to extend Tempest's reach, ensuring that our voice was heard on the international stage. That said, I wasn't naive. If the council started making ridiculous demands or attempting to control us, I'd have no problem backing off and finding another way. Tempest would never be manipulated or subjugated by anyone, council or not. However, if I were to join the Western Council, I would need a powerful and intelligent ambassador to represent Tempest. Someone who could hold their own in political circles and not just make a good impression but actually command respect would be a delicate balance, as I couldn't just send anyone into such a high-stakes environment. Then I recalled Velzard's suggestion about the white primordial, Blanc, and the possibility of her filling the role of Tempest's representative. Blanc's abilities, combined with her status, would make her an invaluable asset to the council. However, I had yet to speak with Diablo about her. There was still so much I didn't know. With this meeting, I could finally ask him for more details about Blanc and get a clearer picture of what she could offer. I composed myself in my seat, taking a deep breath to clear my thoughts. It was time to address these matters head-on. Looking around at the executives gathered in the room, I met their eyes one by one. The faces of my most trusted subordinates were all set in expressions of readiness, waiting for me to speak. I could feel the weight of the upcoming discussion, but I knew they were more than capable of handling whatever came next. Without further hesitation, I began the meeting. Thank you all for showing up to this late and sudden meeting, I said firmly, my voice carrying through the room. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement, their expressions serious but expectant. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate everyone for contributing to the resounding success of the founding festival, I announced proudly, the warmth of gratitude filling my tone. The room erupted into applause, their hands clapping in appreciation of the hard work and effort everyone had put in. It was a proud moment, and seeing everyone so content made the late-night meeting more worthwhile. Once the applause had died down, I motioned for them to settle. With the mood lightened but still purposeful, I continued. Now then. The first matter to be discussed is the upcoming expedition to Gistav. I have a good reason to suspect that it's a trap meant for me. Yuki is quite a suspicious individual, after all. I explained briefly, my eyes scanning the faces of the executives. They all nodded, absorbing the information with their usual focused attention. Will you call off the expedition, Rimuru-sama? Shuna asked, her voice tinged with concern. She wasn't wrong to be worried since there were a lot of unknowns in this situation. Not at all. In fact, I'd like to use the expedition as an opportunity to lure him out into the open. I speculate he'll have forces ready to overwhelm me when the perfect time comes, so I've devised a plan. I said confidently, feeling the weight of my words. If Yuki wanted a confrontation, I'd be ready for it. Is it to fight fire with fire? Benimaru asked, a slight grin tugging at the corner of his mouth, clearly intrigued by the idea. I returned the grin with a smirk. Exactly. Yuki likely plans to go to Gistav via carriage, but I intend to arrive using a different method. Velzard and I will head there first, and she'll conceal her presence as soon as we arrive. Gobta, Cheyenne, and Sui will accompany Yuki and his group on the carriage to keep an eye on them. I informed them. Understood, Rimuru-sama. Sui affirmed with his usual calm demeanor. You can count on me, Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne exclaimed, her chest puffing out with pride. Fufufu, so I'll be a hidden force of sorts. I'm excited. Velzard chimed in with a devious grin, her eyes flashing with excitement at the prospect of a little deception. While I'm confident that Yuki can't do anything to me, it's better to be safe. Who knows what horrors lie waiting in Gistav? If things get messy, I'll transport some troops to the expedition site. Benimaru, I'd like you to have some military personnel on standby. I requested, my tone serious, and Benimaru nodded without hesitation, understanding the gravity of the situation. Now for my next concern. It's about the Western Council. I said, shifting the topic as I laid out my next point of focus. What of it? Kaijin asked curiously, his brows furrowed in interest. I intend to try joining it, as doing so would benefit my goal of achieving coexistence with humanity. I explained. There was a noticeable shift in the room as my executives processed the new information. A few of them widened their eyes in surprise. After all, joining the council hadn't been directly discussed until now. Shuna, ever the realist, was the first to speak up. I fear they still resent us monsters, even if Lumina-san has changed the doctrine. It'll take a long time for humans to adjust to such a drastic change. Her voice held a touch of dejection, her concern genuine. I gave a slight nod, understanding her hesitation. Luminous had done her best to shift the doctrine, but humans weren't exactly known for their swift adjustments. Given the political climate, it would take longer than we might have. It's worth giving a shot since it's the best way. But joining would mean I'd require an ambassador to represent Tempest in the council. They'd have to be quite powerful and capable of handling matters diplomatically. I explained, hoping to convey the importance of selecting the right person for the role. Cheyenne, as expected, perked up at the mention of the position. I could almost hear the gears turning in her head. Then I shall be Tempest's ambassador, Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne declared boldly, her voice ringing out with confidence. I could already sense the other executives' faces fall, their expressions turning to one of fear and concern. They knew what was coming next. Absolutely not. I quickly shut her down, my tone firm. But Rimuru-sama. Aren't I strong enough? Cheyenne asked in despair, her voice catching in an almost comical way. Her energy had gone from exuberant to crushed in an instant. That's not the problem. You can't handle things in a diplomatic manner at all. I shot back, causing her to fall to the ground in defeat, her shoulders slumping as the realization set in. Kufufu. If the first secretary isn't up for it, it's up to me, Rimuru-sama. Diablo chimed in smugly, his voice dripping with amusement. Of course, Diablo wouldn't pass up the chance to make a comment like that, especially at Cheyenne's expense. I could see the annoyance flash across her face as she glared at him. Sigh. These two and their stupid rivalry. They never seem to stop. I'm afraid that's out of the question, Diablo. While you are my strongest subordinate and capable of dealing with political matters, your plate is already full enough. I'd hate to add such a grueling task to your list. I said earnestly, hoping to rein in the conversation before it spiraled out of control. Diablo remained firm, his eyes locked onto mine. That is not a problem, Rimuru-sama. He insisted, his voice unwavering. I could practically feel his determination radiating off him. He really is persistent, huh? It's better if you focus on your assigned tasks. Rather, I have something else to ask you, Diablo. I said, doing my best to mask my inner thoughts. What is it? He asked, raising an eyebrow. There is someone in mind that I'd like to give this task to. However, they aren't a part of Tempest yet. I began, my voice lowering slightly to add an air of mystery to the conversation. I could see the curious expressions of my subordinates as their attention sharpened. There was a collective shift, a slight tension in the air as they waited for me to continue. But Rimuru-sama. Being a Tempest representative in the Western Council is a major role. Wouldn't assigning that role to someone in our ranks be better? Rigard pointed out, his voice reasonable and pragmatic. He had a point. This was an important position, and ideally, someone already within Tempest's ranks would be best suited for it. Honestly, you're not wrong. I admitted. But everyone already has their respective roles, so I believe it's best to look elsewhere. Besides, Velzard suggested this person, and I'd like to ask Diablo here for more information regarding them. I explained, and the room calmed as everyone processed the information. Diablo's eyes widened for a moment. It was a rare occurrence. I turned to face the slightly surprised demon before asking, the curiosity in my voice rising. Diablo, tell me what you know about the White Primordial, Blanc.